Hello and welcome to the Italian Legacy Invitational. Thank you so much for joining us here. My name is Julian Knapp. This is Callum Smith. And over this weekend, we're not only going to bring you some of the finest in the Four Seasons main events that we got, of course, every couple of months here in beautiful Bologna, but for the first time, Callum, I want to say, and I'm really excited to see this, we are doing the Italian Legacy Invitational. Is it one of the oldest invitationals that we have in Eternal Magic as a whole, especially in Europe? I want to say very much so. And this year, everybody came together and they were like, you know what we should do? We should actually stream that and we should stream it in English. So all of a sudden, all this arcane knowledge about how the Italian legacy scene works, how they choose their champions, how they win these GPs. I think they got a couple of GP winners by now. Well, when GPs were still around. This year, we're going to watch that. We're going to watch all of that in action. We got 64 of the finest players. In a moment, we're going to speak a little bit about the structure of the tournament. But Callum, how are you doing?
I'm great. I'm very excited for this. In my opinion, Legacy kind of is the home of Legacy in Europe. In Europe, across every country, there are phenomenal Legacy players. But Italy especially has always kind of stood out as a huge hub. There's so many players there, so many killer Legacy players. 4Seasons has been attracting some of the top Legacy players across Europe, especially mainland Europe, for years and years now. And so it kind of made sense that Eternal Weekend moved to Italy eventually, and it's going to be hosted there again this year in Lucca, hosted by 4Seasons crew. So we're excited for that as well. But I think we're going to see not just the top Italian Legacy players, but this is going to be some of the top players in Europe as well. So it's just going to be a hugely competitive and highly skilled event.
Yeah, dude, I'm looking so much forward to this. Also, of course, all of this made possible not only by the players, by the scenes, but also, of course, by our sponsor, Arcana. Get all of your cards from them, and by the Impact Live crew. We got these guys. I want to say they are putting up the absolute standard of one of the best production qualities I want to say that we have in Legacy right now. There was a time when I would sit there on the weekend and just watch Star City games or what have you, and it was amazing to have, and everybody was like, hey, we want to have that back. And why we still don't get that every other weekend, I mean, 4Seasons still puts out quarterly tournaments, right? Including some of the bonus tournaments like this one. So, yeah, I guess now we actually have to work on these days, which I'm totally down for, but I'm excited to see what we got in stock for the weekend. But let me quickly talk about...
I would watch this if it wasn't for us streaming.
Yeah, sure. You're going to rewatch that later on, right? You're going to sit down on Monday with a cold beer. You're like, okay, I'm going to take off work. Let's do that.
Just
what exactly is the what exactly is the Italian Legacy Invitational? So we always talk about how Italy has one of the greatest thing when it comes to organized legacy. And they've been going since 2010 with their whole regional and national structure. And when I talk about this is completely overwhelming to me because most countries don't actually have that. And the thing about them is they have 23 regional leagues that play year round. You got to imagine 23, like all these regions. Some of the I think Milan and Rome, they have like several of those leagues that you play in your store. And depending on how big your league gets, you get to send up to 3 players to the Invitational, plus all in this case, I guess we call them legacy invites, in the sense of, hey, these players distinguished them during the last season because they won a GP. Like you got Claudio Bonani in there. You got legacy legends like Angelo Cadei. Of course, Matteo Blasi is in there. We got last year's winner, Jonathan Molteni, in there. And out of this year-long regional structure comes the qualification for the national event. Like this is something like Wizards used to do that like many moons ago now. And now the community has taken over and is creating this proper structure, as opposed to like some countries I know they just throw out, oh, by the way, this is our legacy championship. Everybody go there. We're like, why is it? And for them, like this has a lot of credibility and a lot of impact behind it. So I'm excited to see in action who's going to be crowned the next Italian legacy champion.
Absolutely. The structure is incredible. When we were trying to learn more about it, it's just so well organized, so much going on in the background, so much work goes into it. It's such a incredible labor of love from all the crew organizing it in the background, especially. And I was kind of blown away, honestly. It's amazing to see. So this is not just hey, we're going to throw random invites out. Like it's a proper community thing built from grassroots. I believe a huge majority, if not all of them, are proxies allowed. They're really encouraging just getting more players in. So, and then there is this invite thing at the end, so it's something to work to as well. So you're encouraged to play in your local scene, support your local scene. If your scene gets bigger, you get more invites. It kind of feeds itself once it gets going and things. So it's an exciting thing, and I think it's something that other countries, if you're looking to support your local legacy or your regional legacy, really, you could look into this kind of structure as well. It's exciting because now it's culminated in this fantastic tournament.
How close have you ever been to becoming the English or British national champion?
Uh, Next question.
Okay.
we we used to have like UK kind of legacy nationals. I can't remember the exact name and things. And I know my friend Nick, he won it twice in a row. But I usually went along, but this is during my days where I'd play like Nick Fit with Grave Titans and stuff. So I can't say I was ever too close to winning.
I was going to say that's many words for saying not anywhere close to it. Neither have I. So I envy the Italians for having this kind of structure and these kinds of events and this kind of prestige. And it's only logical, right, that we put it out there in English for the world to see. So if you have your friends somewhere on this Saturday, well, depending on where you are, afternoon, morning, night, and you want to show them some of the finest legacy for this weekend, hit them up, share the stream. We're streaming on YouTube as well as on Twitch. I recently started watching a lot more tournaments on Twitch, on YouTube. So yeah, we got you covered on both ends there, depending on like, I don't know where you want to watch. So share the link. Let it be
two
known.
Screens, both stream on each.
Perfect. Pumping up those numbers. Amazing, dude. Yeah, we gotta get those numbers up. Perfect. Also, we're of course gonna have backup feature matches all weekend long, both for the Italian Legacy Invitational as well as, of course, the 4 Seasons Springs main event tomorrow. And yeah, I think we're about to get ready to go to the deck list to see who's gonna be there for the very first round. And I have heard, of course, that the way you finish your last tournament, you gotta start your next tournament, and that is with the previous winner, Jonathan Molteni, once again back here trying to defend the title. And if I remember correctly, he might be up against Edoardo Masuferi. And I've known Edoardo, at least in the past. I've seen some results playing Cephalids Breakfast. But let's see what he brought to the tournament today. Well, Cephalids are still in there. Actually, we call them, well, this one is not exactly a Cephalids, it's a Murfolk. So we got Doomsday in there, one of the most legendary combo decks in Legacy. Callum, take us away. What is this deck trying to do in the first place?
So the deck is trying to cast its namesake card, Doomsday. Any players that have been playing Legacy for a few years will probably be familiar with it, but essentially it's a 3 black for a sorcery, and you pay half your life rounded up, so you lose half your life, and you basically make your library into 5 different cards. Using that, you're going to get to Thassa's Oracle, of which there's one of in the deck very quickly. Sometimes it's often the same turn that you cast Doomsday, so you kind of win in one turn. It's a 1-turn kill out of nowhere, but sometimes you do have to pass the turn for 1 or 2 turns, giving your opponent like a window of interaction. This deck recently got a huge power boost from Flow State. Flow State is a new sorcery, and it's 1 in a blue, and you basically impulse, look at the top 3 cards, put one into your hand. But if your graveyard has a sorcery at an instant, you get to take 2. So Doomsday kind of trended towards this, what used to be called Mean Deck, which is a combo deck that can support Force of Will. And so it was already quite interaction heavy, and you could play this slower game with Force of Wills and Thought Seasons and Tamiyo's getting you to this mid game. Flow State just exacerbates that, so it's going to actually play this very, very, I wouldn't say interactive. It's like the interaction on a combo deck's terms, but it can, use this interaction quite aggressively to get itself to a mid game, so it can sculpt its hand, find the Doomsday, and win like that. So we do see like 4 Tamiyo Inquisitive Student and 3 Wasteland and a Daze as well. So it can be this pseudo kind of tempo deck in a way. So it's got a lot of angles of attack. I've certainly lost to Tamiyo from Doomsday as well. It's a very real win condition, because you do have this like 1 Lotus Petal. So sometimes you'll see like a turn 1 Tamiyo, Lotus Petal, Brainstorm, and then you're just under such a crazy fast clock. And again, Tamiyo just backs up with Force of Will, Wasteland, and Thoughtseize is enough to win the game as well. So while it is a Doomsday deck, it wins with Tamiyo a fair few times as well. So I have this as a very powerful deck.
You know what I like the most about what you just said? You likened Flow State to Impulse. That's the understatement of the year,
Impulse.
Right?
Anticipate. Sorry.
Yeah, I would say Expressive Iteration, but we're getting there.
No, I just mean the first side when it's not.
I know. You approach it from the bottom, right? Like we are in Legacy, right? We're Magic players. We approach it from the top. We consider like the best case scenario. Oh my God, it's gonna be Expressive Iteration every single time. Like what are you here? Like get out of your measured approach to analyzing things.
I actually think Flow State's better than Expressive Iteration.
It's better.
But it says a lot about where Legacy is these days.
If it's Expressive Iteration was legal, I mean, yeah, you would play it because it's mono blue, right? Yeah, it makes sense. Makes a lot of sense in this deck, actually.
Yeah.
Cool. So let's jump over to
I think not being red is a huge thing. I also forgot to mention 2 max region. Yeah.
Okay, Jonato, of course, playing his trusted
Yes.
cradle
So yeah,
control.
coming to reclaim the crown.
Very much so, very much so. I want to say, like, this deck, when I look at everything that's there, it probably hasn't changed too much. A lot of cradle control experts are dying. Oh my god, Julian, he changed like 2 of the lands. Can't you see? Like, yeah, okay, it's a completely different deck now. But
Passing Sage changes everything.
this is the ultimate mid-range combo deck out there, isn't it?
Yeah,
What do you
this deck
say?
it is very powerful, and it can do some powerful things where you need tons of interaction to beat the white of the reliquaries and things like that, and then it can just win on turn 3 out of nowhere, turn 4 quite often with like a natural order for Crater Hoof. So it does tread this line between kind of surprisingly interactive for a mono green. Well, it's not mono green, you know what I mean? Mostly mono green deck, and then all of a sudden it's natural orders and kills you. I'm saying that, yeah. So then Badgermel Cub is the newest edition, which Badgermel Cub, like, it's one card that makes 2 creatures to make Guy's Cradle tap for more mana. It then, ramps you to these big plays. It actually, like, lets you play Green Sun for Greater Hoof quite a lot easier, because your Noble Hierarch, your Birds of Paradise is tapping for 2 mana each. Same with Dryad Arbor. So it's, again, very interactive in the weird sense that the Talongates of Maldara does a lot of work for this deck with the interaction with the white searching for it. But if the Talongates if the way Talongates interacts with creatures doesn't really line up in the matchup, a big part of its interaction, I think, is gone, which is going to be true for this Doomsday matchup here.
Okay,
I think the
so
Doomsday matchup
very
is really
quickly.
going to lean on these endurances.
So
Yeah.
yeah, I was going to ask you, okay, the endurances, very quickly, what are the 2 strategic approaches to, especially in the first game, for Jonathan to win this matchup, which seems to be quite difficult?
Yeah, the way if Doomsday is just going to be a faster deck, it can win on turn 2 fairly commonly. So the way Endurance can interact with that is if Thassa's Oracle goes on the stack, and there's going to be like the Doomsday or another card or 2 that will be used to find the Thassa's Oracle out of the 5-card pile, the Endurance can then be played for its pitch cost or cost, however it works, and it's going to shuffle the graveyard back in. So the Thassa's Oracle will resolve, but the devotion to 2 blue mana probably won't be enough to win the game off of like 2 or 3 cards in the graveyard. Now, an important interaction is going to be the Allosaurus Shepherd, of which there's only one of, but you can Greens and Zenith for it to make Endurance uncounterable against the 1 days and 4 Force of Will from the Doomsday deck. So that is what I think is going to be the primary axis to win the game. But the Doomsday player, I'm sure, is going to be very aware that these mostly mono green decks do have that kind of interaction. So other than that, it's natural or Greens and Zenith for a fast Kratos Behemoth if the Doomsday deck is relying on that slower kind of flow state hand. So there are 2 very real routes to victory for the Cradle Control deck, but I think the Endurance buying time is what we're going to be looking for.
You know what my favorite secret hidden third mode is? It's Wasteland post Doomsday. It's like when all of a sudden they crafted the perfect hand, the perfect like library, and then you Wasteland them. They're like, oh, I'm actually 1 mana short for the rest of the match.
Absolutely. Yeah, it really can steal it. I think most Doomsday players are often aware of that possibility, but at the same time, often they just can't play around it. So they're like, I can beat a Wasteland, but I can't beat an Endurance, or vice versa. So yeah. All right, here we go. Doomsday starting off with the Tamiyo.
One of the better starts for the deck, right? It's also like kind of like an alternate win condition. Like you can just sit on the Tamiyo if you can flip it on the second turn, I would guess.
Yeah, maybe. You need the Tamiyo. Like with this Doomsday deck being a combo deck, I think the Tamiyo Ultimate, it always just wins, but it'll probably just win the turn that she ultimates because you can find the mana and everything like that. But I feel like actually the Cradle Control deck can ignore her for the most part. As in, the Cradle Control deck will probably kill faster than she gets to ultimate, which is not always true for especially a lot of fair decks. A lot of fair decks need to remove the Tamiyo, which can be hard. But
by the way, we're getting a taste of what we're probably in for the rest of the weekend. Jonathan seems to have like a really, really foiled out, like a beautiful decks you see all over Italy. It was one of my favorite forests, by the way, Mercadian Masks. Forests, beautiful. And of course, Eduardo getting in there, getting a clue token, flipping his Tamiyo on the second turn as she's supposed to, picks up a Wasteland in Doomsday. We don't really see that one often, do we?
Yeah, it's fairly common, but not like a mainstay. But there are 3 Wastelands in the deck list, so it's, as we said, you can play this kind of tempo game. So we see Eduardo putting back a Dark Ritual and probably a Polluted Delta here, and keeping a Force of Will, a Thought Season, 2 Ponder in a Wasteland, or a Ponder and a Murktide in a Wasteland. So like, this is not a Doomsday deck. This is a tempo deck. What's going on?
Yeah, for now it looks like. Actually, I believe we don't have open deck lists. I would assume so.
Eduardo playing.
Yeah, it looks like he still is impersonating a Delver deck for now. Makes me wonder whether Jonathan is going to play more conservatively, not knowing that he's going to get Doomsday. On the other hand, like, this is the Italian Invitational, so a lot of
Yeah,
players are
if
probably
I'm
known for their respective decks.
That's true. That's very true. If I was Jonathan, I didn't know Eduardo, I'd be absolutely thinking this is just Dimir tempo. But yeah, may very well know that he's a Doomsday player. So here we see Springheart, Nantaku, Quirion Ranger, Badger Cub, and I can't quite make
Natural
out the
Order
last
is the
card
last
player.
one.
I'm not sure if you can
They're
see
probably
it.
going to take the
And the
Badger
guy's
Cup, I
Cradle.
can see.
So this is a really good hand. We're looking at probably like a turn 2 Badger Cub. Natural Order, okay. Yeah, it makes sense.
Yeah, that's basically
Though the
the
Springheart
glue
with the
keeping the deck
Cradle
together.
into Natural Order is very scary as well. Yeah. I think the thinking here is because looking at the hand, the Badgermole Cub and the Springheart Nantaku are functionally fairly similar in the way this hand is going to play out, as in they're both going to get played on turn 2. They're both going to kind of like generate the creatures for the cradle. But because Eduardo has this Force of Will in hand, I think he's happy to, like, you know, for Jonathan to pay the 4 mana and sacrifice a creature for the natural order and plan to counter it in a few turns. So he's probably really hoping Jonathan doesn't find like a Green Sun Zenith for that Allosaurus Shepherd to make it uncounterable, because that could swing the game.
Yeah. Jonathan on the other side of the board,
Also,
of that
tiny
cradle
thing,
there.
but notably,
Yeah.
the Badgermole Cub is a 2/2, so can attack for 1 into Tamiyo's plus.
I guess that's true. That's true. Yeah. Jonathan right now, as you said, is probably like expecting a diver deck on the other side of the board. And when you're playing against Diver, it always feels like, do you deploy the cradle early to get like a little bit of a boost, or do you hold on to it for like the third turn to get like a really huge boost? Wonder whether he's trying to figure that one out. I think he might have picked up a wasteland there. It looks like it. So he's considering wastelanding. And then just using his 2 mana for maybe the Spring. Actually, you could, I guess, get out the Springheart Natuko and then play the Wasteland. He's figuring that out for us, and he opts for the Cradle. 1 mana, gonna get us a Quirion Ranger. Now we're gonna sit on 3. Actually, we have 4 mana available. We can actually go for 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah. If we want to. Like, we would, of course, be running into a Daze, potentially. In this case, a Forcible. But that would, if it was to resolve, it would get us an Atraxa. But then again, it's kind of tricky, right, dude? I've been in these situations so many times. Like, you're trying to put yourself into Eduardo's hand. You're like, wait, he let me keep the cradle, and like with the cards he had, basically Jonathan knows that Eduardo knows that Jonathan can play natural order here, and he still let him keep the natural order. And something is off there, right? Very much so. So you're not going for the natural order.
Yeah, I think it's a hard read to make, but it makes sense when you look at it like this. Like, we can see the hand, so we can, like, you know, read into that a lot easier. But I think without that information, it's harder to do. So we do see, yeah, Jonathan also like playing around Daze very clearly. He does not want to get Daze and things. So I think he's just thinking this is a Delver deck. Probably.
I mean, it's still a Delver deck for now, for all he knows. As Murktide joins, as how big is it gonna be? Like a 7/7? No, it's a 5/5 small dragon.
A very small dragon. This is still such a powerful start from Eduardo. He's still sitting on that Force with a Ponder. Kind of, I guess he's hoping he doesn't have to use the Force, because then he can Ponder to find another blue card, maybe more wastelands. And the Tamiyo is threatening now to flip. You know, I said at the beginning, as soon as Tamiyo came down, I said, actually, you know what? Tamiyo is not that good in this matchup, because, you know, the Cradle control that can kill faster. But actually, with the Cradle out of the equation now, and Eduardo with this Force of Will, I think the Tamiyo is just going to flip, and probably then. An interesting part of when Tamiyo flips, does Eduardo try and conceal that he's a Doomsday deck? What do you think?
It depends on how close Jonathan is to winning, right? That's going to be a big thing. Like, you'd rather lock up the game and then reveal that you're Doomsday than to risk that your opponent takes a game that you've got pretty much locked up, I feel.
Yeah. He probably just does play the Doomsday. You'd feel so stupid if you like didn't, and then your opponent just goes Allosaurus Shepherd Natural Order kill you, wouldn't you?
Yeah, especially in a tournament this short, the rounds count for so much more. We got 64 players, so I would assume we play 6 rounds of Swiss, and you're gonna need like a record of 5-1 or something for a top 8. Like, people are gonna try to get in on like 4-1-1, but surely not all of them are gonna make it. And yeah, Jonathan assembles like this ragtag crew of random 1-1s and 2-2s. passing it over to Eduardo, who falls down to world 16. That's not really much, actually. As he just keeps pumping up the Tamio and is getting ready to ultimate on the very next turn, of course, drawing half a stack. And runs out of land, passes the turn again as he's sitting there. Dude, this feels like old school Magic in some way. Like, you got your big dragon, nobody can ever touch you, and at some point you're gonna just take the game with whatever you have left.
Yeah, absolutely. This is such a strong position from Eduardo. He's just the only way he loses from this position, I think, is somehow the Tamiya whiffs, which is not going to happen. But realistically, Jonathan needs to like have drawn a Cradle and play that natural order, but he has the Force of Will to cover for that, so he needs like a Cradle, which is not here, into Allosaurus Shepherd and natural order. Yeah.
Yeah.
Right.
Okay. Jonathan continues to deploy random tokens, of course. What is that one, by the way? Is this from Dragon Ball? Dude, people who know are gonna hate me so much. And he's trying to figure out. At some point you could also just like try attacking everything.
Honestly,
into Tamio.
I'm not sure, but
yeah, it looks like he attacks everything into Tamio. He's gonna lose
they're all getting
one of
-1 power from.
Yeah, that's true. So you need to attack with at least a 2/2. Looks like that's from mana, though.
You need to attack with at least 3 2-power creatures because they all go down to 1 power. The Murktide blocks 1, and Tamiya ultimates at 7. Yeah.
Oh, he's going for the natural order. I see. He's going for natural order there.
Tamiya down.
Yeah. Okay. So, natural order, of course, as we already know, is going to get Force of Will.
I think Jonathan has to go for the natural order. Yeah. Yeah. He has to go for it and hope that there's no Force of Will. Yeah.
Okay, let's see. Probably only trying to figure out what he's actually going to pitch
there's
for
no
Force
other
of
play
Will.
for
That's going to
Jonathan.
be the Ponder.
This is, I assume, threatening lethal because it'll be 5 creatures. Yeah, 25.
Easily. Something like 32, 33 damage. 34, actually, I believe. If all of them can attack. And then minus, yeah, so that one's gonna get forced. Dude, Allosaurus Shepherd would have been so good there. Okay. Okay, so he takes the first game easily. Eduardo going back to sideboarding. Actually, Eduardo hasn't even revealed what he's playing, right? As far as we can tell, he even pitched the Ponder to the Force of Will. So that one's gonna be easy for him. We can't really see the sideboard for now, but Doomsday usually has some techie stuff in the sideboard. Sometimes they have a transformational sideboard. We'll see whether that's gonna be the case here. And we expect much more sideboarding to be done on the other side of the board in the Cradle Control deck. Usually there's going to be some discard coming in. There's going to be sometimes some hate creatures coming in. That's the most common way to do it. And that's very much what I expect on the other side from Shorata. So let's see, we got the Doomsday deck over here once again, trying to do its thing. It's interesting, there's so many flavors of Doomsday, but I feel like this is the most dominant one right now. We've seen, for example, Mark Tobias playing that. I think it was like a 4-color version of Doomsday in the past with like the One Ring and everything. And of course, okay, now we got the sideboard over here. So let's see, we got Fatal Push, which could be relevant if you want to take out the Allosaurus Shepherd or just disrupt the Cradle Control deck. Chase, Wheel of Mystery is another win condition, can come in certain circumstances. And maybe it's always going to be awkward, right? Do you want the Force of Negation? I'm not sure. Like, some of the biggest, most important spells from the other side of the board are going to be non-creature spells, but overall, this is a creature deck we're facing. But yeah, don't think this is the kind of matchup where you want to pivot into the creature Barrogoyf Murktide thingy. Cradle Control probably better. So we'll try to find what's going on over there. But I'm excited. I'm excited to see what the Elves deck can do.
I agree with that. Like the Barrogoyfs, I don't know. Despite winning game 1 on this fair axis, if you can call Tamiya Ultimate fair, Barrogoyf, yeah, it's just going to get, it's never going to actually get through. The Cradle Control deck is presenting so many little creatures, and then the life gain, it's just going to get outpaced by Kraytooth eventually. So yeah, I agree. This is not the matchup for it, I think.
Yeah. So let's see what the other side of the board is going to bring to the table here. Whom do you like, by the way, post-board, without even seeing the sideboard of the Cradle Control deck?
I think I still like the Doomsday deck. I think what I'd also like to have seen is the unless Jonathan knows what Eduardo is on, as in like if it's Doomsday Tempo or Doomsday or not, I would have liked the Tammy Ultimate to come and like see more cards of the deck to make sure he knows that it's Tempo or Doomsday. Because now there's a little chance that he actually thinks it's Tempo and doesn't bring the Disruptor Flute. So Disruptor Flute is one of really the best cards against Doomsday. You can name it Doomsday before Doomsday's played, or what's very effective often is after Doomsday is resolved, you can either flash it in or anytime name the Thassa's Oracle, and that can just beat them. So I think Jonathan like gets a lot more cyber cards here. The 4 Thoughtseize, the 2 Disruptor Flutes, maybe the Galactique to turn off Force of Wills, probably not. Chokes could be very effective as well. So Jonathan like gets a lot more cyber cards than the Doomsday deck, but I think it might bring it to even at least, but I still like Doomsday's position.
Yeah, I think even is already pushing it. I guess being on the play, you might say that, right? But then there's the dreaded game 3 that you play against combo decks with this kind of deck. It's almost like a meme. I feel like, at least to me, I'm always like, oh, I barely made it across the finish line in game 2 with all of my hate that I got from the sideboard, and then game 3 shows up, and you're like, oh yeah, about that one, and you hope they mulligan to 3 and never do something. But
the game
for
3 is
now,
always
we're
where
still
Doomsday
game
opens
2
with
here.
turn 1 Duck Ritual.
Jonathan on the play, runs out Parts of Paradise here, and probably easily. Actually, do you want to get a Bayou? It's kind of tricky. Sometimes you want to, right? Because you get your black discard spells, but we know right now we assume that's still going to be a tempo deck, Devo deck on the other side of the board. Eduardo probably lets the birds resolve as Jonathan passes the turn. By the way, beautiful blue. What are these? Are these like Manchester City colored sleeves?
That's
talking, of course, to the English
they are,
football
exactly.
expert over
The
there.
teal. Oh, totally. You know what? I've been watching some of the World Cup. I know what football is sometimes.
Dude, by the way, thank you so much for everybody tuning in. I talked to Gianni Infantino. So they decided to host the World Cup in the US, Canada, and Mexico. So the kickoff times don't interfere with our tournament this weekend. So I fixed it up for you guys. So no need to thank me there. Okay, passing
I'm really
down
now
Marsh
interested to see
Flats.
if Jonathan plays as if it's a tempo deck. Like he's playing around days here, clearly. Which I think this is a no-brainer. You do play around the days, but like getting the Forest Home on as well is also thinking it's like Wastelands on his mind. He was Wastelands the last game, so like Wastelands are there. So regardless of him knowing if it's tempo or if it's Doomsday, it's still probably the play he wants to make.
Yeah. And has he already passed the turn? I think he's gonna if it resolves, he's gonna Earthband one of his lands. Eduardo's still thinking about it.
Gotta assume the Bayou, because the Bayou is then slightly protected from Wasteland, as in it'll come back afterwards.
Yeah, that's smart. Eduardo fetching in response. That's interesting. What do you expect there? Is it like oh no, the fatal potions in the library. So those actually did come in, as we can see. Is it going to be a brainstorm in response? Is this going to be so important that you're digging for a Force of Will?
I think that is what it is, because the Bajamel card shows it's so much mana. It makes the Bayou tap for 2 and the birds tap for 2 next turn. And it like puts 2 creatures on the board for a potential Cradle in the future. Like, the Bajamel Cup is so good in this deck.
There's also so much to read into the brainstorm, right? Because you're basically kind of throwing away the brainstorm. And if you don't Force of Will there, then if I was Jonathan, I would think that the coast is clear, for example, I don't know, a Natural Order or something next turn. If Eduardo is like, sometimes you do these plays where you can fake something, but if you're actually like cutting down on your value, as we did with this brainstorm, and then you don't come up with what you're clearly looking for, then there's so much to read into it. I mean, at least that's what I would do.
Yeah, I totally agree. That is a read of it's a sign of weakness, I think, right?
Yeah, that's the best way to put it. Yeah.
Yeah.
So Eduardo probably just passing the turn.
I couldn't think of it yet.
Yeah, get in.
Unless he's, I mean, the alternative is it's not a sign of strength, but it's saying I'm going to brainstorm to see if I can find the combo pieces I need. As in, like, if he's just like looking to find a Doomsday, but he has a Force of Will in hand, he might then find the Doomsday and have a Force of Will and think, right, now the way I'm going to win is with a Doomsday, so I'm not going to Force of Will things that are just,
okay, that's actually, dude, that's so smart. Dude, I would have totally fallen for that. I would have not seen that one. That's really a really good one. So you're saying
Mhm.
actually it could also be like you said, a sign of strength, right? As an Eduardo, like, yeah, dude, whatever, that 2/2, I don't care. Just do whatever you want. I'm gonna kill you on the next turn.
Exactly. So it's for information. Maybe he needed a Dark Ritual as well, or Doomsday, that kind of thing. So it's just to see what kind of axis his deck is going to be operating on.
Okay. Jonathan, not done
Right.
yet.
So we see
Still.
the Badgermel Cup already paying for itself, basically.
Yeah. Oh, and you got Olerada in there. Sylvan
Oh,
Safekeeper, of course, allows you to sacrifice a land to give Shroud, I believe it is, to one of the creatures. That's one way to protect your Allosaurus Shepherd if you ever get to it from Fatal Push. And Eduardo
yep.
just casually untaps 1 permanent against 5 and picks up probably another cantrip, or is he
Yeah, it's
actually
so much for
gonna
turn 2, isn't it?
go for it here?
Yeah, I'd love to see his hand. I'm kind of trying to peek it out. I can see, I think, a Fatal Push at the front. Yeah, Fatal Push. There's the Doomsday and Thoughtseize. And I see a land as well.
Okay, you
So
got the Spring Out
while Jonathan
Nantuko.
had like a very impressive turn 2, this Thoughtseize can be dealing with, a threat like white. And now Jonathan's not really presenting anything scary except for the top of the deck.
That's true. That's true. I mean, that you
So
live
we
and you
see,
die by the top of the deck with these kinds of decks. Like little to no way to manipulate
yeah,
the top of your library. Like if you, for example, I would easily guess if you can pick up a force a natural order from the top there, you can already cast it 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, that should
mhm.
be easily done, and that's how you do it, right? You just strip what you need from top. Meanwhile, Eduardo, I think we saw, as you mentioned, Fatal Push. He's got a Doomsday in hand. Still somewhat far off from actually trying to win. Like I guess you could technically cast it next turn, but with no way to draw into the library.
Yeah.
Do you remember when like we
I
used
think we're
to
going
have
to see.
Senseless Divining Top in this kind of deck?
Oh yes, oh yeah. So what we're going to see here is a really heads-up play from Eduardo. He's fatal pushing in Jonathan's upkeep here, and why this is important is because the Bayou is a creature from the Badgermel Cub, and when it dies, it comes back into play tapped. So the Sylvan Safekeeper
Ah, okay.
can sacrifice a land to give something Shroud. So by doing it in the upkeep here in Jonathan's turn, he doesn't get to tap it for mana in main phase, but then he gets to tap it down in the upkeep, basically by making the Sylvan Safekeeper activate in the upkeep, but it also stops making a creature as well. So the mana from the extra mana from Badgermel Card won't be added by the land as well. So it cuts off extra mana. It cuts off 2 mana essentially. It's a very heads up play.
That's very smart, very smart. Yeah, it wouldn't be the Italian Legacy Invitational if it wasn't for plays like this. By the way, Jonathan, of course,
Yeah.
following up with a disgusting play of his own, putting Springart Nantuko on the Badgermall Cup, and now continuing to make tokens of the
Ooh.
Badgermall Cup and Earthbinding more of his lands. Dude, this is exactly why I love these kinds of decks for. This is just like the creative chaos that I thrive in. I love that.
It's almost like infinite Sylvan Safekeeper activations. There's so many Badgermel Cubs are going to keep like making the lands creatures.
Oh, true, because they come back. Okay,
Yeah.
so you sacrifice it, the land comes back, and that triggers that Spring Heart Nantuko again, I believe, which makes a Toko. Oh my god, oh
Yeah.
my god.
Yeah.
This is like almost an infinite Shroud engine or something. I mean, not exactly the kind of thing that you want
Yeah.
against
Yeah.
the
Yeah.
Doomsday deck, but it's still great.
That is very cool. Really, really cool. It's making these like fatal pushes wastelands look a bit silly.
Okay, now we're playing Flow State for, I believe it's only 1 card. I don't see any sorceries in the graveyard yet.
Sorcery.
So,
I think he thought these, so there should be a sorcery.
oh, you're smart. Yes, that's why you got you in here. So we're gonna pick up 2
Yeah.
of those cards.
Just in the middle.
What are we looking for, by the way? Here, are we looking
Important
for
thing
like
to
for
note:
Dark Ritual or something?
we're looking for a Dark Ritual and a cantrip. I was about to say, so Eduardo has the Doomsday in hand, but couldn't cast it here. He has 3 black mana available, obviously, but he would go down to 5 life and just be attacked by all the creatures and things. So next turn, he needs to find Dark Ritual, and I think he took a Consider off the flow state. So yeah, I think we're looking to win next turn. He needs to find it.
Ooh, dude, Wasteland.
Yeah, he has the Consider.
So,
Yeah, so he
basically,
I can see
Jonathan can take
Wasteland,
out 1 land
Skull
every
kind
single
of.
turn now. That's how it works.
Yes. Yes.
Oh my god, this
Oh, I imagine there was
disgusting
a
thing.
Amulet of Vigor in play. Comes play untapped. That'd be cool.
Yeah, of course. And a Ghost Quad, all right? We're going to just say take out your entire deck every
Yeah,
single time. Sure.
that is that's cool. When this deck does its like cool tricks like this, it is incredibly cool to watch.
It's also so hard to sit across the board from it because not only do you have to keep track of like all of your own interactions, you also have to keep track of like what Cradle Control can do. And it's usually like much more than the opponent is capable of being aware of all the time.
Yeah. So as any good combo player does, they draw Brainstorm the turn before they're about to die. But
And then turn it around. Oh, another flow state picked up. Probably not what you want here. Down to 3
so
life.
flow state, not what you want. So I see another redraw. So there's a Scalding Tarn to go and get a blue for this Brainstorm. The Brainstorm is needed to like win after the Doomsday resolve. So I think he's going to get an Underground Sea, cycle the Edge of Autumn, and hope to hit Dark Ritual here. And if he does, he wins.
Does he really? Like a single brainstorm without mana floating or a land drop available is enough? So some kind of like LED. The problem, like I see, is I guess you can.
Yeah, the Brainstorm finds
the Edge of Autumn into
the Brainstorm
pile
finds
again.
Street Wraith and LED.
Yeah, Street Wraith you can't use.
Yeah.
So you gotta.
Oh, it's true. My apologies. Yeah.
Yeah. So you gotta like do it with Brainstorm and a single Edge of Autumn. Huh. Tricky.
Yeah.
That's really tricky. I don't think he can do it actually. He doesn't really seem to be too excited about it.
Huh.
So he's looking at it again, and he, as you mentioned, right, he found the Dark Ritual, as he does, of course, easy game.
God, yeah.
And can fall down to 1 life, and then he's got no mana available, no way to make mana. He can draw into the top card, which can be an LED, but that alone doesn't do it.
Yeah,
he can draw into the top card, which could be like a Lotus Petal, and then what?
Lotus Petal into consider, but then you can get LED, but then you need another cycler. I don't see it, but I am famously, I think I've lost more Doomsday games than I've won after casting Doomsday myself. So
that's quite the achievement. I mean, it's something they
really.
used to do in the past is like they put consider and deep analysis in there, but once again, life total is an issue. We can't really go for that line either. Don't really see a way for Eduardo to do it unless he's got, I don't know, man, Dark Ritual into Perish or something. Sweet sideboard tech, 16th sideboard card out of nowhere.
Dark Ritual to Perish. But then the something comes back, maybe. No, you're right.
You're right. Yeah,
the Spring Heart Nantiku would still.
Yeah. No. See, Jonathan even got that line covered. He's so good. That's why he's the defending champion.
Yeah.
Yeah, that must feel so miserable from Eduardo's side, right? He's desperately trying to come up with a line, but he literally can't find any. Like, we can't think of any, but that doesn't really mean much. But if Eduardo can't, it's probably not there. Funny enough, by the way, before we probably cut to sideboarding very soon, I think Eduardo still hasn't revealed that he's Doomsday, does he?
Yeah. What I would like him to do, again, we're just assuming the players don't know each other and things. They might do, and they could just be friends. We have no idea, and they know exactly what they're playing. But I think you can cast a Thoughtseize here, and then you like die after it resolves.
That's true. At
the end of it,
like
so you can see if Johnston has
a solution.
Yeah, so you can at least see maybe a sideboard card in Johnston's hand. Because if you can't find a Doomsday line here, which again, I'm not seeing.
I like the clapping. Both players
He's
are
clapping.
It's like, come on, you can find the line. Do it. Push.
The nicest opponent.
It's also, by the way, interesting. Like, would your Delver, if your opponent was Delver, would he be in the tank this deep with like 1 black mana
That's a very
available?
good point, yeah.
I don't think so, right?
Yeah. No. The jig must be up here.
Very much so, yeah.
I wonder if it's the kind of thing you should be thinking of. Again, like from Eduardo's side, you need to be thinking before you cast this Brainstorm, like while you have more mana on tap, like how much am I faking? What am I doing?
True. Maybe Eduardo is known for like these kinds of tricks. And Jonathan's like, no, you're like, this is the next level. You're trying to pretend Doomsday, but you are actually Delver with a terrible draw. That's how I know. That's how I know it works. Okay, we talked about game 3 on the draw. Always the tricky one.
Yeah, as I said, I felt like it was kind of even going into that game. I think whoever's on the play probably does have a pretty decent like addition to their edge and things. But I think Doomsday on the play here, we saw game 1, Tamiyo on the play did just finish the game. Again, the Cradle Control deck didn't really show much interaction there. It was just a wasteland. So it can just outpace the Doomsday deck if it happens. So I guess how the game goes, as with all combo decks, is going to be pretty contingent on does the Doomsday deck find Doomsday in time. And after Doomsday is resolved, the interaction from the other side is going to be those Disruptive Flutes and Endurance.
Yeah, really, if they're going to be brought in.
Good, but yeah.
Cool.
I want to give the credits to the Cradle Control player here and say that after that big tank especially, the jig is probably up.
Yeah, very much so. Cool. So let's jump into the third game. Yeah. Let's see what's going to go on there. Both players hopefully keeping 7. Dude, there's something special about that Cradle Control deck, especially like when you play all the. By the way, shout outs to the Impact crew. They made sure that we get all the sweet, perfect artworks for these deck lists, so you don't have to look at, I don't know,
Yep.
Superman fighting Spider-Man on the Enterprise or something. Very
In a
much
fantastic art.
appreciated. Okay, Force of Negations actually did come in, so Eduardo very much respecting the natural orders.
Interesting. Do you think that's a sideboarding change based on the play or draw?
If anything, I'd rather have it on the draw than on the play. So don't think
That's
so.
what I was thinking. Yeah. Yeah, I think I agree.
Okay,
It's kind of slightly respecting Disruptive Flute as well, but again, you have to hardcast it on your own turn, so it's not ideal there because the Disruptive Flute has flash.
what do we actually do with the Disruptor Flute? Do we just like straight up name Doomsday before Doomsday, or do we just like name the Oracle to make it even harder?
I think pre-Doomsday you name Doomsday, post-Doomsday you name Oracle, because the information of a flute in play naming Oracle pre-Doomsday lets Eduardo build such a different pile. Like a Dark Ritual can pay for the extra mana needed for the Thas Oracle eventually. But if you play it post Doomsday, it's very rare that the Doomsday deck's going to have access to the 5 mana needed to cast the Thassa's Oracle.
What if you straight up just name Dark
So
Ritual?
that's my.
That would probably be like a bad play.
I think that's actually probably a very reasonable plan. I mean, you might as well just name Doomsday there, though, right? Because it's taking the same amount of mana away.
Eduardo once again sitting on the tempo aspect of his Doomsday tempo deck. We see Fatal Push, we see Force of Negation, some cantrips, no Doomsday, no mana acceleration in sight. Probably just looking to pick up either his quote-unquote combo pieces of Dark Ritual and Doomsday, or maybe a Murktide, but I could even see Murktide being sided out here, because like Cradle Control is just so much better at going wide and then overrunning the dragon.
I do see a Doomsday in hand.
You picked up one? Perfect.
Yeah, Eduardo, not from the Ponder. Eduardo with the worst Ponder of all time, because you should Ponder, keep the cards in the same order and draw.
Why did you? A friend of mine
It always
actually
feels
said
bad.
that
Why did I cast
once. He always got upset when he didn't shuffle on the Ponder, because he was like, the Ponder didn't do anything. Like, why am I playing this card? Like, yeah, I guess if you're always drawing perfectly, you don't need cantrips. Sure. Okay,
that's a huge surveil
from the graveyard. Oh.
That is massive, because now Eduardo can just let natural orders resolve, I assume. Like,
yeah. It's probably gonna be like, if a natural order comes down, it's gonna turn to an Atraxa, which is probably gonna pick up like a endurance, most likely.
Maybe a Disruptive Flute as well.
Yeah, so it's kind of like a 4-mana tutor, and depending on what you pick up, like sometimes you pick up a Cradle along with it, and then you can keep going if you still have a land drop available. Do you see a choke in Jonathan's hand, by the way? That's gonna come down next turn potentially.
Yeah, that is so powerful, especially following like a Doomsday that's cast and then past the turn, which could happen next turn. So I think Eduardo here looks like a great setup, though. He's got Fatal Push and a turn for the white, untap, cast Doomsday, and then he's got Force the Will for the choke, probably. And then the following turn, there is a flow state to draw into the pile. But following a Doomsday, cast for 3 mana, you don't need a draw card in hand. You can just go to your turn and just draw through your deck with the Cyclers, Street Wraiths, and things.
Yeah.
So Eduardo's hand looks perfect here, honestly.
Yeah. It looks perfect, and it's not even all that crazy, right? Like, there's no, I don't know, turn 1 Doomsday, turn 2 draw into it or something. It's just like your regular, kill your creature, cast my combo piece, and then win on the following turn. Like, it's an easy turn 4 win. And there's, I guess Jonathan would need to pick up 2 pieces of interaction here, right? The choke looks so tempting here, and I would be very, very inclined to go for it. But for what we know right now, Jonathan needs 2 things to happen on this turn.
I think I have spied an endurance in his hand when they were opening hands. I think there is an endurance there, which is what he wants. And we see Eduardo pulling a Consign to Memory to the front immediately, meaning that endurance is totally on his mind, because the Consign to Memory can counter the ETB of the endurance. So it's on his mind. That's good. That's a really good start. So this might not be a turn 2 go for it. I guess you can just go, because he has the flow state as well. You can cast like a Brainstorm into other things. But also, I think Jonathan said
he's got all the time in the world, right?
Yeah, it's true. You don't need to rush into it. You can absolutely just go, draw, go.
Yeah. It's also
Absolutely.
interesting, like if I'm
Wants to get
Eduardo, I'm somewhat thinking about what does Jonathan have in hand, because he didn't have a turn one play other than was it Once Upon a Time? And
Mhm.
that tells me like he probably has some good 2 or 3 drops. This 2 drop decent, not great. So like when your opponent keeps in a polarized matchup, but then is very weak on the first turn, then
Mhm.
they are basically the beatdown kind of. It always like puts me on
Yeah.
the edge. I'm like, dude, this feels too good right now. That something must be up.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Um, Worth again, like I was saying, consigned to memory to counter the endurance, but endurance doesn't. Like, you can kind of play through it with 2 oracles. Maybe I'm just seeing if there's 2 oracles in the deck. No, there's only one. So yeah, I think my inclination again. I'm far from the Doomsday expert here. Eduardo is the one. You can play for 2 turns time and probably bring out that consign for the endurance.
I guess you could technically
He's
also
probably
just put
thinking
a
of
bunch of
Disruptive
like blue
Flute as
mana
well.
symbols onto play. that's,
Yeah, yeah.
that's not
There
exactly the
is
best way.
there is a Jace Wheel of Mysteries in the sideboard that can help with that as well.
Okay, so let's see what we
But I
got
don't know if that'd
there.
be sideboarded in.
Okay, we got the
Brainstorm, Oracle.
Brainstorm, Oracle. I want to say like a land. That white border thing is probably an Underground Sea.
Yeah, Underground Sea. Yeah.
Protection.
And I can't see the other 2 cards. Maybe I see the Brainstorm at the bottom, then Oracle, the Underground Sea, the top 2.
Brainstorm at the bottom is probably not how it's going to work out.
No. No, probably not. I
Yeah,
mean, it's kind of.
Yeah, Oracle goes to the bottom. Actually, you probably have to put up the Brainstorm really high in the pile. Otherwise, you're drawing yourself
Yeah.
dead with that. I guess is there like a no? There's no way to trigger the Oracle twice. Like you would need to kill it and then get it back from the graveyard.
Yeah. There is. I think there's an Unearth in Eduardo's hand.
Yeah, that's why I
But
was thinking. Like, how do we get
there's
into
not
the
really.
graveyard? But there's no chemotherapy.
No, you need to like counter it yourself. But that Force of Will, Force Negation is going. I think you got to assume it's probably going to be used for something, for some interaction.
Yeah, also like when we're up against endurance, probably like any graveyard lines, not exactly what we want to go for. So, as you pointed out, Eduardo looking to beat at least one piece of interaction from Jonathan. Most likely, that's gonna be endurance. But if it's gonna be endurance plus choke, I think he might have that one covered as well. Might take another turn to do so, but Jonathan would also be skipping his turn, of course, casting a choke if it came to that.
Yeah.
But right now he's trying to figure out how many
Yeah.
pieces of interaction Eduardo has in hand. Like usually I count the dazes, I count the Force of Worlds, I count like stuff like
Yeah.
oracles, cyclas. Like if you have like a needle effect, you count the cyclas. He sees the
Absolutely.
basic. He stops
Yeah,
on the basic swamp, which makes me think, wasteland? No? Could also be a coincidence.
Yeah, yeah, because the Underground Sea in the pile is thinking of Wasteland. Like, it makes me think that he's maybe thinking of he's not going to go for next turn because that's just like mana number 4. So he's thinking, what if Jonathan has like 2 Wastelands in a row? So he might be playing a slightly slower past the turn.
You know what Jonathan could do? If he does have a wasteland, we see he picked up a cup, so he could like use the wasteland twice over 2 turns. I think that's what he might consider, like assuming he's
Yeah.
a wasteland in the first place, of course.
Yeah, that could absolutely be it. Again, that could be Eduardo thinking of that line
Wait, he
rather than
just
2 Wastelands
passes?
as well.
Whoa! Oh, he
Ouch.
passes because he wants to play like
So he
endurance around days. Oh, that's
he doesn't have
tricky.
the 3rd land to cast the choke.
No, but he has
Right?
the cup. He could have cast the cup. That's why I was
Yeah,
surprised.
I guess so.
Okay.
He has a Once Upon a Time in hand as well, so I think he's thinking to cast that for the 3rd mana for choke if that
yeah,
can work.
yeah.
Yeah,
And
he
also to
really,
find
really wants the
endurance,
3rd
maybe.
mana. Yeah. So there's a Thought Seize put into the pile as well. That's good.
Oh, yeah, that gives you perfect information. Kinda. Like if
Yeah.
there's an endurance plus a Once Upon a Time, you don't really have perfect information. But then again, you could like force the Once Upon a Time if it came to that.
Yeah. Do you endurance here just to try and buy some more time?
You might honestly.
Like
I
make the
think
pile
he's
5
thinking.
cards?
I think he's thinking about casting the Once Upon a Time.
It's so awkward though, because like you're gonna shuffle a Brainstorm and a Street Wraith back into the library, which kind of cycle anyway.
That's true. Wait, he has 3
Oh, okay.
endurances in hand? This man.
Okay.
I told you, like when your opponent has this weak of a start, something must be up. And now we wish we had cable therapy.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Walk me
Wow.
through it. How do we beat 3 copies of endurance? Do we even? Do we even?
Can I get back to you next week? Well, 2 are covered with the Thoughtseize and the Force.
Dude, this is so hard to beat. This is so hard to beat because there's a good chance that Cradle's actually Cradle, yeah. Choke is gonna come down next turn. Wait, we're just running this one out, and so we wait. He must think that he is able to win here, or maybe he already knows that he cannot beat 2 endurances in time, and he's just hoping for Jonathan to screw up.
Could depend what the last cards are.
The last 2 cards.
Like, is there a removal spell?
Oh,
like,
to
is
kill
there
your
Fatal
own
Pushins?
Oracle and then get it back. Oh, but we pitched the Unearth. Or it's removed. I don't know why the Unearth is sitting over
The
there.
Unearth is exiled. Well, yeah. You can cast Doomsday again.
I guess that's actually how the very old Doomsday did it. They looped Doomsday so many times to generate Storm to eventually Burning Wish for, Tenders or something. That was one of the craziest hardest decks to ever play that I saw. Okay.
Yeah.
So Once Upon a Time comes down, we got the Wasteland. We are going for the Choke, and the Choke gets Force of Will pitching the Flow State. So now Eduardo is sitting on. Interesting. Did he lose the Force of Negation somewhere, or is he intending to hardcast it at some point? He's just now sitting on an Oracle.
Must have brainstormed it back.
True.
So I think the last cards in the library that weren't put on the bottom is a Force Negation and Unknown. So I think Jonathan's got this with this triple endurance. Needed triple there. Like double didn't cut it because one gets Thoughtseize, one gets forced. Wow.
Okay, that's quite something.
Like there's 3 in the list as well. This you can tell your friends about this bad beat. That's fine. But you're right. Your read was totally correct. Like if it's a slow hand with no 1-drop and missing a 3rd land drop, there's something good enough in that hand to be keeping 7 cards, right?
Yeah, also, by the way, talk about crafting piles. Eduardo thought he had crafted the perfect cards. But Jonathan just shuffled his deck and got the perfect pile that he wanted in the first place. Just build your endurance pile. I remember the story about like a Doomsday Mirror, like very, very much back in the day, like 16 years ago, where one person went for Doomsday and the other one was like, you know what? I'm just going to go for like 4 copies of Orm's Chant in the Silence, and I'm going to walk you through until you deck yourself out. That worked.
That's hilarious.
Okay.
I have once made a pile of 4 Temporal Masteries and then a Thassa's Oracle. That was fun.
Oh my god, yeah, dude, you're disgusting. Like, get out of here. That's not allowed.
So Eduardo is hoping that Jonathan attacks, right?
Oh, okay. So basically, Jonathan. Yeah, I see where you're going. Yeah, tell me about it.
So if the white attacks, you block with the Thassa's Oracle, then you can cast Doomsday again.
Yeah. So basically, what you're saying is Eduardo makes it so that Jonathan must build an attack that's lethal in one single swing.
Yeah. Or just like doesn't die. Like Eduardo's going to deck out before that happens, probably.
That is true. That is true as well.
And Eduardo just revealing his hand. So I think Jonathan would say, "I'm not going to attack you," or maybe no, sorry,
okay,
that was lethal. So that was lethal. We missed it. So the white attacked, but the white has vigilance, and so then before blocks, he sacrifices the bird to get Talon Gates to remove the Thassa's Oracle to phase it out.
Even better,
and it goes
dude.
through for lethal.
You talked about it in the beginning, right?
Wow.
Target of my Daughter, one of the trickier cards in the deck. Clears the path for the whites to win the game. Dude, I remember like when we looked at these matchups, when we looked at the deck lists, we were like, okay, this is going to be a tricky one. This is going to be one of the hardest matchups for the Cradle Control deck in the field, I would guess. As many, of course, Cradle Control pilots would tell me we have no bad matchups. It's like, I have no enemies. Okay, sure, cool. There we go.
Sure.
Yeah, Jonathan.
Just the mirror.
Keeps going where he ended things last year and keeps winning. First round down, 5 more Swiss rounds to go for him. That would be a story, right? Back-to-back winner. Probably got one of the hard matchups out of the way already.
Amazing. That was a great matchup, though. Like, it was much more interactive and back and forth than I expected. Again, the game 1 being this fast Tamio win, game 3 being the Doomsday win, turn 3 Doomsday with a lot of interaction back up as well. So there was a lot more going on in that match than could be unexpected, which shows how the Cradle Control deck is always so interactive with so many decks. It's a fun one to watch.
Yeah, this is good. This is also legacy, right? All these small little things that you have to take care of, that you have to be aware of, are like experience with your deck and with the meta game, and the format as a whole pays off big time. I love to see that. That's why I tune in for Legacy, and that's why you should tell your friends to tune into 4Seasons tournaments right now on YouTube as well as on Twitch. As we, of course, will do for the entire weekend, we are also going to have a backup feature match here, and you asked for it. We gave it to you. There's going to be Andrea Mengucci against Marco Dogana in the feature match here. Andrea Mengucci playing the boogeyman of the format. I can't really put it any other way. Callum, take us away. Why does everybody in the format love this deck so much right now?
Oh, they love it. Yeah, Tron has just spiked in popularity because, in my opinion, it is just the current best deck in the format. It's been around for a while. Planar Nexus, turbo boosted these decks, but it was the discovery, I would say, of Candelabra, how much it just turbo boosted even further. The weird thing is, though, who owns 4 Candelabras in paper? I think Andrea's got 3 in the list here. I wonder if it's because he owns 3 or could only borrow 3. Maybe he chose to play 3. It could well be. But I think a lot of the Tron players that you see online or in proxy allowed leagues and events, you can play the full deck there. But the Tron deck is just prohibitively expensive because of 4 Candelabra of Tornos. So we might not see it appear as much in paper as it's been quite dominant online. But the deck it got a new addition with Petrified Hamlet. That's to turn off Wastelands generally as well. It's quite a nice little new addition. When it comes to play, you name a land and activated abilities of that land can't be activated, but the land can then tap for the mana still. So this is a nice addition because sometimes we see these Tron decks playing more than just the Urza's Tower. Sometimes we'll see Power Plant and Mine as well. But here, Andrea's really leaning on just the Planar Nexus and the Urza's Tower and the Urza's Workshop to produce, frankly, silly amounts of mana. You might see Cosmic's Command for the whole library. It's basically Demonic Tutor. Even better, you stack
the other day actually even, and I passed the turn when they had I think 2 lands in play or something, and the turn never came back to me because they cast Emrakul. That was just dude, what are we even doing here? Where is my legacy where I can run Rock Swarmog through people and come out ahead? Not so much against this Tron deck. Also, by the way, I love the black pip next to the Tron. Technically, yeah, it has some black cards in a swamp, but yeah, this is the most dominant colorless deck in the format right now. So let's see what's going to be there on the other side of the board for Marco Dogana from the Romana Legacy League, coming usually to you with blue-black tempo, but this time he's joined the other side. He's playing blue red Cory Steelcutter tempo. 2 copies of Cory Steelcutter in there, and of course this is Legacy best of the last 26 years or something, I want to say, right?
Yeah. I love seeing Delvers here. I genuinely think Delver is underrated. We see it cut from a lot of Delver decks, but I just think Delver is actually pretty good. And I think we're seeing a big, fairly sizable resurgence of blue-red Delver over blue-black, which has been the more predominant, kind of Delver tempo-esque fair deck because of this Tron matchup. Against Tron, you want to be the aggressor a lot more, as blue-black is a bit more, it's slow and derpy a bit. You're playing Orcish Bowmasters that don't really do anything apart from the One Ring, kind of. You've got these Kaitos, okay, but blue-red Delver is way more aggressive. These Delvers are honestly exactly what you want against these Tron decks. You want this early pressure. And you got the Cory Steel colors, which can put out ludicrous amounts of damage. DRC, you know it, you love it, is here as well. So for all the kind of fair tempo decks, I don't generally like them into this Tron deck. I think the Tron deck is just too powerful and just too fast, and has the Cosets commands and the Khan for bridge and the Ugins. They come out too fast generally against the fair decks. But this Delver deck can burn you out. And I don't know if we can see the sideboard. I'd love if there's a couple of Price of Progress. I don't know if there is, but
we sometimes see those and those as well, right? Dude, I'm gonna remind you what you just said. You said Delver is underrated. Imagine telling that to somebody even just 5 years ago. Delver is underrated. It's just that card actually has potential. And you're right. 2 copies of Price of Progress in the sideboard. Oh, and of course a copy of Rough Tumble. That card somehow always comes back into the format.
What a throwback! Oh, because Rough Tumble is Pyroclasm, but doesn't hit Delvers. Love it.
Yeah, beautiful.
And you know what? I think Marco, especially if he wins the die roll going first, could just be too aggressive here. And then 2 Consigned to Memory, a Meltdown, 2 Price of Progress, and 2 Force Negations from the sideboard. I think this is very well set up to beat Tron decks. So this is a great shout, I think.
Awesome. Okay, so let's jump into the match. Let's see whether Andrea or Marco is going to be able to pull it out. And then Andrea starts with the Hamlet. I wonder what he's going to name there. He probably doesn't know what Marco is playing. Do you just randomly name... You can name Wasteland, right?
Yeah, I would be really shocked if it's not just Wasteland in the blind. You'll see some of the Tron decks will play Disruptive Flutes as well, as we see Andrea has in hand as well. Very often they'll just play it out turn 1 or 2 on Wasteland as well, even if it's an unknown matchup.
Okay, Andrea running
So,
out the
yeah.
signed candelabra, of course, as you do. Like, when you don't have a fourth copy, at least get one of them signed. And Marco starting off, well, not exactly. Whenever you play against Delva, right, and they go turn 1 Volcanic Island and they tap it, like inside you're always hoping, please be Ponder, please be Ponder, please be Ponder. And turns out it is
Absolutely.
Ponder.
And then turn 3 or 4, they have every card that they need. You're like, God, so lucky.
Yeah, exactly.
But
You're so lucky. You were unlucky in the beginning, and now you have everything. Like, that's even more lucky. I mean, that's how some people argue.
But you're right.
Seen that.
It's such a sigh of relief. Andrea drawing the Pithing Needle, and he's got a Disruptive Flute in hand as well. So
This guy hates activated abilities,
great.
doesn't he?
yeah. Grim Monolith, lovely. Look at these old, beautiful artifacts. I am such a sucker for that old artifact border. They just look lovely.
I always feel like Grim Monolith is kind of like such a, well, not a skill check, but the kind of card, like, you think about stopping, and Marco actually does, because it represents not only 3 mana, but over the course of like 2 turns, with the help of Voltaic Key and stuff, it sometimes represents like 6, 7, 8, 9 mana. So stopping it feels awkward, but maybe, just maybe that's gonna stop Andrea dead in the tracks. I also love how, by the way, Andrea doesn't get a first name in our overlay. He's just Mengucci. Everybody knows
just Mengucci. Love it. Yeah. love it. I didn't notice that. I feel like forcing the Grim Monolith, it depends on your hand a bit. So if it's aggressive like this, exactly, then I do like forcing it, because you can just strand things. If your hand is slower, you probably need to save it for the payoffs, just because the payoffs, there's less of them than the mana, really. Because the mana's going to come at some point, whether you like it or not. So if you can attack them down and kill Mengucci before he gets the mana, then yeah, it makes sense. So yeah, I think Corey Steelcutter may be like the biggest, the fastest clock in Marco's deck.
Yeah, so, Corey Steelcutter can get out of control really quickly, especially once you add the second one. Like, the second one is where it gets really disgusting. Like, I feel like once you add the second one, the opponent gets like 1, rarely 2 more turns, and it gets out of control rather quickly. Andrea sitting there on Kozilek's command, looking to maybe buy some time, do some digging. Not exactly where you want to be, right? We see the One Ring, but thus far, Candelabra not really able to like cash in for value. And all these like anti-activated abilities, that's not really helping Andrea much. Like, he needs mana.
Is actually he's actually tied on mana a bit. Yeah, exactly. Like, countering the Grim Monolith was pretty big here, because he could have 6 mana this turn and then just go like Disruptive Flute, Name, Force of Will into One Ring or something like that.
Looks like we're taking out the token just to get some extra.
So here we take out the Monk token, draw a card. Yeah.
Picking up a 7 mana spell, not exactly what we're looking
for. Play
for.
around days, as you always do.
Is this gonna name Scalding Tarn or Mishra's Bubble? Or I guess you could technically also name
or Corey Steelcutter.
Yeah, exactly right. I've seen people go like Murktide and then put the Corey Steelcutter on and kill you in a single swing.
Okay. Yeah, it's pretty powerful. Yeah, but I like the Mishra's Bubble. I think, there's 1 Tarn gone. There's the Delver decks can just play any blue fetches, so there's a chance that there's only 1 or 2 Scalding Tarns as well.
Okay, here we get our guy. This is already a so we're gonna get in for 4 damage, I believe. We got artifact, land, instant, sorcery.
Yeah, nice.
Okay, so we get another Kozilek's command. Andrea doing his best impression of a control deck, and there's like, you got creatures, I got removal, let's keep doing this. I mean, eventually Andrea is gonna draw into some mana, but Marco out there actually able to defend his Dragon Rage Channeler with the Daze. Getting in for 1 more damage even, like 5 damage. Oh no, okay.
It could be the difference of closing it out or not.
Back.
It's
really it would be, but it wasn't Andrea's turn anyway, so the prowess didn't really matter. So we pass back, get in for another 4 damage. Andrea down to 10, probably got like 2 more turns. He's picked up an Ancient Tomb, which is gonna help him somewhat stabilize, maybe with the One Ring, buying him another turn potentially. But I mean, if you use the tomb and the ring and everything, like it's all fine and dandy, but you gotta do something really quickly. I guess with the tomb, but that's your emergency response. You could use the candelabra to make extra mana with the tomb, but that's gonna be very painful. He's got 1 mana floating there on the one ring. Okay, the one ring coming down. No, we got a... Okay, interesting. So Marco already has a lightning bolt in hand, so which puts Andrea practically at 7. If he ever uses the one ring, he's down to 6. And he's gonna end of turn lightning bolt him. Yeah, sure. He just wants to surveil one more. Surveil. What are we looking for? I guess we're looking for... I wouldn't mind... Well, the wasteland has probably been needled at this point. I wouldn't mind picking up a piece of action, like another lightning bolt even. I would look to pick up a lightning bolt. I would pick up a, I don't know, force of whirl. We have no pitch though. Wait, instead of... We got the wasteland. Okay. We get another Dragon Rage channel and Volcanic Island. So Marco is probably working with what he's got there. And Andrea is getting at least one more turn. Picking up a Voltaic key. Oh, well, yeah, okay. He picks up Nurse's Tower, which is going to give him another 3 mana. Basically, reusable Black Lotus in this game. It's tricky. If I'm Andrea, I just want to find another one ring. Just give me extra turns. Let's see where this is going. There's an Ugin, which he could run out there, take out. The thing is, Andrea also has to be aware of the Cory Steelcutter potentially killing him out of nowhere if he drops too low. But since Marco hasn't played anything on his turn, really, there's a good chance, unless he picks up a Brainstormer or Ponder, that the Cory Steelcutter is not going to trigger next turn. Okay. So
yeah, I think Megu has a Ugin in hand, right, to come down and exile the Steelcutter.
Yeah, yeah.
Or maybe the Dragon Rage Channeler?
I would take out the Dragon Rage Channeler just because Marco hasn't really shown the ability to make a token on his next turn. It look like he of course he could always top deck something like a cantrip, but other than that, there's a good chance that Marco is not gonna trigger the Cory Steelcutter next turn. And Andrea has to take some risk, right? He's playing from behind, he has to come back. If Marco passes back to him, I think Andrea is fully in the driver's seat and he has recovered. But this is the one last turn where he's weak, right? There could be something, I don't know. Let's say...
Well, yeah.
Yeah.
Marco has a Dragon Rage Channeler in hand. So if Marco draws an Urza's Bauble, he actually just has lethal.
Ooh, he's got the Dragon Rage Channeler in hand, you're right. I was actually wondering why he didn't play that one last turn. That's interesting.
Yeah. It's for the Steelcutter, yeah. Because he can go... Oh, he exiles that, okay. Now that takes with the lethal. And Andrea did have mana up for the Kozit's command to exile the Dragon Rage Channeler, but if he drew like a Bauble, he could go Dragon Rage Channeler, Bauble, trigger the Cory Steelcutter, and give the Dragon Rage Channeler haste, and the One Ring might come in. Maybe near the Lightning Bolt, yeah.
Okay, so
close,
we got the
very close.
Here, of course,
he got him down to low.
Kind of like a Karn board.
You're seeing here how the...
Yeah, you were saying?
Yeah, sorry.
Oh,
we're seeing here like the Tron deck really gets the mana so fast.
That's true. Yeah, even later in the game, right? That was one of the least explosive starts that could have. But then as soon as Andrea found like 1-2 more pieces of mana, he could completely explode onto the board and turn the game around quickly. I want to say, like, on the other side of the board, Marco didn't have the fastest start either, like was decent. But on the play with a better start, he could have totally taken that game, especially if he had like a wasteland in there somewhere. But sideboarding, it's always kind of tricky with these Karn boards. Like, most of the stuff you want to leave on the board for Karn to bring in. Warping Veil is the only thing, and Dismember, right? That's probably meant to come in as regular cards. Don't really think like Dismember is what you want in this kind of matchup, is it?
Yeah, I think you do want the Dismember just to take out a Delver or a Dragon Rage Channeler early, because you know the 4 life really hurts you, especially with your Ancient Tombs, and it is an aggressive deck. But I think you do need to kill these early creatures. So I think the Dismember is worth coming in. We might see the Argentum Massacre as well come in, and then maybe the Warping Whales. I'm not sure though.
Yeah, we would see. So let's jump over. Let's see what Marco on Blue Red Diver is going to have available to work with. Like, sometimes we saw the Meltdown, right? The Meltdown is going to be a big thing. Let's see what else is going to be available there. Consign to Memory, of course, one of the bigger cards. I want to say Consign to Memory at this point is almost like enshrined as one of the best legacy cards in the format right now. And that's going to be it. Price of actually Price of Progress. That's going to be another big one. Dude, like we can totally take people out of nowhere with this one.
Yeah, I think it almost lets the Delver deck play this more, it's slower interactive hand where like Price of Progress can just KO itself on its own, like with a couple of lightning bolts to the face as well, maybe an Ancient Tomb tap, a one ring life loss. So, I think Marco can afford to just like let the early threats get in some chip damage if possible. But if they get exiled with like Cosset's Command, Warping Whales, or whatever, then fine. He can carry on and just save the forces for the threats.
Okay, cool. So what actually are we going to take out here? I would say think that the Unholy Heat is probably going to come out. And then other than that, probably not too much. Like if you want to be really greedy, you could take out some of your bobbles and be like, dude, I have all good cards. But yeah, I guess you would probably take out the Lightning Bolts, I would think, just because for space reasons, even though I don't hate them. Seeing how these games play out sometimes, like Lightning Bolt can be worth something like, I don't know, like 3 to 6 damage, just because of the prowess triggers and everything. But yeah, we will see. It's probably the card that has to go. So let's jump into the second match and see which one of our players is going to be able to win their first match in the 6th-round tournament, the Italian Legacy Invitational. Thank you so much for tuning in here in beautiful Bologna. Today we got 6 rounds of Swiss plus top 8 to find out who's going to be the best Legacy player in, well, some people would argue the best Legacy country in the world right now. Shots fired. As Marco gets down the kind of start that you want in the first place, right? This is what you want. You want a creature on the first turn. You want to be aggressive. You want to put your combo wish opponent under duress from the very first turn, right? You make them do something, make them have something, make them play into your wasteland, make them play into your days, make it hard. The one, like when I played Elves, a lot of people ask me what is the best thing that Delver can do in the first turn. Like what's the play you're most scared of? Like it's turn 1 Delver. Like this is other than that, I can grind out everything. But if you put me under threat from the very beginning, and that's exactly what Delver has been doing ever since, well, the days of Nimble Mongoose. Pretty much. Andrea unfairly has 2 mana on the first turn. Actually has 3 mana-ish on the first turn. Okay, it just runs out 2 1-mana artifacts, and I would assume passes the turn from here. It's got another Voltaic key in hand. We see Trini Sphere is a beating for Marco, of course, if that one ever comes down. Trini Sphere is the kind of card, like you beat it by having already enough in play and then like paying 3 mana for your Forceful Ones to win the game. But right now, if I'm Andrea, I want a Wasteland. If I'm Marco, I want a Wasteland for sure. So we pitch the flow state into the graveyard. Gets us an instant, a land, and potentially an artifact. So we're still looking for, let's say, a Ponder. Of course, Marco has the Ponder. Wouldn't be the Invitational if we just attacked for 1 here or 2. Looks like we're going to pitch drop the Delver. That's going to send Dragon Rage Channeler into Overdrive. And at this point, probably looking to pick up, well, any of the sideboard cards, maybe a Force of Will, that would be good. We see a second Dragon Rage Channeler in there. What else is there going to be? Never a good sign when the opponent keeps. Looks at the top of Andreas' deck. Sometimes you want to look at your own deck if you have a fetch land available and a normal land. But from what I can see, Marco actually does have a wasteland. Does he? No. He does. Of course, it's also signed. This is entire deck signed, by the way. This man is missing some signatures. People help him out. I think Flow State hasn't been signed yet. Don't know who the artist is on that one, but that one's probably gonna soon get either a wizard or a letter from Marco. Oh, Andrea, dropping a card. Sorry, that one's gone. That's the new rules. If you drop a card, it's gonna go to the graveyard. We increased the level of policing here. You drop a card, it's destroyed. Same with a creature. If it's in play, if you drop it, it's dead. Andrea trying to figure out what he wants to do from here. Probably didn't like that wasteland any bit. I think he's got a second. Yeah, he's got a second Ancient Tomb, which basically can produce 3 mana, courtesy of Candelabra. Okay, 2 mana there. Yeah, untap this one. Which one I mean, this one can run out of Trinisphere, which in the long run makes it easier for Andrea to resolve his spells and everything. This one might get dazed though. I don't hate dazing this one because if you don't daze this, you're never gonna daze anything.
I totally
You,
agree here. We're this is so painful, right? The ancient tomb tapping twice with the candelabra against a Dragon Rage channeler as well. But I think it's kind of like that Trinisphere had the opportunity to just take over the game as well. Like Bucko on one land is already not going to cast a spell the next turn as well. So it was like high risk, high reward, I guess.
yeah, very much so. Andrea, of course, hoping that there's gonna be not another, like neither another wasteland nor another creature. They are kind of almost doing the same here in changing the clock, kind of either by setting Andrea back or by increasing the clock. But as we already know, there's gonna be a second Dragon Rage Channeler. And Andrea falls down to 8. So if he uses his Ancient Tomb here, he needs to either not die, like getting out a ring, or do something about those Dragon Rage Channelers. So damned if you do, damned if you don't. Don't really see a way
Yeah.
for Andrea to do it here.
No, I do see a ring, I think, hiding at the back of the hand. And so you can play land, and then technically you can use the candelabra to untap the ancient tomb again, go down to 4, a ring into play. God, that's a tough position to be in, right?
Very much so. Yeah, Andrea's trying to figure it out. He's got 4 mana, he's got the One Ring. But even the One Ring, see, like he might actually use it to draw a card as he does, falling down to at least 3 next turn. These decks, I mean, that's one of the ways, right? Yeah. Dismember
Yeah.
looking very good. Okay, Marco. Honestly, like if Marco has something like Price of Progress, or yeah, that's probably the card that he's looking for the most. He can just kill Andrea on the upkeep. Doesn't.
Yeah. No, I see more threats like a Murktide and a Quarry Steel Cutter.
Yeah. Don't really see a way for Andrea to do this. Like if Andrea can pull this one off, it's going to be a miracle. And of course, as we expect in a caliber of this tournament of this caliber, once again, this might be one of the most stacked, hardest, most difficult legacy tournaments in the world. 64 absolute killers out there from all over Italy, 23 different leagues. Can you imagine that? I think some continents would struggle to have 23. Maybe that's pushing it, but 23 different leagues in a country the size of Italy, that says a lot about how much people love legacy in this country. And them coming together for 16 years running to crown the champion. Can I say I envy Italy? But I think whenever we are on stream and we do these tournaments, you always end up realizing how Italy and Japan are basically the living, beating souls of legacy in the world. And that's a good thing.
We see Andrea here using the Manifold Key to untap ring and draw more cards. Just all the cards in hand, but probably about to concede. It feels like the shardless decks of the past where they'd end the game with 10 cards in hand but still be dead to Delver.
Look at these cards. Like I'm gonna resolve like 2 Ancestral Visions here and pass the turn. Dead.
So Andrea's looking for a One Ring and an Urza's Tower here. You can play Urza's Tower, then use the candelabra to untap the Urza's Tower, play another One Ring. But he is at 1 life. This feels like a tough position to get out of, despite all the cards in hand.
Yeah, even if he finds the One Ring, he can't use it, right? He's basically used it as a 4-mana fog at this point, and Andrea's packing it in. He's like, no, not winning this one.
Marco had the consign for the ring as well.
Yeah, had all these. Yeah, you said it right on the play. Maybe Marco is actually a favorite on the play. On the draw,
I think so.
I'm not sure. Like, if there's one deck that's gonna put Tron into its place, it's gonna be probably blue-red Diver with access to all these cards. Price of Progress, Meltdown. Didn't really need them here, as Andrea was once again somewhat struggling on mana. Dude, yeah, is that the way? I mean, attacking the mana has been the way for Diver ever since, back in the days. But is this like on a strategic level? Do you sit down and you're like, if I'm gonna win, I'm gonna attack your mana as opposed to your payoff? Of course, there's gonna be corner cases, but on a strategic level, especially on the draw, is this what you do?
I feel like against this deck, it's so hard to because like the One Ring is just 4 mana, which with this mana base is really, really easy to achieve. So you can't necessarily go after like the Grim Monolith and expect them to then not be able to cast a 7 or an 8 drop like the Cloud Post decks, used to work. So I think more than ever you can't go after the mana with this deck unless it involves like multiple wastelands on planar nexuses and then consigned memories for One Rings as well. It's very context in your hand as well. If you're a Delver deck and you're on the play and you have the Delver and Dragon Rage channels going and things like that, you've got the clock going, And I probably do like going after the mana sometimes, but at the same time, the One Ring is this fog effect, which can buy a whole turn, which then you untap with the ring and draw more cards. So I think you shouldn't go after the mana against this deck more often than not. But it's as always in this lovely format, it's so context dependent, right?
Cool. Cool. So let's jump into the third game and see whether Marco agrees with you. I want to say there's something beautiful about Magic when you play the game, which is the game on the board, but then you also play the sub game that we talked about, right? The sub game of is identifying which resource you're constrained on, cards in hand, mana,
Mhm.
types of interaction, for example, and then fully playing into that. And I feel like when both players are aware of these sub games, the games get so much better as opposed to just like, I got Grey Ogre, okay, you got, I don't know, Hill Giant. Oh shit, what should I do? Yeah.
Yeah.
So Andrea
I
here
do
on the
wonder if
play. Yeah,
I do wonder how much or if Marco's sideboarding changes on the draw. Like, I kind of want to see bolts in, flow states out kind of thing, just being as aggressive as possible.
true. I could see that. I could actually very much see that. Andrea
Yeah.
once again stopping two activated abilities in the first turn. He really doesn't like those. I would guess there are Scalding Tarn and Wasteland in the blind. Like I would totally
Yeah.
name Scalding Tarn there.
Yeah, because I think you named the Wasteland with the Hamlet, because then that just kind of shuts it off because there's no other Wasteland effects. The Pithing Needle could get meltdown or something. So yeah, Hamlet on Wasteland, and then I think you might name Mishra's Bauble
Ooh, very
because
happy play
again,
there. Yeah.
because Blue Delver doesn't usually play a mountain, so I think they could have just like one Scalding Tarn or like 2 2 2 2 and just all the blue jewels and a basic island, right?
So why does it matter that they don't play a mountain for their fetch land configuration?
So if Blue Delver plays a basic mountain and island, which we should check that, I'll check it in a second. Then you want the 4 Scalding Tarns because then you can get either basic in the face of Wasteland. But if you're just playing 4 Volcanic Island, a Thundering Falls, and a basic island, then Polluted Delta or Flooded Strand or anything like that is functioning the same as Scalding Tarn. So you want to split your fetches and play some of all the blue jewels. Now, there's like some extra nuances where, like, you maybe want to pretend you're a tempo deck against this or that, or you are a tempo deck, but you know what I mean. You want to pretend you're Doomsday if you play more Polluted Deltas, maybe. But
Ooh,
I think
I
that's
learned
just like
something.
that's just more next level when you split the things first, because the people are playing Disruptive Flutes and Pithing Needle's main deck, as you see here. So I think splitting your fetches just to the most even numbers you can is the best thing you can do first, and then if it doesn't matter, then you can like play
Okay.
more off-color fetch lands, if that makes sense.
Okay, that makes a lot of sense.
Yeah.
Very much. Andrea getting down Urza Saga, actually potentially a win condition now that we assume Wasteland has been shut off even more so, and just running out the Grim Monolith. I I'm actually more scared of the naked Grim Monolith pass than of the one that gets used for a little bit of extra mana here on that turn, a little bit of extra mana there, but then you pass and it's tapped. It's like, okay, I weathered the storm, whatever it was gonna be. But when they just run out that Grim Monolith, ready to
Yeah.
untap into it, producing like 6, 7 mana, I'm like, ooh, is this gonna be Ugin in the next turn? And Marco must
Anything
feel
can
so
happen.
good about picking up that Force of Will there.
Yeah, absolutely. Though I see Menguchi has a Candelabra in hand, and what we might see is just Candelabra with the mana from Grim Monolith untapping the Urza Saga to make 2 tokens,
Oh my god, that's disgusting,
potentially.
dude. Dude, it's disgusting
Mm.
and beautiful at the same time. I want to do it, and I don't want to sit across from it. Is this the kind of world where Blue Red Delver decks at some point will just like start playing 2 copies of Meltdown? Like Meltdown is one of the ways to stop. It's not even like stopping Andrea in his tracks eventually
Yeah,
because the mana is coming out of the lands. But in this kind of scenario, maybe.
yeah.
But that would
I
be
think
beautiful.
he's actually 1 mana short of doing that though, because the Hamlet will play the Candelabra, then there's the Tower and the Monolith to make 4 mana, which would be making 2 tokens. You need 1 more to untap the Saga. So sadly, he can't do it, but it'd be a cool play if he could.
I guess you could set it
He
up for
could
the
do
next
it.
turn.
Uh, no, because it would just still be the same things in play, right?
Oh, but you could like
Could.
play the Candelabra this turn and then use it next turn.
Oh yes, yeah, you're totally right. Yeah. I think he's just electing to just make a token and not tap the Grim Monolith, which I do like as well.
Yeah. That
He has a
makes a lot
1
of sense.
ring, a Cosets Command as well. Yeah.
Okay, Delver flips. Finally, Marco's ready to get in for some damage here, putting Andrea down to 17 soonish, unless he's got a Cory Steel Cutter. I think you want to add something to the offense, right? Right now, you're losing the race
Mhm.
to the constructs, and that doesn't feel good. You want something big.
No.
It's actually such an annoying feeling when you're sitting across from an Urza Saga and you can't interact with it in the first place.
Yeah. These Hamlets have been exceptional, really. See this as like this is not in every Tron list that I see, where you're playing the Hamlets over the other Urza's lands, but in this matchup, it's really paying off because we can see a Wasteland in Marco's hand and
Two
two
even.
Wastelands, and can't use it. And how punishing would a Wasteland be here if he could use it on the Saga? No,
Okay, yeah. At this
and
point, with the
yeah,
sagas, with the wastelands turned off, I would assume we're looking for either interaction in the form of forcible meltdown or additional ways to increase our clock, right? What are you more
absolutely.
concerned with? Like, do you think you can ride the diver to victory, or what's your plan there from the diver side? Because it feels like kind of desperate almost from the diver side at this point, even though we're this early in the game.
This is a total cop out, but both. We do need more threats. I don't think this Delver's gonna ride it out at all. I mean, first of all, you're gonna lose the race of the contracts, as you said. So yeah, you want another threat. I think you need to find a meltdown really, really urgently for these constructs as well, because they're gonna be what 5/5s after he makes another one next turn as well,
It
and
gets
that's gonna be
It's
make
another
another one
one.
here.
It's gonna be
Attack
1, 2,
marker down
3.
to
It's gonna be a
14.
4/4, then turns to a 5/5. Gets on land, plays another candelabra. It could even be a 6/6, depending on what he draws. Oh,
Mhm.
that's rough. That's very rough.
Could make 2 here.
Maybe he does.
Oh, he just makes a mana. Okay, he's probably planning to play a 1 ring here. Then I think.
But he couldn't really make 2 there because he didn't have the candelabra in play, right? Or is there something?
Yeah. You're right. My apologies. True.
Would have been sweet though. Also, I
Yeah.
fully expected Andrea to have some Andrea Mengucci construct tokens
Yeah.
in the
Don't know
making,
what he's
probably.
doing there. Yeah. Okay, so the Manifold Key is just another. It's effectively a Soul Ring when you have a Grim Monolith out. So
Just a Soul Ring.
just a
Easy as
Soul
that.
Ring.
Just a banned
Yep.
card in Legacy. Getting it
Absolutely.
off the saga, as you do.
So powerful. All right, so it's got the 5 mana available here. You just
Okay,
slam a ring, right?
here's my I was gonna say, here's my basic idea. We keep attacking with the constructs and we slam ring into ring because I believe I've seen a second ring in Andrea's hand.
Mhm.
Even just like that's the baseline, right? That's the baseline that Andrea's like, okay, this is the very least that I could do. And I think that already wins the game unless Marco is like, I don't know, man. We
Yeah, I
keep
mean,
going back to
Marcus
the meltdowns.
is heavily kind of representing a consigned to memory, but I don't know if you're like trying to play around that, if that makes sense. Like you're winning the race now with the construct in play until a meltdown comes, and meltdown is really, really backbreaking here. And Marco wouldn't have cast it yet because the tokens have just come into play, so there could be a meltdown in play. Mengu just opts to a candelabra.
Yeah, this is basically the token that the turn where Marco needs to basically reveal whether he has meltdown or not. Like he
Mhm.
set it up with brainstorm last turn, then surveil a card into the graveyard. So if you're not meltdowning here, the shields are down even more so than they are. Like I don't know.
Mhm.
The
I think
shield
playing
generator
the
on Ender has been destroyed, and Andrea is gonna get ready to hit the reactor core.
yeah. Okay, this is why he didn't play the ring. She wants to. The ring is obviously more important than the Kozit's command, so he just wants to be able to remove the Delver. Which
Yeah.
this is good as well. Now he can use the Grim Monolith mana a bit more freely because of the Manifold Key in play.
Yeah, this is rough. This is rough.
Yes.
If you don't really have
Well,
any kind of like reasonable offense, then yeah, all of these. I feel like the train has left the station and Marco is desperately trying to get back onto it, but it's just too far away at this point. Like other than meltdown, there's really no good catch-up mechanic in this deck.
yeah. Marco's play here makes me believe that maybe Meltdown didn't come in because last turn the Brainstorm didn't find any shuffle effects, so he had to use Thundering Force to clear 1 card. So this turn he drew the second card that he knew about from the Brainstorm. So the top of the library is all fresh currently. And he has a Brainstorm in hand, which he's now saving with his Force of Will. If he didn't like play the Brainstorm searching for a Meltdown here, what spot are you trying to cast it in? So
That's
I
interesting.
just think maybe there's no Meltdown in. I'm not sure.
So you're basically
Which would
saying
surprise me.
this would have been the perfect meltdown situation. Like it doesn't get better than at this point. And Marco
Yeah,
is actively not
absolutely.
trying to make that happen.
Yeah, that's my read here.
So why would you not bring in meltdown against this kind of deck?
I think maybe you think that the aggression of your deck is just going to carry you there, so that you don't want to be playing a. I mean, it's still fairly reactive, right? It's still reacting to, you know, Sometimes the Tron deck can just play Urza's Tower and Planar Nexus and then Agrim Monolith, and that's just Ugin. So like, it's not always amazing, but in this spot, it's absolutely incredible.
Ooh,
Oh, he just
there
drew a
is the
meltdown. Fine.
meltdown. There is the He would have actually found it on the last turn had he brainstormed for it, right?
Oh my god. Yeah.
Oh, okay,
Mm.
okay.
Okay, take back everything I said.
Dude, maybe it's next level. Maybe he wants to, put Andrea in a safe spot. He's like, okay, he doesn't have meltdown. He didn't even like try to find it, and then he commits fully to the board. But then again, the problem, of course, is like the really problematic stuff, like Ugin, etc. Like that's still gonna be around if he
Yeah.
runs that one out. We will see.
So with that brainstorm, he found the meltdown and the blue card for the Force of Will because the brainstorm was the only other blue card in hand. So pretty nice brainstorm there.
Sweet.
He also hits the second cast, so he gets a monk token as well.
One of the rare occasions, right, where you cast 2 spells on the opponent's turn, so the Chorus Cutter not only triggers in your turn, but of course also on the opponent's turn. Gets a sweet arcade post token in there.
I think this is gonna win the game for Marco.
Oh, does it? Does it?
I think
Dude,
so.
we've been so down, or at least I've been so down on Marco, and Marco just like casually turns it around, of course, here in the Italian Legacy Invitational in Bologna. Oh.
Yeah, because you can take 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
What a
These are
killer.
7/7s. So you could just take one, block another one. Yeah. And also, I think you could just melt down for 1, keep your Cory Steelcutter around, because the Grim Monolith is tapped, and you're taking away the 2 keys. Reveal the meltdown. Yeah, there it is.
Oh, dude, that's how you do it, right? That's how you bring it. That's how you bring the hurt.
This meltdown is gonna be brutal, and it's gonna trigger the Cory Steelcutter as well, because he's got a Mishra's Bauble in hand. Just doing it for 0. Do it for 1, surely.
He's probably used the baseline, right, to do it for.
Yeah.
Andrea's like, hey, you should do it for 1, right?
He must have announced it for 1.
yeah. It's like, okay, that's 1 more mana. Okay,
that
and then the Mishra's Bauble comes down, makes a second token,
meltdown.
so that's gonna get in there for like how much damage? Like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Putting Andrea down to 10. Potentially lethal on the next turn. So Andrea, what does Andrea need? He needs like a voltaic key and then a land and then a ring, I would guess.
I think his best he has a ring in hand already. His best draw is going to be Planar Nexus. So Planar Nexus will make the Urza's Tower tap for 3 mana. So then he could just play a ring. Looks at the top card.
Doesn't really look like Planar Nexus, I think. Okay, still 4 mana though.
Technically a ring. There's a ring and an Ugin. I mean, yeah. Technically, the ring can come down here. Next turn, he finds Planar Nexus. That is Ugin mana. Could find keys and things. There's another Grim Monolith,
such a back and forth.
Means 1 mana.
I'm gonna call it. This game is gonna end on a Price of Progress killing both players.
Oh yes, it would, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
God. Hey.
It's been a while since I've seen that draw.
Yeah, from Price of Progress. Yeah, absolutely. Okay, so this is gonna be so close. Andrea needs to find the goods here. Tower, ring, another ring.
Well, second ring is always good, right? That allows you to go very aggressive on the first run and then replace it so you don't take damage or life loss on the on your very next upkeep.
You can go Grim Monolith into Urza's Workshop, which is it taps for each Urza's land if you have Metalcraft, so that'll be tapping for 2 as well. So you can go Monolith off the Tower and Hamlet to put on the Metalcraft. Play the Workshop, and then it's 7 mana.
Okay.
I think you just play the ring still.
That he just like would go for whatever he has, because he can't really afford to play around anything, right? And as we know, I think the shields are down on Marco's side of the board.
The thing here is, if you play the Ugin, you can exile the Delver, and then any spell attacks for 4, and then the ring kills you in your upkeep. And the Ugin also takes 2 off the Ancient Tomb. So I think Andrea's kind of priced into playing a ring off the Monolith and the Workshop. Workshop, or is it? It's called. Yeah, as Workshop. Is my read?
I think any spell even attacks for 5, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, putting you down to 1
yes,
life.
You're right, because of the equipped as well.
Yeah. Dude, you know what this deck needs? Some sweet life gain. I don't know.
Well,
some
Ugin gains
life in there. Yeah.
Ugin's plus is gain 3 draw.
My life gain costs 7 mana. Yeah, that's the state of Legacy in 2026.
All right, you heard it first.
Julian's a broken deck, and then we gain life in the end.
Healing Salve in Tron.
Healing Salve in Tron.
What if you play Stream of Life? Make so much mana.
Yeah, but then you need to splash green, right? Yeah, just get rid of the dismembers. Oh, yeah, even better.
Planar Nexus makes green.
We're getting dangerous close to Nourish and Lich territory at this point.
Yeah. All right. I think the ring here is just a perfect follow-up for Andrea.
It's
As
the
you
one
said,
that
it's
you
going to like
wish for.
yeah. He's tapping it now because he has this 1 mana floating. He might find a key or something because it's command. I think you want to cast it off the Ancient Tomb. Yeah. Your life at this point, when you're at 6 life with a ring going, every 2 life is kind of worth 2 cards in a way. I guess the Ugin can gain life. He needs to find his next turn. He could find like a Planar Nexus, and then when you find Planar Nexus, he just unlocks so
Okay.
much more mana.
You know what
And so
they're
then,
like? Yeah.
sorry, gone.
You know what they're thinking about? So Andrea has like protection. So now they're looking up: does Ancient Tomb deal damage to you, or is it life loss? Because if it was damage, which is it not? Which
It is
is
damage.
it is damage, really? Is it like
Yes.
no?
So
It's
he's
not
not.
City of Brass style, but it damages you on activation. I thought it was like loss of life.
No. So yeah, I actually missed this as well. So Manguchi can tap it, and he's gonna not take damage here.
Oh, that's so sweet. That's so
Yeah.
sweet, dude. Gotta know the rules. Come out ahead.
Really heads
Always
up.
helpful.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
Nice.
Ancient Tomb deals 2 damage to you. This has such a life loss vibe to it. Like anything like Necromancy, Tombie, it's always loss of life, but they were like, nope. We got this covered. Like you can protect yourself with like, I don't know, Rune of Protection lands or something. It's like, yeah, in the year of 2026, we do it with the One Ring.
I love this from Andrea, recognizing that his path to victory is not removing all of Marco's threats because it's such a low life total. His path to victory is finding Planar Nexus, casting this Ugin, and then following it up with like a few colorless spells to exile the threats in that fashion. So yeah,
Can you
goes
sustain
down to
yourself with
5.
Ugin? Can you just like gain enough life every single turn to like not die to whatever is happening on your side of the board?
I think so. As long as there's nothing on Marco's side of the board. I think so. Like it's gaining 3, as long as the ring doesn't go above 3. Yeah.
Also, Marco is
There's
down to 5 life at
Candelabra
this
and
point.
Workshop. Yeah. That's a lot of mana. So they tap for 3 each. This is a crazy card as well. So this is 7 mana for the Ugin. And then he plays Candelabra. He has to untap them. It's doing it. It's doing the thing. But he only has 1 more colorless spell to follow up with. I think his hand is Candelabra and 3 lands. Yeah, if he had another color spell, but I mean he's not dying on the crackback yet. Ugin's gonna gain 3 life as well. I think Andrea may be turning the corner. I called it too early with that meltdown. Oh my
But
god, this deck.
it looked like it was all gonna come out on Marco's end of the board. But you know, one of the smartest plays that you pointed out at the very beginning when we had the Needle and the Hamlet, you told me, we should put Wasteland on the Hamlet and whatever else we want to name on the Needle, because the Needle can be attacked, as it ended up being, whereas the Hamlet can never be touched. And look at this. Like, I think the couple of Wastelands that Marco has seen in this game would have certainly done a number on Andrea. And because we switched it up the way you explained earlier, the Hamlet actually made it so that Andrea could hang on for much longer in this game than he would have any business otherwise. So very much heads up play. If you play this kind of deck, the Hamlet goes in Wasteland.
What just
Yeah, at this point, Andrea's just gonna take out the creatures.
I think chat has just pointed out a very, very unintuitive interaction that might have just been missed where with the ring protection, I think Andrea used Kozit's command targeting himself to scry 1 and draw a card.
Oh, and he has protection. Oh, yeah, I see. Yeah, that one. tricky.
Heads up from chat. Chat on it as always. Chat is always right because I'm usually in chat, but
that's why they call it chat.
Heads up from chat. Yeah, I'm not sure. This is recorded ahead of time, so unfortunately we can't step in. It's not quite live.
You know what's actually ChatGPT? ChatGPT is actually Twitch chat people just sitting there, monitoring all of it and giving you the answers in real time. As they say, right? The best way to get the answer on the internet is to say something wrong. And yeah.
True.
Perfect. So yeah, unintuitive interaction. The One Ring often, of course, known for like not the most intuitive plays. Gives you even more power when, of course, you're aware of it with, like we talked about, the Ancient Tomb. And Marco just passing the turn back.
2 lands for new ring, no big deal. I don't. Price of Progress now? Price of Progress or bust?
Price of Progress would do it, right? Because there's no way for Andrea to get rid of the lands. That would be that would be quite the ending to it. He must have brought in the 2 copies.
Yeah.
Okay, Andrea probably like looking to lock up the game now with the Karn. Did we see because of the letters in the sideboard there? We might have, right?
I'm sure there is.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's got to be. So how much mana can you make here? So these are tapping for 4 mana each. Oh my god. I think he can just lattice this turn.
Yeah, that's it.
Yeah, that's game.
There's even a Forceful in hand, but yeah, that
Okay.
alone is not going to do it. Okay.
Wow, that was a roller coaster.
Very much
holy
so.
moly.
Back and forth, constant back and forth. Even like sandbagging the. Is it really a sandbagged meltdown when it's just coming straight from the top? I think Marco might have actually known about it. But yeah, dudes, this is for as much as Tron gets a bad rap, I want to say, and it does. It certainly does. It also makes for great games.
Yeah.
And when you see people like Andrea playing the deck and they are playing it as well as they do, it's a marvel to behold, right? I want to see maybe not too much more of this deck, but when we see it in action and when we see it fight back, right? Because that's what you want, right? You want the villain or maybe your hero, depending on who you are. You don't want them to be winning outright. You want them to have like, challenge, to come back, to prove themselves, as opposed to like, lol, Karen turn 1, GG. And that's what we saw here. And that's why I very much like this deck.
It's always this Ugin. I was watching the MOX, the Magic Online Championship Series. There was part of it was modern, and Ugin was doing the same thing here. It was a game against a fair deck, completely unlosable, big board presence, lethal next turn. And Ugin comes down, you play a couple of color spells, all the threats are exiled, it pluses gains 3 life, and then it just turns the corner so fast, right? It's just one turn cycle. If you can't then like have enough board presence to push through it that one turn, just gone. So yeah, it's so powerful because of this Ugin. I think it's incredible.
Did we just see the 2 best decks in the format? Or does Blue-Red Diver not have a claim to that?
I don't think it does. I think it's very good. In my opinion, Tron is kind of one step ahead, and then there's a ton of different viable decks underneath it, which is a really interesting spot to be.
Okay, cool. So yeah, that's the state of Legacy today. We're going to see 5 more rounds of Swiss today, followed by top 8 for the Legacy Invitational Championship of Italy, of course. 64 people come in. Only one person is going to be crowned the champion. Earlier today, we already saw the defending champion, Jonathan Molteni, on Cradle Control, beating one of, at least we would say, one of his worst matchups in Doomsday, overcoming that. And I think we're going to be right back with this. This is Callum Smith. I'm Julian Knapp, brought to you by Impact Live. And of course, our sponsor, Arcana. Get all of your cards from them. And we'll be back soon with round 2 of the Legacy Invitational. See you in a bit.
See you soon.
Welcome back to round 2 of 6 of the Italian Legacy Invitational here in beautiful Bologna, Italy. We got 64 killers out there, 64 people being sent by the 23 leagues all around Italy and the one secret one. They pick the best players year long. They've been battling out. They're like, okay, we're going to send you, you, and you. Like for the World Cup, we picked 26 players. For the Legacy Invitational in Italy, you only get to pick up to 3 players. You send them in, and they're going to bring glory to your, not even province, right? I see some of the towns, they have multiple leagues going on. That's how much Italians love Legacy. And yeah, we got the first round in, Callum. We saw some amazing matches back and forth. And yeah, I'm really excited to see what's going to happen here for the second round.
Absolutely. Yeah, they were so much back and forth. Even as you said, like the Doomsday and the Cradle Control matchup, we thought it could just end with a quick Doomsday, but there was so much interaction from both sides. We saw that crazy triple endurance winning an unwinnable game almost. And then the Tron deck, again, God, that third game was the third game? So close. Yeah. We called it as Trons and then went back and forth. I called it Blue Red Delvers, and in the end, Mengucci is just in time. One more turn for the Blue Red Delver deck, and it was all over. So it was so close. So much back.
Also, like some of the sweet interactions, like the Wandering protecting you from Ancient Tomb and stuff. Like I feel like I'm learning something new every single round, and I feel like I understand Legacy reasonably well. But then even like before in the Doomsday matchup, also you showed me some stuff, dude. I'm excited to see what these people are gonna bring to the table. And for the second round, let's see. Wow, dude. In speaking of killers, this is Matteo Blasi. When I asked the organizers and some of the people, who are your 3 big favorites for the tournament? They named Claudio Bonanni, of course, winner of GP Lille 2015. Angelo Cadei, one of the greatest Legacy players ever. And of course, Matteo Blasi, who especially, at least to me, I want to say during the last 5 or 6 years, has been one of the top 2-3 breakout players of Italy when it comes to Eternal Magic. And he's bringing, well, we call it Blue Red Otter, right? You said Delva is underrated. I guess it's been replaced by an Otter in this case. This is pretty much the same deck that we saw in the previous round. But Callum, tell me, why do we play Storm Chaser's Talent in this one over one of the best Legacy tempo creatures of all times?
Yeah, look, this is going to be the same game plan as the Delver deck we saw last turn, but Storm Chaser's Talent, when it ETBs, it makes this 1/1 token with prowess. And this deck is trying to cast lots of non-creature spells. It also has 4 Cory Steel Cutter this time. The last list had 2. The second level, 3 in a blue, you can return an instant sorcery from your graveyard to your hand. It actually does come up sometimes, but it's not really the reason to play the card. It's just like a 1 mana 1/1 with prowess. And then there's this like combo with Boomerang Basics. So Boomerang Basics, here we have it, is 1 blue for a sorcery, return target non-permanent to its owner's hand, and if you control that permanent, draw a card. So you can kind of see where the combo's here going. Turn 1, Storm Chaser's Talent, you get your Otter. Turn 2, Basics it back to your hand. You give prowess to the Otter. You draw a card because you bounce the Storm Chaser's Talent, and then you play it again, triggering it a third time, so you're attacking for 3 turn 2. And you've drawn the extra cards. It's kind of a free card, and you get a second Otter as well. So this kind of interaction is just quite powerful. We saw it in Standard a lot. I think Boomerang Basics is banned in Standard. Maybe.
Banned,
chat might shout at me there. Something happened to this deck, but the interaction is powerful enough to come over to Legacy. So it's also like sorcery for Flow State is the Boomerang Basics. So people before. With Flow State, you really want an instant or sorcery in your graveyard, and Ponders don't really do enough on their own. But here, people were playing like Chain Lightnings or Preordains, but now you can play the Boomerang Basics as a sorcerer as well.
Okay, cool.
So let's see what
Matteo's going to get up against.
Another card is banned. Not back to base, not Boomerang Basics. Thank you.
I bet another card is banned in Standard. I can tell. Okay, so let's see. On the other side of the boards, we got Francesco Gregori. And what I know about Francesco, he's kind of like a Delver specialist, plays a lot of Delver. At least that's what his results also say. And dude, he's bringing something back. He's bringing something back I haven't seen in a long time. The one of Preordain. This is basically, it's not the same deck. It's the same archetype. There's some difference. Callum, tell me, what are the differences? And does any of the decks become the beatdown as opposed to the aggro deck because of those changes?
Yeah, this one is going to be a more controlling deck. The other one has 8 1-drops with Storm Chaser's Talent and Dragon Rage Channelers. This just has the 1. They both have the 4 Cory Steel Cutter, but I need to check Matteo's list how many, if any, of the dragons there are. There is no Murktides. Yeah, so no Murktides in Matteo's deck. Although he does have a decent answer in it with Boomerang Basics can bounce the Murktide Regents, which usually these mirrors, a Murktide coming down as like a 7/7 and 8/8 is just almost impossible to deal with other than your own Murktides. So I feel like I give the slight edge to Francesco here. I think Murktide is just incredible in these mirrors. It's going to be a bit volatile. I think play draw is going to matter a huge amount, as it always does with tempo mirrors. Corey Steel Cutter can get out of control. Sometimes whoever has the Corey Steel Cutter might just win versus the other one not. Low states, find all the interaction as well. So I do give Francesco the slight edge, but it's very, very close. They're very similar decks, really.
When you say the slight edge, I feel like the decks are gonna be expected to neutralize each other very well. Are we ever gonna get to a point where the ultimate on Storm Chaser's Talent, which is basically gonna give you like a 1/1 blue Otter with prowess whenever you cast an instant or sorcery spell, is gonna come into play? I mean, that's me wishing for it, and I know your answer is gonna be don't be stupid, Julian. We're never gonna get to 6 mana, but part of me
Don't
wants
be
to see
stupid,
that.
Julian. We're never going to get 6 mana.
Okay. See you again in 10 minutes.
I mean, it would be really sick, but I just don't see him getting to 6 mana.
Yeah. Okay, cool. So
They are
both players here ready in the
killers.
feature match area.
Love it.
Also, of course, this tournament brought to you by the Unity League. Check them out. There's some sweet European-wide ranking going on. I looked up the best players in Europe, looked up the best players even by format in Europe and Germany. So check out the Unity League. They stepped in where Wizards left us in, basically with nothing when it comes to a tournament. What would you call that? You remember when we had these ELO rankings that you could check out for your country? Anyway, that's a different story.
Yeah.
So we got both players here sitting on 2 Dragon Rage channelers. Talk about neutralizing each other for now.
Yeah.
Just staring
it's the
at
perfect
each
start
other.
for both players, right? You want to
Very
get these
much
down
so.
early to get all the surveils value you can. It's better than a turn 1 Storm Chaser's Talent. And I guess Francesco, again, only has them as 1-drops, so having one to start off is very powerful.
Blue Red Otter.
Yeah, we see a Storm Chaser's Talent in Matteo's hand. And I'm just looking what else is there. I think it's like a Flooded Strand behind it. Well, it's Basic Island behind it. He's thinking about whether he plays into Days or not. I was going to say, if Corey comes down here as Francesco, like, if you don't have a Daze, do you have to force it? I feel like you do.
Honestly, I was going to ask you that, because that matchup seems like pretty tricky. You really got to identify, unless, of course, you got the runaway draw. What's worth fighting over? You only got 4 Force of Worlds, and they're not even great in most situations. So yeah, Francesco identified that Corey Steel Cutter is probably gonna get out of control too quickly for me to handle, and Witches a Brainstorm for the Force.
Yeah, because look, both players are flush with lightning bolts. There's bolts and other kind of bolts, unholy heats and stuff in both players' decks, but that doesn't really deal with the Corey Steel Cutter, right? In game 1 especially, you just have no answer to it other than keep killing the monks, which is not sustainable. So yeah, I think it is a must counter, unless you're in a position where it's like mid to late game for Delver Mirrors, where there's a Murktide that you can fly over the top of them. I think it is a must counter early.
Basically, one of Mateo's 2 sources of inevitability, like the historic Corey Steel Cutter, or maybe the Storm Chaser's Talent in some way, mixed in the boomerang basics to some degree. And of course, from Francesco's side on the other side of the board, I would guess like Murktide, right? That's the one thing that you build up. That's going to be bigger than anything Mateo can master. But dude, I don't know that boomerang basics, we haven't even seen it in action yet. It's kind of growing on me as a tool for a tempo deck as well, right? Not only do you have like that quote unquote combo with the Storm Chaser's Talent, but bouncing a blocker or add any troublesome permanent for a single mana with all these prowess and surveil effects that you get going in the deck. I see why Mateo is playing 3 copies of that card.
Yeah, it's also just a nice way to trigger the Corey Steel Cutters, as in like you bounce something of yours and play it again when you're like low on cards in the late game.
True.
Yeah.
True.
Right.
Okay.
Bolting the DRC, really, really important for these kind of mirrors as well.
Mateo has an artifact in the graveyard by now. Gets another artifact in the graveyard. That's
I guess the
quite
Dragon Rage channels. Yeah, they flip more with the Corey Steel Cutters if they get in the graveyard. I say flip, I mean delirious.
We got so many.
It's still a Delver in my head.
We got ultimates, delirious, flip, whatever. We know what you mean, right? They get big.
Yeah.
That's what you used to call it. You have a big creature. Yes, I have a big creature.
I think Mateo's hand now we see a Storm Chaser's Talent, a Scalding Tarn, and a Mishra's Bauble. There we go.
Storm Chaser's Talent.
And you know what? Now he's just 1 mana off doing the second part, and then he's just 2 mana off doing the third part, huh?
Yeah, see, we're eventually getting there. So remind me again, what does the second part do?
Second part is return an instant or sorcery from a graveyard to your hand. Really nice, to be honest. Like you can
But
return
you
a
can only
bolt
do
or a
that
ponder.
once, right? You cannot go to level 2 twice, right? You can't do it every single
Yeah,
turn.
that's correct. Yeah.
Yeah, okay, I see.
I mean, that ultimate, I say ultimate, the level 3 is pretty powerful.
I mean, to me, that's very much an ultimate. Like in these kind of like
Yeah,
tempo
yeah.
mirrors, like getting 1/1s, continuous 1/1s with prowess, yeah, that's very much an ultimate to me. I wonder how often that actually comes up in these matches. Probably against
Ultimate.
control, right? Like,
Maybe. I just feel like this deck is never really getting past 4 mana.
that's true as well.
Yeah. Yeah. So I like Matteo's spot, obviously, because he's got permanents in play and Francesco doesn't. But I do think, again, Francesco's edge comes from the world where we've got 3 and 4 lands coming into it, where a Murktide can, come down, be a blocker for everything. Especially with the Delirious Dragon Rage Channeler, a Murktide can just block it because it has to attack. Matteo here has. Did he keep the ball? No, he trapped the bauble. So he's going to have one card in hand at the end of this. So, yeah, again, Boomerang Basics can bounce a Murktide, but you need to have it first of all. I think Francesco quite quickly will be able to just, play it again. So yeah.
From my understanding is, you're telling me that Francesco is trying to get the Murktide down to have basically a wall, right? A wall of creatures that nobody can attack into. From my understanding is Matteo doesn't need to deal 13 damage. He just needs to get Francesco low enough that he can just Alpha Strike through a Murktide, right? So he doesn't need to deal 13 damage, but I would guess he needs to deal like, I don't know, 7, 8, 9 damage.
Yep.
And at that point, a Murktide is not going to stabilize.
Yeah. He's kind of representing a bolt if he finds a 4th land as well with the Storm Chaser's talent.
True.
Yeah. This is really good from Francesco, doing exactly what he needs to do. Get the threats off the board, stop the chip damage. Now, the Cory Steelcutter is just going to race this Otter, I think. Like, it's 19 life from Matteo's side to 13 from Francesco's side. So, obviously, Matteo is winning at the moment. I think the Cory Steelcutter, as long as he can trigger it a couple more times, is just going to close the game out very, very fast.
Okay. So now the
Matteo offering nice tokens.
Again.
What are those
What
tokens,
are those? Do you recognize those?
No, I don't. He's got a Pokemon instead.
That always works.
Budget players are very creative with their tokens, aren't they?
Very much so, dude. I got some sweet ones as well. Okay, so Matteo probably gonna surveil the top card of his library. So help me out. So we kind of identified, okay, Francesco is kind of like the control deck, quote unquote, in the matchup. That makes me think, which kind of catch-up mechanics does Matteo have? Is he just gonna go for his own Cory Steelcutters, maybe some kind of Boomerang Basics, Storm Chaser action, even though that doesn't really feel enough? Or what is there for Matteo to get back into the game?
Cory plus spell would be almost what he has, would be fantastic. I think almost better might have been a Boomerang Basics on the Storm Chaser talent. So you get another Otter, you attack for 3, then you draw another card. But this is not bad. He gets to do the second part of Storm Chaser's talent, return probably a Lightning Bolt or a Ponder, and then next turn he's got the Cory Steelcutter in hand that he just drew to then play and then trigger the second time with whatever spell he gets back. He's looking at Lightning Bolt. I like being aggressive because this Lightning Bolt, there's a very high chance it actually just goes upstairs.
Oh, really?
Yeah. So he's attacking for just 1 here, down to 12. I mean, it's a race, right? It depends if Francesco can trigger this Cory Steelcutter this turn, which I feel like he can. I think we've seen, I'm trying to see the hand, we've got red card, maybe a Dragon Rage Channeler. Oh, here we go. This
Just
is
the Murktide.
As you keep saying, the best card in the matchup.
Big dragon. So Matteo's really looking for the Boomerang Basics here, I would guess.
Absolutely, yeah. He just has to find it. If Francesco has a second spell here to trigger the Cory Steelcutter as well, AC Island, yeah, this is just perfect, honestly. I don't think you could ask for a better turn.
Yeah, that's going to be like at least 4 damage coming in this turn, putting Matteo down to 12.
Yeah.
Oh, that's rough.
Yeah.
And you're just sitting there with a single Otter and a Lightning Bolt in hand, and I guess the Cory Steelcutter. Okay, Boomerang Basics from the top is where we started, right?
Yeah, it would be incredible.
Easy game. That's on Matteo does it. Pick up the Boomerang Basics, is it? Hard to tell, looked like a cantrip. Ponder, yeah.
Yeah. Okay, Ponder into the basics. He's going for it.
We got a 2/2 Otter, we got a 3/3 Otter. I mean, we got 3 copies of the Boomerang Basics in the deck.
If he finds it here, it's Back to a very close game. I would say slightly Matteo favored.
Dude, these blue-red mirrors, they're like really stressful.
They
I don't
are.
know if I could do
I'm
that.
getting stressed at home. Don't see it.
You
Three
got
lands,
3
nice.
lands. Okay. Makes it
I
even
always
better
enjoy a
when you
nice
rip the
show.
card from the top. Like you slam it from the top. Come on, do it. Do it.
Then it's gonna be like a daze. You show your opponent.
It's like, oh no, not the days. It's like you foiled
Because
my
the game's
plan.
technically not over yet.
Yeah, technically not over. That's true. I guess Matteo, does he get another turn? He can probably like block in some ways if he has to.
Yeah, he
Hey,
gets
come
to
on.
5 from the Murktide.
Shout.
And then
Dude,
2 from the DRC, so he needs to block both trampling monks.
looks
Finds
like
a
he picked up
Volk.
another land.
He has the bolt for the Dragon Rage Channeler, so he does live. I think now because he didn't find the basics, the boomerang basics for the Murktide this turn, even next turn's probably not quite going to be enough. Remember, the Quarry still kind of gives trample.
Can you imagine how frustrating it must be when you ponder to find anything, you see 3 lands, you shuffle, you pick another land, you're like, come on, deck. Maybe I should cut, maybe I should cut 2 lands. That's how villains are born.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay,
Chat's asking how many players? Was it 64 players at this event, Julian?
64 players, yeah. 64 players
64 players.
qualified through 23 different leagues all around Italy. Some cities even are big enough to have 2 leagues. And they play year long and they collect points, I believe. And then all of the different leagues, like, for example, I know the Law League, very famous one, they send up to 3 players to the Invitational and then they battle it out, as we do today in the Italian Legacy Invitational, over 6 rounds of Swiss plus top 8. And there's going to be a trophy. And of course, also prizes for all the players brought to you by Arcana.
It's such a cool format.
Very much so. Also, shout out to the Impact Live crew, by the way, bringing us the production of this tournament. And the European Unity League. Amazing people. Check that out. If you want to know who's the best Legacy player in your country, check out the European Unity League. You can filter for that. Actually, should I check out where Callum is on that? Nah. Off the charts. Not always a good thing.
Right at the bottom, baby. Woo. All right, Matteo here tanking over. He's got this lightning bolt. It's face-up information, so I think they're kind of just chatting about it. We saw that his second card he drew was a Volk, so that's not open information. Francesco could be like, he could have something else, but I think Matteo's, based on his hand language and how they're talking to each other, I think he's just saying, like, do I bolt now? Do I do this? Francesco didn't block the Otter that got through for 3, I think. So Matteo's like, do I kill the Dragon Rage Challenger now to get the extra prowess damage in from the Otter? And then he's like, right, I need you to like not draw, have 2 spells. He doesn't want him to draw a cantrip because then he could like cantrip into a second spell. The Quarry Steel Cutter. I think you're just not beating that. So I think he's just like, I don't think he can.
Is he going upstairs?
Yeah.
Wait, he's going upstairs for the full damage, full amount, like 7 damage total this turn?
I think he's banking on Francesco drawing a land because Dragon Rage Challenger and Murktide is 10. The 2 tokens is 3, which is the 13, but he himself has a 2/2 token to block something. So if Francesco just draws a land, he can, maybe get there next turn. He just has
this looks so good from Francesco.
Yeah, I absolutely love this play to win here. Absolutely love it. It's just brilliant. Yeah, playing to win. If Francesco draws a land, he has to attack with the DRC. Murktide, I think if he draws a land, he just has to attack the DRC and nothing else.
I mean, that's how you would do it, right?
Yeah.
And then just get in there with the DRC while the other creatures are holding the fort, kind of. And then they're both top decking with like winning line from Francesco on the board.
Yeah, it just does give winning lines to Matteo, like brainstorm into 2 bolts kind of thing, which,
easy as that.
It's unlikely, but it gives you an out rather than being dead.
Yeah, true. Okay, we're putting the Steel Cutter on the Murktide to get in for 1 more point of damage.
DRC is not Delirious, of course. Missed that because of the Murktide shrinking it.
Okay.
So here we're representing 2-turn lethal. So brainstorm into 2 bolts.
DRC, that's not going to cut it. So now he's
a flying blocker.
It is. Oh yeah, Matteo, of course, Delirious.
Oh, the Quarry gives trample there.
So we're going to get over that. So now he's once again dead on board. So if you're dead on board, is there any way you can force an attack that's going to win you the game? Probably not. Too many blockers, not enough ways to do it. Dude, I love how Matteo's still trying to, how do you say that? Like squeeze water from a stone?
Yeah,
Kinda. It's like there
like
must be a way. There must be
there must be a
something.
way. Problem is the
And
DRC is a 3/3 to block, and the Murktide is an 8/8 with the Corey Steel Cutter. So he's just Is there any way that he can trick Francesco into not attacking?
if that's the only way, then you gotta try that. I guess you can put the Cory Steel Cutter on your Dragon Rage Channeler to make it a 4/4.
Yeah,
Is that
but
big
then
enough to absorb enough damage?
so they'll take Francesco to 1, but then the other 2 creatures attack and get blocked by Francesco's 3 creatures.
True, true. Okay, Matteo is probably representing something like a lightning bolt here or so. He's like, okay, you really gotta block, like no damage through. Like, okay, you
Yeah.
got it. GG. Next game.
Yeah.
Or is he really gonna
He's actually alive. DRC post combat at Quip, and then the trample puts him to 1. Oh, he's so clever.
Okay, so he's got the 4/4 blocker there in the air. We got the 7. We got the 8/8 dragon. Yeah, you're right. So is there any? Okay, what if you draw another Murktide region? That could do it, right? But we don't have any instant sorceries in the graveyard.
No instant sorcery in the graveyard. So Matteo could then draw a Boomerang Basics. There's a reason that Matteo won the ELM a couple of years ago.
He did. He very much did. I believe he won the ELM in 2025. Not too long ago. Very good player, dude.
Yeah.
That's the line. Post combat DRC, put on your equipment.
He had to attack and make Francesco block, even though his attacking creatures weren't lethal. They were going to be lethal if he had like a brainstorm or something like that. So, yeah. It goes down to 1.
I like how Matteo asks like where the trample damage is gonna go. He's like, is the trample damage gonna go all on DRC? No, actually the rest goes to you. Oh, okay.
Oh, he found a lightning bolt. Like any good Delver player does.
As you do. And
nice.
now we move to the second game.
Honestly, so impressed by the play from both players. Like,
that's some real high level gameplay there. Very much so. Yeah, if you ever considered like going to Italy, grinding, like if you want to play in this tournament, not only do you have to move to Italy, okay, I guess that's not really a downside. You have to grind your way through the leagues, you have to make your way to the top for a year long. And then you have to sit across people like this. And that's only the second round. So yeah, if you want to become the Italian legacy champion, long way to go. Very long way to go. As we still have here, of course, today we have 6 rounds plus top 8. This is going to be the second round. Game 2 here between Matteo Blasi and Francesco Gregori. What do you think is going to come in here from the sideboard to make the mirror more... Well, not even approachable, right? The mirror is probably still going to be a headache in every single way, but what do you do?
So the blasts are like snap-ins. The Hydro Blast is so important to kill Dragon Channelers and counter or kill Cory Steel Cutter is the huge one. So now you can you don't have to force the Cory Steel Cutters. You can Hydro Blast it. And the Pyroblasts are fantastic. They're both flush with blue spells, powerful blue spells. And I think you just bring in the Unholy Heat here as well. Like, it's just more removal for the early creatures. Unholy Heat is not great. It kills the Dragon Rage Channeler, but other than that, it often doesn't kill Murktide region. Sometimes it teams up with a Lightning Bolt to kill one. So, actually, you know what? Speaking through it, I wouldn't be surprised if the Unholy Heat doesn't come in, or it does. That one I feel 50-50 on, but the Blasts, absolutely. I think you're probably just cutting forces. I know conventional wisdom is to cut the forces. I think from Matteo's side, the Murktides are the big problem. Boomerang Basics takes care of it for some amount of time. So I wouldn't be surprised if he trims 1 days and cuts 2 forces kind of thing, because you still want them in some situations. I think he's still slightly more the aggressor in this matchup, is my read.
Cool. So let's see what Francesco brought to the table here. By the way, also 2 copy of Prismari Charm. Doesn't really, or at least didn't do all that much in the first game. We didn't really see it. It probably also wouldn't have been a great window to use it. Kind of like your Jack of all trades. Okay, but what do we have here? As we mentioned, you said the blasts are going to come in. I can very much see that.
Yeah.
Other than that, the one of Unholy Heat once again. This time
it's a very similar sideboard.
Almost everything.
It looks the same. So there's like a Pyroclasm here. It's almost the same. I think the same reasoning here. Hydroblasts come in, Pyroblasts come in. I'd say the Matteo's Pyroblasts are slightly better because they do kill the Murktides. But, Francesco's ones, are countering flow states and Storm Chaser talents. And actually, quite importantly, each other's blasts are all countering each other and stuff. So, yeah, I the same thing here. I I think Francesco on the draw now might cut all the daisies, for example, whereas on the play, it's obviously a lot better.
Yeah,
Because Murray
Francesco
Charm is
wants to
also
make use of his
fine, but
land
not great.
drops, right? That's a good point.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, again, because on the draw and with the slightly better late game. Although
Okay.
arguably less better late game if there's Pyroblast coming in now.
Yeah, Andrea mulligan to 6. Matteo mulliganing to 6 gets the namesake card out again, turn 1 Otter, with a daze in hand to, well, protect whatever he wants to do. I think the most important action is always going to be turn 2 daze on the Cory Steelcutter, I would guess, if Francesco was willing to run that one out. We've seen Francesco willing to force Cory Steelcutter in the first game, and even further on when both players had that card available, quickly took over the game in many ways.
Mm-hmm. Really nice thing that Storm Chaser talent does is like you don't really care if the creature token the otter is then killed because the Storm Chaser talent is still there generating some value. Like for 4 mana, as we saw last game, you return instant or sorcery, it pays for itself as a card, and then you can boomerang basics back as well. So yeah, just a good card, doesn't do anything crazy or flashy. It's just pretty good.
Yeah, and you also get some incidental damage in there because of the prowess, right? As we see here.
Mm-hmm.
Just if you get a bobble or something out there, you might even just like attack for 3 on the first turn. Oh,
Yeah,
basically second turn, yeah,
yeah.
like a 3-power creature on the first turn. Like I feel like whenever the Otter is gonna get to attack in most of the situations early on, is it gonna be like average 2-2 or something, 3-3? I just wonder
It's
how much damage this Storm Chaser talent averages out over the course of a game.
Yeah, between 2 and 3. Like here, attacking turn 2 for 3 is probably quite common because you're then casting your cantrips afterwards. But then as you go into like having lands 3 and 4 or 3 and 4 drops, then it probably peters off a little bit just because that's where you've spent your proactive cards, you deployed your threats and things, but then you have a reactive cast to follow up with. So I think, yeah, like it might be like 3 damage turn 2, 2 damage turn 3, and then later in the game, you can then start trying to chain these flow states as well. So it kind of then goes back up if that makes sense.
Makes
Weird
a lot of
curve.
sense. Matteo, by the way,
Yeah.
sitting there on a Pyroblast as well. So should Murktide come down anytime later in the game, we got that one covered. Also a daze, and of course 1 mana available if the opponent tries to daze back on an important spell. Francesco, end of turn, just gonna surveil. Keeps on top. Did he keep on top? I believe so. Draws for a turn, draws for the bobble. Sitting there on a couple of blasts. We see a brainstorm. Let's see what he's gonna go for with.
Interesting play from Matteo here. The bauble he didn't crack, so he's got the days, so he's kind of got Corey still kind of covered. So he's not exactly looking for another daze or a force will or something, I think. And he put a second lightning bolt back on top of his library with the brainstorm. So I think he's just fishing for information, see what Francesco does. Does he want the lightning bolt? Francesco just passed turn 2 without playing anything, so he doesn't. So now he's going to use the bauble, probably end of Francesco's turn. But he's got this information of he doesn't need the second lightning bolt currently, so he gets to surveil and then cycle the bauble. So just again, really high level Delver tempo play from Matteo.
It's all about the small optimizations, right? They add up. They snowball in a game like this like crazy.
Absolutely. Yeah, I mean, look, it's a huge difference, right? If you draw a second lightning bolt, which you probably do want to end the game later on in the game, but you just don't want it right now, that could be the difference of finding a second threat here or something. Imagine he finds a boomerang basics to like make another otter and draw a card and stuff. He really wants to, I think, find a second threat here is my thinking.
Wouldn't mind that one, right? Just get, I don't know. Honestly, you probably want like a land and a Cory Steelcutter. At least that's the level 0 play that I would do. There's probably like many different ways where Matteo's like, dude, no, I've seen all the different futures, and what I really want is something completely else, like even like a second Storm Chaser's talent or something. Like it's really growing on me. I don't know. I like the card so much.
Yeah. Really nice 2 cards found from Matteo there. He found a DRC and a second Pyroblast. And Francesco also, when he revealed the top card to the Mishra's Bauble, I think there's a Pyroblast on top of his library. So, well, not great, but he's probably going to maybe fetch it away. Probably not, actually. I know he's got a lightning bolt in hand for this DRC.
So, what's actually happening on Francesco's side of the board when you're Matteo and you sit there, your opponent kept 7 on the draw. They didn't do anything on the first or the second turn. They also are not attacking your creatures. They're not producing creatures of their own. What's your read? What are you expecting on the other side?
Got to be like it's easy to see because I can see the hand, but it's got to be like lightning bolt days is land 3 or 4. There's not going to be a Dragon Rage Challenger in there right now. It could be blast as well, pyroblast, hydroblast, whatever. Could be a Murktide as well. Could be honestly most of his deck. It's the cards are so flexible and so reactive and stuff. You know, it's hard to get the read exactly, but could be a Core Steel Cutter as well because you might not want to play it turn 2 into a Daze because it's so important in the matchup.
Okay, there comes the Brainstorm. Picking up a Ponder and some other cards.
Scalding Tarn. He's looking for land 3 here, I think. So that Brainstorm's really nice to find. Puts back the Prismari command and
Ah, you're right. Hand full of interaction, 2 blasts.
yeah, so
Daze.
2 Days, 2 Pyroblast, Ponder.
Like, do you
Let you
ever
put back a
randomly like
Daze.
lightning bolt an outer? It feels so bad, right?
That's the thing. I think he had the bolt from the beginning and didn't do it. It feels bad, and this is why Stormchaser's talent's kind of growing on me as well.
Okay, apparently that's the secret to playing Delver and Legacy. Just play bad creatures the opponent doesn't want to kill. Then slowly you overrun them. I don't
Yeah,
know,
yeah.
maybe I can still find some, I don't know, Putrid Imps or something in there.
I think you do. It's a creature that attacks you, and it's going to get there eventually, especially if your plan is to not get attacked by creatures, to put it incredibly simply. I think if there is a lightning bolt here, you probably would see him bolt the otter. Right, Mateo letting all these cantrips go. He's got the 2 Pyroblasts in hand, but he knows that he's probably going to save them for Murktide Regents and or Flow States, is my guess.
Okay. You're probably not
Flow
expecting
State's
anything to
also
come to the board this turn from Francesco's side. He's been very
No.
disciplined about playing around Daze all game long thus far. Probably
Yeah.
wouldn't mind getting like a cantrip Dazed, but he wants to make sure that all the big important stuff like Core Steel Cutter or Murktide Regent, that one's at least gonna be safe. And there's a little bit of an expectation, I believe, on both sides of the board that Force of Will is not that relevant post board anymore, as you already pointed out during sideboarding. But the blast, of course, are gonna have a huge blast off kind of.
Yeah.
Throw all your blasts to the table. Only one person comes out ahead.
He found a Flow State with that Ponder. I think there's a Dragon Rage Channel on top as well. So, ooh, here we see the play.
So
Love
sweet,
it.
so sweet.
Love it. You know what? Do you Pyroblast this? I think
But you
of
would
the days
Pyroblast
playing
the
around.
Stormchaser's talent, right?
Or no, counter the boomerang basics, or you counter it coming back down is what you're thinking.
No. I think you would Pyroblast the Stormchaser's talent on the board, so the boomerang basics fizzles.
Right. Yep. That makes total sense. Yeah.
Okay, so Francesco not going for that. Of course, Matteo had that line covered with his own Daze. Stormchaser's talent comes back down, gets dazed, and is Andrea gonna let that one go? I would think so. There's not really much he can do about
Matteo.
that.
Yeah. No. He's got his own days, but it's not going to do anything. So, yeah, nice.
Okay,
And I think Matteo, he didn't have to play into the days there, but also his hand, he's just stuck on these 2 lands. Like the moment like Francesco could just find a wasteland, put him down to 1 land, and the Pyroblasts are in wasteland range. So I think his position is just playing into days. That's just is what it is.
It's kind of funny, right? Early on, we talked about how much damage the Stormchaser talent usually averages out to. By now, it has dealt like something close to 10 damage. I believe 9 in the fetch land
9.
we got there.
Yeah, really good. Really good.
Amazing
You
card.
see, like, even just imagine like Francesco was tapped out. You know, he gets a daze in as well. It's a stack of a 4. It's a big creature. Yeah,
Prow is probably one of the most underrated mechanics in Magic, especially once you get like multiple creatures going. Dude, like we should know ever since Monastery Mentor, we should know how good that mechanic is.
Yeah, it's pretty good.
We have that we used to allow like 4 Monastery Mentors in Vintage. Like, I don't know, man.
It was pretty crazy. But we have Monastery Mentor in red now. This Core Steel Cutter.
We do. We are also about to have like a new clown card in Vintage, or maybe even Legacy that attacks you for 16 on the second turn. But
yeah, that card is crazy.
That card is completely crazy. I'm actually scared for that one. Don't even remember the name, but yeah, I think it's 4 mana and basically it attacks you for 16 immediate.
Fantastic
I think they even
card.
get haste. And yeah, very fantastic.
Yeah, it's 4/4/4s with flying and haste. Absolutely
Watch out for it. Mark my words, that card is insane. Anyway, Murktide Regent not yet to be seen, but we got the Dragon Rage Channeler coming down. So now it's Francesco's time to go on the offense. But of course, Matteo, he's got him covered multiple times over with his own copy of Dragon Rage Channeler. And we also see a Lightning Bolt in there, but no extra land. So now would be a time for Francesco to daze once again, as he did on the previous turn. Let's see.
I think he does have the second daze.
First, this one triggers, then we get to Surveil, and then you get to tell me whether it resolves.
Mhm. Maybe he didn't. I think he had 2 days and might have brainstormed one back. Yeah.
Okay, another 2 points of
Yeah.
damage.
I like Mateo's spot. He had like Francesco down to 10, getting pretty low.
It's kind of weird, right? It's not like Francesco had a bad draw or anything. He just
Yeah.
hasn't done all that much thus far. He's been very disciplined playing around days,
Mhm.
and yeah, I think he's still very much in the running to take this game. Like it's far from over.
I
Wait,
like
what is
this from
this?
him a lot though.
Oh,
Fire
the
blasting the
the
otter.
otter is blue. Yeah, okay, that makes
Yeah, it's
sense.
blue red. I think this is a really disciplined play. Like as you're saying, it kind of feels bad, but the otter has been doing the damage. So I think players are afraid of making what's considered like it's not even a bad play. It's a threat. You need to remove the threats. But as the otter player like kind of runs out of spells to cast, it does reduce in value. Mateo's sitting there with 4 cards in hand, so like it's not running out of value. So I think it's a good play from Francisco.
Okay, stop the bleeding to the otter. Otter did
Yeah.
his work.
Yep.
Diligently nibbling away at the life total. I guess taking chunks of 4 is not exactly nibbling away at the life total.
No,
Smashing
no,
it.
big nibbles.
Yeah. By the way, Francesco picks up a wasteland, and Matteo already like missed a couple of land drops. He could reduce Matteo down to 1 land here. I'd be very much
Mm,
down for that.
yeah.
Let's see.
He does have flow state as well, so he could like flow state, see what's there. But yeah, wastelanding him down is pretty powerful.
Ooh, speaking of Murktide not to be seen, now the dragon makes his entrance. Gonna turn into something like an 8/8, potentially 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We see enough to make a full Murktide. Are we gonna go for it?
Nice.
Usually we do, unless we got plans. Okay, we got 4, so we got a 7/7 on here. 7/7, most importantly, of course, big enough to survive at Dragon Rage Chandler plus Bolt.
Lightning bolt. Yeah. Also enough to survive Unholy Heat that's delirious.
Good point. Very
So
good point.
yeah, very important break point here is the 7.
Very durable dragon.
Recognizing, yeah, the 8 probably doesn't do too much difference.
How much damage do you think Holy Heat would deal?
Holy Heat.
Is it more or less? Unholy Heat, Holy
Less.
Heat? Less.
White cards are always worse. It's probably like deal 3 damage. Your opponent gains 3 life.
Prevent 3 damage or something.
Yeah.
Okay. So now we're gonna try to take out the Murktide. Matteo picks up the land that he needed. Maybe
Yeah,
gonna
nice.
surveil the top card into his graveyard and continue his offense. Potentially dropping Francesco down to 6 life at this point.
Yeah, DLC. Getting in.
This
And
is
for all
where
Francesco knows there
Francesco.
could be
When I'm
another bolt
Francesco, I'm
coming.
starting counting. Yeah, I'm just starting counting the bolts in Matteo's graveyard. I think there's only a single copy thus far.
Mhm.
So you're feeling less
Yeah.
safe.
And this is flow state is fantastic in the matchup, but this is definitely not what he wants to be doing here at 6 facing a DRC. And this clock has kind of like crept up pretty fast. It felt like, a bit of back and forth here, there. And then all of a sudden you're like, oh, I'm dead to lightning bolt next turn.
Yeah, Francesco picks up a lightning bolt himself. Does he still have a land drop available so he can play around the days that Matteo is holding potentially?
Mhm.
They're trying to figure something out. What is my hand? This is your hand. You get to take all of those cards. Oh, sweet, dude! I got so much going
Nice.
on here. Got the bolt. Oh, they're trying to figure out which turn it is. I don't know. Usually that hand gesture pointing at yourself is like, is it my turn? Yes, it's your turn. Cool. Gonna try
And
to
here
hit
is
your
the
Dragon Rage
days
Chandler.
that Francesco's played around all game. I'm going to get him.
Oh.
Finally. It always comes and gets him.
It's like, okay, this is the one turn where I'm not able to play around it anymore. I mean, maybe you didn't have it from the beginning, and Matteo's like, of course I had it. Who do you
Yeah.
think I am?
Yeah.
Not Matteo Blasi?
There's something to be said about if you're under pressure, like there was the Otter and then the DRC that came down. If you're under pressure, you tend to just play into the dazes. But yeah, it's an unfortunate sequence there because a lot of the time he might not have walked into a daze as well.
You know, I'm probably like kind of different from most players. I, in a lot of situations, don't mind running into the days, especially early on, because I always feel like the earlier in the game, the more punishing it is to undo your land drop. Whereas in the mid and late game, it's like not a big deal at all. But on the first, like when I can play something on the first turn that gets dazed, I'm almost always feeling good, and I'm the guy dazing. I feel bad. So yeah, I'm very aggressive when playing against daze.
I play Mox Opal Lures Pearl decks a lot, so a lot of the time I'll sequence them before the land drop, just in case they feel like giving it a whack. and sometimes they do,
Yeah,
and they daze it, and you're like,
my
right,
man. I know exactly
yeah,
what you're doing, dude. I'm feeling that so much. And then you drop the
yeah, yeah.
land, and like your goblin welder pass, and like, oh, got me.
Exactly. Yeah, sequencing is so important in this format, which is such a fun part of it. It can just win and lose your games from turn one. It's so interesting.
Okay. Players trading flow states. Matteo resolving one of his own. Now it's Francesco's turn again to go for it, but he, of course, has dropped down to 3 life at this point.
Yeah.
At this point, you cannot really expect to beat Lightning Bolt anymore, and
No.
you are just trying to either get at the very least, get your own Dragon Ridge Chandler, which, of course, could run into a Boomerang Basics, or yeah, okay, we got the Blue Blast. We can't proactively take out this one. That's good. That's good.
Yeah.
And that's how you
Yep.
stage a comeback, right?
Yep. So he's got to make the bolt. He's probably looking for like. So he keeps the Corey Steel Cutter, but he's probably looking for like a Murktide really to try and close the game out quickly.
Oh, there's a bolt. I think there's a bolt. Or is it not? No, there's a red. Oh, it's a Pyroblast. Okay, never mind.
Yeah, see 2 blasts. Talent is great here though.
Oh, that
Nice.
one's so good.
Yeah.
That Otter, man.
Yeah.
Maybe I
Important thing
gotta
to
play
note
that deck.
if anyone wants to play this deck or build it themselves or anything, you do. Oh, here's the combo. You do need to play Pyroblast and Hydroblast, not Red Elemental Blast and Blue Elemental Blast, because there's a lot of prowess triggers, especially Corey Steel Cutter. You need to be able to play your blast targeting nothing if it's going to win you the game.
Explain to me why you can't do that with the regular blasts.
Yeah, so there's just like a different text for both things. So Pyroblast is counter or destroy a permanent if it's blue, and red elemental blast is destroy target blue permanent or counter target blue spells. So the blasts you can't. The hydroblast you can, or the pyroblast you can target anything, even a land. It just only kills or counters it if it's that color. Whereas the other ones you can only target things that are that color.
So the
there's
Pyroblast basically it checks on resolution, right? Not on targeting.
Yeah.
Whereas the other one checks on targeting and resolution. So yeah, it makes a lot of sense.
Very, very important part, especially for these prowess triggers.
So we got 2 Otter token cards coming down, and then Francesco getting his own Corey Steel Cutter, and once again online with us. Well, somebody in chat is going to know which Pokemon that is. I can tell it's not Pikachu. And trying to do something about the Otters, right? Dude, I'm not even going to control. I know like 6 Pokemon or something, and 2 of them are evolutions of each other.
Yeah.
So taking out one of the Otters, that's what you needed. That's very much what you needed. Otherwise, it could have gone past you and taken you out. And now Matteo is thinking about blue blasting the Pyroblast.
Yeah, I think this is where the difference is going to matter, right? Because you can blue blast the Pyroblast, Hydroblast the Pyroblast, and then you can just Pyroblast anything, and the Otter is 3 damage for lethal.
Unless Francesco still has anything going, but no cards in hand. Oh,
the hand wave of target anything. Yeah, target you.
Oh, you even talked about it earlier, right? If that had been like an actual old school red elemental blast, Matteo, well, there must have been some other. I guess you could have targeted your own Storm Chaser's talent, but yeah, generally speaking, if you can target anything, that's much better than if you're constricted on your targeting. Awesome, great. So
game 3.
Matteo takes it. Yeah, game 3 and ready to load up. I think we can go straight into it. Probably not too many changes.
I think they might change based on play draw. Exactly. Yeah. Classic tempo things. Historical wisdom has changed so much over the years that I think, it can change. I think dazes. We saw both players here with dazes, so I think it's probably you don't want to cut all of them, even on the draw, because we saw both players have them and they were good for both players. So daze is just fantastic.
I see a wasteland in Matteo's hand. This is the discussion as old as Legacy. Do you wasteland here? Your opponent goes like turn 1 ponder. Do you wasteland? You probably don't if you have a proactive play. But I know a lot of people like to do that. I think it's actually better if you do it when your opponent plays something proactively, even though like strategically it's not. Whereas if they ponder, there's a good chance they have extra lands, right? I mean, that's why you do it in the first place.
Could well be like just looking for a threat. Matteo's hand is also a bunch of non-cantrips apart from a flow state, and then like a wasteland and a flow state. So maybe he's thinking he needs to find another kind of volcanic island to not get wasteland out himself.
True, very much true. Once again, we find ourselves in this position, Volcanic Island on both sides of the board, Dragon Ridge Channel hitting the board. Gotta give the edge to Francesco on the artwork, even though Matteo got the signature on there.
I agree. I'm like old border first, but I do have a big like for just the original printing as well. So they're kind of similar to me. So, but yeah, old border just looks cool.
That's why I struggle with Brainstorm, right? I also love original printing, but then, Mercadia Masks, Brainstorm.
The Masks one.
The
Yeah.
Yeah,
I know.
that's something.
Played masks like almost all my life until a couple of years ago, and now I play with Ice Age ones. Ice
Oh, I
Age.
think that's a sign of maturity. That's like I'm not
Yeah,
there yet.
I definitely feel like I've gotten younger mentally, so I will see.
Okay, okay. Yeah, that's what my patients used
Oh,
to say. Anyway,
yeah.
so
So
taking out the
we're
Dragon
into
Age
this.
still on the other side of the board. Francesco, end of turn, probably gonna fetch. Oh no, okay, it's his turn already again.
Mhm.
Trying to
So
develop his
Mateo's
board.
not shown any sign of weakness, like the Wasteland doesn't necessarily mean there's no more lands in hand. But I call this the butt clenching moment where you're like, please don't Wasteland me. Please don't Wasteland me.
Is Matteo
Uh,
sitting on a single land at this point?
no more lands in hand.
Ooh, okay, okay, okay. Because we
And
fully
I don't
expect the Dragon
believe,
Age Chandler not to go all the way.
yeah. And I don't believe there's any cantrips either. So next turn, if he doesn't draw a cantrip to try and look for a land, it's gonna be face up. Francesco's gonna know that there's no more lands.
And then you might actually.
So,
Oh, there's another wasteland in his hand.
oh,
Oh,
brutal, brutal, brutal. Yeah,
Andrea. Oh, and losing your entire board. Is this gonna be just like? Oh my god, just
yeah.
passing on the empty
Here we
board.
are.
Oh, and you
Absolutely
feel
brutal.
so bad when your opponent has like the second land. Now you can play Cory Steelcutter, of course, stays protected
Yeah,
because no lands to bounce in the first place. Oh, and
brutal.
Francesco couldn't fetch there any quicker. He very much knows
No.
what he wants to do. And the daggers would
Is
be
and
like
it
if he had Mishra's Bubble there on top as well.
Yeah, and you never like mulliganing these hands. I don't think of like threats with Volk Wasteland, but just no cantrips. Another Wasteland for next time.
Hmm.
Yeah, this. Oh, now he can play Wasteland second Cory Steelcutter, triggering the first, and
Oh
he's
my
probably going
god.
to kill him in 2 turns here. So this is probably just all Jova.
As it happens at times, right? Live by
Mhm.
the wasteland, die by the wasteland.
Yep, yep. Hey, look, you can't feel bad. Matteo does this to other people as well. He's done it to
No.
me.
Yeah, he's done it to all of us many, many times over.
Yeah, yeah,
You don't become legacy champion in many different
yeah.
instances and tournaments
And
without
These
being mean.
games these games are quite rare during the tempo mirrors, especially from like high level where players know to like ponder before playing a threat and stuff. He just concedes. Yeah. So these are pretty rare, but they just happen. Sometimes like this is the cost of playing the Xerox shell. Like you're playing the ponders and brainstorms in place in some part of lands, and they can just happen. Like you keep a 2-lander. One is a wasteland. Wasteland is like a pseudo land. It doesn't cost many of the spells. It costs the flow states. But other than that, he kept basically a 1-lander. So it's a risky keep, but I think it's a keep that you should do and you do keep most of the time. And, it just paid off for Francesco.
It's one of those things, right? X amount out of 10 it's gonna happen, and you always hope that it's like in your practice games or something, never in the big one, but every once in a while it happens.
Yeah.
But I mean, of course, Matteo is starting out the tournament 1-on-1, still needs to go 4-0 at this point to lock up the top 8, which of course I think a couple
He
of hours
can.
from now
He
they're
will.
gonna be like, oh yeah, in the quarterfinals we got Matteo Blasi against I don't know, Angelo Corday. So yeah,
Absolutely.
but amazing work here from Francesco, taking out one of the best legacy players in the world. As we move over to our backup feature match, and well, I would call it
Here
a
we
sweet
go.
one. I like watching it. I don't like sitting across from it. This is Gianmarco Pagano on Eon's Day, as we call it.
Well,
Kind
this is
of.
absolutely a sweet one.
This is actually something else. This is even crazier than I thought it would be. I'm glad that you are here to walk me through this.
So I didn't catch the Doomsdays in the deck either. So it's like kind of classic Ant stuff with the LEDs and sorry, not Ant, Tez. But the Doomsdays as well. God, Eon's Day. I don't even know where to start. Like this is so cool. Hexagon Squelcher is a big addition to the deck as well, making things uncounterable. This is just like all the combos. So yeah, Hexagon
Yeah,
Squelcher
oops.
can't be
This is
countered.
basically
Then
oops all combos in many ways, and there's
yeah,
Quantum Riddler in there as well. Like, why not?
yeah.
I don't even know where to
And
start. Okay, give me a very basic rundown from the very end and work our way back to what the deck actually does. Like, how do we win?
So first of all, I would guess there's 2 main ways to win. One is Dark Ritual or 3 Black Pips, then casting Doomsday, and we've got this Thassa's Oracle. So with Conjurer's Bauble, Brainstorm, Chromatic Sphere, and other fast mana, and the 2 Street Wraiths and the Edge of Autumn, we can like be a fairly normal Doomsday deck, right? We could just build a deck of Thassa's Oracle, some Cyclers, and then you just cycle through your deck and you win the next turn. Or if you have enough mana, you win the same turn. Alternatively, you can play LED. You sacrifice LED for 3 blue mana. You discard Echo of Eons if it's in your hand. Then you can use that 3 blue mana to flash it back. You can also cast a gamble, searching for Echo of Eons, and it discards sometimes. So you can kind of cycle these 3 Echo of Eons a few times, and you just like during this kind of combo turn, you just play out all the Mox Opals, the Lotus Petals, the Chrome Moxes, and so you generate mana, you generate card advantage because your opponent's not getting to play their lands or their artifacts and things. And then at the end of that chain, you're going to cast Burning Wish because there's 4 Burning Wish there, which I assume there's going to be a Tendrils of Agony in the sideboard. So if we can pull up the sideboard, we're going to see the Burning Wish sideboard. There's going to be some like probably techie pieces, some removal for kind of interactive pieces, but then also win conditions as well. So here we see, so we see a Doomsday, the 4th Doomsday in the sideboard. So you could also Burning Wish into a Doomsday pile. We see Tendrils of Agony as a win condition, and then another Echo of Eons to go and search for if you have an LED. Then we see
This
Elemental Eruption, which I think is you make 4/4s with Prowess with Storm for 6 mana. So that's another win condition if you can't get enough Storm for a Tendrils kill, I guess. So here, Dragon Tokens with Flying Prowess. So that should just win most games as well. You see the Pink Elephant, Pulverize. That's for all the affinity decks. Love that card. What a cool artwork. Absolutely one of my favorites.
this is such a blast. Also, by the way, I want to point out there's a Conjurer's Bubble in there, and whenever I see that card in this kind of deck, there's a very distinct reason for it. I can't put a name on it right now, but when you see that kind of card, there's always some really deliberate interaction that you get with it. Sometimes you can go like infinite in some kind of crazy way, which I think this is not the deck to do it. But sometimes maybe there's a way for Doomsday, to, I don't know, put something on the bottom of your Doomsday. There must be something. I'm excited to see it in action.
I think you're right, but yeah. Just quickly to say, this is Nosman, who some people who are in Discords and especially Storm Discords might know. So really cool to see.
Oh, famous player. Okay, very much so. Okay, so we got Samuele Dagani playing, well, if Blue-Red Diver is not the second best deck in the format, I feel like people would give this one the title of the second best deck in the format, is it not?
I think it's dropped off a bit. By the way, Samu, top 8 Eternal Weekend, last Eternal Weekend. He's the head of Blue Dojo, so big pillar of legacy here. I think Blue Black has just dropped off a cliff, to be honest. It's a very good deck. But I think it's just like it's really rough into Tron is my big problem. It's just it doesn't put the kind of the same clock as Blue Red Delver does. And as you saw, the clock from Blue Red Delver wasn't enough in the first round against Andrea Mengucci. So look, this deck is very solid. It plays the blue cantrips in the same interaction. Thought Season Force of Will is going to win you plenty of matches as well. So it's a good deck. I just think it's you got to play it really well, which Samu will do, and you got to work for your wins a lot more. I love the addition of the 2 spell snares there. I haven't seen spell snare in a while as well.
So that card. I feel so nostalgic for that card. When I started playing Legacy, that card was everywhere, right? When we played like Canadian Threshold, it was 4 copies of Canadian of that because you needed to cut like everything in the format cost 2 mana, like everything that mattered. And now it's coming back.
Oh, remember Tarmogoyf?
Yeah, sure. barely. Like, isn't that tiny little 2 mana creature? Yeah, we don't do that anymore.
Yeah.
So good to see that card back. Like, if I play a Legacy tournament and I get Spare Snared, I'm almost feeling good to see it back. I don't know.
Yeah. So saying all my bad things about Blue Black, it is probably the best deck against combo decks, and there are a lot of combo decks in the format because you have Thought Seizers and Forces and stuff, and Bowmasters is quite good against these Echo of Eons decks. So I actually do like Samu's side in this matchup.
Oh, you do? Okay, interesting.
Yeah,
I just want to see. I want to just see Gianmarco go off and show us what the Conjurer's Bubble is for.
Yeah. I think it's just to rebuy something, right?
Yeah.
Like after you've Doomsdayed, you can put something back on the bottom. Oh, here we go.
Okay.
Come on, Dark Ritual.
Ooh, Urza's Saga.
Come on, Doomsday.
I like it.
Okay.
Not my favorite kind of artwork for Dark Ritual, but in many ways, like seeing it creep into the format every once in a while, the Urza's Saga one, perfect. Okay, Force, taking out that attempt, taking out that Wasteland. It's like, okay, start from the very beginning. Let's see what Gianmarco's got. Bloodstained Maya passing the turn back to Samuele, who's sitting on Orcish Bowmasters, coming up for the next turn, potentially. Of course, that one's a big hit against Echo of Eons. If it ever comes to that.
Massive. Yeah. Funny enough, Gianmarco's deck kind of often plays Bowmasters. It's not in his build, but a lot of the time you will see Orcish Bowmasters from these like Eons Day kind of decks, although without the Doomsday, because it's so good with Echo of Eons. A lot of time you can go turn 1 or 2 Orcish Bowmasters, LED, Echo of Eons, and then you just fireball the opponent for 8 and crack on.
By the, by the way, is
8.
the reason that Samu is fetching the basic land there, as we talked about in the previous round, that Doomsday every once in a while or even quite often plays wastelands?
Yeah. As you said, like round 1, there was 3 wastelands in the main deck from Doomsday. So I would say it's the most common, more common than not.
Okay, cool.
Yeah.
So heads up play for Samu there. Gianmarco, end
Absolutely.
of turn, gonna surveil. How good does it feel when you surveil Echo of Eons into the graveyard, then untap and use it?
Just so good, I assume. I think the opponent's like always, you know what? Oh, there it is. It's got to be so good there, right? Oh, amazing.
There we go.
I
Samu's
think
like, oh,
that is,
easy, okay.
that's the giveaway to Samu that like, oh, this is not just normal Doomsday.
I wonder if the
Gotta
gambler's gonna
feel
get
silly.
LED.
But it's got to, right? Yeah.
Yeah. Do you have a counter gamble?
I don't think so, because sometimes it could get a land, but I don't think so. Like, you're usually going to counter what it gets. So you want him to, if he did have a Force of Will here, which I don't think he does, but you'd want him to, you'd assume he's going to get LED, and then you get to get his whole hand at the same time.
Okay, someone's holding a Force of Will. Yeah.
I often joke that gamble is just search for a card and entomb it, because you just discard what you search for so often.
Pretty much. Fixed entomb, kind of.
Yeah.
Okay. He's going to discard his entire hand.
I really like this from Gianmarco, just being like, well, if you have another Force, oh, he does have a Force, my bad. His hand is just not really playing around Force, because he's only got the 1 land. So, like, the Echo there is not even that good for him, but it's what his hand does. So I really appreciate the just going for itness.
Yeah, I was going to say at this point his best out is probably finding LED plus Echo of Eons, but that one's shut down as well now.
Yeah.
I mean, not necessarily. I guess he could take 7 damage and then try to win some other way. So he could even do it twice. So maybe, I mean, it depends on how much damage Samu is going to deal to him over the next couple of turns. But technically, that line is still open for like at least a turn or 2.
Yeah, his deck is very capable of winning through Bowmasters, because it's probably going to echo and then like not pass the turn, right? So it's just going to take 1 damage from each draw, but it's still not good, is it? Still not what you want to be doing. Wasteland is pretty brutal here, and a Thoughtseize. Yeah, we're just seeing. I mean, double Force of Will is perfect. But we're just seeing why this blue-black tempo deck. I say tempo. There's no dazes in this build actually. It's just blue-black mid-range. But we're seeing why it's so good against combo. It's just got all the interaction.
So there's no dazes in there. There's also no, I don't know, 1 mana creatures. So it's really just like basically mid-range. This is like blue-black Jund.
Blue-black Jund, exactly.
Moist Wet Jund, as they call it, or something.
Yeah.
Without red.
Lovely.
Yeah, okay, it's actually the only thing it really shares is black, so it's probably one of the worst comparisons to make, but strategically, like you're this random mid-range pile, beat you up, make you discard stuff. Here we go, yeah.
Yeah. At the same time, this clock is pretty slow, just attacking for 2. Marco's at 13, so got time.
And could just find Force for good measure, by the way.
Okay. That probably is close to kind of like, I mean, it's perfect, but Gianmarco could just find LED and Echo and then go off again. Again, yeah, Bowmaster's hurt, but you can go for that and then cast loads of spells into like a tendrils and things.
Yeah, this is the last turn, and he could even attempt that. Someone picks up Barrowgolf, doesn't have the land for it, but just Thoughtseizes him again. Probably takes out the LED, I would say.
Yeah, I think I would have liked the LED being played out there.
Yeah, true.
Like, oh, it goes to the Doomsday. Okay. I guess the thinking is like you might need the life gain off of tendrils, but yeah, he's realizing that given that Bowmaster's next turn is going to be lethal with an Echo, then he's just like, yeah, kind of drawing a bit dead.
That was a quick one. I guess that's how it plays out with this kind of deck. Actually, which kind of protection does he have in the main deck? He's got the defense grids, which are probably going to be good, not so good against the discard.
Yeah.
And then from the sideboard, let's see what he's going to bring in for additional protection.
So he has Spiderpunk. Yeah. Spiderpunk is very good here.
Tell me again, what does it do?
Sort of bunch of abilities. It's like a 2-mana 2/1 with Riot. Oh, thank you. Thank you, producers. I needed that. Other spiders you control have Riot. Obviously, you remembered that bit. But the spells and abilities can't be counted and damage can't be prevented. So, first of all, it's mostly the spells and abilities can't be counted. So it can get through like a Chalice or a Vexing Bauble as well. Although Vexing Bauble's banned, so ignore that bit. But it gets through a Chalice. But it's like, anti-Chalice tech, but anti-counter spells as well. So I expect the Spiderpunk to come in. And he probably brings the Thoughtseizes in as well. I
That's
don't
pretty
expect
much it,
much
right?
else. Yeah, the rest of it's just going to be things to get with Burning Wish, and Boomerang Basics is probably for like Leyline of the Void.
Cool. So on the other side of the board, I would expect like Force of Negation. That one's a shoe-in. Maybe
Absolutely.
the Blue Blast against the Burning Wish, if we've
Yeah,
seen that or expect
Gamble a
that.
Burning Wish. Absolutely.
Yeah. What about
I
the
think
Damping
engine
Sphere?
explosives can be pretty brutal to kill loads of, well, maybe tokens, but mostly like the Mox Opal, Chromox kind of stuff. So I think most of this side was coming in, like the engine explosives, the Hydro Blast, the consigned to memory, maybe for LEDs.
The Voidwalkers,
Technically can
maybe?
count Voidworkers. I think so. Yeah, because you'll see the Echo of
Hmm.
Eons turned off from that and the Force Negation. The build is different, right? Because Doomsday doesn't care about the graveyard, so it's got a bit more help against Stealthy Voidwalker than these kind of Echo of Eons based combo decks usually would. But I do like it coming in because I think you can cut all like the removal spells and the Barraglyphs, so you've also got a lot of cards to bring out.
Yeah, the Barraglyphs are a bit dead weight, right? It's not exactly the kind of card that you plan on winning the game with.
Yeah, yeah. All right, we don't
Okay.
have the turn one go for it this time.
You got the Oracle in
Okay,
hand. Doesn't really do all that much. I guess you could get on. Yeah. We got the
just
Ponder
cast it.
on Samu's side of the. Yeah, just cast it as a blocker, right? I guess technically, smooth out, quote
Yeah.
unquote, smooth out your draws.
Is that a Spider-Punk in Gianmarco's hand? Third?
Would be a
Trying
reason
to
to
have a
keep the
look.
hand, right?
Yeah, I think with the Badlands. That'd be pretty good.
You think Samuela kept some removal spells in hand, or in the deck rather?
I would be surprised. I think it's rare for these decks to play many creatures. Again, sometimes these kind of Echo of Eons decks play Bowmasters, which you probably would want it for. But at the
Mhm.
same time, we've seen the Doomsdays, so it's a bit of an unusual build. So
Wait, they
I
sometimes play
think,
Orcish Bowmasters in the Echo of Eon stack. That should be
yeah,
illegal, honestly.
yeah. Oh, absolutely. Um, yeah, I'd be surprised too. And then like you've got game 3 to readjust if you see some creatures. Like sometimes there could be like a Barraglyph Cyborg plan, things like that.
Okay, surveilling. This time, keeping it on top.
No Echo of Eons to the graveyard.
Yeah.
So we've
This is where I
seen
would.
him bring in Barraglyphs.
Okay. Oh, and we got the Spider Punk, right?
Nice.
We got a
Also,
reader.
it's a 2-1, but because it has Riot, it would Riot into a 3-2. So you can't kill it with Orcish Bowmasters, importantly.
Oh, okay. So that's why you write it. So it's not that much about the haste. It's about surviving the Hawkish Bowmasters.
Yeah. So you'll put a 1-1 counter against
Okay.
Bowmasters decks. So yeah, Samu kind of priced into forcing this, which is nice. And Gianmarco does have a Barraglyph in hand. So you know what? Maybe no removal spells or pitching this Brazen Borrower might come back to bite him.
By the way, Brazen Borrow, one of the only ways to get rid of the creatures if they actually hit the board. You know, the Spider Punks and the other guy. And
Oh my god, look at
Gianmarco,
this.
yeah, just getting this guy out. Sure. I really want the Barraglyph.
Oh my god, this sequence of like LED, like Lotus Petal, Dark Ritual Barraglyph.
Sure. I'll
Samu
take
does
it.
have a second Brazen Borrower here.
It's like this, your dice is small. You need the big dice. This is the Legacy Invitational. We need only use big
Yeah,
dice. Like, okay,
I know what's
sure.
going on.
Take this one.
Yeah,
Also, you technically, the Barraglyph's triggered ability can actually put Echo of Eons into the graveyard, right?
and
If you ever
find
find it.
Spider-Punk.
Yeah, well, yeah, that's the bonus on top. All of a
But
sudden,
yeah,
like this
no,
card is
totally right.
incredibly synergistic. It mills yourself and it finds your creatures. Like, why is not everybody playing
Yeah.
that?
Would you dare play an Echo of Eons here though? Like your opponent then just flashes in Bowmasters, the Barraglyph becomes a 1/2. Yeah,
Tricky.
I
I mean,
don't
it's
think you do
basically
that.
like it's hatching for later on in the game. Like there's a reasonable expectation that the Barraglyph is not gonna go all the way. So you like have a generate value for as long as it can. Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, I think he was just hoping this goes the distance, and I don't think he has mana 3 here now. There's an Echo. Okay, I guess you just Echo here now.
Easy as that. Samu
God,
tapped
it's
out.
just like it's just all the different angles, isn't it? It's crazy.
Watch some top deck defense grids to make sure it's gonna resolve. Did you see a Farsighted in Samu's hand?
I didn't catch it. I don't think I saw a second.
Okay. By the way,
Okay.
I don't know how to describe it, but I like the the way Gianmarco goes about all of these plays. Like he seems very confident in what he does. It's probably not like one of the first times he's playing the deck. He very much knows what
Yeah.
he's in for. He very much knows what he wants to do with the deck, what he's gonna lose with the deck, and what he's gonna beat. And he's gonna put you
So
to a spot like that's
I've
menacing to
chatted
me.
with him. I've chatted with him over the years a lot, and he was messaging me Echo of Eon's decks like 3 or 4 years ago. So he's played it a lot. He knows what he's doing.
Oh, by the way, you know
Yeah.
what it is? There's a sweet Sawatarix token. Get them on
Ooh, look at that.
sawatarix.com.
Beautiful. Beautiful,
Blue
beautiful. All
mana
right.
token.
The storm count is out. Storm count 2. And we have 1 blue floating. I like this, like 1 blue floating, because you might like gamble and discard another echo or something, and 1 black or red should be enough. Seems like a close decision, which if you leave up both lands or if you leave up a blue, but it probably doesn't matter too much, especially because you might be drawing more Lotus Petals, Mox Opals, and these kind of things.
Yeah, it looks like Gianmarco already done the math. Like the 1 blue mana, that's the one he wants to float. And as both players now shuffle their hands in the graveyard back into the library, pick up a new 7. Basically, the game restarts with both players on 2 lands and Gianmarco floating some mana. I guess that's the one advantage he's getting out of this, of course. And no mulligans allowed this time. Actually, I played against opponent once, and he tried to mulligan on the Echo of Eons. It's like, not exactly. It's like, oh yeah, right.
Nice. I wonder like what the rate of winning post Echo is with this deck, because I think some of the other ones just have a. I don't actually remember what cards, but like this one's got to make space for the Doomsdays from something, so maybe, and like the cantrips and things. So
maybe a little less on the actual turn, but still maybe equals out over the next like 2 or 3 turns, or even just the next turn, honestly. Okay.
He's Burning Wishing here. I think I caught another Echo in hand. Thoughtseize. Ooh, I see the orange and red. Yeah, the classic orange and red from Forces. They're so easy to distinguish when you have the hand like that.
I really hope Wizards never prints a legacy playable card that has that color scheme on the left side of the card, because they always stick out, right? You can always tell as a commentator.
Absolutely. Yeah.
Unfortunately, people also love the original printing of Alliances, right? There are some other ones, but I want to say like Force of Will is one of the cards that gets played the most in the original printing.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
All right. Looks like he's going for a Doomsday.
Okay, so we get Echo of Eons into Burning Wish into Doomsday, like utilizing the full engine over there.
Yeah.
And now the Force of Will comes down, pitching Flow State. Valiant attempt.
Samu has cast 5 Force of Wills this match already. Yeah.
And you need to cast each one of them.
Absolutely. Yeah, absolutely. It's cool to see, like, 5 is obviously a lot of Force of Wills. I think it's like higher than you would usually draw in these kind of things. But Gianmarco's like put them to the tests those many times as well. It's really impressive.
Yeah, Echo of Eons is just like such a great catch-up mechanic when you're playing a combo deck that, I mean, I guess that's the kind of synergy. Like Doomsday doesn't really put you all in. It's just like, okay, you counter it or you don't. Whereas other Storm mechanics, they usually deplete your resources. And then if they like hit the key spell, like the Burning Wish or something, all of your resources are gone. Whereas Doomsday doesn't. And then once all of your resources are gone for the second attempt, then you can still reload with the Echo of Eons. So that's kind of cool.
Like what we're seeing now. We're seeing just Dark Ritual into another Echo of Eons. And what's really cool is Samu probably has to Force a Will this, but then it's in the graveyard to cast again next turn.
Like, it's because it's hard cast.
So many Force checks. Yeah.
Oh my god. I mean, that's if you're Samu's side of the board, you need any kind of pressure, right? Otherwise, the Eon's deck is gonna grind you out with interactions like this.
Yeah, amazing. Honestly, it's so impressive. Even though he's been forced every single time, it's been impressive from the deck.
You know what a friend of mine used to do when he played Maverick against Spiral Tide? Spiral Tide also did that thing with Time Spiral every single time. And Maverick, like, not exactly known for having interaction, but he brought in 4 Mindbreak traps. And before the first High Tide, before the first Time Spiral, he surgically extracted the Force of Wills. So for the rest of the game, his Mindbreak traps were all live.
Nice.
And he actually won the game that way.
That's cool.
That was
very
cool.
nice.
I always think about that. Because they're like strategic adaptations of that in different ways.
Yeah, because your instinct would be to like surgical, I don't know, time spirals if you could or something.
Combo pieces, right? Yeah.
Yeah. Chat saying Samu Force Master. Absolutely. So it's six Force Wheels. Can we get a Force Wheel counter from
I
production?
was gonna say, yeah, if we're gonna hit 10, that's probably
Oh,
like a new record or something. By the way,
I'm
shout
gonna
out to the
say,
Impact Live crew. They're putting on a great
yeah,
show here. They flew into the tournament. At this point, they're the premier production crew in all of Europe, bringing you the best, not only Legacy, but also Eternal Magic, and I think even other card games. I'm not too sure on that. I heard something about that. They're putting in so much work behind the scenes. You don't always get to see them, but you see what they do, and what they do is amazing. Thank you so much, guys.
yeah, cool. So Samu with the Bowmasters in play finally. So this is a case for the deck as well. Like he's forcing the Echoes even though there's a Bowmasters in play, which I guess he's just thinking if Echo resolves, I might not get another turn. Well, there's because then the Force will get shuffled away as well. So you kind of like you might as well do it. But now Gianmarco gets to play Echo, and he'll have 2 mana at the end of it. So yeah, he'll take 7 damage off the Bowmasters, go down to 8 life, but that's fine, right? Like you're gonna die if you pass the turn now, but what are you gonna do?
True. I mean, I guess you could even run something out like Spider-Punk and try to block one the big Orc token or something if you really had to pass the turn. Okay, just like Naked Burning Bush. That's interesting. Is that gonna find a removal spell for the Bowmaster, maybe? Or maybe like a protection spell for the Echo of Eons? Like, I think we've seen there's no Overmaster on the sideboard, but maybe there's something else that he can. Let me actually pull it up here. Sideboard.
Yeah, I thought he would just throw off the Echo here.
There's a Thoughtseize in the sideboard that he could get if he didn't bring it in. Boomerang Basics.
Yeah.
Interesting. Just force it. Oh, that's a Red Blast. Yeah, makes sense.
People are saying Massacre and Pyroblast, but he can't cast the Massacre this turn, and there's no Pyroclasm in the sideboard actually. But he's still there. He's still okay. Like he's not dead. He's just being attacked for 2 down to 30, and he can Echo next turn as well.
Does he have any cards in hand? I think he's got some, right? No, none. Oh, okay.
No cards in
Never
hand.
mind. Mystic Sanctuary.
The Spicy Mystic Sanctuary. This is definitely a Jund desk deck, like mid range. I think now if he has land 5, he could just bring back Force of Will, which might just lock it out then.
That one's got.
Although I never ever want to count this Echo deck out. So he's got
that is true.
A 3-turn clock now.
I mean, you're basically a single Thoughtseize from the top away from maybe still making it work. It's gonna be it's gonna be tough though. Thoughtseize would put you to 8. Drawing 7 puts you to 1. Yeah. Let's see what you can find.
It has just been such a brutal draw from Samu. Like so many Force of Wills.
Okay, he's checking him for the blue pitch card.
Yeah.
Samu got the blue pitch card. And I think at that point, it's not too much I can think of. Maybe Brainstorm. Yeah, I guess Brainstorm into Dark Ritual.
Oh, no. Yeah, Echo doesn't do it anymore now.
Kills him.
Oh yeah, because he's at 5 life, so the Bowmaster will kill him. Wow, he drew the Echo and LED as well. Amazing.
He would have.
You know what?
This is scary, dude. I never ever want to play against this deck. This is way too scary for me. Just give me all the Delvers and what have you in the world. I don't mind the Tron decks. But this deck, like you fight back 3 times, and even then the deck's still like, oh, if you didn't have the Bowmaster, I casually just draw 2 deck cards from the top and would have had it anyway. It's like, whoa.
Yeah.
No. Too scary.
It's crazy. You know what? We can see Nosman in the chat. That is Nosman. And he's saying, I collected some forces. That you did. Like, that was so many forces. As I said, really impressed by that deck. Like, every single one was a force check. Every single, like, avenue could lead to winning the game. All the Burning Wishes for Tendrils or anything like that. The Echoes just could find what you need. So that's the fun of it. It's a bit of a gamble as well. But the Echoes are not meant to be much of a gamble because you're meant to just keep going. So, Black... showing why it was good, because it was not just the 6 forces. There was the Bowmasters turning off the Echoes later in the game. There were Thoughtseizes in there as well. There's a Wasteland in game 1. So like the blue-black deck had interaction on all the different axes, and it just did very powerful things. So I think that blue-black deck does prey on combo decks, and it probably is going to very much struggle into Tron, which, as we discussed around round 1, Tron just might not be that popular in paper because people don't have these candles. So it'd be a good call, actually, despite me not being high on blue-black.
Yeah, you said that, right? So maybe the deck is not as good as I remember it to be. I mean, it's been pretty much hit left, right, and center with bans over the last couple of years. But yeah, guys, thank you so much for tuning in. Let your friends know. You know, we're streaming on Twitch, we're streaming on YouTube. If you want to check it out, also go over to YouTube and let them know that the Legacy Invitational is happening here in Italy, Bologna. We're going to get 64 players down to a single player by the end of the day, 6 rounds of Swiss, 3 rounds of top 8. And I already spied for the next round. We're going to be back in just a couple of minutes. 3 out of 4 decks we haven't seen thus far. So we got 3 fresh decks loaded up, 1 classic, more or less. We will see in a moment. So stay tuned, and we're going to be right back in just a couple of minutes.
A minute.
You. Hey, thank you so much for staying tuned. We are back with round 3 of the Italian Legacy Invitational. I know that you got some of your friends on there, so thank you so much. And if you haven't done that, now's the time, because now we're like a third through the tournament of the Swiss thus far, so there's still a lot more Legacy to come. This is Callum Smith. I'm Julian Knapp, and we still got, I think the two of us are going to do 3 more rounds of Legacy coverage before we hand it over to Andreas and Nan. So, Callum, I already teased it, right? This round, we're going to have 3 decks that we haven't seen on camera thus far, and 1 returning guest in some way. So, why don't we start off with Ian Fusari? Ian Fusari, one of the players in our first feature match here, playing a deck that... When we just talked about it, I called it like the 2026 version of Stoneblade. It's the same idea, right? You got some permission, you got some mid range, and then you wonder. Can't even call it grind it out in the end, but
yeah,
it is.
So I mean, it's just blue white, but it's like kind of there's a lot of interactions going on here. It's like kind of trying to abuse failure. There's a few things here. Failure can attack and exile a creature when it attacks, and then stifle can stifle the return trigger. So stifle can be like a removal spell. But the interaction also is with failure, where you can warp a Quantum Riddler, and failure can blink and it'll stay in play. It'll come back, so it'll like draw a card as well. So you're kind of abusing failure Exhibition Shepherd here as a kind of blink engine, which is just a good card as well. It can get rid of tokens and things. I think the blue white shell is just quite strong. With Ophelia is just a good card. Tameo and Source of Plowshares and Force of Will. Cantrips, obviously. 4 Wasteland, 4 Stifle can just win a game as well. And with 4 days. So this is a pretty aggressive, brutal tempo deck in a way. Like Tameo, flip it quickly with a Brainstorm, and then follow it up by Wastelands and Stifles can just win a game as well. So I'm actually a really big fan of this deck. I think it's quite powerful and underplayed. So I'm excited to see how this goes. Yeah.
So you like the deck?
I'm a big fan of this deck. I think it's really powerful.
Okay. Yeah. To me, this is like the Tottenham Hotspurs of decks. Like you look at it from the outside, you're like, yeah, I guess. And
I'm very impressed with it. Usually, though, you do see a mix of Consigned to Memory and Stifles, and I really would like to have seen a further mix here to beat the Tron decks in a way. Because Stifle and Consigned to Memory do the same thing with Felia. They can counter the comeback. Stifle, obviously can go off to fetch lands, but I think Consigned to Memory just has enough overlap to. I would like to see a 2-2 split, basically. But otherwise, I think this deck is very powerful. It can.
You know what I want to say?
Yeah.
I want to say like this deck probably wins most of its matches with Tameo.
Probably,
it's just like there's nothing I look at there that makes me feel like, oh yeah, that's how they get you. I mean, technically Quantum Riddler, but I mean, yeah. Okay, but we will see. We're also getting some information that the last MTGO season actually was won by this deck. So most trophies actually were won by the blue-white Philia deck, which came as quite a surprise to me. So, yeah, looking forward to see it in action. And of course, now we got our returning guest, Francesco Barato.
Is it a guest, or they just walk into the house by their own accord?
Yeah, they don't even care, right? They're just like they're planning on access their way into your house, and you're like, I live here now.
So look at this. Look at the Urza's Mine and Urza's Power Plants. 2 of each. Have you ever seen that before?
Yeah, actually I did.
Yeah, it's funny, isn't it?
I actually did.
It's funny. This is what I think is a bit more normal than what we saw. So round 2, we saw Andrea Mengucci playing the same deck, but he had 4 Petrified Hamlets, and they were fantastic against Delver. Here, we don't see any Petrified Hamlets. Instead, we see 2 Urza's Mine, 2 Urza's Power Plant, which Andrea's deck build is better against Wasteland. This one is just more. It's just more powerful without the interaction. So like it can assemble Tron and be faster. Because also Planar Nexus plus an Urza's land can be 3 mana, or if it's an Urza's Tower, it's 4 mana. So I think this deck plays a turn 2 Trinisphere more often than Andrea's build. We do see 4 Candelabra of Taunus now. Candelabra also better with more Urza's lands. So I think this build is slightly more explosive. It's slightly ahead on curve, but a bit weaker against interaction. So, and we do see a deck with 4 Wastelands and things. So, you know what? I think Tron is favored, but it's not by a crazy amount.
You know why I think Tron is favored? Because the other deck doesn't really produce any kind of noticeable clock except for Tameo.
Yeah, but like Tameo, the Ugin, like you can slightly protect it with a Stifle and the trigger and stuff.
Yeah.
I do think Tron's favored. It's going to just generate too much mana and too fast, probably. But you know what? I think there's a little bit of game from blue white.
I think the first game especially is going to be an uphill battle for the blue white Philia deck. Unless they get like they really smooth out their draws, like on the play, get down to Philia and stuff. But yeah, you can probably tell, and that's good that we got you in here as well. I'm not too high on the deck, and I'm very much looking forward to be proven wrong on this one.
Yeah.
Probably makes for a good game if it does. So both players here ready, shuffling up, and okay, step number 1 on the play has been achieved. Good play there by Ivan, winning the die roll, getting a miscut basic island foil, a miscut foil basic island to boot. Okay.
And Tamio?
Okay, that's something.
Yeah,
I think, dude, step 1, step 2 have been completed. We're pretty close to winning the game at this point for Ivan. Dude, White Philia is the best deck in the format.
Totally. Cool. Urza's Mine comes down.
By the way, does it ever EQ that's Urza's Mine and not Urza's Tower, even though there's a tower on it?
Yep, it does, absolutely. Here's step 3. And now needs to find a wasteland.
Dude, he's following the guide. Somebody has that out on Patreon somewhere. Okay, dude, you win the die roll, get Philia, get Tamio, flip it on the second turn, and then win on turn 5 or something.
Then he has Spell Pierce and Force Will up now. This is a very good start from Ivan. Very, very good.
In a way, this is a tempo deck, but the creature that wins you the game can't be such a Plowshed, except for the very first turn.
Yeah. Yeah, Tamio's just going to put such a fast clock. Now, the thing is, Tamio Ultimate should win. There's a little question in my mind that it probably does, but does it?
Yeah, I know what you mean. I know what you mean.
Tron with lots of mana. Like, if Tron gets enough lands in play, I think it honestly might be able to power through it. Crazy to say. It's like the actual damage, because the damage dealing clock is just Philia and Quantum Riddlers. And there's only
imagine
4
if like Ivan
Stifles
draws half his deck and Francesco's like shrugs, just like, okay, my turn.
It'd be so sick. I could see it happening. Okay.
Wait, is it already over?
It's already over. Francesco didn't have a third land drop, so couldn't play anything.
Oh, wow. Ivan even followed the 5-step guide to a T. Like, this is perfect. Like, even your opponent was struggling on mana. Like, this is how you do it. This is the best deck in the format. Sign me up. I already ordered it.
The thing is, I do think the Tron deck can fight through a Tamio Ultimate, but you have to have like 20 mana in play, which is like 3 lands for the Tron deck, and he misses third land drop, so...
Turns out the deck with 4 Wasteland and Stifle is good against the deck that tries to cast 7 mana spells.
Yeah, and we're going to see Ivan get some really good sideboard cards here. I think he brings in the Prismatic Ending, because it can get rid of like a Candle or any of the little things. We're going to see 3 Consigns slam dunk into the deck, absolutely. And then I think we'll see the 2 Force of Negations come in as well, because it's all non-creature spells. Lavinia as well is quite nice, right? So Lavinia, usually she comes in because she counters spells when no mana was cast, but her other ability is you can't cast non-creature spells that cost more than the number of lands in play. So that is very, very good against Tron as well. So
that's a big one, yeah.
And Wrath of the Sky is being highlighted by a great production crew because they're like, guys, listen to us. It's actually really good because it can get rid of Urza's Urza's Saga, all the tokens. But also, like, they do play out these, like, the keys, the Grim Monolith, the candlesticks and stuff. So, yeah, Wrath of the Skies is very effective as well. So
I'm counting really, really good cards that we want to bring in. So at that point, like, woof, what do we take? I guess Teferi is not great against them.
Yeah, cut the Teferis, cut the swords.
That's 6 cards. Okay, we're pretty much almost there. 3
Stifles
more
as
cards.
well.
Okay, cool.
Yeah.
Got it locked up. Okay, keep the 1 value Stifle, or even like 1 Teferi, who knows. Other side of the
cut
world.
basic as well if you want, but yeah.
Ooh, yeah, see, now we're talking. Okay, you've thought about this deck more than I have, for sure. Francesco Barato, lots of Karn wish targets out there.
Yeah.
What do we see? Dismember? Maybe Dismember?
Yeah. I think Dismember will come in. Lavinia is probably common enough that you need some answers to it, and just killing Philia as well is fine. So Dismembers I expect to come in. Not a ton more, because as you said, like, it's similar to the Burning Wish deck from last round. Like, it's just... you're going to leave these things to search for with Karn from the main deck. So I think we'll just see the 2 Dismembers come in, honestly.
Okay, cool.
For perhaps, you probably want to keep a couple of Disruptor Flutes because it's nice to kind of name consign to memory. So maybe we see the 3rd Disruptor Flute come in and name consign. I think Trinisphere might not be amazing.
Oh, you're saying that the 3rd Disruptor Flute might come in because we're never really going to get it off Karn and it's still good. So it's supposed to come down before Karn and then be Karn.
So. Yeah, exactly.
I see. So So it's like
Yeah.
a poor man's defense grid, or actually pretty much defense grid, and
Yeah,
when we're only
because
targeting a single card.
yeah, you can name force, you can name consign. Sometimes you can play it in response to like something with an activated ability. Yeah.
Makes sense. Is that an expedition map of the power plant?
Yep.
Yeah.
Classic Tron
Cool.
start. Now, does he have the second Tron land?
By the way, Ivan already stopped following the guide. I'm a little bit disappointed.
Yeah, that was yeah. Is
Couldn't
he
really
even going to
force
get the
himself
spare
to be
land?
on the play, I guess, but no Tamio. Okay, but we wasteland the Urza Saga. This is so interesting because in situations like this, I also don't hate wastelanding the power plant
Oh,
because that way, yeah.
I think I'd prefer going after the power plant. Oh, stifle as well. Nice, nice, nice. So I was thinking here, you go after the saga, but then you can go and grab the Planar Nexus, which gives you 3 mana because the power plant then taps for 2. But yeah, stifle here, nice. So my instinct was to take out the stifles, but they do have enough targets as well, so it's cool.
Yeah, Cypher's the kind of card that's rarely ever dead in almost any matchup.
Yeah.
You're really struggling to find one where it's not really doing good work for you. And I guess it's also combos with Crunch on Riddler, so there's always that on your side of the board. But now that card, Trinisphere, really hard card for Ivan to beat, of course, with all the interaction that he's got. Takes out. See, another use for Stifle, pitches to Force of Will. No, see?
Yeah. Very good, very good.
Fully justified its presence in the main deck.
Trinisphere in this Tron deck has like brought the card back into the format, right? It just wasn't really played before for years.
It's so funny,
and
right?
years.
When you think back, like you mentioned Chalice of the Void earlier, I feel like Chalice of the Void is not a legacy card anymore. It really isn't. Whereas Trinisphere very much is after it was gone, like on holidays for 10 years or something, as a far off main deck.
So how good is this Lavinia here? Incredible.
It's insane, right? Actually help me out. What do you shut off? You shut off potentially Karn if it's cast off like an Ancient Tomb or something. Or any of the multi-mana lands. Oh, yeah, actually, we already have them. You have 4 mana available. Yeah, Lavinia is insane here. You're right. You're very much right.
Yeah, because Francesco only has 3 mana there. Excuse me. 3 mana there, but even if he just drew like a tower, so that 6 mana available, still can't cast the Karn because there's only 3 lands in play.
Gotta keep you honest. By the way, what is the flute naming? Wasteland?
Trying to work it out here.
It
probably does name Wasteland.
Yeah.
I'd be surprised if it's not, because we've seen the one Wasteland from Ivan already. These games have been brutal from the blue-white side, right?
Yeah, I told you in the beginning, it's one of the best decks around, so I'm really, really not surprised there.
Jack, so you name the card that you lose to, which probably is Wasteland. Yeah.
Okay, but the Trinisphere once again really annoying for Ivan to try to overcome.
Yeah. I think is that 2 forces Quantum Riddler Ponder in hand? But he knows about the 3rd land from Ponder, so he's just like electing to I can cast one Force of Will a turn, which it's a slow clock though.
Also, Francesco sitting on a second Trinisphere. Almost would have preferred to have the second Trinisphere forced because he's got the 3rd Trinisphere, I guess, in that case, in hand. He's got the One Ring, which he can cast now.
He can cast now,
so Francesco is finding his way into the game, mostly because Ivan doesn't really present any kind of inevitability. And, I don't know.
Yeah.
Even just Quantum Riddler, I don't know. But no Tamio, no party.
Yeah, and again, other than the Tamio, it is a slow clock, as we've discussed. So I can see Francesco drawing out of this.
It's like 3 mana, please. It's like, yes, of course, got that. This is like when a billionaire fails to pay, I don't know, 10 euros and something extra, and you're like, oh yeah, you have to. He's like, oh yeah, he throws you $1,000 bill or something. Is there $1,000 bill? I don't even know. There probably might not be.
All right, we see even passing with the Wasteland in place, so we can definitely guess that the Disruptive Flute is naming Wasteland. That Planar Nexus is technically generating 4 mana.
Yeah, that one's keeping the deck together. And now we find the Karn.
Nice.
We got 1, 2, 3, 4 mana. Okay, we pay for the Force in 2 different ways.
Yep. So I just want to highlight, I love the sequencing from Francesco. So last turn, he has 7 mana available, but he lets us play the Manifold Key just for that, because he had Karn and Ring, so he can double spell the following turn here. He knows that Ivan can only play 1 force. So really, really, really good play by Francesco. Fantastic. Really heads up.
Probably not his first rodeo on this deck. Okay, that's the meticulous. I've made it a thing that I try to learn the name of the surveillance, because you always call them like blue-white surveillance. That's Meticulous Archive or something, right?
Correct. Yeah, that's correct.
Perfect. Okay, now we pick up a... Well,
Spell Pierce. Not looking great.
probably going to go to the graveyard, right? I mean,
Yeah.
you're not winning the game by spell piercing Francesco's next spell.
No. And the
Thank you
thing
so
is, the
much, production group.
Lavinia is like, so Francesco has 8 mana in play, but he can only cast 4 like things from 4 mana or less. So there's going to be tons of floating mana.
That is true.
Yeah.
That's true. Okay. Very honestly, like, what do you even bounce? Oh, the waste. Okay. Okay. Yeah, you're okay. Okay.
Nice.
We're building a strategy
Yeah.
here.
Even can now wasteland the planet Nexus. Okay, that's big. That's big. Ring is in
That
play,
also-
so gonna find more cards. But
Yeah.
God, if there was that sequence the previous turn, that would have been big.
So now at this point, Francesco's gonna try to just get land drops in there to get around Lavinia.
Yeah.
Quite the annoying card, I gotta say, to sit across from it. Vintage All-Star, of course.
I think with the ring in play now, I think Francesco is probably going to draw out of it. It seems likely, right? Like again, there's just so much mana that now he has enough lands in play that he can just cast all these things.
I wonder from this kind of game state, is there actually even a way for Ivan to reasonably come back? I don't really feel like blue-white. You know, when you're behind like this, you usually want some kind of oomph, some kind of combo, some kind of like huge turnaround, some kind of like exile or artifact thingy. And I think even then he would struggle to win the game. I don't think blue-white Filia has the capability of coming back from a position like this.
Yeah, no, because when the Lavinia came down, I felt like it was brutally good, and it was for a few turns. But again, Tron deck can just make the land drops and then start casting the things. And the Trinisphere has been doing a lot of work here as well, because the One Ring was able to be double spelled through like the extra forcible in Ivan's hand.
And they're taking out the Lavinia as well. So now we have full free reign on whatever you want to do. Run out all those
on the Plan Nexus
keys.
as well.
Yeah, Plan Nexus. Easy.
Yeah.
Get all the mana in the world. Looks like Francesco's about to tie the game here.
Yeah, I think so. I think as we saw in round 1 with Andrea, round 1, you can turn the corner so fast, right? You feel like, there's a bit of pressure, or there's creatures attacking you, or there's some disruption elements. Then all of a sudden, it just kind of gets this extra bit of mana, extra jump up and things. And the One Ring just draws like all the cards. So yeah, I think it's turned the corner already, and it's going to pull ahead very fast in the next couple of turns.
Okay, you have a chance to impress me now. What is that card in Ivan's hand?
The one at the front? Disruptive Flute? Oh, Ivan, sorry. Also at the front. There's a
that white
Tameo,
thingy.
Quantum Riddler. That's a Tameo.
Oh, that's a Tameo. That is a Tameo?
Yeah, it's a double face card, right? So he's using...
okay. So he's
cards.
using one of those name... Okay. I thought it was like an extra printing. Picks up another copy of that. Okay.
I think we're probably going to see Ivan concede quite soon.
It's quite interesting. We talked about whether Tamiyo's ultimate actually does win the game for blue-white Filia. And I think especially when a Trinisphere is in play, it does not. Because you might have all the cards in the world, but when you can only cast 1.5 or something each turn, realistically, really only one, it's not good enough.
No. Trinisphere has done great things this game. It got the ring into play. But yeah, I think for future turns as well, it's so punched into these cantrip decks. It's such a powerful card in this Tron deck, because you can make 3 mana turn 2 so often with either Grim Monolith or with like an Urza's Power Plant or Urza's Mine plus a Plan Nexus. It's just so common. And here we can just Lattice.
Is there like a reasonable reset button? I guess Wrath of the Skies, right? But that we are also like not making that one work anymore.
No. So here, I guess he's
even Nilrod wouldn't be good here. Like, you still have Karn, you can probably do something broken.
Yeah, Nilrod effects just aren't that great to Tron because the lands that make all the mana. Well, he goes for Paradox Engine. The Forge player in him.
Ooh, okay. Tell us, what does Paradox Engine actually do with its deck? Especially once you have the One Ring in play.
Is that a clue? Paradox Engine is a 5 mana artifact, and whenever you cast a spell, you untap all your permanents. It might be artifacts. I think it's permanents. Maybe it's just artifacts. But basically, you can tap the ring here, draw 4 cards, cast a spell, untap the ring, draw 5 more cards. The Trinisphere kind of slightly slowing down.
Permanence.
Non-land permanent. Okay. So he can cast like 1 more spell here because he's got 3 mana, 1 for the Ancient Tomb and the Plan Nexus. He's got enough cards in hand.
So ideally, you want something like a Grim Monolith on play once you have Paradox Engine going, right?
Yeah, absolutely. So here comes a monolith.
Oh, speak of the devil.
Yeah. So with the Grim Monolith now, he can kind of like the monolith taps for it's and the Soul Ring. Oh, Soul Ring. I say Manifold Key is a Soul Ring basically. So it's 5 mana. So he can just then cast anything that's 5 or less mana for free, basically. Anything that's less than 5, basically, is free and draws you 6+ cards now.
So any spell you cast generates 5 mana and draws you 5 cards, and then 6, and then 7, and then 8.
Yeah,
it's kind of crazy.
Yeah.
Okay.
So I think he can just draw his deck here, and from there, I guess you just Khan Lattice and play a second ring, so you don't die to your own ring. And that should be.
There must be a way that you can win on the same turn. You can Emrakul, right? Oh yeah, but then you would still die to your own ring if you didn't have a second one.
Yeah. But if you draw it all and you have infinite mana, well, basically infinite mana, like, yeah, this is just GG. Like again, the Grim Monolith is tapping for 3. The Manifold Key is effectively tapping for 2. So you can cut. So everything's going to cost at least 3. So if something costs 3, you generate 2 mana per spell you cast that costs 3. And again, the ring here now is drawing 6 cards. So, yeah.
Yeah, this is pretty much as close to that as possible.
Yeah.
Ivan is like, okay, let's play it out. Maybe you draw 7 lands, and the thing is, even if like Francesco has to pass the turn, it's like, I mean, at this point he would die to the ring. Okay, so he would need to find nothing and then die to the ring. Then Ivan could still win. So I guess props to him for at least playing it out. If Francesco wants, he can. Oh, he's shooting the fairy, sure.
Yeah, but I think here Francesco is just going to probably stop drawing with the ring soon. Doesn't really need to. But yeah, he'll just find, as long as he can make enough mana to cast Emrakul, which I think he'll be able to do, and then play a new ring, then he should be fine. So he's looking for more keys, Grim Monoliths, more mana, basically.
Callum, I feel like I've been misled. I've been told that the blue-white Philia deck is trying to draw half a stack.
Yeah, true. Well, this deck's not trying to draw half of it, it's drawing the whole thing. So
sounds a little bit better.
It's a little bit better.
The funny thing is, like in the context of Magic, it actually doesn't matter at all whether you draw half or all your deck most of the time.
Now Ivan's like, yeah, that's enough. That's enough. So he was holding out hope that somehow the ring kills Francesco. I mean, maybe if the other 3 rings were in like the bottom at 7 or 8 cards there, he couldn't have found them. Yeah.
Okay, probably not too many changes that we really want to go over here. Already went over that. Nothing to really see here. So I think we're getting ready to jump into the third game.
I don't think anything changes from either player, really.
Sounds good. Sounds good. So once again, it's going to be easier for Philia again. Ivan is going to try to go back to the 5-step guide, be on the play, run out Tamio, wasteland your opponent, brainstorm on a second turn. Does he have it? He's got the land.
I think so.
And the ponder.
The ponder. No.
No, Ivan, don't do me like that.
That's a wasteland, though. That's a wasteland. It just needs the Tamio badly.
Okay.
Wasteland is good, though. Like Quantum Riddler.
Is there a spell here somewhere in there? Ooh, Flute. Probably on Wasteland, right?
Yeah, if so, which I absolutely expect it to be. So good.
Annoying. I like it.
Yeah, because he doesn't play the Wasteland there. Otherwise, he would.
Imagine if you had named Mystic Rainforest.
Sure.
It's like random. Okay, Candelabra out there, putting a card to the table. I think this one is like 2,000 euros and up a piece.
Oh, they're crazy, aren't they?
Yeah, there we go. Getting out the Grim Monolith.
Yeah.
And we're setting up for an insane turn 3 on Francesco's turn. Like how much mana is he gonna have?
So I see there's only 2 cards in Francesco's hand now, which is an Emrakul, so he's not quite there yet, and a One Ring. So if Ivan has a counter for the One Ring, Francesco does need to draw something.
Oh, and is he? I think we might have seen a spell pierce. Could have been a stifle. do you like stifle the One Ring activation?
I mean,
it's a 1-for-1 kinda, but not really. Oh, we pick up the spell pierce that we talked about. So he's doing the math. 1, 2, 3.
Francesco
4, 5, 6
7 mana. 7.
7. You're right.
Candle can untap the Ancient Tomb. So I don't think you can keep that against 7 mana.
Yeah. The question is, what do you want to draw?
Sign to Memory.
Yeah, maybe he already has that one.
I think I saw a Stifle. There's the Wasteland.
I guess you could Quantum Riddler Stifle, but that's not really doing anything for you for like a long time, except for like beating it for 4.
Teferi, bounce through a monolith.
I don't hate that.
No, it's not a good play, but it's
Yeah. Especially since
something
the
to do with his
Teferi doesn't
hand.
really matter for anything else.
Yeah. Alternatively, I don't mind just Quantum Riddlering and not stifling the Exile trigger.
I
Oh,
guess you can also just like draw first and
now
then
I
figure
like
out
it.
what you want to do.
Yeah, fantastic. So you found Force Negation. That's huge. So now I would absolutely snap off the stifle on the Exile trigger.
Yeah, it also gives you a clock, right?
Yeah.
Sounds good. If you don't, then you plan on spell piercing and force of negating, which honestly is also not bad against an opponent sitting on 2 cards just.
Yeah.
I feel like you
There's
got
also
both cards covered.
there's also some value on like the Grim Monolith getting tapped. So if the spell pierce makes him tap the Grim Monolith, it's worth something.
I like both approaches.
Yeah. I think it's a 4-turn clock because he's at 16 from the Ancient Tomb being tapped twice. So that's a very reasonable clock, honestly. Now
True.
you can force negation 1 threat here to Teferi next turn, bounce the Grim Monolith if it's untapped.
There's also a reasonable expectation that it's actually like a 3-turn clock because with Francesco so constrained on mana, there's a good chance he's going to use that a couple times.
I reckon this Disruptive Flute name is Force of Will, and he's going to get Force Negationed.
Oh!
I think.
He's like,
yeah,
ain't got that.
I bet that's what happened. I bet he's like, oh god, these forces. Yeah.
Imagine if he just puts the flute down and says force, and Ivan is like, do I ask for clarification?
Yeah, that would be awkward, wouldn't it? Imagine that. Yeah.
I mean, you still name Force of Will because you're not supposed to like fall for stuff like that. But yeah.
Yeah, it's a shame because that's such a good heads-up play from Francesco. Like realizing that that's what it is. He could have named Days as well, I suppose, because both would have got the ring.
But in the long run, of course, Force is the much more impactful card. That's true.
Yeah. So it makes sense to name that.
Picks up a mine sitting on 5 mana there. Actually 6. Philia. I guess Philia can flicker the Quantum Riddler, right? If you want to draw an extra card.
It can. Yeah.
Oh, he's
going to do the one on the Wasteland. Yeah, nice.
Sounds good.
Another thing, I think you wouldn't want to flicker the Quantum Riddler because you want the clock. But you could also like play Teferi, bounce it, minus it. But no, taking out the Disruptive Flute for the turn is well worth it.
Okay. Using the mana of the Planar Nexus to untap the Grim Monolith after the Planar Nexus being targeted by Wasteland.
Nice.
So we got the Brainstorm on the main phase.
Yeah. And look, this Quantum Riddler just done the damage. Francesco down to 4. Needs to find a ring next turn.
Also, the flute is going to come back again, right? What are you going to name on that?
It depends what the other flute named, which probably named Force of Will. So he's got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, technically 7 mana.
Imagine it comes back, you name Force of Negation, then he gets spell pierced. It's like, come on.
Yeah. Yeah, because I guess now you don't need to name Wasteland again because like
you're not winning the game against like what's on board already. Like Wasteland doesn't matter.
Exactly. So you probably name Consigned to Memory.
That's a good one. Yeah. Makes a lot of sense.
Yeah.
Consigned to Memory is such a weird card. It doesn't feel like a hard counter, but it is.
Yeah. I see people trying to pay like a Flusterstorm all the time, including myself. Yeah. It's a ring.
Do you ever like replicate Consigned to Memory?
Yeah, all the time.
Oh, actually, I never did. Okay, cool. Anyway,
so
Ivan takes it, one of the best decks in the format, in the hands of one of the best Italian players. Of course, here in the Italian Legacy Invitational, 64 of the best players in Italy, and I want to say probably in many ways also Europe and the world. Here down to like, how many is that still? 16 players still undefeated in the tournament after the 3rd round, 3-0, Ivan one of them. And of course, we got a backup feature match lined up for you as well. And I promise you decks we haven't seen before, but that's gonna be grindy. If you like mid-range Magic, if you like trading stuff left and right all the time, etching out tiny little advantages, you came to the right place. And if your friends like that, get them on board. Let them know we're streaming on YouTube, we're streaming on Twitch. And Callum...
I mean, we say this, and someone's going to get Wastelanded out, and it's going to be 5 minutes long, but... True. Cradle Loam, this is such a cool deck. Like, it's kind of like the Cradle Control deck, but it has just a few more things going on. 2 Barrogoyfs, a Galactique in the main deck. It's just got the 1 Badgermel Cub. So it's not sporting the Natural Order package that we saw earlier for Kratos. We've got a Frenzied Baloth, Keen-Eyed Curator, a 1 of Life from the Loam, just the single guy's Cradle. So I'm making productions life hell just going through this cards so fast. um, Three Mox Diamond, which is also very unusual for like the Cradle decks. So this is just, I would say this is its own thing. Cradle Loam. It's just like it's an evolution of Maverick in a weird way. Would you think that?
Yeah, I guess you could call it that. The deck in very many ways feels very Mavericky. Also, I just did a quick
Yeah.
count. This deck has 18 one-offs. I mean, some of them are lands given, but even for the non-land permanents, dude, this is almost like a commander deck. So if your friends like commander and you always want to get them into legacy, do a good deed, get them on board, tell them, hey, there's Giulio Iannuzzi, and he's playing Cradle Loam, which is a deck with one Cradle and one Loam. Legacy naming conventions. Here we go.
What a cool deck, though. Absolutely love it.
Okay. On the other side of the board, we're going to have Fabrizio Senacci on, well, the most recent, and I guess that's what we call Death in Texas these days. Death in Texas started out as a white deck. Then it had this weird affair where it was like a white-red deck for a while. And now for quite a while, it's been a white and black deck. Historically known as one of the technically worst color combinations in Magic, mostly for mana reasons. But in Legacy, you make it work, of course. Callum, what are we like? What are we doing? Like, give me a very quick rundown of what Death in Texas is trying to do and why are we splashing black for?
Yes, so the black came from at the beginning. It came from slashing black for Orcish Bowmasters, which is now not in this build. I think the black decks, the white decks, sorry, went into that. But then very quickly, people realized that Overlord of the Baelmerk was exceptionally good with Philia as well. So we're going to see Philia again here. So Overlord of Baelmerk, you can play it for its impending cost, and it's an enchantment which gets you creatures from the graveyard and mills yourself. And if you flash it with Philia's ability, then it just comes back straight down as a creature. So you can kind of turn 2, flash in Philia, turn 3, play the Overlord, and then flash, then blink it. Then you've got a 5/5 that when it attacks, it mills and gets your creature. And it's also triggered milling, get yourself a creature twice as well. This deck is just full of value creatures, and especially with Solitude being like a free pitch card, you can grab the Solitudes with the Overlords, and then you can like kind of catch up with this tempo loss of playing these like slower, clunkier cards, and the Solitude catches you back up. So this deck is really looking to mostly avoid the combo decks and play against fair decks, which this matchup is absolutely fair as hell. So I think D&T probably has a slight edge here, but I do not want to counter that Maverick deck in the slightest because I assume there's going to be a Yorion in the sideboard here for Fabrizio. And Yorion
I was just going to tell you, like, one thing I love is that this deck is apparently not running Yorion anymore, but judging by the numbers of 4-offs I see, it might actually very well be a Yorion deck.
Is a Yorion at the end?
Yeah, it is. There we go.
I think this sideboard is both sideboards combined. Yeah. There's slight mismatch there, but it's fine. We can kind of guess it. There is a Yorion in the sideboard, and yeah, I think Yorion is like the tool to go over the top of these grindy things because you just kind of play out your value creatures. You play out your Solitudes, your Witch Enchanters, your White Orchid Phantoms.
Witch Enchanter?
Very good. It is. I don't know which one, but 2 of them. And then Yorion later on, you'll like try and get a Caracas down and an Aether Bar on 5, and it's very hard to stop that kind of combo train.
If I'm not mistaken, I actually saw an Alpha Deathclaw in the sideboard, which would be rad.
I think that's in the sideboard of the other deck.
I was going to say, like, are we trying to while it in? Is the deck even playing... wait. Is the deck not playing while? No, it is playing while. So while to 6, Alpha Deathclaw. Yeah, you're right. Actually, we got... okay, anyway. So let's jump to the match. Let's see whether this is going to be the mid-range fest that we expect it to be, or whether one player is just going to struggle on mana as... Well, honestly, if somebody's going to struggle on mana, it's probably going to be Fabrizio. The other deck, usually better with mana creatures and stuff. Fist bump before the match. Loving it.
Love it.
There we go. Who's got the better shirt, by the way? I think Fabrizio has like a Pokemon shirt as well, right?
I'm going to go with Giulio then.
Let's say you like Panda Bears.
I'm not a Pokemon person. I'll say that.
You know what my connection to Pokemon is in the first place? I sold people Game Boy emulators and Pokemon ROMs on the schoolyard when it came out.
What a nerd.
That's my most positive memory of Pokemon. Actually, I don't hate Pokemon. Funny. It's just like never been a big Pokemon guy. Anyway, so once upon a time, there was potentially a Cradle in hand already. Looks good. Or is it a Wooded Foothills? Could also be it. Yeah,
no, I see a Cradle at the front, the one of, and I gotta hope for Giulio's sake he's looking for like his first land drop that's not a Cradle, and he's not like just missed on it. And he's thinking which land to take. Yeah, I see a Grist, a Bussing Say, Yeah, there's a few different lands. I think he's going to take a fetch lands that would have Verdant Catacombs even. Yeah, there we go. Cool.
Very relaxed start. Just get the fetch land.
Yep.
Put it into your hand, shuffle your hand, play it out so your opponent can't know whether there's a second copy of it. I mean, there might be
Yeah.
a second copy anyway.
So I see a Badgermole Cub, I see a white, the Reliquary, and we know he's got the Verdant Catacombs and the Cradle. So are we just going to see the Verdant? Yep, it could be anyone. It could be a different one.
Any of
Who
those,
knows?
right?
Could be a different one.
Oh, on the Mox Diamond. Discard another Verdant Catacombs.
That'd
Confusion.
be so funny.
Ooh. Cradle Loam. Cradle not good enough for me. Oh, watch Julio cast Loam. That would be it.
That's what?
Combo assembled already.
I think we're going to see the white here. I assume. Or maybe a
most
Badgermole Cub.
likely.
Badgermole Cub's quite good here as well.
Sounds good. Yeah.
Yeah.
On the other hand, if it was Badgermole Cup, would we fetch a basic land here? I guess we might still. Doesn't hurt.
I think I like the white first because next turn Badgermole Cub could like make the land to a creature, then you can sacrifice it to the white and get some value there.
True.
I think I like
White
white
is
first.
also just an amazing creature, right? Gets
Yeah.
in there for damage. But the vigilance on the white is just so.
Yeah.
That card, they really did everything right on that card. The flavor, the abilities, the mana cost. That's a great card. That's a great Magic the Gathering card. They need more of these.
Absolutely agree.
So that's also Plowshares. Fabrizio apparently disagrees. We don't need more of these. Go away, white.
Oh, it's so perfect. Go away. Yeah. when it goes to the farm, does it turn back into the knight?
Knights rarely work on farms, do they?
It's true. It's true.
I mean, neither do whites, but
yeah. Well, that's why it was sent to the farm. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Now we got the cat. The cat is kind of like scary to me. Every time it's out there, it feels like you play the second cat on the following turn, and then it hits you like for 27 or something. It's kind of wild.
Yeah.
Help me out again. So how does it actually grow? It comes into play, and then what?
Put me on the spot here. I think I remember it says, 2-mana 2/2, and then when it has landfall, put a 1/1 counter on a creature, and then if it's the second time this ability triggered, you can double the number of counters.
Was it the second time it resolves? I believe.
Yeah.
It's basically but basically what you're saying, right? Yeah. And but you can, I think, put them on target creature, and then when you have like two cats, you can put all of the counters in one creature and then double twice. That's why you can get out of control so quickly.
And sometimes
when
you just like...
as well, also like one of the cards that we highlighted in one of the earlier rounds. Oh, this deck is so tricky. See, this is the I want to say decks like this are why people fall in love with Legacy. I think it's either completely busted combo decks because they're like, oh, you can do that, or it's like all these like tiny niche advantages, like cards that you wouldn't believe are good enough for eternal formats, but yet they are. And I very much count myself on the second part of that.
I agree. Maverick is like a very diehard deck, right? Everyone that plays Maverick is a diehard player. I think we're going to see
Now I feel bad for not playing Maverick anymore. I used to play it a lot.
Well, you're about to see a pretty brutal Containment Priest here, I think. So then you'll feel better about it again.
Yeah, dude. Now this reminds me of my Elf days. What do you get on that Greenside Senate? There's one special card you need to get on the Greenside Senate when there's a Containment Priest on board. There's exactly one creature you want to get.
I was thinking like a creature you don't want to draw.
Exactly.
Okay, yeah.
You get Dryad Arbor.
I got it. Okay, yeah, because you don't want to draw it. But you might want to, yeah. But then Gilo might like draw a removal spell. And then
then you still like you'd rather draw a removal spell than Dryad Arbor. The thing is about Dryad Arbor, the funny thing is when on Magic Online, when somebody has Containment Priest in play and you have Dryad Arbor on hand and you click it literally just disappears. Because the exile is usually not opened up, so you click the card, it disappears from your hand. And every Dryad Arbor player who ever played against Containment Priest and didn't think about it and clicks the Dryad Arbor is like, did the game just see my card? Like, do I file for compensation? I swear the card just literally disappeared out of my hand. Like, no, went straight to exile. Didn't collect $2,000.
You don't think about it. It's so funny. Yeah, Containment Priest game 1, like just raw, is pretty brutal.
Okay, Julio actually, I believe, chooses not to find anything. Okay, I have no idea what the white and black survey land is called, and I think almost nobody in the world does.
Shadowy Backstreet.
Dude, you would have totally made up anything and I would have believed you.
Production, can we pull up Shadowy Backstreet, please? Just to show Julian.
Okay, so D&T behind early on in the game, now trying to fight back. There we go.
Nice.
There we go.
This
Amazing
card
card.
with a couple more land drops could just get really big, and if Fabrizio doesn't have a removal spell for it, of which there are many, could just get a lot of damage in.
Yeah, something like Philia even. Then again, like Cap is really good at recovering. There's a white. Is that Sylvan Safekeeper? Yeah, it is. Colorado.
So from front to back, it's a Hierarch, Sylvan Safekeeper. Not sure about the middle, white Baraglyph. I think it's 2 Baraglyphs in the middle and at the back. Yeah.
Honestly, I wouldn't mind finding the One of Life from the Loam at this point somewhere.
Yeah, it would be great here, actually.
Something a lot of people that don't play a lot of Legacy are often asking is, why no Sylvan Library? Sylvan Library was everywhere in Legacy for quite a while. But why is that not a card anymore?
I've just always found it, even before it kind of petered off, I always thought it was a bit overrated. Like, the life loss is pretty real. Is there a better reason? You can choose no with Sylvan Library, right? So the Bowmasters can just it can shut it off, I guess. I think it's just a bit underpowered.
Okay.
Is there a good reason, though?
No, I was thinking it's probably Bowmasters, and then also the format being so powerful that you probably can't afford to like tap out for 2, do nothing, and then pass the turn.
I think it's too slow and underpowered, yeah.
I mean, there are still matchups where you're very happy to see it, but it's very far in
We're seeing Julio realize what's happening here. So Philia exiles the Cub, and then the Cub can't come back because of the Containment Priest. Brutal. Really, really brutal. Yeah.
You basically
got
terror
just
every
does
single turn
these
now.
Things. Yeah. So, like, Julio needs some removal. I don't think there's much removal in the deck.
I still remember like a couple of, actually by now it's almost like a decade ago or something, where people were like, so your opponent can like cast Grizzlebrand on the first turn or Belcher you out, and you want to cast Mother of Runes and pass? Like, yeah. And that's good. Yes. It's like, it's the kind of lesson you learn, and that's what makes the format amazing. I believe that's like decks like that being viable, not only in the mirror and like the mid-range mirror or against control decks, but also in the format as a whole, is what makes a format good. Yeah. And I feel like failing formats, they had that thing where you really only could play like 1 or 2 different archetypes of decks, and like the it sounds a bit pretentious, good Magic gameplay decks were not a thing anymore, and I think Legacy still maintains that in a way. Anyway, I still Explorer, I believe that's called, right? I love this Explorer.
Card. I still Explorer, absolutely.
Can you really put it up on screen? That does so many different things. I think gives you an extra land drop. You draw a card when a land comes into play, I believe, and I think you can play lands from your graveyard.
So you mill 1 with landfall. You can play lands from the graveyard, and you can play an extra land. Yeah, there we go.
That's the one. You don't draw an extra card. You mill a card. Close enough. Almost the same thing.
Basically the same. Basically the same. Good work, Julian.
Cam, join me in the sun. Insect Scout. Okay, sweet. Finally, that's basically the life from the loam we are looking for, right? And now we actually get to deploy all of the lands from our graveyard, make more mana, and try to cash in all the value that this deck usually has.
Yeah, I feel like the kind of lock things Fabrizio's got going on here, though, is just going to be so hard to overcome with the Containment Priest and the Philia. And I believe that's a Skyclave apparition that was searched for with Recruiter of the Guard. Recruiter is the card with Glare down next to the Philia. So I think next turn you can just go Skyclave something, attack, exile something with Philia. So I don't know if, even though with this extra mana, but that's not going to work either into the Containment Priest. It's just casting
I guess one of the ways would be to get like a Sylvan Safekeeper. Yeah, there it is. A Sylvan Safe. Oh, it can't be put into play. Julia's like, oh, now I can't even top deck it anymore. It's like, thank you very much.
Yeah. Because otherwise that would have been great to protect the Ice Till from the Philia attacking and exiling it. But
by the way, those cards in exile, can you still tell which ones are in exile, which ones are in the graveyard?
I can.
I think I can.
Yeah, white, Cub, and Sylvan Safekeeper in exile.
Yeah.
And then the Once Upon a Time up is the graveyard. But it's a bit messy. Yeah, I think D&T is just... you really need removal for these creatures like immediately. And there's a lot of one-offs and a lot of cool tricks in this Cradle Loam deck, but there's just not much like point-blank removal. So he's just... Yeah, he's conceding this game. I think that's fair. I don't see a way of like getting out of this lock that D&T had going.
That is true.
Pretty savage. That Containment Priest, I assume it's a one-off. Really brutal to have in game 1 like that.
Yeah, especially against like from the against Screen Sun Thunder deck. Like we saw, right, how much Julia was struggling against the Containment
Yeah.
Priest. So yeah, very, very good
Look,
choice
the only
here.
removal there is one grist. You can green sun for grist through Containment Priest, I think. So maybe that was a line to go for.
I believe you can. I believe you can.
Yeah, I think. I definitely could be wrong. Chat, help us out. I'm not sure.
Actually, production is helping us out. Inigo on production, shout outs to you. A very, very
Yes, you can.
experienced AFS player, Cradle Loan player, Cradle Control player. It's like, of course you can. Like, how do you even think about it? Like, he's giving us like everything
Thank you,
in our
Inigo.
ears. Yeah. Anyway, so we got a couple of options to bring in for the second game here. Abrupt Decay. Like,
Yeah.
you
got
do?
to.
Okay.
Yeah. Because, I mean,
Doesn't
you
feel
just got
good, does
destroyed
it?
by Containment Priest, right?
Yeah.
And
But it
Philia.
doesn't feel good, does it?
It's fine. Like, D&T has... Like, it's a lot of value cards. You're going to feel bad if you have to kill a recruiter that's getting flickered or something like that. But you need to kill the Philias, the Vile, probably, the Containment Priests and stuff. So I think Abrupt Decay is just good. And because of the curve of D&T, you're always going to be trading mana or better, I think. So, yeah, I think it's good.
Okay, okay.
I think the Alpha Deathclaw does come in.
Oh, yeah, dude, sign me up.
That card is
Lizard
great.
Mutant. Monstrous 4.
6 mana, 6/6. When it ETBs or becomes monstrous to destroy a permanent Menace Trample. So it becomes a 10/10 Menace Trample. Cool. Yeah, great card, honestly. The Witherboom commands, probably not.
Not too excited about those. Yeah,
No.
yeah, that's
So I think
true.
it's just Abrupt Decay. So it's not really a great upgrade. So I really like D&T's position still. And here I'm gonna.
Oh, dude, you got 7 copies of Flute.
I think we're just gonna see a few little adjustments. Like, I'm not crazy about the Thought Seizes, so just bring in a few of the fair removal cards like Erode probably and Wrath of the Skies, because taking out like some creatures plus Mox Diamond is quite brutal.
Makes sense. Makes a lot of sense. Yeah. Usually,
So
like
just,
D&T, not exactly known to bring in a lot of like stuff for the fair matchups. Sometimes like stuff you can tutor up. But if you like D&T is already built to beat fair matchups and to be like this. People sometimes paint the picture of like a boa constrictor, right? You're slowly but surely working your way towards like an unbeatable game state, and that's what you do in these fair matchups. So not too many cards to sideboard there.
It's like what happened in the previous game, really. Like the Philia and Containment Priest came down, and as Julia was trying to cast things, get out of it, more things would be coming to back them up and stuff, and you just like can't get out of it, really.
Yeah, true. Okay, picking up one off here, I believe, Elvish Reclaimer. And we already once again have the Mox Diamond. That's already like turn 1 Mox Diamond feels so incredibly good, especially if you get like 2 plays there.
I was just about to say I think it's quite bad in this matchup. It doesn't feel great unless you're playing a 2-drop. Like, I don't know if I'd even be casting it here unless you got another play, of course. I just don't think you need to be a turn faster against D&T for anything that this deck wants to do. It's only good if you have that one loam. Is my opinion. So,
okay.
I think I would have started the Mox Diamonds out. Like,
so you're saying you're not playing towards a game state where you can leverage some I don't know, engine, quote unquote, and anything that you want to be there before Fabrics, you can break it up. You're just literally just producing business, and it doesn't really matter whether it's like turn 2 or 3 or 4.
Exactly. You're playing ahead of curve 1 turn, and the deck's not aggressive enough to like put D&T into a spot that it can't deal with that tempo. So you're going down 1 card to gain some tempo that I just don't think you can like materialize into something.
So you're basically saying the tempo is going to fizzle out.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah,
I think so. We could see differently. This is like a nice bunch of mana, but at the same time, D&T of the past used to attack mana aggressively with Thalias and Revokers, even like naming Mox Diamond. So maybe you would like that kind of thing here. But yeah, I personally not a huge fan. So I would have just kind of sided Mox Diamonds out for any removal spells or anything like that.
Okay, good thinking. I like that. Yeah. So we got the Grist in hand that we can run out here. We also got the White of Reliquary. Of course, running out White doesn't really feel great unless you have an extra land, because then we can't activate Reclaimer and also don't spend our mana fully. So let's see what Julia's
I think I saw a Grist. Grist would be a pretty good play here.
Yeah, that's the one I was initially thinking about.
Yeah.
But we are instead getting the White out.
Okay.
And then I guess we can just attack.
Yeah.
Yep. Take 2 damage.
And here, like, I just again like using the mana, right? If you're gonna spend a card on Mox Diamond, then yeah. Because here he could have like just gone. I don't want to like gone about it too much, but here he could have gone just turn 1 Forest, Green Sun for Dryad Arbor, and then turn 2 you can play the Mox Diamond if you don't have another land. But instead of Mox Diamond discarding a fetch, you could have then just fetched for a Bayou, play the white,
Mm-hmm.
play the Elvish Reclaimer off it.
Okay.
But hey-ho.
Cool. So what are we gonna get there on the Death and Taxes? Like I see them get the pre-war formalware a lot. That one I don't remember the name of, but I know when it comes into play, you get to Vindicate something.
Yeah, Meteor Sword.
That's the one.
And it equips for 3, gives +3/+3. Not bad.
It happens every once in a while. How much is it to equip? Like 5, 7?
3.
3. That's very doable.
Yeah,
That's very
totally.
doable.
The problem is it's like 7 mana to come in. So usually like it doesn't come in until late game, so you've always got it. But obviously with Stoneforge Mystic,
You get to put it into place. Sweet. Okay, sounds good. I always feel like once Y goes to 2, it's at a point where I can start going crazy. And then once it has done the 2 thing, it goes to 3 and then goes completely crazy. So this is like the last turn where Julio is like safe-ish from any kind of shenanigans that Fabio has, except for, I guess, Solidarity. So you better build like a strong board position. And right now you can minus take out the Stoneforge, which I expect him very much to do. Yes, thank you very much. That also grows the Reclaimer. And we get in for damage. Quite a
nice. This
lot,
is
actually.
a good clock. So 5. Yep. Yeah, this is good. And the Vial going up to 2 now. This has been like a perfect start for D&T, really. Like make you use a removal spell on the Stoneforge Mystic, and then now Vial's up to 2. So there could be a whole host of things that comes in. I think priority number 1, he probably wants to get rid of the white and then the Grist, but both are fairly threatening. Elvish Reclaimer, though, is not really doing a whole lot, is it?
Yeah, that's true.
Skyclave Apparition, maybe?
I mean,
or Wrath of the Skies?
Pre-war formalware.
Nice.
I already had that one. So we're going to get back the Stoneforge Mystic from the graveyard, which is going to get another equipment. And does it directly equip to it, right? I believe?
It does, yeah. So it'll be a 3/4 Vigilance. Yeah, Primo Form is great. I guess, yeah, +2/+2 in Vigilance. It's such a good card in this deck. And it kind of, I think you could probably maybe have a read there that if you didn't have it in hand, you probably wouldn't search for the Meteor Sword. Not just because they're the equipment in the deck, but because, you know, you'd search for the Stoneforge and then the pre-war formalware can get the Stoneforge back if they kill it.
And he gets a second copy from the top, from the library or the triggered ability of the Stoneforge.
All the value.
He's got the sword, he's got the pre-war formalware. If we got any way to get rid of the Stoneforge, that would be huge, of course. Or get him for a bunch of damage. The white currently sitting at 3/3, 3/4 Reclaimer. We're going to make an insect token, only a single one. Also not growing any of our creatures with that green sun.
You could have milled the Ice Till Explorer, which is an insect.
That would be
get
sweet.
An extra one.
That would also grow the white of the Liquidary.
Yeah, the Grist and the white's quite nice together. The Grist just making creature tokens to sacrifice to the white I needed. I feel like the Stoneforge is just going to bring in the Meteor Sword and kill the Grist in a minute, though. Like that's what.
Honestly, that's now the most threatening one. I'm kind of okay with that if I'm Julio.
Yeah, maybe.
I mean, it's not great, but it's also not devastating. Sometimes I feel like in the past, when Stoneforge Mystic activated, that was like Caldra complete, and it was like really hard to get back into the game. But
Caldra complete kind of dropped off as well. Yeah,
that's true.
It's just not good enough.
I mean, Haywire Might also did a thing on it. Like I always feel like these days when I have Haywire Might, I'm like, yeah, okay, whatever, dude. Bring it on. I mean, not every deck, of course, has Haywire Might, but yeah.
Yeah, true. You're right, though. It's a big thing. I don't know. Yeah, Julio. Maybe he's thinking to activate the white for something. I'm trying to work out what's in his hand.
It's also kind of hard to work out what's in Fabrizio's hand because thus far, his plays have basically been forced. Like the turn 1 Wild, the turn 2 Stoneforge, the turn 3 Formalware. Like he tapped out for everything. And the only unknown right now is whether he has a thing on Wild for 2. But now he just attacks in 3/4, 3/3. So we got the 3/4 blocking the 3/4.
Classic limited play.
Dude, remind me of Mercadian Mask block constructed. So many draws and or rather so many decking things because every creature was like 3/4, 3/5, can't block. Nobody could ever attack properly for damage. It's like, yeah. Anyway, so
it was I think M10 maybe had like loads of 2/3s, so it was just like 2/3 fest. 3/3s were amazing.
I remember that. I drafted that quite a lot. Shivering Barrier, by the way, one of the ways to break those matches because it could deal ping 1 damage a turn. Anyway, so we got
look at this value
here. Oh, that's so good.
Elia. So now you could Stoneforge in the Meteor Sword, and then blink the Meteor Sword. Really
Easy as that.
good. So what you could do is blink, like, yeah, Stoneforge in the Meteor Sword, kill the white. The white could then sacrifice the creature and get Talon Gates to like protect itself. Then the Philia can just attack and exile the token, and then attack the Grist for 2. So it's pretty, I think, fairly clear way of just getting off the board and getting value.
I want to say this is what we were talking about, right? When we were talking about the mid-range fest that we are getting into. There's so many different lines that Fabrizio could take here, and quite a few that Julie could respond with. So in these mid-range battles, not only do you need to know your own deck, you also need to know your opponent's deck, what's important to them, how they can respond.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, knowing D&T is like half the battle playing against it, knowing what they can violin and activate in, what Stoneforge represents, like knowing like, do you need to kill a Stoneforge or are they just going to pre-war Fulmar it back? I'm not saying the Grist killing play was wrong, but it's like the kind of thing you need to be thinking about. Like if there's another play available, maybe that should have been working out.
Yeah,
it's very hard to play against D&T.
You know what I was thinking about? Because all these decisions are really like tanky and hard to make, so they take a lot of time. For the World Cup, FIFA introduced a thing that if you take too long for your substitution, for your throw-in, for your goal kick, then the other person gets the goal kick, the corner or the throw-in, or like they have to sit out. I want to say in Magic, like when you slow play, your opponent should be allowed to draw an extra card. That would be something.
Right.
Come on.
Yeah,
it's like, okay, the judge is sitting there. It's like, okay, 1 extra card, 2 extra cards, 3 extra cards. And then you take an hour and they deck out.
Yeah, interesting. I'm not sure that'll work, but anything to punish slow play, I'm fine with.
I mean, there's a reason they don't put me in charge of these things. Otherwise, we already have Leyline of the Moon.
Oh my god, go away.
Yeah. Okay, so sending everything in is Fabrizio. Not sure about that though. Okay, Philia taps, and it's gonna take out the Grist.
Or maybe it's attacking the Grist. They're both
Makes
attacking
a lot
the Grist.
more sense, actually.
And Philia might blink out the token, and then before blocks, the Stoneforge activates the sword.
Looks like Philia's taking out the white.
Could be. I think Fabrizio here is highly aware that the white can sacrifice a creature, probably the insect token, to get Talon Gates. So he's getting in 2 attackers that can kill the Grist, both with their power. And then the Philia targeting the white is probably just to start proceedings off, if that makes sense. Like, like you know, I know you can do this, but hey,
Strip Ranger would be sweet. And then we use the white a second time and do something broken.
So you sacrifice both your other creatures, and then just in response to the Scrib Ranger, Meteor Sword kills it. Sorry, Julian, you gotta let go of this Scrib Ranger.
It has protection from blue. It's good.
Yeah.
It can block
Murktide. Yeah.
Yeah, perfect.
Otter as well. Yeah.
Otter
Other things
that
where Fabrizio is like kind of maybe looking at is, he might have like a Recruiter of the Guard in hand to go and like violin and then get like a any more interaction, like a Skyclave apparition or something after the combat. Also, 2 of this mana is representing the Stoneforge bringing the Meteor Golem. Meteor Sword.
The formula gives you vigilance, right?
Yeah.
That's so
really
good on
effective here.
It's so insane.
Really, really good.
Oh man.
And then if this Failure dies,
tricky.
then you can bring it back as well. It feels like it's the luck. It's like, yeah. D&T has just had such a good draw. This
Julia's like, okay, this one's gone. So let's figure out the rest. I got 3 mana, and I'm gonna Endurance. Probably on Fabrizio.
No, he's not gonna let him block. So his Meteor Sword will probably kill the Endurance now. I think Fabrizio's played this incredibly well. He's like aware of so many things that could happen, like either Endurance or a removal spell or something. I'll kill the Endurance, and then the insect just doesn't have a block because they're both attacking Grist.
Interesting. Would you have like put in the Endurance before you let? Oh, you can't go to blocks then. Yeah, I was gonna say before the white goes out, but yeah, you can't go to blocks.
The Failure attack trigger makes him do it.
Yeah.
Wasteland as well. Violin
for 3. Flicker Wisp, but still a thing.
Oh.
Oh my dear. Okay.
Oh no.
Okay. Oh no, the white is not gonna come back. And we're gonna take out anything really.
This is brutal. Oh my god.
This is how Death and Taxes sells stacks.
By my taxes.
Like every time you watch a match like this, like 20 new Death and Taxes players are born across the world.
Yeah.
Shoutouts to anybody posting the links to the Discord in chat or something. This is almost turning me into a Death and Taxes player.
Yeah.
I mean, Julio, are you even gonna try to come back from this? There are 17 engines working against you, and you have a 1/1 insect creature token.
I mean, it's a good insect creature token. Brutal. Wow. Incredibly well played by Fabrizio as well, like realizing all the things that Julia could have. I don't think Julia really had any good play there. It was not like he chose a wrong decision. It was just none of the plays were going to work out because the Ophelia attacking just like, had to start off proceedings. But yeah, incredibly strong performance from Fabrizio and D&T, looking like a great deck.
Very impressive. Yeah. Also, like you can really tell if Fabrizio is knowing what he's doing. But I keep going back to this, but that's really important because if you are watching this and you maybe don't know about the Italian legacy scene, I want to say Italy is the legacy capital of. If it's not Europe, if it's not the world, it's Europe, right?
Yeah.
And
absolutely.
when you come to this invitational, where for like a whole year people grind to become not only the best in their region, but eventually the best in Italy, and you get the 64 best players from maybe the on average best legacy country in the world out there. This is what you get. So you're not gonna find anybody in here who's just like gonna stumble his way into the tournament and be like, oh yeah, whatever, just give me this deck and you don't see Callum and me playing in this. That's what I want to say.
The level of play has been incredibly high. I've been so impressed, like just by every single player, and then the match has been interesting as well. I think it was showing Legacy in a really interesting, fun spot as well. Since Oops was banned recently. Again, we don't see Oops too much in paper anyway.
I lost against it earlier this week.
Yeah. Lively Dirge is still there, kicking off the fun. But yeah, really impressive. It's cool to see D&T like that. I was expecting their matchup; it could have gone longer, but Containment Priest was just so powerful in both those games there.
And I want to say, everybody stay tuned. We're going to be back in just 5 minutes. Get your friends on board. Twitch TV/4Seasons Tournaments. YouTube.com/4Seasons Tournaments 390, I believe it is. Join us. Let them know. There's 6 rounds of Swiss. That's going to be the top 8 as well. And sneak peek for the next round. We have once again 3 decks that we have not seen before in the tournament thus far. So everybody stay tuned. And we're going to be back in just 5 minutes. See you on the other side. And we are back. Hey, that was a short 5 minutes. Thank you so much for staying tuned. If you haven't gotten your friends on, I've told you a couple of times, and I know some of you have done it, and I'm very proud of you. And for the rest of you, what's going on? Hit up your friends, Twitter, Facebook Messenger, I don't know, call them. Go to your, Callum, did you still do that? Like after school, go to your friends, knock at their door, be like, hey, is Thomas there? I want to play. They're like, no, yes, maybe.
No, go away. What are you doing?
In London was like, dude, you're weird. Get out of here. Like, we don't talk to each other. I think that was a German thing. No, thank you so much. Get all of your friends on YouTube, on Twitch as well. Also check us out on Twitter and everywhere, of course. There's four seasons events a year, and of course Eternal Weekend later this year as well. So if you ever want to come here, check it out on the website. We're going to bring you all these amazing tournaments. Usually the Legacy main event is on Sunday, and Saturday, today, for the first time in 16 years, because this tournament has been running for a very long time, we are proud to bring you the Italian Legacy Invitational, which in the past always used to be a thing that I saw played out, right? I went to these tournaments, I saw them, okay, on Friday, on Saturday, there was the thing, you're not allowed in because you're not qualified. And this time, well, we're still not qualified, but we now get to show the world. 23 Illuminati, say hello, Legacy Leagues all around Italy. They fight, they battle it out, they collect points, they get their 3 champions. Every of those stores, communities, leagues, they send their representatives to come here to Bologna to crown the Legacy Champion of Italy. Once more, ever been going since 2010. We got 6 rounds, 64 qualified players. Callum and I are still going to do this round as well as the next round. Callum, what do you think about Legacy right now? We've seen a ban. I think Undercity Explorer has been hit. People have been complaining a lot about that deck. Is that deck gone? And do you think that has helped reduce the, I want to say, combo-ness of Legacy at this point?
I think it has reduced a bit. We saw Undercity Informer go, which is the easy one to stop, but I think we're also just not going to see it too much in paper as well. But I think it has changed the format. It's enough that it's kind of swung off a little bit. People are playing Lively Dirge instead, which is basically 5 mana to get a creature instead of 4. So the deck's a little bit slower. But looks like we're jumping in to a deck quite quickly, which is Michele Gaimeri playing Mono Black. I love this deck. We do often see it like with a small blue splash for days, basically. But this deck, every time I play with or against it, it impresses me so much. It's basically Mono Black aggro. It's just very fair magic in a way. It plays Moonshadow and Nethergoyf can grow to such, and Super Shredder as well, can grow such fast, like large numbers based on the fetch lands being cracked, the baubles being cracked. And then there's some disruption with the Thoughtseizers, the Douthie Voidwalkers, and the Orcish Bowmasters that I think that people underappreciate how fast the clock this deck puts you under. So I'm really excited to see this because I love this deck.
I happen to be on the receiving end of this deck many times because a guy local to me plays this one. Shoutouts to Armin. He's demolished me with this deck like nothing else.
Yeah.
The first couple of times I played against this was like, is this real? Like Moonshadow and especially Super Shredder. They have like these interesting clauses, especially Super Shredder. I think it triggers when a permanent leaves the battlefield, another permanent leaves the battlefield. That's such a unique thing because it happens in so many ways that you don't think about it. Like, yes, on your side of the board as well, but also like your opponent's fetch lands, their creature that die, their bobbles they crack. Like this guy keeps growing and growing and growing. And then Moonshadow, of course, like it also gets out of control rather quickly for a 1-drop. So this sometimes runs you over on turn 3, usually on turn 4. This deck scary.
There's a very fun interaction with Super Shredder where, because it's anything leaves the battlefield, my deck of choice these days is using Goblin Welder with Surveillance Cam. So with that combo, it sees the cam going every time. So the opponent always ends with like a 40-40 Super Shreddy, but they die as well.
You know what it also grows on? Days.
Oh yeah? That's cool. Yeah. Sick.
The Super Shredder has entered Magic. I don't know, like people talk about Universes Beyond with all the up and downsides, but I don't know, man. It's like, what do you call this guy? Shredder? No, it's Super Shredder. I bet that's a thing in the canon of Ninja Turtles. Anyways, but yeah, Alessandro Monti on the other side of the board playing the former boogeyman of the format, as we've concluded earlier, Blue-Black Tempo, still one of the best decks when it comes against combo, against a very, very, very aggressive deck. Like, we don't really see, like, quote-unquote fair aggressive decks in Legacy anymore all that much, do we? So I don't know how prepared he's going to be for that.
Notably, this is very close to what Samu was playing a couple of rounds ago. We see no dazes, we see two spell snares, we see one feed the circle, I think that card is as a removal spell. And then, yeah, feed the cycle, sorry. And then we see the flow states as well, a couple of Murktides. I think this looks like within a couple of cards of Samu's list, and maybe they worked on it together. I was impressed because Samu plays so many Force of Wills. I think there's enough removal spells here, enough interaction to kind of like, keep them alive so that Barrowglyphs can help out. The thing is, the Barrowglyph, it has Death Touch, so it'll trade with anything. But like, the other creatures are so big that it's going to ask Alessandro to have these fatal pushes immediately or just die. So I kind of like them on the black side of this.
You do? Okay, I want to see it in
Yeah.
action. It's probably one of the more accessible decks in Legacy anyway.
Yeah.
And it's definitely a blast to play. Like when you get to ritual out Super Shredder and Moonshadow on the first turn, oof, oof. You know what I mean? So excited
Absolutely.
to see that one in action.
Absolutely.
Also, in a way, very classic aggro against mid-range. So roles are pretty clear here. Michele needs to get in for damage, push really hard for it. And as soon as Alessandro stabilizes, it's going to be very hard for Michele to get in there, especially since he doesn't really have any form of reach, I believe. I guess
Totally.
Bowmasters.
Totally. I think if Michele just like draws even one land too many, like it hits like land 4 or something like that, that could be disastrous.
Another thing that is it Moonshadow? Yeah, Moonshadow flips on, or rather grows on. Tamio flipping.
True. The Super Shredder, you mean? Yeah, that's cool.
The Super Shredder, yeah. Because Tamio leaves exile, gets exiled, and then returns flipped. It's like, yeah. Amazing.
Yeah. Grows on everything, basically. Cool. So we see Blueback Tempo opening with the Thoughtseize. I don't think you're happy to see a hand with like 3 threats, take 1 Bowmasters, and then all the baubles are just going to get cycled out before you could deploy your own Bowmasters. But yeah, I think a decent hand from Michele, a few lands, some cycles, hoping the baubles just don't find more lands.
Yeah, I was gonna say like the hand is not exactly blowing me away because you don't get to leverage the synergies with the Moonshadow and the Super Shredder. Dude, that name. Somebody in chat tell us. It's like Super Shredder. Is that like a real character? Like Super Shredder goes like Super Saiyan and then he becomes the Super Shredder? Or yeah, it must be.
It
right?
must be.
It must be. Yeah. It's like no Shredder, Super Shredder.
It is a legendary creature, so it does get bounced by crackers.
I mean, it would be weird if it wasn't.
I found out by like an opponent playing a second. I was like, oh, I didn't know that either. So fair enough.
But I played Eternal Weekend a couple years ago, and I didn't know that Agatha's Soul Cauldron was like it's legendary.
I found that on the hard way as well. Don't worry. Playing my second one. So oh crap.
Yeah.
Okay, so we see Michele must have drawn a Thoughtseize because Thoughtseize turn 1 taking a flow state, which makes sense because you don't want the thing. Interesting that he first of all only plays that 1 bauble to crack it. Because he knows there's no Bowmasters except for a top deck one, which is okay, I guess. But also, I tend to think deploying a threat before the Thoughtseize is usually correct from a deck like this. But he also might not know what Alessandro is on. Underground Sea Thoughtseize could easily be like a Doomsday deck or something as well. So I think it makes sense in the blind.
Almost, yeah, that's true.
Yeah, no, so I do like it in the blind.
Okay, so now this is the turn where Michele really must present a clock. Like if you pass here against the mid-range deck, does not feel good.
We know there's an Orcish Bowmasters and a Netherglyph in hand and 2 more baubles. So again, like the brainstorm from Alessandro could have found an Orcish Bowmasters and really punish the baubles. There's a weird thing of like you want to play them out early to get under Orcish Bowmasters, but at the same time you want to save them for Super Shredders or Moonshadows.
True.
So
by the way, you know what I'm gonna compliment Michele on? You know what I like?
Is there 2 things to compliment them on?
Yeah, exactly. Those 2 basic lands look like they're like Alpha Beta or something.
Absolutely beautiful. So nice.
Beautiful swamps.
Yeah. Oh, him off the top. That's so good. Him is back in town, baby.
Just has to let it resolve. Yeah. Give me that sweet 2-for-1.
Someone Thoughtseize turned to him. When was the last time you saw that?
In Legacy, especially, right?
Yeah. Now this is Jund without the red and the green as well.
Isn't that this meme? Every deck is this, every deck is that. Yeah, I want to say every deck is Jund.
Every Thoughtseize deck is Jund.
Sometimes Magic can be so easy. Oh yeah, he rolls a 4. Yeah, okay, you just got all 4. Sorry, I rolled a 4.
Yeah.
That's what it says.
So he takes out 2 lands, I think.
Oh, not sure what the second one was, but 2 lands.
Gives him with Wasteland Fatal Push. That's brutal. Really strong start. That him was incredible.
Oh, dude, you know what's interesting to me? cracking that him right away when you expect Alessandro to probably fetch for a surveillant. I usually especially on Magic Online, it's easier to do. I wait for
Mm,
them to crack the fetch land at the end of turn, let them surveil, and then
and
use the
bubble.
bubble. Of course, you get
Yeah, yeah,
minimum punished if you don't do it right away. But then again, Michele doesn't have any interaction that he would want to draw on Alessandro's turn anyway.
absolutely.
So
Yeah.
yeah.
No, it's a small micro thing. I found, because I think we're both playing this kind of welder cam deck. I found that with 8 baubles, you get so much information from them just throughout games that I was actually quite amazed by how much extra information you can gain and how much you can play around things. So yeah, timing of the baubles is really important.
Yeah, like Iltra's bubble, Misha's bubble, so many things like how to sequence them. And I feel like you learn the most when you do it wrong because you feel like, that could have gone better. And
Mhm.
yeah, timing
Yeah.
the bubbles is it's almost like a mini game that you can play on your phone. It's like, okay, find the optimum use of the for chess how they present you these tactical situations. Hey, find the best tactic here in 2 turns. I feel like with
Mhm.
bubble you could do that as well. Anyway, so Alessandro finds a land, fetch land there, wasteland there, runs it out. Of course, Michele very much insulated against that. Finds the Mishra's bubble.
Mhm.
Alessandro shows the fatal push.
Can we get another him?
Just take out everything.
I expect here comes the Netherglyph we've known since turn 1. There is also an Orcish Bowmaster still in hand, and now because of that Mishra's Bauble, he knows about the Fatal Push. So I feel like, okay,
Ooh,
Death of
Voidwalker.
Voidwalker,
Okay.
also good. At this point, it's like the first threat that comes out is probably going to get hit by the push. So because of the 3 mana, you can play both the Netherglyph and the Doubtful Voidwalker.
Mm-hmm.
So it's just what you think is the most valuable. And I don't really value the Bowmasters in this spot. So I think I would have liked Netherglyph and then just leave up Bowmasters.
Makes a lot of sense for sure.
Just yeah, just because I think the Bowmasters is slightly better into the push. The push
Um,
probably goes for the. Yeah, I'm not sure what to
wait,
go after here.
wait. It goes after the another golf. Okay.
Yes, the Netherglyph is just bigger. Wants to stay
Okay,
alive.
but it can also come back, right?
Oh, he's got a Bowmasters and he's drawing off the baubles. Okay, yeah,
Ah, I see.
this
I
is
see.
good.
Okay, and that
Nice.
allows him to take out. Okay, that makes a lot of sense then,
Yeah,
because you got the Voidwalker covered either way.
yeah,
Ooh, another
yeah.
Savatarics token, Orc Army. Shout out to Kai Savatari here.
Notably, if he left up the Bowmaster rather than the Douthie, this wouldn't have happened because you couldn't just
True.
leave up the Bowmasters.
True.
Okay.
Michele keeps doing what Michele does best, attacking the hand and taking out a
Yeah,
Murktide. That's a big game.
Murktide is huge there. Actually, that would have.
Whoa.
Though I think Michele has a Snuff out in hand as well,
It's
which was
not
awkward.
looking too good against the Orc
Yeah,
Army, of course.
but yeah,
But now finally the Orcish Bowmasters trading for the Orcish Bowmasters.
nice.
At this point, almost like a classic legacy interaction, as much as it
Yeah,
pains me to say.
yeah. So it's Snuff out plus Bowmasters versus nothing. Those basics looking great in the face of 2 wastelands.
Not another Goif.
And it
How
goes
big is
big.
that one? Like 4/5 or
Going to
something?
be artifact, sorcery, land, creature. I don't know if there's an instant yet.
There must be some
4.
kind of instant, right? Oh, you're right.
Mm.
We're still missing an instant.
I think it's a 4/5.
Yeah.
And there is another Netherglyph in the graveyard he can play and still keep them both big, I believe. You need to exile Delirium, basically. So 4 things. But I think there's multiple artifacts and sorceries and creatures.
And he's got a second Voidwalker over there. Oh, dude.
Oh, that's great.
That offense is going to be really hard to stop, especially since the Voidwalker is basically unblockable for Alessandro.
Yeah. And you know what? Alessandro's played loads of spells, done loads of things. Michele's hand's just been good, and his deck is just, it's so redundant. Everything does the same thing, apart from like the disruption side. It's just, it's all it's going to draw is creatures, really.
Did legacy deck building become complacent? Did they become like, yeah, everybody is doing this sophisticated thing, so I'm going to have my sophisticated answers? Like, Michele is just out there producing big creatures and turning them sideways every single turn. Alessandro doesn't really seem equipped for that.
No, I would say this is clever deck building from when it first came out. Like, I would never have thought of building a mono black aggro deck. Absolutely not.
Is there anybody associated with the deck? Because when I first played against it, it like hit me out of nowhere. Totally didn't expect that.
I know some players were like playing it earlier. I just don't know if they were like not sure. Like Grimmen was playing it a lot from Germany.
Mm-hmm.
Like a year at least ago plus. So like it had a big popularity spike with Andreas playing it some challenge wins, at least one, and he like added the blue splash. But there was the blue splash like a year or so ago before as well. It just didn't
Like
catch on as much.
Andreas Peterson, Eco Baronin, our
Listen,
co-host
yes,
here.
yeah, exactly.
Okay. So if the deck shows up
Yeah,
on the top 8, he's gonna probably have a lot to say about that.
absolutely. Yeah, he played it a bunch, but that was when Super Shredder came out, so quite recently. But the deck's been kicking around for a while.
Awesome. Okay, let's see what the
Yeah.
deck's got in stock for us from the sideboard department. Dude, I love how many 4-offs there are.
Mhm.
Like you can tell
Yeah,
this doesn't even need 2 rows of deck list. It's like the third row, we don't even need that. We only
yeah.
got 4-offs. You only play good cards, even in the
Oh,
sideboard,
beautiful
right?
sideboard. Look at that. It's so much less work for production. Love it.
Perfect. Even less work for us. So I can see the Baraglyphs coming in a matchup like this,
Yeah,
right?
I think Baraglyphs and probably the Edicts. I don't think.
What
Yeah,
about the Mai?
I don't think so.
I mean, they're obviously there for Storm, but I mean, against
Yeah,
the deck with like Brainstorm, Ponder. I mean, the
I
only downside
suppose
it's legendary. I could like honestly, I could see bringing at least one.
maybe. I think I'm looking to take out like probably the 4 Dark Rituals. I don't think you need the speed here. Probably. But Caesar's also not great, and the baubles are kind of awkward into the Bowmasters. I'm not sure if you cut all of these things, but they are the first things that spring to mind to cut.
Honestly, snuff outs are awkward to me. Yes, they took out Murktide and
Mm,
technically Tamio, but not really often.
I
Like,
think I like them enough for that. I think.
like they don't really help you in Baraglyph Wars. It's kind
It's
of
true. Yeah,
awkward.
very true. Very true. So I think one of the Shielders edicts for the Baraglyphs.
Something like that. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Yeah. I would be happy cutting a couple of the baubles, I think.
The thing
I
I
feel like.
want to add, I don't want to cut the Force of the Dark Rituals because whenever I played against the deck, it completely destroyed me with Dark Ritual.
Fair
Anyway,
enough.
but
Fair
we will
enough.
see. Okay.
Yeah, maybe
Other
you
side
trim
of the
one or
board.
something.
Alessandro,
Yeah.
what does Alessandro have to stop the bleeding against one of the most aggressive decks in the format?
I think the Force Negation is instantly out. And then
Yeah,
Thought
for
Seizures
sure.
seem weak to me because there's just
Engineered explosives sounds good.
yeah. Yeah, you want the Engineered Explosives. I think you want the Fatal Push. You want the Baraglyph.
I don't hate the
Deluge
Voidwalker.
yeah, it doesn't really use the it uses the Graveyard for Moonshadow, doesn't it?
Yeah, another
So
Goif.
another Glyph. Yeah, Death of Woodwalker seem okay. And Toxic
And
Deluge
it
might
blocks the
hurt a lot.
other guy's Voidwalker as well.
Yeah, that's true.
That's
I
actually
forgot
part of
about
the
the
reason.
shadow. Yeah, true.
Well,
I always think it's just unblockable.
yeah, not quite.
Yeah.
Yeah, Toxic Deluge, I think that is a relevant card here. Probably
Yeah.
bringing it in. And
Yeah.
then Massacre, not really. I mean,
I think so.
the relevant creatures grow out of control so quickly. I just like the
Yeah.
card. So yeah, something like that.
Yeah, and I think you can cut like the Force Negation, Thought Seizures probably.
Yeah, definitely. Discard spells I would probably cut. Yeah, sounds good.
Yeah.
And First Nation as well. Okay, let's see. Let's see what the second. Dude, I like this deck. I like this deck quite a lot.
Yeah. I like the
talking about the
Lackadaisy
mono
in
black
this.
one. Like
okay.
I'm not a heathen. I'm not talking about blue black.
I like this build of blue black as well though. It's I like it more than like
Oh, we're
Days
getting a
hanging out.
preview of round 5, everybody. Dude, this is like when the new iPhone leaks and everybody's like, oh my God. We got some sweet magic coming up in round 5 for you.
Okay.
And yeah, for that, get your friends, get your enemies, get everybody in here. Alessandro here on the play. Looks like Alessandro has a turn 1 play, which is either going to be Tamio, Thoughtseize, or Ponder. Sweet Tempest Island, signed. I can respect that.
I think which one of those would you want here? It's got to be
Tempest
Tamio.
or? Oh,
no,
yeah,
from
Tamio for sure.
someone plays. Yeah.
It depends. Like Tamio, like the big balls play is Tamio, of course. Otherwise, Thoughtseize if you want to stop like a crazy Dark Ritual play. But you can probably tell at this point, I've been burned by Dark Ritual too many times.
Yeah.
Instead, you have to go for the weakest of the 3 options, of course.
I went through a spell of playing this mono black deck, and this was before Moon Shadow and Super Shredder came out, and so it was playing 2 or 3 opposition agents back then. So you'd often go like Pluto Delta Go, and then you'd get them with Dark Ritual Oppo agent.
Dude, there's the Dark Ritual, and it looks like an Alpha Beta Dark Ritual as well.
What a beautiful Dark Ritual!
And come on, get the Moon Shadow as well. Do it.
Wait, oh my God!
One. Oh my God! Shit. Dude, what did I tell you? What did I tell you? We're putting like 5 points of power in the game on the first turn.
Does he have another Glyph as well? Come on.
Watch Alessandro just like play, I don't know, Flow State Pass. Does Alessandro look like a confident man over there?
Oh man, he's got
that sweet blue dojo shirt though.
Yeah, nice. So I reckon him and Sammy must have worked on the deck together if he's got blue dojo shirt.
Sounds
it's
good.
Basically the same list. Yeah. So he probably really needs to find that Toxic Deluge. He's got his own Bowmasters for this Bowmasters. That's pretty good because he's got 2 Brainstorms and Ponder in hand, which is very awkward into the Bowmasters. But Yeah, his own
Yeah,
Bowmasters is really good here.
I think Michele must very much anticipate the Bowmasters here. Like no
Yeah,
creature, no cantrip, nothing on the second turn. Pass. If he
absolutely.
kept on the Ponder, it must be Bowmasters.
Yeah.
I mean, not too much you can do about it. The Voidwalker can get in either way, of course. Dude, Shadow is so good. You know what the German what Shadow is in German?
No,
Because it's not the German word for shadow. It's called surreal. We call it
surreal.
Irrealität, so it's like, yeah,
Oh,
it's
that's cool.
basically the creature's surreal.
Oh, the him here is nice.
Yeah. Like
Imagine he hits
you
some
must run
like
out the
good for the
Bowmasters in
Douthie.
response.
Yeah. Maybe he hits an Emrakul and Douthie Voidwater
I
plays
was
the Emrakul.
just gonna ask you, what's the best thing you've ever cast a Voidwalker?
I haven't done Emrakul myself, but some big Eldrazi thing, I think.
Yeah. For me it
Yeah.
was Emrakul. Just too
Sick.
good. Too good.
Sick. I mean, yeah, you could hit like a Ito or something.
Yeah, Kaito would be sweet for sure.
Mhm.
Okay, taking out that Bowmasters, getting that sweet token.
Yeah, watching these games, it makes me think like there is a version of this mono black deck with a blue splash just for Daze, and how brutal Daze is and would be in this deck. Like it's so fast and aggressive that it's going to be punishing so often.
Yeah, it's probably one of the fastest decks that I've ever played against, at least in the current state of Legacy.
Yeah.
And when I did, I felt like I think this deck is better than people give it credit for, because I haven't seen anybody giving it credit for, but I must have missed it. Yeah, this deck seems pretty good.
The Bowmasters here is really nice to take out the other Bowmasters as they do. Like it breathes Alessandro some breathing time because his hand was cantrip heavy until the him came along. I think there's still going to be a brainstorm in hand which he can like play to find a removal spell for the Douthie Voidwalker. And then all of a sudden, Michele has lost those 2 Dark Rituals. So it was a really fun, flashy turn 1. But like Alessandro can answer these creatures and then he's fine.
Okay, let's see. Did we pick up like a Murktide over there?
Yeah,
Look
I
at
think
the
so.
brainstorm, flow state, feed the something.
Feed the cycle. Yeah, I think it's a feed the cycle, which he's left
You actually have no
well.
idea. We have 9 different cards in Magic that start with feed the. It's a
Feed the
cycle of its
swarm,
own.
feed the cycle.
Feed the Cauldron, feed the Clan, feed the Infection, and many more.
Nice.
Feed the Flames. That sounds good.
Yeah. So, sees flow state, feed the cycle. Feed the cycle. Can we bring it up on screen? You need to.
It costs 2
collect evidence
or 3. And if you only want to cast 2, you have to either sacrifice a food or exile 3 cards from your graveyard.
Okay. The Douthie Voidwalker is being a bit annoying there, actually.
Yeah. Douthie Voidwalker is just like such an all-around great card.
Yeah, it really is. So good. Nice.
Okay. So right now, like if we look at the game set as a whole, the Voidwalker is the one that's dominating the board right now. So for
absolutely.
all we know, Voidwalker right now is about to go the distance. So Alessandro needs to find a way to either deal with it or increase his own clock, which is going to be a lot trickier. Michele, meanwhile, we don't know what the last 2 cards in his hand are, do we?
No, I don't think so. I've not managed to catch them.
There could be a Barrowglyph since he hasn't done anything with his 2 mana, and also
yeah, that's a good
reason.
reason. There's a fatal push as well. I can see. I just caught that.
So
I think you're right. I think it's fatal push Barrowglyph.
Easy. We don't even need to see the cards.
Yeah.
Okay.
Nice. There's the fatal push. That was just drawn, I think, which is just what you wanted. And you get to keep this feed the cycle for the Barrowglyph.
And there's the You know what they did wrong on Voidwalker? Now that we've seen White of the Reliquary in action, Voidwalker needs Vigilance. That would be so nice. Cool. When they take it out, you still get some extra value out of it.
Yeah. Here we go.
Nice... You know where to find me.
I'm gonna hire this man. Cards. Just don't listen to him on ley lines.
Not yet. What
about ley line of the Barrowglyph?
Wait, it's just boring. Just start the game with a creature and play. Just no way.
There goes the fatal push, probably.
There was a time when I wanted Leyline of Choke, but that's a different thing.
Absolutely not.
Okay, so Thoughtseize takes out the fatal push over there.
Or him would be brutal here.
Ooh, Super Shredder. Okay, now we gotta keep track. Days, as well as all the normal stuff. Creatures dying makes it bigger. Token dying makes it bigger. Okay, Super Shredder grows.
That's really
Does it
nice. Yeah,
start
like
out? Yeah.
often these, I think Moonshadow especially, like late game is pretty weak because you just don't have as many things around to sacrifice. But Super Shredder just grows quite fast. Oh wow, big, big one.
Is there any way that we can get extra cards into graveyard? No. I mean,
Oh, he's down to 3. That hurts. He's got a
right.
Barrow to follow up next turn. He's just like, don't play a Douthie Voidwalker.
Ooh, Mikila got the Wasteland
Wasteland's
though.
annoying, but I think he can still play a Murktide. Yeah.
He's got a Brazen Borrower. Okay, Murktide's still big enough.
Mhm.
And this is where potentially, like we talked about, Snuff Out maybe not being good enough postboards. Now it's
Pretty good here, I think.
tricky.
Yeah.
You know what Mikila wants to draw here? 3
Douthie Voidwalker.
Orcish Bowmasters in a row.
Yeah, that works as well. I think I prefer, yeah, because he doesn't know, but Alessandro has the Feed the Cycle in hand still for the first threat. Yep, Bowmasters would do it. He has a Brazen Borrower and Barrowglyph in hand as well. Force is a really nice pickup.
Oh, that's good. That's good, yeah.
I think the Moto
gonna
might
have-
just go the distance now. So 3
Most
more
likely,
turns.
yeah.
He's got a removal spell and a force and a bounce. Looks pretty good.
Okay, he's got another Super Shredder. Honestly, you can just... Do you
Just
let that
ignore
one
that?
resolve? You can like bounce it later on
Yeah.
if you care about it. Or just destroy it. He's like,
Mm.
yeah, remove 3 cards from my graveyard.
Or the Murktide if there's spells. Oh, yeah. He just scores it in time. Nice,
Yeah.
nice, nice.
It's not only Super Shredder that grows halfway through
Yeah.
the game.
And now
You
that
got
makes it into a
8/8.
not quite a 2-turn clock.
It's basically a 2-turn clock at this. Oh, yeah, you're right. He's down
Yeah.
to 9. Okay. Close enough.
Mhm.
You gotta find another way to remove something from our graveyard. Maybe another Murktide. That's usually how it goes. No, picks up another Barrowglyph. And then as probably Michaela's probably drawing that.
Yeah.
I say that as he casts 3 mana to get a Barrowglyph.
Mm-hmm.
From Alessandro, I just let it reserve, right?
Yeah.
There's no uncounterable way to get rid of the Murktide. Okay, cool.
No. Nice.
Game
Yeah, that
3.
was
Huh.
looking close than the Toxic Deluge. Tidied everything up.
Dude,
Nice.
Toxic Deluge. For how long has that been a card again? I feel like the card was pretty much gone ever since like all these mid-rangey creature token decks weren't a thing anymore.
Mm.
It
a
almost
little bit of a
kind of
comeback.
died along with Death White Shaman.
Yeah, because I just remember playing it a lot in Shardless days.
Shardless and those 4-color control decks and everything.
Yeah. But then
But,
after
yeah.
that, yeah, it disappeared and kind of now we see it as like a one-of in sideboards sometimes.
I mean, there's a reason, right? There's this energy deck. There are kind of like these fizzly decks that even like Death and Taxes decks. I don't mind it so much. Maybe it's actually good. And if these guys in the tournament decide it's good, I'm gonna trust them on that very much. So
Yeah. I think it took people a long time to realize that energy is a good deck. Because at the beginning, people were like, "Oh, it's just a bunch of modern cards," which I get. But luckily, I was playing with Jamie Hardy, my friend, and he played it very early on, and he beat me a lot with it. So fair play. I was like, oh, "Okay, this is real. This is strong." Actually, needs a crazy card. Here we see the Dark Ritual again.
Moonshadow. Yeah, dude, Dark Ritual, the deck is make or break on Dark Ritual. I feel like when the deck doesn't have Dark Ritual in the first turn, it's neat. Dude, this is exactly the start that my friend did against me. This is what, officer, this is what they did to me. And I was not able to do that. Alessandro's much better than me. I just took it. Okay, so we got the Moonshadow out there, at least. Which card did we pitch to the forest? Can't really see it, but it was
Most day, I
apparently
believe.
important. Yeah, okay. Just pass. Alessandro actually did bring in the Voidwalker, by the way. I believe. Yeah, that's the Voidwalker
Nice.
pulled to the front there. So how big is Moonshadow right now? So it starts out with like 6 counters on it. I think
Yeah,
one
so
of
2-2
has
at the
been
moment.
removed. Okay, Menace, 2/2 Menace.
Yeah,
Whenever
very nice
one or more
sequencing from Michele.
permanents are put into your graveyard from anywhere.
Yeah, so like if he played the Super Shadow first, then the Moon Shadow wouldn't like get a counter second. So
Oh,
yeah,
because
nice
the
sequencing.
Moonshadow doesn't care that the Shadow was put there from basically the stack, right?
Yeah, exactly. So it
It
got a
doesn't have
counter.
that clause that's usually there from the battlefield, from the library. It's just anywhere.
Any permanent from anywhere. Exactly.
So
So
if
yeah,
you discard
now
a
it's gonna be
permanent
a
from your
3/3.
hand, it also grows.
Yeah.
Or you get 2 copies of the Moonshadow. This is getting out of control rather quickly, I would believe.
Now there are 2 of them, and now you could get a Surveil land and Surveil opponent to the graveyard.
Oh my god. Dude, I would totally fall for that. Like, if they were attacking me for like almost lethal and then they surveilled a permanent into a graveyard, I would have not seen that. At least the first time around.
Oh, it's happening.
How do surveillance deal damage in Magic these days? What can't
Easy.
they do?
How incredible are the Surveil lands? Have they been for the format? Like
They've
they're
been an
so
amazing
good.
addition.
Just incredible. Is it a
Is it a
permanent?
permanent?
Come on. But what if it's a permanent you want to keep?
Yeah, then I would still put it there and just draw the same permanent on the
Another
next
one.
turn.
Yeah,
Yeah,
just the next
yeah,
one.
yeah. Wasteland. Yeah, I
Yeah,
like that, Michaela. I like that very much.
yeah, same. I think the Wasteland, like they could just go and get a basic here.
Okay, so now they are 3/3s, I believe.
The first one's a 3/3, second is a 2. Oh
Ah,
no,
okay,
4/4/3/3.
okay.
The first one's seen Verdant Catacombs, Wasteland, Super Shredder. Second one's just seen Wasteland, Verdant. But Alessandro has a fatal push. So
As he
Alessandro's
needs
hand
to.
what he needed to deal with this. It was fatal push turn 1 and the Force of Will for the Super Shredder.
Do you see
So
what
yeah,
Michaela did? He just moved over the dice from the bigger one to the smaller one because, of course, the smaller one is now also gonna grow.
yeah, nice.
And there's the Voidwalker. Alessandro trying to do his best mono black impression.
I mean, this is good here. The other Moon Shadow is not going to grow anymore. While it's
Ooh,
in
and
play.
he's got the Wasteland. That's sweet. And the Wasteland, of course, is gonna grow the Moonshadow once again.
Okay. Big
Big
chunk. This
problem
is
for
good.
Alessandro.
Yeah, these Moon Shadows and Super Shredders, this kind of effect of the card, it can grow so big so fast while you're doing things that you want to do in the game anyway. It's like you're playing the game, you're wastelanding them, you're removing permanents and stuff, but it's just, yeah, great.
And they have menace, right? So need to be blocked by at least 2 creatures, if I remember
Yeah.
correctly. Yeah,
Yeah.
that's
And
how it
it's
works.
so relevant as well.
Yeah, especially, right? You can't
Yeah.
just like run out the barrel golf and be like, yeah, you can't get past me. Well, I actually can.
Absolutely. Yeah. Really relevant.
Also, Alessandro has a Wasteland. If Alessandro Wastelands Michele, the Moonshadow is gonna grow once again.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah. And he finds the. Oh, that's the Mai we talked about, right?
Oh, yeah.
At least
Nice.
there's a one off. I like it a lot. Like the damage potential on it is like pretty serious.
Yeah.
Yeah, he gets this one out, kills this one. Okay. And then we got the Mai out there.
Michele's now empty-handed,
That's
and
a problem.
Alessandro has a Bowmasters in hand, so the Mai it's first strike, so can attack.
You know what would be sweet in this kind of deck? Necropotence.
Sure,
I'd
would.
be down. Yeah.
Yeah. You can play Necro Dominance.
I actually wonder whether Necropotence is actually like playable in Legacy these days.
Like the combo deck, or in like this mono black.
No, the card Necropotence. Like,
Oh,
maybe I'm crazy. Yeah, maybe that ritual is too much.
yeah.
Anyway, so we got Michele got his own Voidwalker out there. In response, we're gonna
Oh,
kill the Mai.
is he going to find out if Mai has first strike?
I thought it was like a 2/1. It's a 2/2.
Who's you first strike?
Oh, first strike, yeah. Oh,
And now he's like, what?
He's like, no, wait, are you sure? Can we get the Oracle text in that one? Maybe it's a misprint. Oh,
Hidden text.
So, oh my god! So he shot one to the face, I guess.
Oh, that's brutal. Yeah. In his
Or
defense,
rather-
like, yeah, he would have a
shot one at
Bowmasters in
Mai
play.
and then blocked it. Yeah, okay, it makes enough sense.
Like, I guess now it could have killed the Super Shredder. I was about to say it couldn't do anything on this board. It can't like shoot and block Douthie, and it can't shoot and block Mai, so it doesn't really make a difference.
Oh, that's rough. That's
Yeah.
really rough.
It's like
Because
Secret
Michele
Reach,
all
but
of a sudden has this crazy board presence again. Like, didn't we just talk
Yeah.
about that Michele was like hellbent, had
yeah,
nothing?
he's just drawn Douthie into Super Shredder.
Who needs Necropotence when you can just like draw whatever you need every time?
Yeah.
And
Now
now the
the
Mai triggers
Mai-
again.
Yeah. Oh, and the Super Shredder grows. I think Alessandro's probably kicking himself
This
here.
is so hard to stop. Seriously, I just want Moat or something. I don't know, man.
Moat would be good.
Yeah.
There's a blocker for Mai or Super Shredder.
Yeah. Okay.
The
But
creatures just keep coming.
Oh my god, this mono black deck, dude. Seriously, this is so good. This
Yeah.
is so good. This is exactly what I want in a Magic deck. I want pressure. Make it
Yeah.
hard for the opponent. My idea is too much. See, this is why I wanted Mai in there.
Yeah, no, you're right.
You can probably
Really
tell that I
impressive.
like this. I feel sorry for Alessandro. There's no personal thing there. I just like when the aggressive deck gets to do its thing. That's the
Yeah.
beauty.
The
in
beauty of this deck is
Magic.
it's aggressive, but it has all these other elements of things that come with these big aggressive creatures. So Mai is draining life, the other Glyph can come back, Douthie Voidwalker's graveyard control, the Bowmasters are like draw cards control, cantrip control. So they all do these extra little things and they can
Yeah.
line up in the right matchups. But at the same time, they all put on tons of pressure and they're so cheap, they're low to the ground. Yeah, really love this deck.
Yeah, it's the synergies go beyond just everything my cards do is attack the life total. There are more synergies in that, and that's what makes it such a beautiful aggressive deck.
Yeah. It's also very hard to block, as in like first strike from Mai, but then the menace from the Moon Shadows and stuff, the shadow from the Voidwalker.
It's such a huge
Yeah.
nightmare. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
Alessandro down to 5 life. Technically got a blocker, but not really.
That's the
And yeah,
game.
extends the hand. And Michele
Nice
moves
job,
on to
Michele.
3-0-1. Needs 2 more wins to basically be in safe. The one, and I assume, unintentional draw. Oh,
Yeah.
I'm sold. I'm sold. Gonna order
Give it a
my
go.
Scornful Striker from Arcana.
The deck is so fun to play as well. It's really, really cool.
It's an amazing deck. This
Yeah.
is an amazing deck. When I first saw it, it was like a homebrew, and now you tell me that Andreas actually won a challenge with it. I can very much see that, especially in his hands.
Yeah, it's also a great
Amazing.
budget deck, I believe. The deck that Andreas won a challenge with is splashing blue for days, as I mentioned a few times. So Underground Sea is obviously not a very budget thing. But look, Michele just showed on screen, you need, what is it, 4 alpha swamps to play the deck. They're the money cards, and then the rest is cheaper.
That's where the money goes, right? And you don't need to spend your money on anything
Very
else.
important on alpha dark rituals and swamps. After that, fine. I mean, I think some of the cards that Moonshadow was expensive for a bit and stuff. So, it's not going to be nothing. But for a very competitive, very interesting and fun to play legacy deck, we never had that in the past. You had to get jewels and fetches. And now we've got these very, very cool decks coming in like this. So love to see it.
Awesome. Okay, everybody, get your friends in here. We're going to be back in just 5 minutes. And for the last round that Callum and I are going to do today, we got 2 matchups. One, absolute legacy classic. I watched this matchup 15 years ago in a legacy GP top 8. The other one, based around a card that I didn't even know existed until very recently. And I want to say that half the people in chat have never heard about this card, and it's the entire engine card of the deck. So stay tuned, and we're going to be right back. 5 minutes, get your friends in here.
Big guesses in chat.
Hey, I knew you would stay tuned. We are back. Round 5, the Legacy Italian International Invitational here in beautiful Bologna. And we got a sweet one. We already teased it earlier on. I don't know whether chat already guessed it, but there's an engine that I have never seen in action in Legacy. Callum, you told me you ran this engine through a couple of leagues. And I'm excited to see it in action because I would have never, ever guessed that this was a Legacy engine ready to be abused. So let's get back and
Yeah,
see which match we got coming up here.
chat did get it. I'll say congrats, chat.
Wait,
And
how did chat get that?
it
Like,
is a
no
modern
way,
deck,
chat.
so people do play modern, Julian. So people
Yeah,
do
but
know.
they
But
would say birthing pot, right? I guess that's banned in modern, right? Isn't it? Anyway.
yeah.
Okay.
So it was our friend Dukes. Dukes got it. Good stuff. Birthing ritual. So yeah, this deck crazy. It's like Death and Taxes. We saw Death and Taxes before, like really obliterate that Maverick deck. Like it just played out so nicely. But here we've got Birthing Ritual. So if we can bring Birthing Ritual up, it's very similar to Birthing Pod, as you can guess, the namesake thing. So it's an enchantment for 1 and a green. And at the beginning of your end step, if you can look at the top 7 cards of your library, and if you want to, then you can sacrifice a creature and you can grab a creature from those 7 cards you looked at and put into play if its mana cost is equal to the thing you sacrificed plus 1. So it's kind of like a pod, but you can only do it once per turn, so it doesn't like go combo chains with creatures that untap it and stuff. So really, there's no secret combo here. It's just looking to sacrifice a 2-drop into a 3-drop. So you play Stoneforge Mystic, go and get a pre-war Formal Wear maybe, then you can sacrifice it and go and find a Flicker Wisp or a Recruiter of the Guard or a Skyclave Apparition. Witch Enchanter or Scarabs or Canoptic Scarab Swarm can go get Solitude, exactly, etc. So really, this deck is like the previous Death and Taxes deck, but even more value and grind. So this deck is going to outgrind anything fair, I think.
Sounds amazing, dude. I'm so excited to see this one in action because when Birthing Pot was around, I mean, people even try to make it work in Legacy every once in a while, right? I was very much into that, and I would try to do that more so in Modern than in Legacy until it was banned. And yeah, we got some sweet stuff in there. So Galactique, of course, highlighted here, a card that also somehow doesn't want to die in Legacy. It's
Well,
been around.
I think it's incredibly well positioned right now because it's very good against Tron. Incredible against Tron, actually. Stops Khan, the One Ring, and Ugin. So I really love the direction of going green, even without the Birthing Ritual in Death and Taxes. And any deck that could play Galactique, I think you should be thinking about it because it is phenomenal against Tron if you struggle with Tron.
Yeah. If you struggle with Tron, I think you're speaking to a pretty large crowd out there, if that's the way you're selling it. Awesome, dude. I could spend so much time on this deck, even though there are no combos, but like just the value generated is insane. Then coming from an insane deck to one of the most accomplished players, right, in Italy, Marco Montani, playing. I want to say this is his signature deck at this point, right? Death Shadow.
He's played lots of usually like blue cantrip decks. He's played usually what's best in his wheelhouse for that, but he's absolutely known for Death Shadow. He went on a tear a few years ago. I'll be honest, I think he like won one of the 4 seasons, and then he I can't remember the exact results he got, but he was almost unbeatable for a good season or two, and he's still such an accomplished player. And he's so strong with these Death Shadow decks. He's always aware of what's going on, how much life to give and stuff. So it's always a pleasure to watch him play Death Shadow.
Awesome, yeah, dudes. Can you quickly tell us like what is Death Shadow trying to do other than to try to kill itself? Almost.
Yeah, so as you see on the screen, Death Shadow is a 13/13 for 1 mana, but it gets -X/-X for your life total. So it's like you need to bleed yourself your life total until you can play it in usually the mid game. Sometimes you get hands with like a bunch of Street Wraiths, and with you see 3 Water Grave and 2 Underground Sea. So the Water Grave, you want to lose this life and lots of fetch lands. So you can damage yourself quite quickly with the Thought Seizers as well. But really, the Death Shadow tends to come out like turn 3, 4 on kind of thing. And then you want to give your opponent like this window of like 2 turns to deal with a Death Shadow or 2. Otherwise, they just die because they're so big. So the games very often come down to like you play this blue-black, just normal kind of like early turns, pondering, brainstorming, a bit of interaction removal spell. And then all of a sudden you just play like 2 Death Shadows that are 10/10s, and your opponent just can't attack anymore. And then you make them into like the abyss that you keep attacking, and they have to bot them. So it's a really interesting way to play, because sometimes if you delay finding the shadows too long, you are just at too low a life total, and your opponent can attack through as well. So yeah, it's always an interesting deck to watch play because the games can be so different.
Awesome. So let's jump straight into the action. Let's see what both players got going on here. Of course, we haven't actually talked about Nicolo Fioletti. He's the one playing that insane deck that we just saw earlier on. Nicolo Fioletti, I think he has a top 8 in 4Seasons in the main event last year. He also has a top 8, of course, in the Italian Invitational from last year. And now we're going way back. He also got a second place at Ovino Spring because remember that 5-color humans deck that people played in Legacy a couple of years ago? He played a lot of that and got a lot of awesome results with it. So it seems to be partial towards wild decks, as he is, of course, once again playing here on the very first turn with Birthing Texas deck.
Yeah, Tome Vial is exactly what you want against any blue, especially tempo deck. It means you can just like get your creatures to play around counter spells. So yeah, and Marco without a forceful, I guess. Otherwise, he might have probably snapped it off there. So already the Aether Vial is probably making the days look kind of dead or whatever. His hand.
Very much so, yeah. Okay,
there we go.
So
Esper Sentinel. Don't see that one that often as well.
That's the kind of card that people always are like, why don't we see more of this? It's actually pretty good. And yeah, I've made the opponent, I think, draws an extra card, right, when you don't pay the extra tax.
Yeah.
And it happened so many times to me where I felt like I must just ignore this, otherwise it's going to slow me down like crazy.
I think we're about to see why we don't see it play too much, because that Orcish Bowmasters card is...
somebody should like alter Orcish Bowmasters and just put a big, this is why we can't have fun things.
Yeah, it is that kind of card. But like, it's especially punishing because 1, it just deals 1 damage to it and kills it. But 2, you could like elect to not draw and get extra triggers if you want as well.
Yeah. It's all upsides.
It's all upsides.
Can we quickly talk about Legacy deck naming conventions? Like if you walked out from a different game and you walked into this tournament and you're like, what are you playing? And you're like, oh, I'm playing Birthing Texas. Like,
I never thought of
what,
that.
mate?
Yeah, Death Shadow, you could get away with.
That has flavor, right? But what is like Birthing Texas?
Birthing Texas.
This is such an inbred name in many ways.
Death and Ritual from the chat. Interesting.
Okay.
Very, yeah.
Oh yeah, and you predicted that. Wasn't nice knowing you, but there's for quite a while there's been a new sheriff in town, and he's wielding a bow.
Okay, what are you playing? I'm playing Breakfast. Yeah.
Which one? Full English? Yes, of course. Oh, you're a pre-modern player. Yeah, of course. But I played Hermit Full English Breakfast. Oh yeah, of course. HFAB. Yeah, sure. Yeah, there we go. Anyway, so activating on the main phase, the Wild for 2. That's probably gonna be like, I would guess, like a Stoneforge, maybe. I don't know. You probably wait on that one. Oh, Thalia. Yes, man. Speaking of other unplayable 1 more toughness creatures.
You know what? Maybe the thinking is, I mean, look, if you're going to play a few 1 toughness creatures, then you might as well play a bunch of them, because whatever. But secondly, if this deck is as good against Orcish Bowmaster decks as I think it is, maybe you're just fine with that. And these cards are good enough against other decks that they're worth including. So, like, I'm sure Nicolo is absolutely hugely aware of these cards being weak into Bowmasters, but it's still like a deck building choice, because I think you probably are still good enough in these matchups, so it's fine.
Yeah, that's basically what I meant, right? I mean, the whole idea is like I call it unplayable, but the whole idea is, as you said, right? We're just gonna run out all of these quote unquote unplayable creatures, and by having so many of them and all of them being good, they become playable again and they overload the opponent's Bowmasters. So
absolutely.
That's, as you said, probably very much the idea. And I mean, Thalia, never really bad. I mean, I don't want to say she fell out of favor for like not being good enough. She fell out of favor for Bowmasters. That's the big thing. But what she does, still relevant against all these cantrip decks.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, it's a shame because exactly what she's good against is just these decks that play Bowmasters, really, because a huge majority of these cantrip decks do have Bowmasters. Whereas she'll be annoying against Tron decks or something like that, or obviously still combo decks as well. But yeah, I feel like decks make more mana than they used to, if that makes sense.
Mm-hmm. So what you're basically saying is we need 1 mana Thalia. And 2 toughness.
Yeah. Yeah, as a 1/2 for 1 would be very good.
Just straight up better than Squire. No creature can ever be better than Squire. Shoutouts to Isamaru.
Oh, there's a new Isamaru as well.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, I heard about that. Okay, so we got Marco Montani working on his own life total, falling down to 13, getting up another clue token, trying to slowly piece together what's going on there. The more clues, the better. Does he have like different clue token? Oh, that's an Orcish Bowmaster token, I guess.
Yeah, looks like it. I think. Yeah.
It's very deliberate about where on the board each of those things go.
Yeah.
Okay, I think that skeleton or whatever that is, that's probably the Bowmaster token, and on the
Yeah, it
left,
must
on
be.
the bottom side, that must be the clue token.
Yeah.
You know what we
So
never really see anymore these days? Lands in front.
it's rare. I think at tournaments you're told off if you do that.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
Most organizers don't allow it.
I always thought it was a bit cringe, unless you're like really old and you were doing it since day one. So
Yeah.
there we go. There's my hot take.
I mean, if it's a
Younger
style
people.
choice, it is cringe. If it's organic, it's cool.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah.
And
I
you
agree
can
with that.
usually tell apart which person is doing it for which reason.
Yeah, I think a majority were doing it for style.
The people who do it like for organically, they will tell you, oh, but it said so in the player's booklet that came with my beta something. It's like, okay, now I'm gonna trust your OG. That's cool.
If they're like 60 years old, fine.
I mean, that deep into Magic at this point. Actually, we might be.
Okay. I was worried that Niccolo was going to run out of action here because he didn't play a third land drop, but the vial is obviously helping there a lot. But I was wondering like what's left in his hand because sometimes they could be not castable as well. But the recruiter here with a vial on 3 is very, very good. Just wondering what you might want to get here.
Mm,
Maybe like a Skyclave apparition to get rid of the Tamio. Obviously,
yeah.
I feel like going into the Tamio with a potential brainstorm up is a bit risky, but at the same
Ooh,
time,
you're going for
Marco probably would have
recruiter
cast
chain.
brainstorm. That's some value.
That basically says, hey, I'm feeling very comfortable in my game. There's like nothing really bad happening, so I can just like grind out the minimum value. I mean, he doesn't seem to be scared of the Tamio anytime soon. Then again, the clue tokens do add up eventually, I want to say.
Yeah. Yeah, it's like a whole turn of vialing versus a clue to get a 1/1. And then Marco can also use his mana this turn. But maybe he's got a plan for like vialing it in and then just casting a 2-drop here.
I mean, the big upside, of course, being that the more comes into play creatures you have in play, the better Posicho, Yosa, not Yosai. What's the big snake, the sky noodle called again?
Yorion.
Yorion, not Yosai. Yosai the Morningstar. Shoutouts to one of my favorite recurring nightmare creatures. The better your Yorion's gonna be. So we are still very far from ever casting Yorion. And I never feel good getting the wild up to 5 because at that point, unless you have Caracas, it's a one-way street. Like you're not gonna do all that much with it otherwise.
Oh, I like
Witch
this.
Charter.
It's a land.
Yeah, I guess it is.
Yeah.
Wait, you're telling me your recruiter of the guard can find lands now?
It's pretty powerful, actually, isn't it?
Yeah.
I like this because now he's doing this in the upkeep, so he's going to go up to 5, but he gets to now play this and grab the Yorion. Although I know some people don't like grabbing Yorion until you can vial it in the following, like the same turn because of Thoughtseize. So I think we might not see Niccolo grab Yorion this turn. We might do.
Especially if he has like better things to do with those mana, I would guess.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, he's got Witcher Charter, losing 3 life. By the way, can you explain the trick that he did on the upkeep? He activated the vial for 3, and that somehow it's on 4 now?
Yeah, absolutely. So the vial has a trigger in your upkeep. You can put a counter on it. So you have a window of opportunity to do anything there. So what he did is just activated the vial to tap it to put the recruiter in. And then that was with the add a counter trigger on the stack. And then that resolves after the recruiter to add it to 4.
Oh, okay, yeah. So he
nice,
didn't actually
nice
put something in for 4, but he managed to still tick it up.
Yeah, exactly.
Cool.
Exactly.
Cool. So you fully expect him to go to 5 next turn, I would guess.
Yeah, and I like this. I think it looks like he's passed. So I think he's, not grabbing the Yorion this turn because next turn is when he can do that. And then the value from that is he can blink the 2 recruiters, go and get some white cards. I believe I've seen a Solitude in his hand as well. So he's just in a great position already, even though he's kind of like only got these 3 lands now. But like if Marco has the brainstorm to try and flip the Tamio, then he can go after it. But also he's just gonna, as the game goes on, it's gonna be that Anaconda grasp, isn't it? It's gonna keep getting worse and worse.
So I got one question. Why does he play the Witch Enchanter untapped? I was gonna ask you. Okay, so I guess we're about to find out what's the 3 mana spell he wants to go for, and it is the Flute. What are we gonna name that? It's 3 mana, of course, because of Thalia, and we're gonna run it out in response to the Bowmasters.
Honestly, probably Wasteland here. I don't think you want to get wasted off the
Okay.
third mana, because then the Orion can blink at the following turn.
Yeah. By the way, heads up play. He did it in response to the Bowmasters killing the Thalia because that meant Marco was tapped out and could neither force or fill nor daze as long as the Thalia was still in play.
Yeah, really nice. Really,
Yeah.
really tight. That we've seen all day from every player on stream so far. I've been so impressed by every single thing. Every player. Just
There's
not
so many
missing a
small
thing.
things that when my opponents do that in a tournament, I immediately, like when I do a catch on, I guess, I immediately notice, oh, this is like a small optimization. You are good.
Yeah.
Like
Yeah.
the stuff when they want to fetch because they don't want the top card, but their other two lands are tapped out and they wait until the upkeep so they have the mana available in case anything goes wrong. That's something
Yeah.
I learned in one of the very first protos I watched. And yeah, that's just like all the small stuff. It adds up.
Yeah.
It certainly adds up.
Absolutely. So Marco, classic blue player fashion, has 2 flow states in hand, but wants to brainstorm as well. Got to get all the cantrips.
Gonna get in for a couple
Right.
more points of
Yep.
damage. Gets another clue token. Kind of hard to see, I think. Does he have like 4 clue tokens by now?
I think 2.
Okay.
Oh, maybe it's
By the
4.
way,
I thought
okay.
2.
So he first attacks, then gets the brainstorm down, of course. And then that one's gonna flip the Tamio.
I love this attack from the Bowmasters because a lot of people just by default would think, okay, well, Bowmasters is worth more than a Recruiter. But against Death and Taxes, firstly, they don't really draw cards, so you're not really getting more triggers. But secondly, those Recruiters are worth so much with the Yorion coming in next turn. He just knows this might be quite an obvious thing in hindsight, but like, you know, he knows that Nicholas is just never going to trade those Recruiters for the Orcish Bowmasters. So
that is true. So it's basically free damage, right?
Yeah, really good.
Sounds good. We pick up a Wasteland we can even use if we want to.
Yep.
Technically, we could also flicker the flute, I believe, right?
Yep. That's why I kind of like, because he drew the Wasteland, so it would have been okay, but I would like naming it just in case Marco found a Wasteland to take him off the 3 mana to get the Yorion into hand this turn. And then now he can flicker the flute and name the Tamio.
Oh, yeah, the flip Tamio, so she's done, not going to do anything. Okay, Marco is like, what actually happens? Okay, he kills them in response to targeting. Okay, yeah, makes a lot of sense. Okay, so we are only gonna flicker the flute and one of the recruiter's gonna come back, get us a white card at the very least if you want to solitude something out, but it's not even
Still pretty good.
Beautiful Wasteland, by the way. Oh, I want that.
I think Nicolo's deck is just all foil and all OG, and yeah. I think he's played this deck quite a lot. What do you think?
Probably. Honestly, most of the people in this tournament play the deck quite a lot.
Yeah.
There's some really tight, like, it's the small, it's the details. And what we see in this tournament, people are getting the details right, left, and right. It's beautiful. Absolutely beautiful. That's what you expect, right? Italian Legacy Invitational. We've been glazing Italy as one of the best places to play Legacy or Eternal Magic as a whole for like many years at this point, and this tournament very much shows.
What do you think you're getting here now? I feel like
it's
so the last card in hand
card.
is. Yeah, sorry.
I was gonna say like probably another card advantage card. We know that the last card in hand is Solitude, so definitely something white, even though like we don't really care. Oh, just Solitude for Solitude. Oh yeah, because it's a 5 mana thing, so you can put it on.
Yeah, now Vile's on 5. I think it's just
makes a lot of sense.
Because it means the Yorion can just start attacking over the top.
Yeah, also the lifelink is gonna help us out big time. This is just great. This is really great. Eventually, we're gonna maybe even find Caracas. At that point, it's probably just win more anyway. But
Caracas would just be insane.
For Marco, it's gonna be so hard to come back. We're still in the first game, so he's probably not gonna have any removal for a while. Like, if you could actually take out Weil there, all of a sudden, like, Nicolo doesn't really have all that much going on. But I mean, Death Shadow, I guess.
Oh yeah,
Brazen Borrower is one of, but we don't have that available either. With 2 mana tapped already.
Yeah, no, I think he needs to dig for. Is there a Brazen Borrower in the deck? I don't see one.
Usually these decks they have like one off Brazen Borrower somewhere, but maybe he's like fully committed to efficiency.
Yeah, no, I don't see it in this. So this Disruptive Flute and Aether Vial are here to stay from what I can see in game 1. And like, look, Marco's here casting Flow State Death Shadow. I just don't see a way out of it. It's the D&T lock. Like, he has got the Solitude up. Solitude goes and gets the first Death Shadow. Good thing for Marco that he doesn't have a creature that's too big. Otherwise, he could, if he had a 4/4, he could exile that with the Solitude and kill the Death Shadow as well.
Yeah. You know the beauty of like when you have like multiple Death Shadows in play and you Solitude one of them, all of them die. So it's
Brutal.
basically the same thing with
Perfectly.
Swords to Plowshares.
Yeah, we see Marco with another Death Shadow in hand.
And he knows about the Solitudes.
Yeah. I think Yorion just gets to like just fly in and attack a couple of turns, a few turns, and I think that's probably going to be how the game goes.
I guess you know what Marco actually needs? Running Stifles or something, but I don't think he's playing them. Ooh, okay.
Ooh, this is fun.
There comes the namesake card.
Yeah.
Walk me through this again. What's actually happening at the end of turn now?
So if we can bring it up on screen, that'd be great because I can't remember the exact wording. But basically, to paraphrase it, end of his turn, he's going to get a trigger. And with that trigger, he look at the top 7 cards of his library. And then if he wants to, he can sacrifice a creature, which will probably be the Recruiter of the Guard. And if he does, he can put a creature with mana value equal to that +1 into play. So he can go and get a 4-drop with this if he sacrifices a Recruiter.
Up to a 4-drop, right?
Up to 4-drop, yeah. X or less. So yeah, it can be 4-drop or less.
Okay.
Yeah.
And the beauty in this is, unlike Birthing Pot, you don't need to sacrifice right away. You can check. Because for Birthing Pot, you know that you're going to find something because you search your entire deck. Here, you could technically fizzle, so you don't lose the creature. And you get to do this every single turn.
Yeah, it's pretty powerful for just the 2 mana. So he does sacrifice the Recruiter. Nice. And now he doesn't even need to give him loads of life gain. Now he just has, because he didn't really want to give Marco 8 life there with the Solitude on the Death Shadow, if he could help it.
Mm-hmm.
And now he's got this Violet 5, 2 Solitudes in hand, 2 turn lethal with the Yorion. It's looking pretty swingy.
Yeah, the Boa Constrictor is pulling even tighter. It's going to be really hard to get out of this alive.
Yeah.
Not even
Marco's
sure like a deck like Death Shadow is capable of doing that.
Yeah, I think Death Shadow, even more than like the Delver, like the tempo decks, is much more reliant on, I need my game plan of take some damage and Death Shadow kill you. And if it doesn't, then I'm out of ideas for game 1.
Yeah, Marco's still trying to find something. Picks up at least 1 card for the flow state. There must be a way to get 2 there. I see a Ponder in there. I see an instant in there.
Yeah, it's 2.
But even then, like, what are you going to do against a 4/5 flyer? Like, you snuff out, go to 1?
Yeah. Snuff out is what you need to find here. I keep wanting to like see a flow state and be like, can you shuffle it like a Ponder? But no. You've got to take 2 of them. There is a Ponder, so I think he will be pondering for Snuff out, I'm sure. Because I see a Fatal Push, but that's not cutting it.
And then there's still Solitude coming down at the end of turn.
Yep.
I guess you can jump block the Solitude. Like, technically, if you double block it, you lose to a second Solitude. This is going to be rough, man. Like, technically, like, I guess if Marco has perfect draws from here on out and Nicolo only draws lands, then Nicolo probably still almost wins. It's going to be rough. Okay, end of turn. Wild for 5. Of course, Solitude's going to come in.
Yeah, I don't know if he even wants to take out the Death Shadow.
Might just take out one of the Bowmasters.
Yeah.
Like, how big is that guy? Like 4/4? No, it's 8/8.
8/8, yeah.
Yeah, makes sense. 13 minus 5,
yeah. We're swapping everything over. Good job, judges. Now we can see at least.
Remind me again, how did the Skycliff apparition get a counter? Or what is that on the bottom? That's the 1 on it. It must be a Skycliff apparition, right?
What did it exile? Oh, because it exiled a 1 from the shadow.
That's how they keep track of it. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. I love that. Solitude not exile anything. I really like the decision actually.
I was wondering for a moment, like, can you like pick nothing? Is that possible?
Yeah. I guess maybe you want to take out a Bowmasters, but like it just doesn't matter at all.
Okay, just take 4. Fall down to 1. No forces, no fetch lands. Almost nothing.
Now, with the Birthing Ritual again, you could probably find something nice to sacrifice either the Skyclave or the Solitude.
What if he finds this? I guess he doesn't play Bowmasters.
No.
It's like actually like just Celestia, like just like green white.
Just good old savannas, baby.
Oh, so there's a one of Savannah in there as well. Oh, that could be my thing.
This could be your deck. Are you an Aetherval person?
Lion Sash, yeah. Lush Portico. Oh, Canopex Scarab Swarm. That's another great card.
Yeah, I was actually looking. I was thinking when he got the Witch Enchanter to play as the land for land 3, I was thinking the Conductor Scarab Swarm would be incredible here, and it would be even better here. Like overkill, yes, but before the
Dude,
Yorion came in, I think that was a good way to win the game.
I'm all for the overkill.
Yeah.
Let's make every match an amazing blast. Okay, got
The
a
Scarab Swarm.
cheek.
Do we see Scarab Swarm there?
I think
There's a
could be it.
Skyclave.
Oh,
yeah,
there it is. Okay,
Oh my
help us
God.
out. I remember it removes like all of your opponent's cards from the graveyard, and I think you get a 1/1 insect creature token with flying for every land you remove, right?
Land and creature.
And
Maybe just
creature as well.
lands.
Oh,
Maybe it's just lands. Yeah, that's right. I think you could target either player.
there it is. Thank you, production.
Artifact or land. Okay. Yeah, this card is so good. There's some games where it's a bit like clunky and you only get a few, but I've seen this card just like solo Tron decks when they're trying to Ugin things. It's like, okay, well, I got 10 1/1s that aren't colors. Yeah, it's really, really good.
Okay, how much are we gonna get here? How many? There must be like
I guess
4,
6.
5, 5, 6 even. That would be something.
Yeah, quite
One
a
of which
few.
kind of does he have sweet tokens? Nah, that one's decent.
Yeah, it goes. Marco's like, I'm dead. It's fine.
It's like, yeah, you don't need to do like let's just collect all of our dices and tokens. And he's like, yeah, I got the second solitude. Yes, I know.
Yeah,
Like,
yeah.
okay.
Nice, good game one. That was yeah,
That was
GNT
good
absolutely doing
magic,
its
right?
thing.
Good magic.
But, like,
that's what I love.
Yeah, up until the Yorion bit, it was definitely up in the air. Like it could have gone either way. If Mark had found like a snuff out for the Yorion, then it's absolutely game on.
So that was the second match, second game, right? I believe. Marco was upper game.
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
so yeah, that's
Looks
the
like it.
third game coming up here. Amazing, dude. I'd be down. I'd be down to see more of this deck. Nicolo, thus far, of course, still undefeated. If we can
Nice.
take it out. On the other side, of course, Marco also one of the greatest players in the tournament, so maybe he's also gonna go all the way. Let's see who's gonna get the best position for the rest of the tournament. This is the 5th round in the Italian Legacy Invitational. 8 players are going to remain after 6 rounds, so there's going to be one more round before we cut to top 8. And winning this one is such a big deal, right? I think if you lose this one, you're maybe Nicolo is not out if he wins the last one, and then he's going to get in on X1-on-1. But yeah, we will see. Let's jump into this match. Not too much to see from the sideboard there, right?
I love that 5 different cards in the sideboard. I think you might bring in the Wrath of the Skies. Probably don't need to. Yeah, I just don't think you sideboard really.
But then again, it also takes out some of your stuff, especially a while. So
yeah. I think you just barely sideboard here.
Yeah. Leylines? No, probably not.
No.
Not against us, Shadow. Yeah, you're right.
No.
Okay, cool.
We saw a Disruptive Flute in play last game, so maybe he brought an extra one or two in, but there's one in the main deck.
Cool.
And then, Dread of Night. I have not seen that card in a long time.
Talk of color houses. They don't make them like that anymore, do they?
But that's funny because they don't make it like that anymore, and it's not particularly good against most D&T lists anymore because they've moved off X1s because of Bowmasters. We found the one player with X1s, white X1s.
Also, Massacre, of course, a great card against Death and Texas ever since it was printed.
Fatal Push will come in as well.
Another copy of Orcish Bowmasters, probably, I could see.
Probably, yeah. And then Engineered Explosives, definitely.
Engineered Explosives is such a cute one when it comes to Thalia, right? You can kind of play around it.
Yeah,
just
very cool.
Basically, straight up ignore it.
You think Consign to Memory comes in?
Too cute, probably.
Yeah.
I mean, it counts as a triggered ability.
Yorion, Skyclaves. I don't mind it.
Yeah, Yorion is the only one that I really consider worth countering with it.
Maybe. I feel like this matchup's very bad for Marco. So I feel like he's got to get an angle with a couple of Death Shadows and just put them under so much pressure over a few turns.
Oh, okay.
So I think Consign is like it plays the perfect game plan on how you're going to win the game.
So for a tempo approach, like you're not trying to like go toe to toe, but you're like, okay, I'm gonna, I don't know, hit your Skycliff Apparition, I'm gonna hit your Solitude, as you said, and then I'm just gonna get in there over the next 2 turns, even though it's like not a great trade. It's a good trade mana-wise, and that's how I'm gonna
Yeah,
get there.
that's my
Okay, I see that.
suspicion.
I see that. Yeah,
Yeah.
that's reasonable.
Mm.
Cool,
Like
cool.
it's not good in a without context, but yeah.
Okay, cool. So let's jump to the match. By the way, I think that was the first game. It said like 1-0 for Marco, but I think it was actually
Yeah, that's what I was
went the
thinking
other
because
way.
we didn't see any
Yeah,
sideboard
that's what
cards, did
threw
we?
me off there. So yeah, I was like,
Yeah.
we haven't seen Dread of Night before. I would have remembered that. So yeah, we headed straight
Oh,
for the
yeah.
second game here.
Yeah. So yeah,
But yeah,
like
you're
I think
right.
that's the approach that Marco takes. But then, do you think Niccolo probably doesn't change anything either? Does he? He's just thinking, I just need to remove your threats and get to the long game.
Yeah, yeah. Nicolo probably doesn't have to change up anything all that much.
No.
Being probably like to be in a good spot. And as you mentioned, right, I think you're right. For Marco, this is not a good matchup. This really
No.
is not a good matchup. This is
No.
too fair. Marco's like, do something unfair. I can stop that and run you over. It's like, no, Nicolo, value here,
No.
value there, value everywhere.
I mean, he's got 4 Swords to Plowshares and 4 Solitudes, I think it was. And those are incredibly good against Death Shadow.
Something I appreciate. Everybody in Italy, of course, is always so dressed, so neatly, so nicely. And when you look at Nicolo, he even matched his pants to the color of his sleeves. You know, that's some dedication to fashion.
Definitely on purpose.
Yeah. I mean, otherwise, a lot of legacy players, of course, they also match their sleeve color to their shirt color, but more by accident. Actually, Marco's doing that as well, I guess. So yeah, I like that. I like that a lot. Okay, so no while on the first turn. That's gonna get dazed. Yeah.
Yeah, huge.
And
Tamio?
Marco has a Tamio.
I'm looking at that. We saw an engineered explosives there while he's going through his deck, so at least that came in. Makes sense. I think we see Athalia in hand here. We just bounce the Tamio instead. Or Stoneforge as well.
You kind of want to get Thalia down once you have the Caracas available to save it, right? That's the classic
play.
play.
I think so.
I guess you could also just keep up the Caracas.
Yeah, I don't mind this. Just again, you're just looking to prolong the game in every way possible. Every turn where your opponent's not getting to like put any creatures in the red zone, I think is favoring Death and Taxes.
By the way, why is that Jamio wherever it is right now?
I think she's in the token pile because he's using double-sided cards.
Okay, that makes sense. That makes sense. I was like, why did we exile her? Like, it's okay, Tamio. You're allowed to come back. Like, it's just temporary. Like, okay, gonna take that one out.
She comes
Tamio,
again, probably.
Okay, that makes a lot of sense. There we go. Cool. And then she's gonna get Swords of Plowshare. There we go.
In a turn. I like this. Now that the crack has been wastelanded, I think Nicolo has one more land at the back, a fetch land, maybe. Yeah. So he's just he realized that before he drew this vial, he would be just playing 2 drops into days anyway. So he might as well just play into the days there because the Tamio is not too important.
Makes a lot of sense, right? He's got a lot of ways to reset the Tamio, even if she flips.
Yeah, exactly.
Good point. Okay, Thoughtseizes.
Vial was an absolutely incredible draw here.
Looks at what's it called? Not Knight of the White Orchid, but pretty much that.
White Orchid Phantom.
That way around, right?
Almost
Thalia, Stoneforge, and Skyclef Apparition. With no pressure on Marco's side of the board thus far, you see a lot of value on the other side of the board. Is he gonna take the Thalia? Because that's the most annoying card, of course. He's got a Fatal Push in hand.
I feel like he's gonna take the Stoneforge, I think. Maybe the Skyclave. I think the Thalia is just not going to do enough, and he can find a Bowmasters probably. White Orchid Phantom, he plays a couple of basics, that's fine. Does he? Okay, maybe he doesn't.
Yeah. The thing is, like, the reason I would keep the Stoneforge in hand is that I got the Fatal Push. And otherwise it's like really clunky, and maybe we're even gonna hit whatever Nicolo's gonna get later on with this card.
Yeah. Right, I've just checked his deck list and there's no basics, so that makes a lot of sense.
Okay, interesting.
0 basic Shadow. You often do see a basic swamp, but obviously it depends on the metagames, I guess. And here you just prefer to have more jewels, I suppose.
Usually the more aggressive approach, when you're like, okay, if you wasteland me, it's probably gonna be worse for you.
Yeah. Didn't have White Orchid Phantom on the radar.
While is out there, gonna tick up to 1. Usually becomes active on 2.
Yeah, what are you surveilling for here? Probably swords.
I wouldn't hate a land. Honestly,
yeah.
I like almost everything. I like land. I like creature. If it's a 3-mana creature or more, I would probably like bin it. But as you said, interaction, right? Swords, land, 2-mana creature. If it's not a duplicate.
Yeah. My worry now is the Death Shadow just like gets in too much damage before you actually find something to remove it, or the vial gets
That's
a free
true.
for the Skyclave.
I think I would actually keep the Solitude if there was a Solitude on top.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
You could also do a thing where you run out the Thalia, and if it resolves, you can Solitude knowingly it's gonna resolve.
Yeah.
Ooh, okay.
That's fun.
Get the what's it called? Birthing rites, I believe.
Birthing ritual.
Birthing ritual.
So
okay.
now next turn he could like Marco taps out here. He can like violin the Thalia and then play the Stoneforge, and he's got a shot at sacrificing either one if he needs to find like a Skyclave, another one,
Yeah,
something like that.
and since it's the end of turn where it triggers, even if you find like something like a Flicker Wisp, right? I'm not sure if he plays it. You could flicker out the Death Shadow, and it couldn't attack for a turn.
Yeah, true. And I'm pretty sure we saw Flicker Wisp last
We
game.
saw it earlier,
or maybe it was the match before.
He's got 2 copies. He's got 2 copies.
2 copies. Nice. Yeah, so that'd be great. It's the old trick of pilot in end of turn, but instead ritual it in end of turn.
You know how they get that engine online sometimes when they have Yorion and Flicker Wisp, but they do it at the end step, and then you get Yorion every single turn.
Oh yeah. It's like jumping up and down on a bouncy castle.
That's how you explain magic interactions to an outsider.
Bouncy castle from Birthing Taxes.
Yeah, very very clear deck names. I think there was a time where Wizards was trying to push like very clear deck names, and it got a little bit absurd.
Yeah,
but gotta say like some of the deck names. Yeah, I don't know. What do you think about like affinity decks not playing any affinity creatures anymore?
I think that's fine. It's like calling Delver decks without Delver. Everyone knows it really. It's the nomenclature of it.
One kind of name that died is Fish. Like Fish is still like a very clear legacy concept to most people, but I think it's not really used anymore these days.
When you say fish, do you mean merfolk or do you mean disruptive little creatures?
Exactly, that's the problem, right? Because a lot of people started thinking of it as merfolk, and then it kind of like became ambitious.
Yeah. I think that was a long time ago that people called fish, like fish as you mean it.
Dating
you mean like
here.
Trigon predators? Is that what you mean?
Yeah. Something
you
like
are
that.
You are dating yourself here, I'm afraid, Julian.
Cold-eyed Circe or whatever you have.
Yeah.
I mean, it goes back even further, but that's a different thing. Anyway, so we got the Thalia out, like you predicted a turn ago, and then we run out the Stoneforge. Gonna get, I would guess, like maybe pre-war formalware or something.
Yeah.
Anything good, really? Actually, pre-war formalware works really well with the birthing ritual.
Yeah, because you can like sacrifice.
Eventually, it's gonna get it back. Yeah.
All the creatures you want. Now the Shadow is a 6/6. I think like he's probably almost in the realm of just chump blocking the next turn so that you can get the Skyclave apparition in through the vial on the Shadow. He just wants to preserve his life total so that he doesn't get too low.
Yeah, dude, I'd be chump blocking left and right here if I have the ritual going on.
Yeah. Ideally, he hits Skyclave, which I think was the first card he just drew there. So I think he's.
Marco,
think it was
head in hand. It's like, what is this? It feels so unfair that only then do you need to sacrifice a creature.
Yeah, here's the first card he saw, which is the Skyclave. Yeah, this is exactly what he wanted. Perfect.
Like, you saw him reaching for the Shadow. He's like, actually, can I interest you in this hardly used Tamio? Like, not so sure about that.
I love it. Yeah, no, perfect. We're seeing here like what my thinking was for the consigns, really. Like, you just need to try and keep your creatures around long enough, but it feels like such an uphill battle for Marco here. Even with some things lining up and getting lucky, it's just tough, really tough.
Very much is. Marco untaps, not sure what to make of this. I guess Massacre would be something.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Wouldn't mind that. Then again, the classic problem. Actually, you know what would be decent here as well? I guess Engineered Explosives for 2.
Yeah, that'd be fantastic. Well, kill the Birthing Ritual and Stoneforge. I think you want to go for the Vial more, though.
Yeah,
like the Vial is doing everything.
Like if you turn off the Vial, then you can slowly try to get back into control.
Yeah.
And of course, you got to hope that Nicolos doesn't find a land on the next turn.
Yeah, Vial has just dominated these 2 games, honestly. I know it's only put in one thing here, but it's giving him some inevitability based on the game state already. It's just, yeah. Otherwise, like Marcus, this wasteland.
You know how many Vials he plays?
Don't tell me it's less than 4.
In this Yorion deck? A single one.
No, I don't believe you. I don't believe you for a second there.
I just tried to make you believe. Okay, anyway.
There's also one in his graveyard at the moment and one in play. So
okay, yeah, giving away the chalk. Okay, yeah, he's playing 4 copies. there were sometimes people. You remember Blue White Tempo, the legendary legacy deck from the source? It played
Oh,
2 copies of
Adam
Weil.
Seer days.
Yeah, exactly. 2 copies of Etherwile in the deck. I still remember that.
Was it
Vexing Sphinx, Fathom
Vexing
Seer.
Sphinx?
Exactly,
Yeah,
dude.
yeah.
You're speaking my language.
Eflin,
Yeah,
legend.
very much so. So, Marco, another legend trying
Yeah.
to turn this game around that he
How do
never
you see
really
him
was in
getting out of
control in.
this?
Honestly, I don't.
Hmm.
Honestly, like the way I see him getting out of this is engineered explosives to take out the wild wasteland.
Mhm.
Also, basically, like somehow Nicolo doesn't produce insane value on the next turn, which right now it seems he's probably gonna.
Yeah.
And then if the turn comes around to Marco, you wasteland, you somehow take out the wild with engineered explosives, and then Nicolo doesn't do anything ever again.
Yeah.
That's the only
Which
way.
it seems so hard to even envision that happening. The birthing ritual has been really impressive these games. Really cool to see.
Yeah, for just 2 mana?
Yeah,
It's
like I've seen it
pretty
in a
cool.
few other decks. I've seen it in some decks with like Coiling Oracle and Ice Fang Coatl and stuff as well, which is fun. But in D&T, I've only seen this like once or twice before, and it's just looking very good.
Yeah, and in those other decks, I guess the problem is that they're playing Calling Oracle and Ice Fang Coatl. Whereas
Yes.
this deck, it actually plays better creatures, more
Yeah.
expensive creatures, more impactful creatures that
Proper,
do something.
proper D&T deck that just has this extra value engine, which it's a value engine, but it's also like filtering, right? It's searching for the right cards in the right matchups and stuff.
Oh,
So
yeah,
it's
because
not
the other
just
cards go to the bottom, right?
yeah. So it's not just like extra value because I don't think that's what the Death and Taxes deck needs. It's just a bit more consistency and just more engines.
Oh, look at this, by the
Which
way.
is
This
nice.
is so annoying. Like, you kind of want to take the formalware. I think that's why you thought in the first place. But if you
Yeah.
let Nicolo keep the Stoneforge, then he gets to put in Stoneforge of the Wild and then activate the other Stoneforge to probably put in Meteor Sword or something. Funny
Yeah.
thing is, you don't even want to take out the Tamio, which you would probably hit with the Meteor Sword because you don't really care about her all that much at this point.
Yeah. You can see Marco shaking his head. I think you're right. You just don't want to take any of these.
Or all of them.
Or all of them, yeah.
Yeah, if you could.
I think yeah, nothing is good here. There's no decision. The formalware like gives them more choices in a way, but like the Stoneforge obviously can get it. But then it's a turn of activating Stoneforge rather than playing something. Or it's a turn of putting the Stoneforge in with the vial first. Maybe he's hoping there's not a second formalware in the deck, which we know there is. Maybe that's the line. Hope there's not a second one.
Mm,
It doesn't feel
Kinda
like it's
rough.
a winning
Yeah.
line.
It's actually kind of crazy how much Nicolo's doing with just 2 lands in this game. Like,
Yeah.
look at all the value that he has produced over the course. I mean, it all comes back to Weil, right? Wile's a
Absolutely.
beautiful card, does amazing things, a great addition to the format. I think nobody ever talked about banning Weil. Nobody hates Weil. People sometimes hate playing against Weil.
Yeah. I mean, look, it's also like Marco's got this wasteland on the side of the board, and he's not activating it for a very good reason because even though he could put Nikolai down to 1 land, the Vial and the Birthing Ritual are doing everything already. It just doesn't matter.
So much free value. The rich
Yeah.
get richer. Tax the
Now
death and
Nikolai
taxes deck.
he just gets to go to his end step, see what the Birthing Ritual does, and now he's got like the Stoneforge up, he's got the Skyclave up. He just doesn't mind.
It's like, okay, you get a token, sure, 1/1,
Yeah.
easy.
Now what's this?
Also, playing this deck is actually amazing because every end step is like a secret present that you get to open. It's like,
Yeah.
what's gonna be this time? What's gonna be this time? Oh,
Oh.
Flicker Wisp on your own Stoneforge?
Value. Oh, so much value. Oh, so much value.
Whoa,
then
whoa. Sure. Let's take out your entire board.
That's not how that works, though. He's trying to flicker the formalware. I think Flicker Wisp would have come in
It
from
needs to
the
pick a target right away.
Yeah.
It's not like you would have to activate the Stoneforge before you do that.
Yeah.
It's not like the Flicker Wisp is on the stack and then comes into play. It's like it's straight into play.
Yeah.
You gotta pick the targets right away.
Yeah, I
But
think
you
Marco's
can
got this. Yeah.
Yeah. But I mean, you can still do so many broken things with this. You can still respond to the trigger and put in the formalware.
Yeah.
That's what they're gonna do.
Yeah, so-
and then the Stoneforge goes out.
Fixed it. Doesn't really matter. Like,
Yeah.
he just gets the Stoneforge back.
On the next end step.
Still pretty good.
This is
This
pretty
is
depressing to watch from Marco's side of the board, right? Like you got your
yeah.
1/1 against the whole Roman Empire.
Costs so many cards as well. Like I don't
Oh,
know.
he's got the Dread of Night, but even that, like, yeah, it takes out a couple of creatures, but
It was the
what?
Flicker Wisp. But, like,
Yeah,
yeah.
you know when
And
Dread of
this,
Night is just whatever against you, you know you're in a good position.
yeah. And then there's still this file for 3 for the Skyclave as well. So yeah,
Oh
I
yeah, and
just
the
don't
Sky
have to win.
yeah, basically it's a removal spell for the Flicker Wisp, and that's it.
Yeah.
If you run it out. I mean, you could crack the clue token. There's a Thoughtseize. There's like none of the. We keep going back to saying none of what Marco can do is good, and I feel
Yeah.
that's like the slogan of any kind of Texas deck. Really, like you're constantly
Yeah.
putting your opponent to decisions that don't like none of them are good. Like you only give them bad options,
Yeah.
and
I
they have to
honestly
pick the least bad one.
I wouldn't be surprised if this was the worst matchup for Shadow in the whole tournament. It just looks so hard. It's just so much removal, and then as soon as you don't like have the perfect hand or you start curving out and things, you're getting into this Anaconda choke.
Yeah, and if you try to like tempo it out, another big problem is that Shadow doesn't have trample, right?
Yeah, so there's just little
So
creatures everywhere.
there's just so many small random blockers.
But he finds the explosives, which probably a little bit too late.
Okay, so he did crack the clue token for more options. He's got the land. He would fall down to 1 life. I don't think there's a way to make this work.
No, not at all. They thought seize.
Okay, taking out the Flicker Wisp for a start.
Yep.
You know, this used to be one of the best cards against this kind of deck. Thalia,
Oh yeah,
Flicker Wisp,
absolutely. Mother of Runes.
Mother of Runes, yeah.
Yeah. But now he's got a fatal push which can take care of the Skyclave. But like, yeah. Now there's just three creatures, 2 of which are lethal, and the Stoneforge Mystic coming back is going to be lethal as well if the fetch line gets cracked for the fatal push. So Marco is just dead here, I think. Yeah.
Yeah, there's not really much for him to do at this point.
Mhm.
It's
We're
going
just
through.
seeing it out.
It's kind of funny. Like I want to say, he's going through the motions, but with Death in Texas, there's no going through the motions. There's like so many different things you can do. You can still optimize left and right.
It's just the motion.
He's going through one of the many motions that he's got available. Yeah, I think like over the course of this round, as well as the last round, whether it's Birthing Texas or blue or black-white Death in Texas or any kind of Texas version, I think it's gained a lot more players. Because watching this deck in action, it's a beauty. It's a work of beauty. And it makes you want to play it. Like all these tiny, small interactions. Some people hate that, you know? Some people, they go out there, they're like, I want to get a Griselbrand.
yeah.
This deck, it just wants to get a, Flicker Wisp, 2/2, 1/2, formal wear, and it works.
That's what makes people's hearts pump.
It's also part of Legacy, right? You got that aspect, you got the other aspect, you got a lot of people in between. You can find a deck for yourself. Even though sometimes, it's pushed into directions people don't prefer. And I mean, that's certainly been a thing in the past, here and there. Anyway, so we're getting in there for some damage. Marco is going to decide where his token is going to go, sitting here on 2 life. If he takes any point of damage, his fetch land is going to be turned off. Technically, I guess he could go and not block the Stoneforge. But the Formalware guy, Skyclave Apparition, of course, is attacking as well. So he needs like at least 2 blockers.
Yeah. I just don't see. It'll push for 1 Stoneforge, then for 1 Skyclave.
That's beautiful. You know what that flute is gonna name, right? Response to the fetch land flute. Okay, so he still has a 1-mana player. I thought he was gonna have Orcish Bowmasters.
Yeah.
And by like cracking the fetch land, the flute would name Bowmasters, so he couldn't cast it. But he still at least has the flute, the fatal push. And now he needs a second fatal push though, because now he's dropped down to 1 life.
If he does, then he's named with the flute. Well, the thing is, if Marco's saying now you can name, you just name fatal push.
I would so, yeah.
But like he doesn't have one because he would have cast it. But like, what else is there?
He's like,
I'd be
what should
confused.
I name? You can't have anything. Doesn't really matter. He's got Thoughtseize, I believe, right?
Yeah.
Thoughtseize, Engineered Explosives. So
Yeah,
he
that's
maybe
his
didn't
hand.
even have the Bowmasters.
I don't know what
Oh,
Marco's doing here.
I think it's Nicolo like trying to come up with a name for the flute.
Yeah. But I mean, like, I don't know why Marco's not conceded yet.
That's true. Wait, is he trying to block with a clue token? I don't think so.
What's
Oh,
that token
was it a
from?
Bowmaster token then?
Oh, maybe it's a token from one of the Skyclaves. Fine.
Okay, that works as well. I thought it was like
He's
a
not
clue
actually
token.
dead yet.
Yeah,
Okay, fine.
it's
So he can...
technically not dead.
Okay, that whole time I thought it was a clue token. Okay.
Same. Anyway, sitting on 1 life, no creatures, facing down lethal every which way. Did we, by the way, skip the ritual trigger at the end of
Yes.
turn? I think we did.
Yeah, we must have. Yeah.
Okay, Engineered Explosives, taking out a couple of creatures.
Now a
Getting
Tamio
your
to block.
Tamio.
Not dead. Okay. Technically alive.
He's like, okay, Scarab.
Dead, very dead.
One's too good.
You know what? Fair enough. He wasn't dead, so play to your outs there.
Very good. Yeah. I mean, that's what you do, right? You still try to push. You try to find the 1% out, even if it's like probably not gonna happen. You at least try. So fair game to Marco Montani. And Nicolo Fioletti moves on to 4-1-0. So he's gonna have a win it in the next round. He's gonna play for top 8 in the Legacy Invitation, in Italian Legacy Invitational. Oh, these are some good Magic, dude. That's what I tune in for. I want to see some good Magic, and I think these games have produced some really good Magic. And I'm hyped to see the rest of this. I want to see who's going to be in for our feature match in the next round, of course, in the top 8 as well. So for us, first of all, thank you so much for tuning in. Thank you to our production crew, to our sponsors. And Callum, it was an honor. It was a pleasure for me today. We're gonna be back tomorrow, of course, with the main event. Yeah, I think we're gonna recall you. We're still gonna talk to your probation officer, but I think it's gonna work out that way. We'll thank you so much, everybody, for tuning in. We're gonna have Andreas Petersen and Nan Johnson taking over in just a couple of minutes, and of course, we're also gonna have the metagame breakdown ready by then. So if you wanna know what some of the best Legacy players in the world are playing in their Invitational, stay tuned. It's gonna be back in just a couple of minutes. And from our side, thank you so much. Get your friends in once again, and tune in again, of course, tomorrow for the main event, where we're going to have, like, I don't know, in the past we had like 400 plus players, right? Maybe something like that.
I expect at least 50 birthing ritual decks.
At least, yeah. Maybe some last night registration stealers are going to be bought out of those cards. So thank you so much, everybody. And stay tuned. Andreas and Nan are going to be back in just a moment.
Yep.
Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, good night, wherever you might be tuning in to watch our amazing legacy coverage. Of course, we're here with the Italian 2026 Invitational for Legacy. We've had a great crew bringing you guys the coverage today. Of course, shout out to Julian and Calum and our Impact Gaming crew who's on site doing all the behind the scenes stuff with Will Hall helping out with that. And of course, I am Nan, joined by the expert Andreas. How's it going today, bud?
Oh, it's going great. I'm looking forward to this. We get the spicy dish of the tail end of this awesome
Yes.
tournament. We will be taking over the action a bit over the halfway point, and we'll be taking you guys home. And yeah, tons of sweet legacy action to come, and the pressure is only building. So I'm very, very excited to be here with you, Nan.
Oh yeah, it's going to be really exciting. Of course, we do have one more round to go before the cut to top 8, but I know a lot of people in chat are waiting to hear a little bit about what the meta breakdown is looking like because there were 64 players that were able to participate in this from being able to win in their respective regions or getting the invites because it is an invitational there. So a little bit of bragging rights on the line for a lot of these players here. So I'm really excited to kind of dive in and get like a really good snapshot because we've seen quite a few decks today, right? Lots of death and taxes, lots of blue decks, a little bit of combo control, some Tron stuff. So a little bit of everything it seems to be in the room today.
Oh yeah, I'm excited for those numbers as well, and what a treat that we're able to break those down for you guys at home. So let's see if production can actually work their magic for the metagame breakdown here for the Italian Invitational.
Okay, cool. So it looks like we're going to be getting ready for that round 6. Now it is going to be just one match that we get to see, or one game within the round 6, and then the official cut to top 8 there. So I'm very excited to see what we get to dive into for round number 6 here. Is there like a deck that you're really like looking to see today?
Ooh, so the Italians have always been known to like blue decks, so I just assume we're going to see a lot of Tamios at the top tables, Ponder,
Hmm.
Brainstorm. But while we're talking about that, we're actually seeing the opposite here on the table.
Oh,
So
yes, we are.
allow me to break down this deck. This is looks to be a little bit more classic Mystic Forge combo, not the
Mhm.
neutron deck. This is a little bit more old school. It's looking to use Glaring Fleshraker, play a ton of colorless spells, and finish off with lethal triggers. So it's a little bit different than the Tron deck that is the most popular these days. This deck was tearing up the metagame a year and a half ago when Vexing Bauble was legal in the format, but
Right.
it's still doing well in the hands of Diego here. So yeah, he'll be asking tough questions early and often with this colorless combo deck.
Yeah, it does. It's very similar to the Tron list, like you mentioned. A lot of the tools that you're going to see are very similar, but that Mystic Forge and being able to cast a bunch of your stuff off the top is kind of that big difference between like the Tron list that we have been seeing up to this point. So yeah, it's going to be interesting to see how much of that shredding can happen with Fleshraker here. So I like that as the first deck to be able to kind of showcase in the round of 6 here.
Oh yeah, let's see what Diego will be up against because both of these players will be fighting head to head for a spot in the top 8 as we see the
Oh,
second
there's
deck
your
here. And
blue.
man, I'm excited here. This is Demir Reanimator, another deck that had a lot of heat on it. Entomb
Hmm.
got banned and took this deck down a notch, but Manuel doesn't seem to care. And here he is playing for the top 8 with Demir Reanimator in 2026. Who would have thought it, really? Also, I know Manuel has one of the coolest Magic Online names out there. I think it's Easy Money Marksman. So
Ooh,
let's see how
nice.
easy money this winning in match is going to be.
Yeah, so like you said, it's that classic reanimator. We're going to put some big fatties in that graveyard there. In this case, Atraxa, Archon of Cruelty there, as well as a nice little like one of here. What do you think about this like Terror Eater in the list?
Oh yeah, the Valkavaroth. Yeah, I
Hmm.
always thought about that card in the past, where but then every time I thought about it, would just prefer Atraxa. But I guess you
Yeah.
cannot have 5 Atraxas in your list, so this one is going to be pretty cool. It's a pretty sweet counterplay to stuff like Caracas, etc.
Hmm.
I also noticed Tameo is missing from this deck list, which I really like it in the deck with Careful Study and Tainted Indulgence. But it really looks like Manuel is focusing on getting busy with the combo and then worrying about drawing cards, etc. later. So pretty sweet situation here with two proactive decks going against each other, with one of the decks having disruption in the form of Thoughtseize and Force of Will. So that's where we're going to see. It's not just a pure race.
Oh.
Manuel actually has a lot of counterplay to what Diego will be presenting him with.
Yeah, so this will be a nice, exciting one to be able to start us off with today here. Both of them do have their game plan that they're going to be trying to execute here, but I do like that idea of, like you mentioned, of having that sort of disruption elements to kind of be like, okay, I can delay my game plan as long as I'm also delaying yours, and then kind of capitalize on that later on. So we'll see how that works out as the players are already starting off with a surveil land to kind of get a little bit of information and pitching already. Look at this. That's what we'd love
Oh,
to see.
wow, that reminds me of when I played some modern Goryo's Vengeance some
Hmm.
months ago, and whenever this happened, I was stoked about it. I think Valkavoth though will be the worst of the big creatures against this particular matchup, but it's still hard to argue about and be not happy about surveilling a big fatty into the bin.
Yeah, not I mean, right. It's like we got tools available to us, and we're doing a nice little setup turn. Both players did a setup here. Of course, Lotus Petals getting out there. Now we're doing the ponder to see. Looks like we're happy with what's on top. Not going to shuffle those away here.
I really like the way
Oh.
Diego's playing here because the reason to play out those pedals is to hold up Kozilek's command X equals 1 and beat a days in the process. So pretty cool situation here where K command interacting with the opponent's graveyard is highly relevant.
Hmm. Yeah, that's the thing. As like Kozilek's Command, such a powerful spell here with the flexibility in lots of situations. But already Candelabra getting out as well. So again, big setup turns for both players here, but no payoff there. I saw Manuel not getting his second land drop, but does have a reanimate that he's going to try to utilize now.
That was the next point here. If you keep your ponder and you intentionally miss your land drop, you know there's reanimate coming with Force of Will backup. That is more or less the only cards you would accept missing your land drop for. So very, very high octane opening turns here. Let's see. Funnily enough, in the deck text, we talked about how the blue-black deck would be the deck with counterplay, but here it's actually reversed.
It is the Kozilek's Command coming out and going to be responding, trying to be able to strip away. So here's the modes we're going to go for. But then we have the counter response going for the Force of Will, pitching the flow state out of there, saying, no, you are not going to stop me from bringing this back.
We might need the Valgavoth on display again from production here to try and make sense of what this card actually does, aside from being a 2-turn clock with Diego being at
It's
18.
a 9/9 with flying and lifelink. So it's pretty scary. I think it's got like a war dealing with sacking permanents as well. So like it's
Yeah,
got a bunch of abilities. Here we go. Okay. So if a card you didn't control would be put into your opponent's graveyard from anywhere, exile it instead. But we already talked about that flying lifelink stuff. And then during your turn, you may play cards exiled with it, which is really cool. So like, oh, they try to do a Kozilek's Command or things like that. We're not so much worried about casting those. But if some of the other stuff, Lotus Petals and things like that, maybe we could cast those for the price of for free.
yes. And so most importantly, it kills Diego in 2 turns. But second of all, well, we can't really worry too much about the static ability on the card. We kind of have to get busy here. We cannot just sit
Mhm.
here. So Diego is forced into playing stuff, but this is truly punishing if Manuel has. We know about the days. Let's say there's a Force of Will for the next payoff spell. All of a sudden, we could see the blue black deck playing out the One Rings and what have you. So,
Oh my gosh.
yeah, pretty cool. Pretty cool first game for us to be having here, Nan.
Yeah, okay. Glaring Flesh Raker. So that's at least a way to help us try to get back in a little bit more because of being able to make some spawns, get some more mana there. But we don't really have necessarily a payout here past all this. Like we can generate a bunch of mana, but like you mentioned, there's no One Ring, there's nothing else to help us kind of really start to snowball. Ugin, something like that to help us out here. But at this point, that 2-turn clock is kind of staring us down. You see kind of the decision making still daze it, not even gonna let it go. We're fine to try to fight over it here. I like that.
Yeah, so either we get to eat a petal, or we could have eaten an activation out of the candelabra, and then that's more damage from the ancient tomb. But the way to stabilize here, I feel like, is Karn into ensnaring bridge. That
Hmm.
would be the way. I don't think the Fleshraker pings are going to get there against a 9/9 flying lifelinker.
No.
So I think that's what Diego is trying to draw towards here. Um, I didn't quite make out if he has any spicy Ursa Saga trinkets. Sometimes you will see um, I even forgot the name of that card, the red trinket. Like you can sacrifice to look at the top 2 cards and play one of them. You can have like
Oh,
there's
the
some digging.
Mishra's research.
Absolutely,
Yes.
the research
Yes.
desk.
Hmm.
But yeah, this is going to be a little bit of a tough one without a Karn, or I guess the One Ring from the top of the deck.
All right. Well, here's the first set of beats coming across. Do a little bit of life total swap in here. But yeah,
And
it's
that
definitely kind of like, under the microscope a little bit here of being like, okay, now how do I navigate? We do at least have the Urza Saga to kind of help us tutor up one of our one drops here, which, could be the voltaic key, could be the research desk, like you mentioned, manifold keys. Like, there are some tools to kind of help us with mana and things like that, but it's not so much really helping us in any
right.
other situation. But
I think it starts with a very powerful draw step.
yes.
And if that is not the case, it looks like the big moth is gonna take first blood here in a clean win. And both players at 4-1, playing for the marbles in a highly competitive tournament, 64 of Italy's finest. So the stakes don't get higher than this. The pressure is mounting for sure. And you have geniuses like Nan and myself sitting here with you guys under the bright lights. So yeah, this is for the big boys.
Yeah, definitely. You made a good point though, talking about that being 4-1 element there of like this is that kind of big moment to kind of prove your deck and prove yourself against 64 of the best Italian players there and saying, yeah, no, I have what it takes to stand in the top 8 and stand here and prove that I've got what it takes to kind of win this whole thing. So,
Oh yeah.
very cool to see these two decks going at it though. Like you said, like a little bit almost old school legacy with kind of that big shift that we're seeing now as kind of the shifting metagame here. So, ooh, okay, looks like we're doing some interactions over the pedal element, and there's that discussion because of the idea that during your turn you may play cards exiled with Valgoth there. So we're like going through this discussion with the Lotus pedal here. It looks like.
Yeah, so this is maybe something about whether this pedal goes back into the opponent's graveyard or not. I'm not quite sure. I'm gonna let the judge handle that, but it is pretty cool. You can get a pedal from your opponent in a game where you're doing poorly on mana.
I was gonna say, like, we still didn't get an untapped land here. We still, of course, have our surveil land in hand that we could be able to recast, which we've already utilized with our dazes and other types of effects. But you know, kind of stuck up on this moment of like, how can we still generate advantage with, you know, not really having a lot of lands. Big part of that is having that big 9/9 flying and lifelinker to just sort of like say, I don't really need anything else other than this to be able to kind of finish out the game. And it is basically next turn for Diego to come up with an answer because he's down to
Yep.
7 life.
It is, and I believe the ward. So Ugin is live if we can get to 7 mana. I'm not sure about that though. Let's see. There's 2 from Ancient Tomb, 3 from the Saga Floated Mana, 4 from Petal. Candelabra can untap once, that's 5, 6 for the spawn. So we're very close to Ugin, but then we also have to sacrifice almost our whole board to the
To be able to
the
deal with the
ward.
ward. Yeah.
So the One Ring and Karn, those would be the preferred draws here for Diego, that's for sure.
All right. So definitely live draws to kind of stabilize things. I like the idea of like trying to find the way. And I guess we're just still going through it. And maybe it is the ward discussion now that they're going through. Maybe they're still discussing about how things are going to the graveyard here. Because there's a lot of text on this card, and it's not one that you normally are having to fight over an experience and have to deal
Right.
with. So
Yeah.
like
Where does that Lotus Petal go once you sacrifice your opponent's Lotus Petal with that card in play, which is essentially like a ley line or void walker or whatever you want to call the replacement effect on that card.
yeah, I was like, I am not a judge. I have never taken the judge test. I've debated it from time to time, and then I go, nope. I'll leave
Oh
that
yeah.
to the people that are much more intubated into kind of the intricacies of some of the stack and state based stuff. And I was like, you know what, you guys have fun with that. You tell me what I need to know going forward. And in these big events like this, calling a judge when you're confused about something is a great thing to be able to do. Even if you just want clarification about how something works, like that's better than making a mistake and messing up and stuff like that.
Absolutely. I love that. The shout to utilize judges at tournaments there. That's why they're there. Absolutely, to make sure things are done properly. It looks like the pedal ended up back in Diego's graveyard, so everything is good here.
Ooh, and careful study getting cast. Draw 2, discard 2 cards from hand. Pitching 2 more really powerful reanimation targets there with Archon of Cruelty and Atraxa. So
Let's see if
but
there's
also,
even a second reanimate, because that would
yeah,
be backbreaking for Diego.
that would be. but getting the nice little signed Underground Sea here. Oh, we're just going again. Let's
Oh,
go.
I was
Another
about to
careful
say we're
study.
digging for Force of Will here, and it looks like Manuel got it here, which is huge because he knows it's all about this one draw step from
Mm-hmm.
Diego. And with Force of Will blue card in hand, I don't see how this can go wrong for Manuel.
Oh, did we get it? We have an Ugin though. So yeah, that was that. Like we found one of the tools that we were trying to be able to get,
Uh-huh.
but it's like, all right, generate one colorless mana. Let's go tutoring up.
Oh, let's see. Let's see if we can stall the game out here. If we can get to 7 mana, the trigger is not something you can force a will. The spell itself
Right.
you can force a will. And then let's see how things are looking after the ward sacrifice 3 permanence.
What a crazy spot to be in. It's like that's the fun part about Legacy is these sort of situations here that you can get into these really crazy integral parts that like once you start learning your deck, you're going to find these lines that maybe you might not have noticed if you hadn't been piloting it as much. But we see Manifold Key is going to get grabbed here, which allows us a little bit more untappy effects. So
That is a
we're
+1. No, I don't think it's a +1 mana actually with Candelabra, because Candelabra can only untap a 1 soul. Oh, okay, well, this explains it. Grim Monolith and Manifold Key, that's peanut butter and jelly situation.
Mhm.
Ooh, look at this. This is high level from Manuel. Manuel knows Ugin is a card you cannot force a will, so he's trying to cut off the head of the snake here. Instead of waiting for the payoff, he decides to fight over the mana. This is huge.
Yeah, big brain plays there. I love that. You know, like you said, knowing kind of where the potential weakness is and where he might be able to stumble here. Let's try to stop it now, cut the legs out from underneath you, and see if I can kind of take away the game at this moment in time here. So we're
This
gonna
is all
see
about
what we can
escaping
do.
this one turn.
Hmm.
And if the game goes longer, you might want to be fighting over the threats, a little bit more often. But here, if that mana is the choke point, let's see if that actually is the case. I must say, I don't have the big calculator out like Diego right now.
No, yeah, and that's the thing too. It's like you could see that math already getting calculated out, how much we can get shredded off the Ancient Tomb, of course, 'cause we are taking some damage off it, how much mana we can be able to generate. We've got Lotus Petals, we've got Eldrazi spawns. Let's see, can we get to that big payout here and try to stay alive? Because you still need those permanents. And no, it looks like we're going to generate even more spawns off the, of course, utilizing Kozilek's command here.
Right. So I'm a little bit interested in it's probably X for the full amount, considering we cannot afford to play around days in this spot. And now, if this resolves, okay, we're up to 4 spawns. I think we need something like 2 zeros for this to work. Or wait, what if we draw 1 petal? Then we get 1 more spawn and 1 more mana. I think we're going to be 1 short. So maybe we need exactly Grim Monolith. I think that's the card we're looking for because Grim Monolith
That would
gives
make
us a
sense.
spawn and generates mana with key and gets us to
Mhm.
Ugin. If we're keeping a card on top here, I assume the Ugin is going to see the battlefield.
I think so. All right, let's see. Did we find the monolith? Oh, there's 2. There's the
Oh
2.
my god, that's the
Oh,
dream when you're doing Magic coverage. That stuff like that comes to fruition. Love to see it.
wow, that's great. Okay, so Grim Monolith's going to be hitting the battlefield, and like you mentioned, with that Manifold Key, we're just going to start generating so much mana here. So
That
we're going to
gets
be
us
able to
to
get
7 probably, if not more. Let's see how much. Yeah, it was 8. Okay.
yes.
So now, for everybody at home, this is a cast trigger, not something you can counter. Also, we cleared out the Force Will earlier this turn, but now we have to pay the ward cost. I believe it's 3 non-land permanents. So, Spawn, that's an easy one. Candelabra
Yes.
seems like an easy one. And what about the third one? As we see, oh man, I love these player cams here. Look at
Mhm.
this. You can tell this is important for these guys.
Oh my gosh. And you could see just like that reaction from Manuel there, kind of being like felt really good about it. And then just that moment that Ugin hit is like, oh gosh, now we're in that kind of scramble mode of how to kind of rebuild here. We felt like we had kind of locked up and cinched things up, but it is never 100% guaranteed, especially in Legacy where there's so many live draws available to kind of help
Yeah.
you out of situations,
And this
especially with
is
this Forge combo deck.
Yeah, you absolutely nailed it. And you also talked about this earlier. You talked about deck mastery. With a ton of practice, you're going to see lines at what's at the end of the tunnel, and then you're going to work as hard as you can to get there when you play your deck over and over. And I feel like that's been the definition for Legacy. I played this format for 2 decades, and it's always been rewarding deck mastery. So yeah, I'm always rooting for the player who's going for the most convoluted lines, or is trying to thread the needle. I think that was
Yes.
great.
Yeah, definitely here. So, of course, Ugin now going to start generating us a bunch of card advantage. We could
Yeah.
do like extra mana if we wanted, but really we're going to be just gaining life and drawing cards every turn more likely than not, because we already have a bunch of mana off the Manifold Key, off the
Yeah.
Grim Monolith. So, like, we're just sort of, what can we do to pay up? And there's the Karn.
There's Karn, the great creator, and Force of Will was ironically the draw for Manuel at turn 2 late here, where sure, Karn is getting countered.
Oh my gosh, and we had the backup. What? So even though the Force stopped the first one, the second one was there, and now we got to go digging into that Karn board, and there is the Graveyard
find
Hate
the
with
Tormod
Tormod
script.
script. Oh man.
To ensure Manuel cannot top deck reanimate, and then next turn minus Karn for the Mycos Infilatus to lock
Yup.
up the game. That was crazy. Diego threading the needle here with his, I was about to say his Tron deck, but this is his Mystic Forge deck, and
Right.
wow.
Oh, wow. So, like a lot of the tools in the main board, it's going to be hard to kind of find a piece that you want to take out or anything like that for a sideboard stuff, because of the way that it's designed with like the Karn board, right? You need those tools still to be able to kind of tutor up in those specific situations there. But kind of walk me through, is our game plan still going to be the same going into like the sideboard? We got to see, it just sort of generate mana and get the payouts and kind of run away with things there? Or is there something that you might want to be like, no, we could benefit from pulling something in and taking something out here?
Yeah, the first card I was looking for here was Leyline of the Void, but that's not a card
Mm,
Diego has decided to run. So if I had Leyline in my sideboard, I would be doing a lot of trimming to fit those post sideboard. But now it looks like we will probably be bringing in the Relic of Progenitus, still leaving Tormod Crypt in the sideboard, so that Tormod Crypt is a 0-drop you can go get off Karn, and then Relic of Progenitus is a card you can get off your Tezzeret and your Urza Saga in the main deck, so you kind of split your Graveyard Hate that way. And other than that, I don't see a ton here. It looks like Diego is really focused on making his deck a Karn deck, and then he has the Petrified Hamlet against tempo decks where Wasteland plays a bigger part. So I would assume something super simple here, like cut a single card for a relic, whether you think Portable Hole is the least useful trinket, or you think Pithing Needle is the least useful trinket. I couldn't tell you, but it's going to be super small adjustments here.
that makes total sense here. Okay. On the other side, we got to see just how fast the Reanimator deck can be able to get out of the gate and go through things. They know that there's going to be a lot of stuff to come in. I mean, there's some easy cards that you might want, like Consigned to Memory, of course, makes a lot of sense because of the colorless elements of it. But what else might you want to be able to grab to kind of fight against what this Mystic Forge deck is going to be using?
Yeah, so this is where it gets interesting. I like the Force of Negations as well. Counter
Mhm.
Wandering, counter Karn, that's super solid. But I actually think we're going to see Manuel bring in Echoing Truths as well, based on the fact that we're
Yeah.
playing with closed deck lists, and we have to show some respect to Leyline of the Void. Another way to show respect to Leyline is to simply bring in Show and Tell, but then you have to consider, how can this backfire against my opponent, and that can get a little bit wonky against the Tron deck, or the Force variety. I guess you just learned it's a Fleshraker version, so it cannot backfire that heavily. So maybe we're going to see Show and Tell as a hedge against Leyline to up your threat density a little bit. But yeah, this is going to be a guessing game because of the closed deckless environment here.
Yeah, that's a really good point here. Like top 8, of course, the deck list to become open for everyone, but going into it, you kind of have to just kind of gauge everything off of what we saw in that match in particular. So I like that idea of potentially shifting gears and going, well, I have another avenue to attack you, and I'm not as susceptible to all your Graveyard Hate that you can bring in, and I still can utilize all these big fatties that I might get in my hand. So we'll see
Yeah,
how it
so
works out
some
with these players.
trimming, bone shards, maybe a copy of Animate Dead, maybe the Valgavoth. You trim a little bit, and you fit some answer cards. This is Yeah, I was very excited to see that game one, where it was basically the Forge deck's job to not get murdered, which is
Mm.
usually the other way around with the blue deck. So that it's just to say that it doesn't always go how you draw it up.
All right. And so we do get actually a glimpse of one sideboard card here with the Thoughtseize, which I was debating about, but I was feeling it might be better on the play than the draw, which is that Trinisphere there, which, making all these low cost stuff a little bit more expensive. Pretty powerful there, but we have a Graveyard Hate in here. There's so many tools in this hand here. Of course, Relic of Progenitus, Pithing Needle, Trinisphere, Lotus Petal. We've got all kinds of tools to be able to utilize, and then of course a way to find more of them with Tezzeret, but we go and strip away that mana acceleration with Grim Monolith, which I like to be able to see there. But were there any other things that you might have maybe targeted with that?
I was just going to make the point that whatever Manuel takes here will say a lot about his hand. So if he's fighting the Graveyard Hate, he has an avenue to, a fast reanimation target. If he fights the mana here, he probably doesn't have, let's say the opponent cracks a petal, taps a land. He probably doesn't have the daze in hand, right? Because then you would just daze the Monolith and be happy about that exchange. So he probably has a little bit of a slower hand, which is why we saw him taking the opponent's most explosive card, which is Grim Monolith.
Yeah, that makes total sense here. And it is a nice little setup here with the Brainstorm. So we'll draw into 3. Found a card that we could pitch, but again, with that Relic there, it makes it much harder to be able to actually go for a reanimation this turn here, because Lotus Petal can pop it and immediately be able to utilize that Relic and get rid of whatever threat gets put into the graveyard. But we're still resolving the Brainstorm to do a little setup for next turn, though.
So we can also try and solve the case a little bit here and say, if Manuel leaves the Relic of Progenitus in Diego's hand, he has another plan in his deck to put a fatty into play, right? So I think that more or less confirms that there's show and tell in the mix.
Ooh, I love that. I love these little like mind game things that we can start to see from players and how they kind of approach the matchup post board stuff like that. Of like, okay, I kind of anticipating this. Let me set up for this next line here, and Grim Monolith going to come down here. So
yeah, that's always brutal when your opponent plays out the same card you took with the Thoughtseize. That's usually bad news. But in the meantime, Manuel had a draw step and a Brainstorm. So let's see if a copy of Consigned to Memory has arrived in the meantime, because Grim Monolith and the Tezzeret, those are just annoying because they keep the mana rolling. There's Trinisphere, which is a very, very it's a symmetrical card on paper, but it surely isn't in practice here. So lots of stuff coming if Diego gets his mana under him here.
Oh, pitching in I always love when you get those surveil moments of like, yeah, okay. But looks like we are letting it resolve here. So like you mentioned, there is that ability with Tezzeret to start to really generate mana. And here we go. Attempt to do it. So maybe that's our moment that we're going to try to fight over.
That would be the card you want to fight over, because that does leave the opponent's Monolith tapped, which is a good. It's kind of like sacking a petal or cracking a Black Lotus for those who play Vintage or Vintage Cube, and then you handle the card that was the mana was spent on.
The payout itself there.
Pitching Echoing Truth. So we also get confirmation that Manuel is respecting Leyline from a deck building perspective here, a sideboarding perspective.
Okay, Pithing Needle.
I wonder what that is going to name here. It's probably going to name Wasteland, but yeah, I'm not entirely sure about that. The Needle can also name Flip Tameo, which, to the point of not knowing the exact list of your opponent, from Diego's point of view, Manuel might be a Tameo deck.
Yeah, it might be, but we're going to be trying to get some more cards here off this Tainted Indulgence here, as we'll draw to. Oh, there's a Consign. So we do still have to discard a card off the Tainted Indulgence. But again, we're like still sort of in this setup mode for both players. But, Manuel is trying to get pieces to delay the Forge combo stuff and still try to navigate his way into potentially that show and tell, into a moment where he could be able to kind of cheat something out. But looks like Relic's going to be just slowly chipping away at that graveyard here, as right now we're looking for those live draws that the Forge combo deck has access to, those sort of big payouts here, the ways to kind of start untapping the Grim Monolith, but nothing really showing up with that next set here.
A point I wanted to mention here is, this is the tiny details here, so hopefully you guys will appreciate it. Manuel decides which card to exile to the Relic, but he chose the Tainted Indulgence. So I'll elaborate that after the show and tell. This could be an action
Oh
moment.
my
Let's see what the show and
gosh.
tell will
This
bring
is
to the
gonna
table.
be all right. So now the way that show and tell works is it only limits you to being able to put an artifact, creature, enchantment, or land from your hand. So if you've got a planeswalker or something like that, you can't utilize it here. But we see both players grab something. One ring.
Oh yeah.
And it looks like I believe that was a Traxa that just
Yeah,
hit too.
I believe I saw Traxa earlier in the Manuel's hand and keeping it for a
Yep.
very specific reason. So that is cool.
That is cool. So now we're going to start flipping off and basically refill on resources here with that Atraxa. Plus, it is Flying, Vigilance, Death Touch, and Lifelink's got a whole plethora of keywords to kind of help it out here. So it's like grabbing through. I was like, I thought we already grabbed a sorcery because you're basically just picking each card type here. So creature,
Yep,
instant,
the best
sorcery,
one.
land,
And then because
right?
of the relic in play, the reanimate isn't all that much. So Manuel goes for another set of cards. Let me just quickly finish the point about the Tainted Indulgence getting exiled to relic, because Manuel decides which card to exile, but he decides to exile that card. In my opinion, if I was Diego, I would be thinking, if he exiles that card, I don't think he plays Murktide Regent in his deck. So we can you would just exile a land if you had Murktide Regent in your deck, right? So there's a little bit of information getting exchanged there, just simply based on a small action like what to exile with my relic.
No, that's a really good point. And like those moments that as you play Legacy or you're starting to play Magic a little bit more, you'll be able to pick up on that like little bit of stuff that can kind of give you an advantage in the matchup of what your opponent might have access to in their deck here. And we got a lot of draws taking place. The relic got popped immediately saying we just need to kind of find a way to deal with this Atraxa. We need to start getting into stuff. So we're tapping, of course, our one ring, we're popping the relic, and we're just trying to refill our hand for tools that we can be able to use. We're very close to getting natural Tron, but there is only, I believe, one of each of the lands outside of the tower. I think there's 4 towers, 1 mine, 1 power plant. So it's a little bit harder to be able to get the natural
That
Tron.
sounds about
in
right.
this.
Mana is certainly the choke point for Diego this game. He has a world of cards in hand. I would imagine mana value adding up to 25 total, right? But it's all about
Probably
time to unload them. Also note that there's no protection from the ring when you
Correct.
put it into play via show and tell here, something that may or may not be obvious or natural.
All right, another Grim Monolith. Let's just kind of keep this mana flowing here. Get 2 more mana. Do we have any ways to start untapping our monoliths, though?
I wonder if Diego, or I should have just paid more attention, I guess. But what Diego knows about the Atraxa trigger, did we grab a Force of Will from it? Did we find a Consign to Memory? I actually don't recall.
I believe there's a force right by that Atraxa. I think if you look, those are the cards that are revealed.
The cards are down there.
He's playing heads up in that regard. Hey, this is known information. I'll keep it here so you can be able to see. So
I like it.
So there is a force still available.
I like it a lot, especially if they were 5 inches to the right of Manuel. Then I would love it even more.
Right?
Then we could get a perfectly clear sneak peek here.
Yeah, so we will pitch that Atraxa for the force to put a stop to the Karn attempting to be cast here. Still 1 mana available. Do we got a manifold key or something to go?
I think if we had a key, we would have played it, earlier to maybe see if we can earlier on the turn, that is, to get the Trinisphere in play first and then clear the way for the Karn. So yeah, wasted a little bit of a wasted mana there.
All right. Nice little, the power of blue, right? We'll do these kind of setups here, ponders, preordains, all these sort of setup. Flow state. How do you like flow state we haven't really seen it too much yet in this match, but how do you like it in Legacy right now?
Oh, I like it a lot. I think it changed a lot of not only how decks are built, but also how you play. So that means sometimes, let's say you go turn 1 ponder, the opponent plays a not necessarily game-breaking spell, but a solid spell. You find yourself forced to willing that card more often, untapping, and then turn 2 flow state is turned on. So it offers some new play patterns to consider. I'm always a big fan of that. It's kind of like 25 years ago when they printed fetch lands, and then Brainstorm was never the same again after that one. So
True.
Stuff like that I just enjoy a lot, because it's new stuff to incorporate into how you evaluate things. And yeah, it's like I always tell people, it's like a video game that's just got a new update, right? That maybe there's a little bit of a new patch going on, and then you have to get used to some new mechanics. So yeah, I love it.
Yeah, that's a great way to describe it. The new patch has come out. We did a little bit of hot fixing in a way because there's not that many cards that do make it into Legacy. And so when they do, it definitely kind of has a bit of a shakeup in that regard here. But there is our manifold key, so we can try and start generating a little bit more mana here.
Right. So Key now offers the opportunity to either generate mana or cards. So when you
True.
play Forge, it's very important to understand what is the resource that I need the most. Is it cards in hand or is it mana to work with those cards? And it looks like the answer to that question from the Forge expert, Diego, here is that mana is the currency that he needs.
Yeah, that's going to be interesting. Like you mentioned with the cards, you could be able to untap the One Ring and kind of go that route. But it looks like we are going to be untapping the Grim Monolith to start to play the Trinisphere here. Okay, a little bit more of a, I don't want to keep dealing with all these counter spells that you're going for, but we still had
Right.
one left.
So let's see. Manuel had 5 mana available here. So the reason to force this Trinisphere is that you have. Yep, I was I was about to say you must have another interactive piece. So yeah, let's just. Why is there a concession here? There's a concession here because Consign Memory doesn't only counter the Ugin, it also counters the trigger with the replicate. So that forces a game 3 here.
Forces a game 3. Yeah, consigned memory being able to replicate, really, really nice. But yeah, that was definitely speaking more to Manuel's patience in that game of just like, I'm not going to try to just jam out a reanimate spell immediately. I'm going to get enough tools and kind of, utilize my second avenue to cheat out the big creatures using show and tell. And, attacking the right pieces definitely felt like was a big reason why Manuel was able to kind of get to that point in time. But
Yep.
Now we're all kind of tied up here. Is there anything else that we could be able to see? That sweet mono blacklist.
Yeah, I had
that.
fun watching that earlier, but unfortunately, that's not anything we can say anything smart about right now. But I wanted to talk a little bit about how the in-game history makes sense here. So first of all, players were sideboarding in the dark for game 2 in this game. That
True.
means I'm preparing for Leyline with my show and tells and my echoing truths.
Mhm.
The other player was keeping a needle because you might play Tameo or Wastelands. Both of those were stuff that were up in the air, but now has found. I'm not going to say a confirmation, but now we know more. So what will that do for our game 3 setup? And I think the show and tells are gonna stay in because just because you see one relic, that doesn't mean the opponent does not have leyline. That is not a confirmation. So we're going to see that again. And I also saw some disruptive flutes getting considered here by Diego. So there might be some counterplay to show and tell in that regard. And then we have this cat and mouse game where I'm pretty excited to see, did Diego dilute his deck too much to account for the Reanimator deck? Did the Reanimator player, smell too much blood and then found himself naked to a disruptor flute? Like, I'm interested to see who blinks first, essentially.
No, that's a really good point that you're making of kind of diluting your game plan a little bit. Like sometimes players will over sideboard in a certain situation of go, oh, I need even more tools to kind of fight over what you're doing. But it's like, well, maybe not. Now that we got a little bit more confirmation of things, maybe you can kind of adjust it. Okay, attempted to do Karn immediately
Urza's Tower,
here.
Planar Nexus, what a combination of cards. You can now play a 4-drop on turn 2 without cracking any sort of pedals or imprinting for Chrome Mox or tapping Monolith. That is crazy.
Oh, but we do have a consign to answer it there, which is very lucky on Manuel's side. But yeah, that's the scary part. More Lotus Petal is going to get dropped down here, but this is kind of the scary part of fighting against the like Forge combo decks of they have so many scary tools that they can just kind of deploy here that just sort of run away with the game, like Karn, Ugin, things like that you really have to deal with. But okay, we were starting to throw some tools in the
great
graveyard.
Start for Manuel because now that card is God! And I even saw the Force of Will in Manuel's hand. This might just be the best timing he's ever had when it comes to putting together a monster of a sequence here.
All right, so now we're going to get another refill of resources utilizing Atraxa here as all these cards are going to get flipped over and more counterspell available. As we see, of course, another Force of Will at able to be grabbed here.
There's Force of Will, and then there's a blue card of another type, which is just exactly what the doctor ordered here because Manuel knows as well as us. This is 3 hits with an Atraxa while trying to build a wall of disruption, and Force of Will and Thoughtseize do a great job of achieving that.
Yeah, disruption is definitely the name of the game here for Manuel. And now Diego's going to have to try to fight through all the hate and find a way to kind of answer and deal with this Atraxa that's on board. But
Oh my god, there's even a pedal that I missed. So the Thoughtseize can get cast immediately. Okay, the Flute in response. So that is a card that can name Force a Will, which prompts Manuel to Force a Will because he has 2 copies, which is, I guess, Diego making the most of a terrible situation here.
That's exactly it. And we see no other threats. Nothing can get grabbed, but we've got not really a situation you want to be in. But even though Urza Saga is a very powerful card, it is not really what you want to be sitting there with 2 in hand and nothing else to kind of go about the next.
We need to draw
basically rebuilding.
Impactful 4-drop that will get countered. That's what we know, into another one of those. So let's see. From Manuel's point of view, what can this Tezzeret go and fetch out of the deck? Yeah, this is where you want to give it a good think, because you do have the Force, but you don't want to blow it on a card you don't have to kill here. So right now, I think the best target is going to be the Research Desk. And look at this, high confidence, giving the thumbs up here to Diego. Let's see what he's going for. I would guess the Research Desk, but I could be missing something here, of course.
Yeah, right, because we have a bunch of mana. We just need some payouts from here. So Research Desk makes a lot of sense to be able to go for, because you get to start digging off the top of your library a little bit more with it. But, we'll see. There could be some lines that we're missing from Diego that he's kind of going, I have all these live draws. Maybe I need to do another setup turn, but I don't know how we can really get away with too much more setup turns without some sort of, clear direction. But it looks like he's
right,
prioritizing a little bit more protection here.
Yeah, and I think this is basically Diego telling us that, hey, I cut the Research Desk and sideboarding. I believe if I'm ever going to tutor a 1-drop artifact, it will have to be something that interacts with the graveyard. So that's a swap for sideboarding. This relic is going to be just a cantrip card that hopefully gets Diego closer to cards like the One Ring or Karn into Ensnaring Bridge. That's the cards we're looking for right now.
Right, Relic's going to start making stuff happen. Say, please exile one of your cards.
Also, did we see what Manuel attacked? It looks like he's trying to ignore the Tezzeret and saying, I want to get the job done here, going for the life total.
He is going straight for face here, saying, I don't care that you've got Tezzeret. It's not as scary as like a Karn or an Ugin. Yeah, you can get some stuff, but what are you going to do with it, right? Your 1-drops aren't as scary. Okay, again, more 1-drops. Of course, Tezzeret will tick up whenever we're getting that artifact, but gets us another tutor off of here. Maybe now is the time for the Research Desk.
Yeah, if it's in there, I think we would have gotten it the first time, though, but I don't know. I would guess it's sideboarded out with the way that Diego has been playing this, because the sense of urgency is super high. So, okay, I'll take that back. Better late than never. The Research Desk shows up here, and it's still the same objective. It's trying to get to a One Ring to try and flip the table here, or it's a Karn that's trying to establish a stall with Ensnaring Bridge.
All right, let's do the. Are we ready? Come on, let us see. Do the cheeky peek.
We need a good one, and unfortunately, we know that Diego needs 2 good ones because of the Force Will in Manuel's hand.
All right, so exiling the top 2 cards of your library, you can choose one of them until the end of your next turn. You may be able to play that card. So mana and Kozilek's not bad.
Yeah, so I think the Monolith is the card that's available next turn. I think that's because you get to choose between those 2 cards, and then the Monolith makes it so that Ugin is a potential live draw. And Manuel knows this at this point, that Diego needs a very powerful top deck, and if it's anything but Ugin, a Force of Will seal the deal. As we see the Research Desk here, a little bit of digging power to a deck that has a fun time tutoring 1-mana artifacts at times.
Right, and does care a lot about playing the top of the library. So if you get stuck on something like lands on top with Mystic Forge, you could be able to help you shred some of the stuff you don't need off of there. So yeah, definitely very flexible and cool card to add into this Mystic Forge deck.
It's pretty cool the deck got red mana. Like, Planar Nexus doesn't only help you to get a ton of colorless mana, it also helps the filtering. That's pretty cool.
All right, now the brainstorm going to help us dig for some more tools, and force negation is really nice to be able to grab there. So now you saw that kind of grab off camera there because there was those cards that were available off the Atraxa, but with the brainstorm and putting things on top, you now don't know what's in our hands. So that does help a little bit of that.
The consent of memory would be the check mark here, but with forces, we still have to sweat a little bit because, in theory, Ugin could come off the top here and make this game interesting.
All right, and we got Urza Saga triggers here. But I mean, we're at 6 life, and of course, Atraxa there, a big 7 power. So we gotta, this is the turn. We gotta make something happen here. Find a way to try to kind of fight through the hate that we know has been building up off of all these blue cantrips here.
Yeah, that's the thing. We kind of have to assume we're up against, more than nothing, which, is a little bit demoralizing, but you got to give it your best go here. Also, I want to highlight the fact that Manuel could have spent a turn killing the Tezzeret, but he didn't. And that's why Diego is now sitting at 6 life points instead of 13.
That is true. So a little bit of nuance, sequencings and how we do the combat, and priorities and where you kind of focus it is definitely interesting when we
And
get.
that comes down to deck knowledge, right? Because
Mhm.
if you didn't know exactly what was in Diego's deck, you might just want to kill the Planeswalker and avoid avoid disaster from, I don't know, either Spellbomb or whatever card we could be thinking about.
All right. Oh, it looks like okay. Go and fetch up, and we'll just hard cast this Force of Negation here. Just saying,
Fighting
no
over
more
the
extra mana.
monolith here says the same thing that happened in game 2, or was it game 1? Maybe it was game 1 where Manuel was fighting because he knew that there was an Ugin coming with a trigger tacked onto it.
Mm-hmm.
So fighting over the mana when you suspect Ugin is coming at the end of the rainbow is a good play.
All right, you
I'll
see
say-
this relic. It's like we know he's going to draw a card at this point. He's that kind of hovering. It's like I need more, options to try to help me navigate out of this spot.
Yeah, I'm a little bit surprised that relic only got sacrificed on this turn. I felt like it's been a long time coming, but if there's not a One Ring here, then I think Diego. There is a One Ring,
But
here's the
Force,
bad
and
news
there's the
with the Force of
handshake.
Will. Yeah.
Mm.
Manuel punching the ticket to the top 8 here in a very, very fiercely fought battle here. Wow, that was cool. Forge against Reanimator for the marbles. And getting a ticket to the promised land. That's awesome.
Yeah, that was very cool. I liked being able to see that matchup. Very intricate, and kind of how both the players were sort of navigating through all those different lines. Both of them definitely very experienced and were looking for their outs and how to kind of navigate. The sequencing was like on point for them. So, congratulations, of course, to our Reanimator player Manuel. And we're going to be getting ready to go into the top 8, and we're going to do a little snapshot and look at the meta breakdown here. So I'm really excited to see what the official meta looks like for these 64 players, what we got to see for the event, because this is also a kind of a little hint about what's going to be happening tomorrow with our 4 Seasons Legacy event. So
you're absolutely right here. We teased it before this round, but it should be finally ready here. The metagame breakdown. 64 players fought hard the whole year in order to make it here. And they're bringing their A game to try and take down the big bounty. Let's see if we have the metagame available for you guys at home. I know you were also anxious to sneak a peek at those numbers.
Sneak a peek, yeah. I mean, we have to assume there's going to be at least one Tron in there, right? At least one. Right?
Are you talking about the top 8, or are you talking about the
top
full
8
metagame? Oh, the top 8? Yeah.
Top 8.
Okay. Yeah.
I mean, full metagame. We know there's lots of players that were running Tron. I saw a couple of people posting up their deck list on Twitter and stuff like that. So
okay, that's cool. You did a little bit of homework.
I did a little deep dive.
While we get the graphics ready for you guys, I guess we can do a little bit of guess here. What's the most played deck? What do you think, man? The most played deck today. I'm gonna let you get the first jab at it.
Okay,
I'll come in second.
I'm gonna say blue black tempo. I'm gonna say is the most played deck.
Okay,
that's what I'm thinking.
I'm gonna go. Is it then?
Is it okay? Oh, all right. So okay, here's our breakdown. Affinity, or the is it style of things. Just kidding.
Okay, I was shocked here to learn that Affinity was the most played deck. I mean, I love the deck, but the top dog it's probably not going to be that at a tournament of this size, but it is a pretty darn cool deck. I'll go Issa Tempo, by the way, and you're going Dimir. It's been trending a little bit recently where Izzet has been the more popular version of the Tempo deck, and Dimir has fallen a little bit out of favor. In the head-to-head, Dimir is still the big brother, so there's something to be said about that. People love to play their Thoughtseizes and Bowmasters and what have you.
Right.
All right, let's try and have a look at this. It looks like we are. Oh, wow. This is super diverse. So
Interesting.
this is crazy to see. We have a handful of Death and Taxes players. I mean, that's believable, right? But as the most played deck alongside Sneak and Show, that and even Omnitel, so that's 9 total show and tell strategies. And then we have your horse in the race and mine down there with 4 copies each. They do love their control decks in Italy. I will say that historically. So seeing
Which makes sense.
some kind of Beanstalk and some kind of Jeskai, I call that basic land control.
Nice.
Then a couple of Affinity Pilots, that makes more sense, and a couple of Tron decks. And when you go others 32, I'm just going to assume that is a ton of one-of decks, including the 2 we just showcased with Dimir Reanimator and the Mystic Forge deck. So
The Mystic
holy
Forge, we
smokes.
got to see some Death Shadow, right?
Yeah.
Like there was a couple of different like Maverick and Land style decks. So yeah, lots of other in there. But I think the big message here is the amount of Death and Taxes that players were running in
Oh,
here.
yeah.
So like, why would somebody want to bring like Death and Taxes over blue, over all this counter and control elements that exist? Why would you want Death and Taxes?
Yeah, well, the number one reason is you love the deck and you're an enfranchised player. But now, when Wizards of the Coast throws you a bone and prints good cards for matchups that you want to see every day of the week, you want to play against flow state decks every day of the week when you're with your Death and Taxes decks. Then sometimes decks can just become better, randomly get better or randomly get worse. Decks that catch some splash damage for a new deck. Let's say graveyard decks weren't doing too great aside from Dimir Reanimator when that deck was all over the place because you caught all the stray bullets from people trying to handle the graveyard. And sometimes your Death and Taxes deck just, how can I play against blue decks with flow state every round? Well, travel to Italy and play a paper tournament. That is
You'll be in a great position.
that is so. My prediction here is we're going to see 2 of those Taxes players in the top 8, but let's see about that. That's a hot take.
Yeah. All right. So that's gonna be really interesting. Overall, I'm pretty happy with how the breakdown.
The name of the game here is
looks.
diversity, right? No matter if you like to
Yes.
turn creatures sideways, combo out, play long controlling games, it looks like you are in a great spot. But all right, it looks like we already have the bracket set here. Or no, let's see. Yeah, we do. We have the bracket. So
Oh,
go
man.
through them.
And
You
it's
can go through the
again,
matchups here.
well, it's like again, diversity is the name of the game, right? Like we've got, of course, our blue green ring show there. It's just like a show and tell style of deck up there, versus blue white control.
Oh yeah.
You talked about the control elements being in Italy. This seems to be kind of the first seed versus 8th seed there.
Yep.
Mono black, we saw that aggro deck a little bit earlier in the tournament, as well as that Birthing Taxes list that we saw a little bit earlier in the tournament there. So that's kind of our flavor of the Death and Taxes style. We've got the Reanimator Manuel we just saw on camera versus the blue-red Corey Steelcutter deck. Another bit of control over there with the Cradle Control and Eldrazi. So really, it's just like pure diversity here.
Creature strategies, combo decks, fair blue decks. Oh yeah, we have it all here. That's incredible to see. That's just when Legacy is the best is when players have the hope that any strategy is viable, right? When they're not priced out by, oh, there's a big bad deck on the top of the metagame that leaves you no chance, or like this is perfect. This is a perfect picture of what most players want Legacy to be. Blue-white control that's trying to win on turn 12. Mono black aggro, him to Torag. Like, what's not to like here?
Oh my gosh.
A new innovation on an old archetype here with the Birthing Ritual out of Death and Taxes to go even grindier. Love to see it. Reincarnation of Blue-Black Reanimator. Cradle Control. People love those small green creatures. And then a little bit of Eldrazi Stompy to top it off. I mean, yeah, I can't wait. I can't wait. I'm really happy we get to have the tail end of the show because we get to reap all the reward here and cover these matches.
Oh yeah, I mean, you said it perfectly though. Is like for the legacy diehards or people that are fans of Magic, and you want to be able to go in and see just the diversity and go, yeah, my deck has like a chance of being able to win this whole thing. And it looks like we're going to start to see a little bit of what we're going to feature in the quarterfinals. Of course, this is the top 8 that we're getting into of the 2026 Italian Invitational. So thanks for tuning in, everybody, because we've got a Reanimator deck. We just saw it on camera, but kind of break it down, Andreas. What is this deck trying to do, and how's it trying to win?
Yeah, absolutely. So this deck now has to play without Entomb, which is bad on paper, but it also means this deck is going to have less heat on it. So now maybe contextually it's still powerful, and Manuel has certainly proven that. We're trying to cast Careful Study or Surveil a big monster into the graveyard. From there, cast Reanimate or Animate Dead, profit with an ETB trigger from Atraxa or Archon, hopefully protect with Thoughtseize, Daze, and Force of Will. And if things go bad, we can grind a little bit with Flow State. So very, very cool deck, and we just saw him punch his ticket against the Mystic Forge deck just before now. So he's certainly warming up, and he's firing on all cylinders.
Yeah, definitely. Very, very cool and powerful deck. We got to see it sort of grind its way through with the threats and got to do, like you mentioned, that Surveil a big creature into the graveyard. We saw that twice already on camera. So
Oh yeah,
definitely,
that was even the lucky one. But usually, what you
right.
do is you play your second land, which is a fetch land. You fetch a Surveil land. You respond to the Surveil with a Brainstorm, so that you get a fatty from your hand into the
Guaranteed.
bin.
Yep.
That is the how we draw it up. And then there's the when the stars align, you get to magically put in a Traxa or Valkavoth into the yard on turn 1. Um, yeah, but absolutely, I think we saw the highs of what that deck is able to do just before. We saw, I believe, turn 1 Consign, turn 2 Careful Study, Reanimate with double force backup in the deciding game. Like, that is just monstrous. Only Leyland of the Void would have had anything to do with that. I guess Fairy Macabre as well, but that was a very, very tough opener to beat, and it did prove too much for the Forge player, who can be super happy with the top 16 finish, getting so
Right.
close to the finish line.
Yeah, definitely, definitely. And also, good prep for tomorrow's event as well. So yeah.
Because tomorrow we have the Legacy main event of the 4 Seasons Spring. 4 Seasons, those guys are the best. They love Eternal Magic with a passion. I traveled there last time, and I have been a few times, and wow, the passion is over the top. But next deck up here is it Tempo? This is a Delver-less version. So that means we're going to be a little less explosive. It's a little bit more focused around Core Steel Cutter. So we lean a little bit more into being a mid-range deck. But we also still have the Daze, the Wastelands, and the Bolts, and the Channelers to get things over with quickly. Core Steel Cutter here, an absolute house when the matchup is fair. And, not the best when the matchup is unfair. So in this matchup, I expect the red deck to try and use the opponent's life total to its advantage, meaning there's Reanimate in the Reanimator deck. So if you can get your opponent to 8 or 7, it's actually a pretty big threshold. So playing with cards like Lightning Bolt and Dragon Rage Channeler will help that for sure.
Yeah, and you have that kind of go wide ability with Corey Steel Cutter because it's so cantripy focused. You can be able to make a lot of monks with this deck. So it's going to be really interesting in this specific matchup. Blue black versus blue red. Of course, the Reanimator does have a little bit more explosive potential, while this one can kind of grind a little bit more with it here. So I'm really excited for our quarterfinals to start off this way.
That's going to be a key, right? If you can take the top off of the Reanimator deck and then try and play the game at your pace, basically avoid losing, then you should be winning, because your deck naturally, pecks away at the opponent's life total, where the Reanimator deck is a little bit all or nothing.
Yeah, good way to describe it. All or nothing here. And we've got the ponder here and the debate. You see this like already, like, do I want to shuffle these away? Yes, we're not happy with those. So there's the shuffle. Give me something better. Not happy with that top 3.
So this could mean a few things. When people shuffle their ponder in Legacy, it can mean they either are looking for lands. It can mean they already have a ton of lands and looking for spells. It can also mean a sense of urgency of trying to find combo pieces. So I'm pretty excited to see Francesco has a Wasteland, because then he actually have a tough choice whether to smell blood in the water here or progress his own game plan. But it looks like no Wasteland.
No Wasteland. But no, that's a really good point to make, because like that kind of decision-making point of, ooh, can I capitalize on this and try to cut you off and really kind of blow you out? But that's not going to be here at this moment, but we do see the kind of land go, and it is going to be this sort of passive game from both players as we get into this. I'm going to try to cast this cantrip. Okay, I might respond. I'll cast my own cantrips, and it's just sort of, again, setup turns for both these players to kind of find the resources. And what was that? 2 lands and an Atraxa, though.
Yeah, and it
So
looks like it was a natural surveil land, so you can do exactly what Manuel is doing here. Put the Atraxa back first, put back the surveil land, don't fetch with your mire, and then build your own Entomb here. I thought Entomb was banned, but it turns out it's actually tacked on to a land these days.
crazy. That's crazy. All right, now here we go. Do we got? You see, there's the reanimate? Nope. Thoughtseize first. Let's clear the
Yeah, I love
paths.
this play because this is where, if you've played enough Legacy and you're in this spot from Manuel, you're sitting across an Izzet opponent who has done nothing for the first couple of turns. You know
Mhm.
there's disruption. Otherwise, there would have been creatures cast, cantrips cast. You know there's a handful of disruption. So this is just a perfect read with the Thoughtseize trying to clear the way, saying, I'm not in a hurry. I would rather try and be more resilient and punch through than trying to be fast.
Yes, and I like that too. And also just seeing the pure blue in the hand here. We've got, of course, Brainstorm, Flow State, 2 counter spells available to us with Force of Will, Daze, and then the big payout with Murktide at the end to kind of try to, fight over the skies, if you will. But this also gives all of that information for Manuel about, okay, now I know how to navigate it. I know what
Yep.
you can do to kind of deal with me and how you might try to fight against me here.
And it looks like Manuel has Animate Dead with Force Will backup next turn. So if he can avoid getting wastelanded or dodge that Francesco finds a second copy of Force Will, it looks like it's there's a clear path to get an Atraxa into play.
Okay, ponder drawn off the top here. So let's get some more information, some more resources that we can be able to use. Maybe looking for another way to kind of fight over what the animator strategy is going to be here.
Yeah, because you kind of know that this is where things are going, right? You know that next turn is very important. I usually call it like this is the showdown, right? So
Yes.
you can read that this next turn is going to be key. This is also why we see the shuffle here, because the only cards that actually matter here, I feel like, is Force of Will, Daze, and maybe Wasteland, and of course cantrips to get into those. So a shuffle there is something I would expect.
Ooh, and
Ooh,
then there's the Wasteland.
there's the Wasteland, which in theory turns on the Daze in your hand. So now Manuel needs an additional land in order to beat the Daze in Francesco's hand.
I like this. So yeah, really good setups for both players, just sort of like inching themselves these tiny little moments to try to get an advantage over their
Yep.
opponent by like understanding the lines that they have to take here, which is awesome.
Exactly. This is high level Magic. This is a player trying to find the perfect spot to punch through the defense, and then another player trying to mount defense so that doesn't happen. And both of these players know exactly what's going on here. And yeah, this is a treat.
Yeah, let's like top 8 legacy moment here, as well as being able to, had these players qualified for the invitational, most likely from winning a previous event at their own shops, which is really cool. But
Yeah, I think this is you qualify by being like playing consistently over time, like over the course of a year, and then each store has a certain number of slots allocated. Maybe there are some last chance qualifiers, and then at the end of the day, you get 64 very, very passionate players who get to attend this tournament.
yeah, which is awesome. Another thought C is going to come through. And this is also that confirmation moment, too, of, okay, were you able to draw into another way to interact with me? And we see there still is the option for Brainstorm here. We still see that there is the Force of Will and Daze. So Force makes perfect sense. Let's get rid of this guaranteed issue. Oh, and there we just go land
Yeah, we
pass.
have the land and we have the Animate Dead, but we are not interested in trading our Force of Will for the opponent's Daze. We're slowing down here from the side of Manuel. I'm trying to make sense of this. So he could have cast Animate Dead, forced the Daze, and then basically said, hey, Francesco, can you brainstorm into something magical, or will you be having your hands full with an Atraxa?
Hmm.
So passing there is a little bit peculiar. This could backfire if Francesco now gets time to find more protection.
Okay, so that's exactly where Francesco has to go, is find more of that Daze, more of the Force of Wills to sort of do that fight when it comes. That's his next
Yeah,
path.
but then again, your opponent just passed. So if they had reanimate, they would have cast it because there was a free path, just a Daze to disrupt. So maybe you have to think about animate dead here. Ooh, land number 4 is what takes the next days out of the equation, and Manuel thinks it's time now. Let's see if Francesco found more than just that days in the meantime, because if that's not the case, this game will be over very soon.
All right, so we know we've got, yeah, you see this sort of just shuffling. There is the brainstorm that we got to try to go for here. There's the thumbs up. Go ahead, look for something. Nothing is found off the top, and we know that's going to be it there. The shuffle up, based off of what we had in hand, there wasn't enough tools to kind of help because of all those thoughts these coming through and just stripping our resources away. So,
Oh yeah, too much time simply for the reanimator player to mount the perfect time to strike. If you don't put on pressure, the blue black reanimator deck will just come up with the perfect combination of cards, ask enough tough questions over and over. And of course, the key interaction here was we got to just for free put an attraction into our graveyard and then pick our
yes.
spot later on with no pressure. So ideal start here for Manuel.
Oh yeah, definitely. Great way to kind of navigate through it. Like there was those little moments that we got to see from both players of trying to find that moment of, okay, how can I fight over this? How can I set up my way to success going into it? And worked out with the reanimation strategy there. So we're going to be seeing like the is it stuff has a lot of tools though. They've got a lot of ways that they can still fight over things. You
Yep.
know, I don't want to say that this is like a one-sided match at all, even though that was a quick first game.
Yeah.
The way that these players navigated it is really what made it so quick, of like being able to kind of find those ways to get those advantages throughout here. But what do you think from the is it side? You're down a game going into the quarterfinals. How might you be able to kind of deal with this?
Oh wow. It looked like a little bit of a spoiler situation here. Let's see if that is actually the case. But I will say to your question though, from the Izzet side of things, I think it's important to not overreact. Yes, the Reanimator deck is able to produce an Atraxa or Archon fast, but sometimes they're also just spinning their wheels with Ponder, Brainstorm, Flow States, and you actually have time to kill them with a Channeler, Wasteland them a little bit, and actually get them down to 0. So that's the thing. It's not a brutally fast combo deck always, but it is a deck that is capable of doing that, and um, that's where some players can sometimes go wrong with either over respecting a deck or sleeping at the wheel and getting punished. So um, it looks like we had a little bit of a spoiler here, but we're not gonna cheat you guys out of game 2 regardless.
No,
Of
we'll
course.
still at least get to see how we got that victory. So you got the little bit of spoilers, but that's okay. Let's find out exactly how these players were able to navigate through this. And we got, of course, fetch happening here, get to the volcanic. And this is at least the benefit of being able to go first here. So we're going to be able to kind of do a nice little setup. Maybe we've got some cantrippy stuff that we can do here, ponders, brainstorm,
The ideal
stuff like
start
that.
is to get a Chandler in play to start putting pressure on the Reanimator deck, because that is a deck that is. Thank you.
go.
This is awesome. This is a deck that's trying to cast Thought Seizes. This is a deck that's trying to cast Reanimate. So that means that we can punish a little bit on the opponent's life total in our deck with Chandler, Daze, Wasteland, Lightning Bolt. I want to see Manuel in a pinch here.
That would be nice. So, of course, do have that way to surveil and start building up the count. And ooh, check out that island there. Ponder
yeah.
going to be utilized here. So that, of course, surveil first, get rid of that land. We don't need it, which is always nice to be able to see. Don't miss your triggers, folks. The trigger that I miss the most is Mishra's Bauble. Anything else, I'm just like, no problem. But something about Mishra's Bauble, I just have the hardest
It's funny
time
you
with.
mentioned that card. So I was one of the first one to actually play that card like 12, 13 years ago. It's a lot of years ago. And I was going to borrow my modern deck to a friend of mine. And I said, hey, watch out for the Mishra's Baubles. They're a little bit tricky with the delayed draw stuff. Like, we're not used to that. And he was just like, hey, who do you think you're talking to? And this is pretty funny. So he won a huge 200-player event with my deck. And then I asked him afterwards at dinner, so how did it go with the baubles? And he was like, I missed 5. So it's just not intuitive with the delayed trigger.
Right.
Wow, look at that powerful surveil again.
Oh my
Is that
gosh.
I think we've seen this 3 times in the blind now.
Yes.
Where the last game was brainstorm back. So there's that. But here, oh man, reanimate on turn 2 here. One Force of Will to stop it, but
Okay.
what can Manuel do about that? Maybe he can go again. Maybe he has his own force. This is brutal.
This is tough. Oh, there's the force. pitch in the show and tell. We've seen that get utilized in the board often when players are going to be bringing in Graveyard Hate. So we've got, of course, stacked up here. Hey, still trying to resolve. And there's the days, but it doesn't matter because there's still 1 mana left available.
Oh,
And
yeah.
yeah,
That is just the
hey,
dream.
sometimes you just surveil the land or the creature that you need, and it just goes right to the graveyard, and you're able to kind of run away with things.
And there we go. We see Manuel advancing to the semifinals. We will try and work on the order next time for you guys. Thank you for accepting that. But wow, what a display of Reanimator. Manuel even said in deck building here, I don't need Tameo. I'll just only work on getting a big creature into play. And in my sideboard, I'm not going to bother with stuff like Baragoyf. I'm just going to put Show and Tell in my deck and try and circumvent Graveyard Hate that way. And it seems to be working for him, very, very nicely.
I like that line. It's also kind of your own little twist and flavor to how you're playing the deck of being like, yeah, no, I don't need to do what everybody else is doing. I'm finding success this way, so I can kind of try to kind of learn the lines going this way. But we've got a fun deck that's coming up. It looks like mono black aggro here.
Absolutely.
I mean, when I first saw this list, I was like, okay, this is the poster child for if you want to get into Legacy and you don't want to spend a lot of money on crazy dual lands and things like that.
A nice monocolored option. Yeah.
Easy way to go about it and just kind of dive into it this way. But it's also
I love this
super
deck.
powerful.
I worked on it when Moonshadow got printed, and then I worked even more on it when Super Shredder got printed. So these guys are cards that reward you for putting baubles, fetches, wastelands in your deck. Look at this, the Super Shredder. Whenever another player permanent leaves the battlefield, put a +1/+1 counter on Ledger Shredder. Wow, that was old school old school reference.
Now, there we go.
Super Shredder. So if you waste on your opponent, this grows by 2. If they daze something back, it grows. If they crack a fetch land, it grows. When you crack a bauble, it grows. Moonshadow, some of the same things, but only on your side of the table, except it also works if you surveil a permanent into the bin, which is a little bit of a cool one with Moonshadow. So while we are putting baubles and fetches and wastelands in our deck, we should also play another powerful one-drop in Nethergoyf. And once we're into mono black, why not tamper with people's graveyard via the Voidwalker, punish cantrips with Bowmasters, and then round out the deck with removal spells. And then, of course, good old Dark Ritual being played in a fair deck. That's my favorite part of this deck. Usually we see the Doomsdays of the world and the Storm decks of the world, but now we just see good old, hey, let me go and play a Hymn to Torg and a Moonshadow on turn 1 off my Ritual.
Oh my gosh, it's so scary. It's so scary with how quick this deck can go about it. I'm really excited to see how it's going to be able to fare in our top 8. Also to see how it's going to be able to do next day. But this is going to be kind of like, the deck that's considered the one to keep people in check. If you're trying to do stuff that is not fair, well, guess what? We're going to try to tax you down. And we've got a way to kind of speed up our taxing effects because we're running Birthing Ritual this time around. So a way to kind of dig through. I've played Birthing Ritual so many times in so many different decks in Modern, and the amount of cards that you get to look through in your deck, it feels so good. So I like being able to see people testing it out in this kind of green-white Selesnya style taxes list. But talk me through a little bit about what are the key points and key cards that we're really looking for here.
Yeah, so Death and Taxes is a completely different beast when they have turn 1 Ethervile. We saw in some of the previous rounds, Ethervile, I remember when that card got printed, nobody was impressed about that card. Then people quickly found out that a Black Lotus every turn that gives all your creatures flash, that is pretty darn strong.
It's pretty powerful.
Here we can do a lot of cool things, mainly cheating on mana with the card, but we also get some sweet timings like instant speed recruiters, instant speed flicker wisps. And then this is just, at the end of the day, going to be a toolbox deck that's trying to grind out the opponent. And then we're playing metagame slicers like White Orchid Phantom, that's mainly good against Tron, so that's not the worst for Nicolo's opponent here. We also have main deck Galactique, which is a house against the Tron deck as well. So we actually have a lot of, let's call it, I'm not going to call it blanks, but lesser desired cards here between Esper Sentinel and Thalia. Those are not going to shine against the mono black aggro deck either. So to the mono black aggro player's defense here, this version of Taxes actually seems beatable for the mono black aggro deck. So I think we're in for a treat here.
Yeah, it's going to be very cool to see. It's going to be a lot of creatures on the battlefield swinging sideways and trying to gum up the board and do some blocking here. So, but you did make a good point. There are some blanks right now in the taxes list, but we could sacrifice those with Birthing Ritual and hopefully turn them
Oh
into
yeah.
actually useful tools there. So
I
this
think
is going to be really cool to see.
two key things here is that Caracas can bounce Super Shredder. I think that's super
Ooh,
key. And another thing is, I think the menace on some of the black creatures can be super important because this deck does a pretty good job of, chum blocking and prolonging the game. But if you have to throw two creatures under the bus, that's a little bit of a different story. So that's some of the key takeaways here for the pregame.
yeah, definitely going to be interesting to see how this matchup goes here as we get into it. This is another quarterfinal match from our 2026 Italian Invitational, and Mono Black going first, of course, because they are the higher seed here, and will be Dark Ritual. What creatures are we dropping down first?
Oh yeah. Also note that these players have yet to lose a match today. The good old 4-0 double draw. Have some nice
Mm.
Italian dinner, and then be ready for the top 8. What's not to like?
Oh, Secret of the Ooze. The Super Shredder is here. And then we've got the Bobble going to do a cheeky peek at the hand. Randomly, of course, laid out here. What would you like to see?
It looks like there's no follow-up with the 1 mana left in the pool here with the way that Michelle is sequencing, unfortunately.
Yeah, no, that's okay, though. We still get to start growing the Shredder here, and didn't really get that much information because it was a Windswept Heath that we do get to play right away here. So
And
not
look at
giving
this,
us any
the Shredder
indication.
growing from just the opponent cracking a fetch
Oh
land.
my
Man, that's awesome.
gosh. So good to see. Again, I just seeing this deck in action. It's like maybe this is what I'm gonna have to put together and start playing at my LGS going forward, because we're gonna be kicking up and doing a lot more legacy at my
Oh yeah.
game store. And I'm like, well, this might be the deck that I just kind of go in and just there's something to be said about playing a aggro deck in a long tournament like this, where I've got multiple rounds that I have to battle it out. And if I can just get my round done quickly, I have time to kind of relax and chill before the next round. While the people that are playing control decks, they're putting so much mental energy and taxing on themselves for so long of the games that they have to go through to get to the kind of the top 8 and then continue to play here. But we got a nice little back and forth here with Swords to Plowshares getting utilized, and now we're going to be going for a Dothy, and looks like him
And
to
this is
Torok.
cool because look at the sequence here. We play Voidwalker first, then we play our Hymn. So now these 2 cards are going to be exiled with a Void counter on it. Imagine there's something super juicy here. I've had some sweet games with Voidwalker where I got to play my opponent's One Ring or the opponent's Emrakul, you name it. So let's see if there's any sweet cards in Michelle's future here, courtesy of Fioletti.
Ooh, I would love to see that. Let's see. What do we get here? A land
Yeah,
and
the Scarab Swarm is not. We need to. Yeah, those are exiled with void counters on it. So the Swarm, I'm pretty interested to see if that card could make an impact later on. 4 mana ETBs exiles target player's graveyard, and then for each land and artifact combined, you get a 1/1 flyer. So I'm just saying that card has some potential. Well, until the Source of Plowshares happens, anyway.
another Swords to Plowshare. Also a signed version of. I'm a big fan of signatures on my cards.
Oh
So
yeah,
I
the DC
love
old
seeing
school
them.
DCI promos, the Wasteland here,
Mhm.
the plows, man, that's beautiful stuff.
All right, another Dothy pass. Are we hellbent too? Are we just like out of cards and just going with this?
I think so. Yeah, it's really not ideal.
All right, Recruiter of the Guard. Let's get some advantage going. Go tutor up another creature to kind of help us sort of start to get going with things here. Right. Oh,
There's
there
the
we go.
Scarab
See the
Swarm
Scarab Swarm.
on the screen there. So this recruiter trigger is. I wonder if we just get a Solitude and we kind of get things over with that Voidwalker. That's a play you can make. I'm not too sure about how impactful it is to let your opponent untap with that Voidwalker, because right now it's how many? It's 2 tokens off of the Swarm if you replay it.
Mhm.
Yeah, maybe that's not the end of the world. I think that's exactly what Nicolo is checking out here. How bad is it if you get to untap with that clown?
Yeah, not bad. I mean, the evasiveness of the Flyers are not bad. It puts a little bit of a clock on things, but really it's like, well, you're getting what, 2? Okay. There could be another line to be able to go for here, but no, we're going to be going for that Solitude and just kind of set ourselves up for that kind of powerful flexibility of being able to just kind of answer something here. Would there be any other cards that maybe we could have gone for with this tutor that we might have been
I was
helpful?
Yeah, I was thinking a little bit about how Flicker Wisp works. Let's imagine the opponent sacrifices the Voidwalker to play the Swarm. Are you then flickering the card back onto your control? I would imagine you are. But this is a game where we don't have double white available yet, so I think
True.
Nicolo just decided that, okay, let's work with what I have here, and if you can reduce your mono black aggro players opponent's hand like in permanence and play to 0 here effectively. Like I think you just like your spot in general because you're prolonging the game, you're taking advantage of your grindy elements. So I like the decision actually.
Oh man. Okay, so both players kind of sitting. They've got access to wastelands. They've got access to some mana, but our mono back player is Hellbent, and our Birthing Taxes player at least has two cards in hand. One's a Wasteland, and one looks like it is our Esper Sentinel. So not really useful tools either. So now we're just sort of in this like, do we go for the Esper Sentinel here just to have another creature on the battlefield, or do we just kind of keep it in hand and kind of play that like unknown information? This could be something scary.
Yeah, it looks like Nicola wants to be mana efficient here, put the Yorion to hand, and now the tough decision is whether you play the Sentinel or not, because the clock is probably not going to matter.
Right.
The opponent's at 27, you're deploying a 1/1. So now it's basically, do I rather want a white card in hand for future, solitudes and what have you?
Mhm.
But the body in play is actually relevant for Birthing Ritual, but then again, we need a green source and Birthing Ritual. So a lot of the plans are just very, this is going to be a long one, essentially. We're not going to be done in a few turns. Um, but I like the signal here. If you put Yorion to hand here, that is because you're willing to jam the Yorion if you draw land number 5. So as a result, you force your opponent to wasteland here. So I just like that Niccolo is kind of dictating the pace of the game here with putting that Yorion to hand.
Yeah, definitely a really cool way to kind of navigate through things. And, we see the Nethergoyf has come down. So this sort of at least is a wall that's going to sit in the way. But that is a really nice way to kind of break
Oh
through this sort
wow.
of stalemate. And Stoneforge Mystic going to hit the battlefield, allow us to kind of tutor up, very powerful. And you see the powerful equipment that gets grabbed, which is that Meteor Sword.
Yeah, the Meteor Sword is a good pick here because the graveyard isn't all too impressive. Wow, what a
Oh,
nice draw
him to
here to
Torok off
to
the top.
cancel both the Yorion and the 7 mana equipment. So I was just gonna say that I like Nicolo's decision here because he's giving Michelle one turn to find the discard spell,
Mhm.
and boy, did he find the discard spell.
Yes, that was that. Oh man, this is such a back and forth. Even though you're kind of like it's slower, it's not as explosive as the last match we got to see. It's these little integral moments of this, like, okay, I'm setting up, I'm giving you one turn to find an answer. Boom, you found the answer. So there is these kind of cool explosive moments that are taking place. But
Look at this, by
now,
the way. I'm sorry to cut you off here, Nan, but
yeah,
we're actually seeing a rewind here because there's um, the 1/1 in play, and the opponent did not pay 1 mana.
ooh,
To
so we
so
got to
now
draw.
one card is left over. So I didn't see if that was the equipment, but
I don't think it was. I think it still ended up being the Euron and the Meteor
okay.
Sword grabbed. So even
That's
with that extra card, we're trying to help, hedge our bets on it. Yeah, there we got to see the quick fan out of the graveyard there. So even with the extra card, it was not enough to save those
Esper
tools there.
Sentinel. Yeah, you got to pay the tax here. This card is only viable in this deck because you play Birthing Ritual, which is like a way to make your small bodies relevant
Mhm.
later. Generally, not a card that sees play in the mono white version of the deck, but with Birthing Ritual, any creature goes.
Right. Esper Sentinel can turn into Thalia, a Stoneforge, a Gaddock Teed, even the like the Lion Sash, White Orchid fan. Like there's so many 2 drops that tend
Yes.
to be the kind of like backbone of the Death and Taxes style decks. But Recruiter number 2 hitting here. So again, just kind of keep going. So I like there is this element that Death and Taxes just sort of is going to slowly be able to continually find cards to get
Yep.
more advantage as the game goes on, where the mono black player is like, I've got disruption, I've got creatures that I can drop down, but it still becomes tough. I mean, Nethergoyf is very big, right?
Right.
Where some of our other live draws that we get later on are, not as impactful. Like a Moon Shadow now doesn't feel as good. Super Shredder doesn't feel as good, but
Right.
there still is the Dothy though.
There's Dorothy. But yeah, this is going to be a little bit tough because that Stoneforge is a must deal with. That is going to get pre-war formalware. You're going to add more
Mhm.
power, more creatures back to the board. And we just get back to the whole fact that the mono black deck doesn't have any card advantage in it. So once the game is kind of getting out of hand, this deck plays very poorly from behind compared to a deck like Death and Taxes, which actually does a good job catching up when it's behind on the board.
Man, it's so cool to be able to see like the way that these decks are set up. Now there is a decent amount of removal in the mono black list, right? They've got access to like Snuff Out and Fatal Push and
Yep.
things like that. So like there are ways to answer the Stoneforge, but it is going to be interesting to see.
Yeah, the thing is, there's 2 Stoneforges, right? So if you go and tutor
Yeah.
an equipment, you now have to, and you're even tutoring a 3-mana equipment, so you can just hardcast it.
Mhm.
If the opponent kills your Stoneforges, you're almost happy because you can just bring it back with Formalware.
Right, and we'll just keep that loop going. Oh, pre-war Former Will is such a cool card to get added to these Death and Taxes lists.
Yeah, it really is. That's the key. You have an equipment that is actually good when you hardcast it, because that was always the problem with Stoneforge. You have a Batter Skull in hand, not too exciting. You have a Cauldron Complete in hand, you're not too excited. The Meteor
Mhm.
Sword is, when the Stoneforge is dead, it's kind of a dead card. But pre-war Formalware, that's very, very hardcastable.
All right, and we've got an Aether Vial. So talk to me about getting an Aether Vial later on in the game. Like, is it ever worth it to just kind of keep it in hand, or should we jam it out? Like, where do you feel like in these moments here where we were sort of like just have a bunch of creatures out already? Do we still need the vial later on?
So in this situation, it looks like we choose between developing the vial and wastelanding our opponent, and this has a lot to do with the open deck list. So let's imagine we play with open deck lists. Your opponent plays, I don't know, 3 Baraglyphs in the deck.
Mhm.
Then we wasteland. But then when we have open deck lists, we see they only play 2 drops. We don't care about the wasteland, and we play the vial. So for me, it's an information game and understanding. So sure, it doesn't help you that much, but does it hurt me to tap the wasteland for mana instead of activating wasteland? And the open deck list confirms that you don't care about the opponent having 3 mana.
Nice. Yeah, that makes perfect sense. That whole idea of having open deck lists does make a big impact on your decision making lines, where you can go, oh, okay, I know what these are my possible things that I need to be worried about, like you mentioned Burrogoyf and stuff like that, but it is not available at all. So let's just continue to progress our own game plan here. And we do a quick look through the graveyard because we do have that reanimation with the equipment with that, of course, pre-war Formalware. Ooh, okay. Even more, a little bit of protection in case like a super shredder or something comes out.
Yeah,
Here with
Caracas is
Caracas.
also good here because it's Nicolo's second white source, and there's a Flicker Wisp hanging out in hand.
All
So
right,
just
and
opening up double white here is huge.
definitely like Flicker Wisp going to be huge for being able to kind of add some extra flickering effects to like the pre-war Formalware, and being able to kind of also get us to even hard cast a Solitude later on. Skyclave Apparition needs the double white as well here. So lots of stuff that will become available here, but still no green source, still no Birthing Ritual to be able to utilize. We're just still swinging in with a
Right.
lot of one powered creatures here.
Yeah, and the reason why we can make this attack is if the opponent blocks a Recruiter, we just reanimate it and get the trigger. Like, that's huge, right? So
Mhm.
understanding that this is a very profitable attack is high level, and it's a big testament to Nicolo's understanding of the deck and the situation here. If they decide to stay back there, we're closing out slower. Maybe the opponent has a way in, but yeah, I like the race that's going on here.
Yeah, Nethergoyf gonna hit the battlefield here. And Nethergoyf does only care about your graveyard, but we know that there are plenty of creatures, instances, and artifacts and lands. So I think we got 4, maybe
Yeah,
sorcery as
and
well.
we
So
don't
Hinda
see an
Torok.
activation of Stoneforge end of turn, so that graveyard must be very unexciting.
Mhm.
And Nicolo can just play super slow here and have the inevitability down the line. There exists a world where we can draw enough vials and lands in a row that it becomes a problem, but we're not there yet. I'm not worried yet.
Good. That makes total sense. Like we've got tools that can kind of set us up as long as we kind of are getting some of the bad draws out. Now we're also getting access to some more powerful stuff later on. Sadly, Euron is off the table this game. Already gotten discarded. We don't really have a good way to bring Euron back from the graveyard, but Wasteland's going to try to start kind of shredding through some of these, which then again grows the Moon Shadow.
Yeah. In this case, with 1 card left in Michela's hand, there's a chance that, let's say that's Orcish Bowmaster. You don't want your opponent to draw 1 drop and then be able to double spell. So now wastelanding maybe makes sense. especially because we have our vials going, so we don't expect mana to be an issue. Punting at the Sentinel, that's a good one. Easy to forget, especially at that exact spot that it's located right now for us. But Esper Sentinel's still in play. Also note that if that card is equipped, then the tax is higher on casting these baubles and fatal pushes.
That's
and whatnot.
true. Of course, pre-war formal wear does give +2/+2, and then the Esper Sentinel cares about how much power it has for how much you have to pay in your taxes there. So now we do get to see the quick check through graveyard here. We would do that confirmation about how big our Nethergoyf is. Also, the Moon Shadow slowly growing. Every time that permanent's going in, the menace does matter. So we do a quick check through again. All right, what are we looking like? How are things looking with block potential? You also have to consider what could get brought back off a pre-war former wear, because we could be able to cheat that into play and have another blocker that way.
That's exactly the point you're making here. That's why we see the no attack from Michele, because if Nicolo decides to block, then that is automatically a creature you can bring back. And I don't think you're interested in Recruiter going and tutoring up Solitude.
Oof, no way.
Or another brutal situation here.
All right, did we get another land? Flicker Wisp? I mean, we could do a Flicker Wisp on a Recruiter here. We've got the Vial now that we can cheat that in.
And it's a good spot for it. The opponent would only have Snuff Out in their deck that could stop it. Fatal Push is not on. Bowmaster mana is not up. So it would be a decent window for it.
I like this. Just sort of send the message. Here's my 1/1 Recruiter of the Guard. Please feel free to block it at any point so I can bring this back. But no, we're not going to take the bait.
See that this is high level as well. I love to highlight high level magic here. We see Recruiter of the Guard attacking into way bigger creatures. The other guy taking the damage. That's high level, right? Then we see the guy with big creatures not attacking, right? That's just so contextual and high level stuff that it's not really on page 1 of any of these decks. On page 1, it would say, you should value your Recruiter, stay back, and blink it later. And page 1 of the mono black deck would say, you should be attacking with your 4/5 into small creatures, right? So just off script here. I love it.
Yeah, just very intricate. And speaking to the skill level of the players that we've got in our top 8, of knowing those lines and knowing, I need to pivot my game plan from what it would normally want to do in order to kind of respond a bit. And I like the shooting the Esper Sentinel here. Like, that's a really cool
high level, because that's not exciting to Flicker Wisp, right? So that's the good target. If you do it on any of the other creatures, like if you do it on the Recruiter, it gets flickered and it's a big blowout.
Oh, and we just see the pre-war former wear, which we already knew about anyway, but maybe trying to sneak another look to see if we find anything else. But again, this sort of just, the engines are starting to rev up again, right? Mono Black is starting to build. We're getting up to a scarier Moon Shadow here. The more and more things go to the graveyard, the bigger and bigger it grows, the less -1 counters that are sitting on it. But we don't necessarily want to just start jamming things across the board yet either. So we still hold back and wait. I like this kind of patience that we're seeing here, which it's tough sometimes when you're playing this aggro deck of going, that instinct of going across the board is there, but looks like there's the Flicker Wisp going to come.
And let's see
the Aether Vial.
When this is probably when Michele is trying to leave his second main phase, so that you get the Recruiter back right away on the end step. Because if you do it on Michele's end step, it would not come back until your end step. So this is probably hey, I'll pass the turn. And then Nicolo says, hey, before we exit your second main phase, I have this play off my vial.
Yeah, that is very important to note there, because the sequencing is really important for it on when they do it here. And I think maybe there is that little discussion right now of the players sort of going through, I'm doing it in this point, not that point. Like,
So let's see what that Recruiter is going to go and fetch. Because with the Scarab Swarm gone, I don't think and Yorin is also gone, so you don't have this huge jackhammer move left in your deck. I think you have to try and win this the old-fashioned way. And I wonder what that is. If that is just a Solitude.
Solitude's not bad. Skyclave Apparition can also be useful, because you're stripping away like these mana cost creatures. So like they're not really going to be getting anything too scary off of it. Yeah, you want this 1/1 token? Sure, that's fine. But we're just going to go and just do Flicker with shenanigans now.
Oh yeah, more grinding here. So second copy of Flicker Wisp. Most versions only play 2 Flicker Wisps, so that would make sense here. That this is the last one. And then I'm curious what kind of the end game is here, because Niccolo is up on resources, but he doesn't necessarily have this unbeatable jackhammer.
He doesn't. But the one benefit of the Flicker Wisp is the evasiveness of it. Being able to kind of fly in and be able to kind of ignore what's going on the ground. Let me find a way to kind of get across. And still, we can shoot across with that little 1/1 recruiter of the guard there, because that's guaranteed to just poke in for 1. So that's 4 damage guaranteed every turn now.
And now we probably just have to sit pretty with our second Flicker Wisp, because it's really up to the mono black deck to act now, because the Flicker Wisp breaks parity with being an evasive threat, as you alluded to. And now it's Michel's move, and you can see the sweaty 4-hit here. He can feel the pressure.
He can. If you have never played this sort of grind to a halt that is Death and Taxes, you're like, you can understand just that, like, you have to go through every single line almost and just sort of go, okay, how do I break through this? Because you've basically set yourself up with this like Rube Goldberg machine of this thing happens and this thing happens and this thing happens. No matter what I do, I'm left in this weird spot of, you have a chain reaction that's building up here. And we see the moon shadow come across here, just says, you know what, I'm just sending this, let's see what we do.
Yeah, I mean, you absolutely nailed it. I think Callum gave a funny analogy or metaphor earlier. He said this is the anaconda game state, or whatever he called it.
Yeah.
that was
slowly
too funny and very
constricting everything down as the game progresses.
relatable here, if we put ourselves in Michel's shoes.
All right, Vial for 3.
I love that they kept the cards with void counters just in the middle there, so we'll never forget about those. That seems to happen ages ago.
All right, Skyclave going to come out now. And again, that will be able to exile one of these pesky creatures that exist. And so we're doing that confirmation check of what it is that is in there.
It looks like it's 4 types, no creature.
No creature right now. So 4/5.
And I wish I could see the size of the moon shadow. My best guess is it's a 4/4.
I think that would be pretty close to accurate here. I mean, we do have the fetch land. We could make it a little bit bigger, but yeah, I think 4/4 seems pretty close to accurate. All right, let's throw some of our lovely little creatures potentially in the way of this moon shadow and maybe sort of start breaking through this stalemate a bit here. And okay,
I must say, I'm rooting for Michel to have Hymn to Torag in hand right now, like as the last card.
Oh, that would be cool.
Because then we're actually springing a trap here. Oh, is this tapping 2 mana? Oh, come on, you can do it, Michel, because this double block has a lot to do with assuming we were untapping and, I guess we had the Stoneforce activation, so it wasn't going to be terrible. Okay, Michel has seen enough here. The grinding station takes it down, and wow, that was high-level stuff, but at the end of the day, Death and Taxes, these players would probably say that the mono white deck was cruising here, but from where we were sitting, it was still high level stuff. So I highly enjoyed it.
Oh yeah, definitely high level stuff across the board here. So now we get into tools that we could bring in the sideboard here, stuff that might be able to help us out. It is a tough matchup because of how wide the deck can go and how slow and grindy it can be. But what do we like that we could kind of bring in to kind of help us break through some of those stalemating moments?
Yeah, the thing is, this deck is not built to play against Death and Taxes. So you can tell by the main deck, you can tell by the sideboard. This sideboard it's geared towards a lot of the unfair strategies in the format, and then we can maybe upgrade here with some Baragoyfs. I would guess the Baragoyf is better than some number of Bowmasters, but then again, we know that the opponent has Esper Sentinel, we know the opponent has Thalia, so maybe Bowmaster is a little bit better than usual. I also wouldn't mind cutting like 1 Wasteland. I think that would be viable. But yeah, it's going to be a tough one because the only card advantage we have here is Hymn to Torag. And we're fighting a deck that's going to play so many 2-for-1s, and it's so good at prolonging the game. So a couple of Baragoyfs in for a couple of trims, that would be my best guess.
Yeah, that makes total sense there. Also the ability for Baragoyf to kind of grow as the game progresses is beneficial. Death Touch, Lifelink, it's got some text on there that can be relevant.
You can cast a turn 1 with your Dark Ritual deck, and maybe they don't have Plow or Solitude, and then there's some gotcha potential there.
Yeah, great. So on the other side of things, we've got our Selesnya taxes or birthing taxes as it is known. What do we got that we can be able to bring in? Of course, there's not as many tools available as well here. I
Yep.
mean,
These
we
decks are trying to beat the same decks, and
mhm,
then when they line up against each other, they're not geared to play against each other. Thalia is not great. Esper Sentinel is not great. Disruptor Flute is not great. White Orchid Phantom is not great. So you now end up with a little bit of a weird matchup, but you do have 4 Wrath of the Skies on your sideboard that you can pretty reliably set up to be somewhat one-sided. Then maybe occasionally you have to sweep your own vial, but this will be a card that the opponent will have to respect, and if they don't, they can set themselves up for a huge blowout. So this can change the course of the game. You can even reach some end game scenarios where you have some 3 drops in play and you clear everything 2 and under. So
right.
that card is just awesome because one of the ways to lose is you get run over. But if you cast that card on turn 3, you're not getting run over by the 1 drops. So I think this is a huge advantage to the Death and Taxes deck, even post sideboard.
Yeah, and there were, like you mentioned, there was lots of stuff that we can kind of shave from the main board that we're not going to be able to really kind of utilize in this matchup here. So, both people have tools to bring in, not necessarily the best if you think on both sides, other than the fact that the sweepers and the could be really impactful. But again, immediate
Oh
dark
yeah.
ritual thought seize. Ooh, what is the
And this
follow
time, I
up here
hope it's an
too?
actual double spell because last time it was kind of like dark petal. It was not really
Yeah,
dark ritual.
it
It was just
wasn't.
a petal, so you could play a 2 drop basically.
So looks like the vial is going to be the one that we're going to pick. Looks like Stoneforge Mystic, 2 Flicker Wisp, and Recruiter of the Guard is also there. And Super Shredder, the ooze is coming back. Let's see how things work out with the threat immediately hitting the battlefield. Again, these menace creatures can be pretty impactful, and we know that there's no real turn 1 play here. So we could see the growing
100%.
of this shredder here, but just one.
There's none. Okay.
Oh, wait, Dark Ritual,
Okay,
Burgoyf.
sure. I mean, if the coast is clear, then that card is absurdly powerful.
Yeah, especially since we've gotten information about what is on the board and it's or in the hand. It's like, okay, what are you going to do? Do your Stoneforge here on turn 2 and not block with it? Okay, that's fine, I guess. But that could be the line of going for the Meteor Sword and trying to force our opponent to deal with it that way. There's 2 cards left in hand for Michelle there, so he's got to be able to kind of navigate. All right, if you go for this, and that's the cool thing about Legacy too, of like kind of piecing together in tournament magic of, okay, here are your lines, here's where you can go from here. How do I make sure that I can continue to progress my game plan? And utilizing these kind of bigger creatures, these menace creatures, definitely helps to kind of go towards this aggro game plan that they're going for at this point in time.
Oh
But
yeah, that complicates things a lot. And now I think Nicolo is just forced into surveilling here and looking for cards like Plow and Solitude.
mhm,
And then, as you alluded to, pray that the Stoneforge Mystic can survive a turn cycle. That means Michelle has no push, Michelle has no snuff out, Michelle has no thought seize. So
right.
that's a very tall ask. Also noting that fetch line going to the bin grows the Shredder and grows the Baragoyf, so it really hurts. Oh, passing here. What does that mean? That we drew Plow?
That's the only reason why I feel like, other than us trying to jam it out, or we have a solitude or something. But even then, why would we not try to play the
Yeah, I think Source of
Stoneforge?
Plowshares is the answer to that question.
All right, let's do a little bobble. Try to grow the shredder. Try to get some information.
Another card that grows both of the threat. No, I'm sorry. There's already a vial in the graveyard.
True. Already an artifact there. All right, there it is. The deployment. Let's get rid of that Burgoyf. We're not going to let you kind of grow that anymore. No more self-milling with the attacks or anything like that. So we
So
do the quick
even
check and go,
stuff
okay, that's how much I
growing
gain.
here by a permanent leaving the battlefield, so that counts with stuff getting plowed. That counts with even dazing back a land will grow the shredder.
Oh, gosh.
Tracking clues, flicking planeswalkers.
All right, not forgetting the bobble trigger. All right, now it looks like we're on the Stoneforge deployment plan here.
Right. So the plan that you had predicted last turn, which was also going to be the case unless we had a perfect draw step, is now getting executed. I think there's a pretty big chance that Stoneforge is not long for this world
I
because
would agree.
the possibilities in Michelle's hand is essentially removal spells and to be fair, uncastable 2-drops is also possible.
Oh, but nope. There's the push, and the shredder grows. All right. Oh,
That's
Moonshadow
perfect.
now.
Can maybe
And
even surveil a permanent into the bin here and grow the Moon Shadow further.
Gosh, this is so much pressure.
And this is where Menace is so good. So even if the opponent has a blocker, they don't do anything against some Menace creatures. Flickerist is pretty good at resetting these big creatures, though.
That's true. No more counters when they get sent away off the battlefield, but that means we'd have to get into another land here because at this point we've been sitting at 2.
Milling a permanent, pretty cool interaction.
Nice.
And the Shredder getting in there for 6. Very
Oof.
powerful. I really hope we get to see the Caracas interacting with Super Shredder sometime this match. I think that could be a cool one.
That would be cool.
Not necessarily intuitive. Sometimes in the name you have, unique names. Super Shredder, not necessarily unique. I'm not the biggest Turtles guy, but it doesn't sound like, Karn the Great Creator or Jace the Mind Sculptor, right? All right, concession instead, and we get to have a game 3. That's what everybody wants. I guess we should root for whoever's down a game. We want as much magic as possible
That's
today
true,
here.
right? But now we're all tied up 1-1. So let us know who in the comments, let us know who do you think is going to win this? Who are you rooting for?
Who do you got?
Right?
Mono black deck or the mono, I guess not even mono white anymore. It's even the green splash. Maybe we see the birthing ritual take over this one. That would be cool.
That would be cool. All right. Land, not
no
gonna pay
Vile
light
turn
for.
1 is the first thing
No
I want to
Vile.
note here. So that means the Taxus deck is not going to be firing on all cylinders. I actually like to play a lot here. Your opponent doesn't play a tapped Witch Enchanter turn 1 if they just, have a super stable mana base. So I like smelling blood in the water here with the Wasteland.
That kind of moment to pounce. I love that here. So we're gonna have to see, is there a okay, we're just gonna do it again.
That explains
basically
a lot.
just reset everything.
Yes, I did get a sneak peek at Flagstones, I believe, in Nicolo's hand.
Yes.
So it makes a lot of sense that you're saying, I don't have a 1-drop, so I'll play my tap land, and then I'll have 2 mana on schedule, so I can kind of save some life here in the process.
Which can be really important when you're facing down this sort of aggro strategy that has the evasiveness with Menace. And speaking of Menace, there we see the Moonshadow hitting. So our first little taste of threats coming down, but let's see. Oh,
this is a sweet one that we should have talked about earlier. White Orchid Phantom targeting your own Flagstones. That is awesome mana fixing here. You get to search a plains for both of them.
Yeah, so you basically are ramping off of this here. So
I'm sorry, you even play basic forest. So you go for a plains and you go for a forest. White Orchid Phantom, a cool card because it gives you percentages against the big bad Tron deck and any Urza Saga deck, really. And you can do some shenanigans on your side of the table to ramp in your mana hungry deck. Even get a Surveil in here. Yeah, this is dirty.
Yes, that's cool. Yeah, the Flagstone's, of course, able to grab the Surveil land, and then you're getting the basic off the White Orchid there. So great little setup there. And, we saw how impactful and important it was to get to that 3 mana in game 2. We weren't able to really ever do that. So we kind of got stuck there. And there's so many powerful 3-drops that the deck has access to with like the Skyclave, Recruiter of the Guard, things like that we really want to be able to get out and deployed to really progress our own game plan here. So
oh yeah, so the next best thing is like when you don't have a vial, the whole point of the vial is you get to violate the mana rules a little bit. And yeah, ramping yourself is the next best thing here because that deck is very mana hungry between companion, between equipments, between Stoneforge shenanigans. Double Moonshadow, that's a pretty cool duo. And
Fetch land, of course, going to help us grow.
Let's see if there's a play out of that 1 mana available, or we're going to see the Surveil hoping to... Okay, we're going to see a new spell. That's cool.
Yeah, still decent amount of 1-drop stuff that we could be able to go. Like, we've still got Thoughtseize. We've still got access to potentially a Dark Ritual, to more scarier stuff, Fatal Pushes, things like that. So, Nether Goyf here.
Yeah,
So
another
we're just
guy
going to deploy
not too scary
threats.
right now, but pretty solid to leave and play. All it takes is one more type, and you can attack beneficially into the Phantom.
Mm-hmm. All right, Menace coming through. Going to start chipping away.
And if your name is Nicolo and you boarded in 4 Wrath of the Skies, this could be a very juicy situation.
Oh my gosh, yeah, all the 1-drops here. All right, the
Attack first,
invasiveness.
getting ready to. I don't know. I haven't spotted it in Nicolo's hand, but I would be very excited if I had it available here.
Oh, but we do have a ritual. Now we can try to see it happen. But I love that.
That is
snuff
sweet.
out.
That is a sweet one. I maybe Michelle was a little bit fast here. You can still do it later on in the turn, but it worked out here because no backup creature was coming.
No backup creature, but a second ritual. So you do get to trigger each one individually. So you can look at essentially 14 cards on your end step, and you're going to be able to find so many things. But we got to deal with these threats, though. We got to find a creature to get out and start to kind of snowball, because that's a lot of pressure now on our side.
Let's think. No fetch land, no bauble, no discard spell, no further creature. What on earth is in Michelle's hand here? Is it a Bowmaster?
Could be a Bowmaster. I mean, we could have some other creatures and just maybe like you mentioned with the open deck list, the worry about overcommitting and going, I don't want to just get blown out with Wrath of Skies.
Okay.
And it could be some situation like that. But I like the idea of potentially having a Bowmaster that you could flash in response.
Yeah.
But
And Bowmaster is also a card that kills a lot of creatures on Nicolo's side before we reach the end step. So it's a world of difference whether you kill that recruiter or that recruiter turns into a powerful 4-drop, right?
Oof, gosh. All right. So recruiter is good. Search will be able to go find us at least another threat. Stoneforge Mystic is nice because now we can have 2 creatures out there and basically forcing our opponent to say, you've got to answer now 2 things or I'm going to snowball.
Yeah. Good point here. And I think it's almost safe to say that Michelle is holding up some kind of interaction, but maybe the double creature, as you alluded to here, is going to be the key to get your birthing ritual on here.
Yeah, I mean, at least with having the 3-drop, the 2-drops, like there's not really there's only one 4-drop really. I guess Witch Enchanter is also a 4-drop there, but I think going for some more powerful 3-drops are going to be more effective for us to try to search for off of the birthing ritual. Are there any ones in particular?
I was in
that
birthing pod mode here, where you actually had to go for the +1. But yeah, I mean, cards like Skyclave is awesome. New Recruiter into Solitude is awesome. I just feel like if we get to chain those kinds of ETB cards, we're doing great here.
It's a Bowmaster.
And this is exactly the reason Michelle passed with 2 mana up here, saying, hey, you play 4 Recruiter of the Guard, 4 Thalia. That's actually, Bowmaster is a great opportunity to make sure that birthing ritual is not going to get you anywhere. So I like to play a lot.
All right,
a play you could have made here, imagine you didn't respect the birthing rituals that much. You could have Bowmastered your own Bowmaster, which would put a ton of permanents in the graveyard, like grow the Nethergorth with a creature type and grow the Moon Shadows. Like that's a play you're allowed to make if you're just trying to race. But I like his play a lot here because there's a lot of 1 softness creatures in the opponent's deck.
All right, so we do see a recruiter was grabbed, so that means that a solitude will then be grabbed, and then we still have 7 more cards that we can look through to find something that might be more impactful than that recruiter.
Yeah, this is where it's a matter of racing versus engine, and solitude is like the perfect card to ensure that you get to prolong the game. Free spells, yeah, they're huge in Legacy. So while they may not be good card advantage wise, they're good at prolonging the game. So, I don't have to tell anybody the Force Will is good, right? But when you have an engine card like Birthing Ritual, you're going to want a Solitude pitching a ton so that you can get more turns of activating that powerful engine card.
All right, and we found something more impactful here. Crew of the Guard going to go to the graveyard. But what are we... Okay,
I didn't expect that. So, turning your recruiter into this card, I think this is a way to say, I just want a creature in play, and the old one was susceptible to Bowmasters, the new one is not. I think that's more or less what the decision is about. Now, Fatal Push is on with even no Revolt against this card, so it's a little bit of a trade-off. But I would imagine that that's what the decision is about. Simply saying, if you have the second Bowmaster, I don't want you to be able to ping my creature.
Exactly, right? And just sort of that kind of heads up, just that 2 toughness makes all the difference there, because you have to go through those lines, right? Of like, okay, what messes me up here? What, can I do to try to keep myself alive as long as possible? I know I've got a Solitude that I can use to help me against kind of the biggest Moon Shadow here, but what else can I do to make sure that you don't just sort of blow me out on my turn with like you talked about with another Bowmaster or something here? But
yeah, that's high level Magic. Like if you're thinking about what are the chances my opponent has a 3 of Bowmaster versus a 3 of Fatal Push, that it's super high level. Like I've been really impressed from the couple of rounds that I caught earlier and the ones that we've been seeing today. Players are really on point in this tournament. And here we see, to my point, that Bowmaster, this card, I'm sorry, Fatal Push would not have been able to kill the Recruiter, but it is able to kill that card. So that was the hard. That's why the decision was hard.
Yeah, definitely. Tough moment there. So now we see the big swing across, and it's that kind of pivotal moment here. Do we utilize our Solitude now? Because we have 5 mana. We could just hard cast a Solitude next turn if we wanted to, and then still have a big creature that we could be able to utilize with Birthing Ritual and get basically anything from our deck then if we have the Solitude.
Once you have the big 5-drop, the world is your oyster on the Birthing Ritual, and you can start chaining Solitude. So this is the big decision. Am I taking the damage and playing for the super long game, or am I interested in a little bit more rope when it comes to my life total?
Yeah, there's pros and cons to both ways about it, but it is like, again, just kind of confirming through how big are the Moon Shadows. Are there any things that you could do right now that could grow your Moon Shadows in combat? Most likely not. There are Fatal Pushes and things like that you could be able to utilize, but the likelihood that you would push your own creatures at this moment instead of using them on your opponent's creatures don't really work out.
I think the damage you see is the damage that you're going to take. So now it's all about. So let's see. 1 Moon Shadow is a 4/4, and 1 is a 2/2, I believe. So you have 4 plus 2, that's 6, plus 2 from another Gorf, that's 8, plus 2 from Bowmaster, and its buddy, that's 10. Yeah, this is a tough one.
That's tough.
Because it has a lot to do with, like, this could even come down to, I want to make sure that I have enough life total to play around with if I draw exactly Wrath of the Skies, because that's what it takes for me to win this game. And now, if that is the case, is there ever a chance that you're solituding the Nethergoyf despite being smaller, but that card can then not come back later because of after getting Wrathed away?
That's true. The escape.
Like, we could be all the way down to that here. It's unclear what level of desperation Nicolo is facing here.
Oh, that's what's so exciting about seeing this high level Magic here of how many lines that these players have to kind of go through and try to piece together. And it looks like we're just taking it all. Not going to worry about it.
So I did some kind of miscounting. I guess the Moon Shadow size I botched. I had it at taking 10 here, 4 plus 2, 2, and 2, but who knows?
Okay.
Down to 4. Formal Wear bringing back, I would guess, Recruiter, but let's see what Nicolo has cooking up here, because at the end of the day, we're sitting here, and he's sitting at the table playing in the top 8 of the Italian Legacy Invitational.
And yep, you were right. It is going to be the Recruiter, so that at least gives us access to another tool, which we could get a nice low drop creature that we could be able to cast here. We could also get another Solitude if we wanted to, and just there's the other Solitude.
So let's see. We have double Birthing Ritual, which could turn, like, we can find Skyclaves. That's probably the most impactful.
Yeah.
And then we have 2 Solitudes, but do we have enough white cards? That's kind of the thing. Also, I think Nicolo took the damage last turn in case he drew Wrath of the Skies. Then he would just say, well, then I have the Solitudes for after. And whether I'm at 4 or I'm at, let's say, 8 is not going to be the difference maker.
Oh my gosh, a 3rd Birthing Ritual. How does looking at 21 cards sound?
It sounds good. Right now I'm sweating bullets that I hope my opponent doesn't have a Snuff Out. That's the first thing.
Right. The
But if we
only way that this kind of
okay,
goes wrong is
we
that,
got to
but
the
no.
instep.
All right,
This
first
is
look.
also the
So
reason why you don't see a Solitude getting cast before the end step, because if you
Mhm.
Solitude an opposing creature, all of a sudden Revolt is turned on, and that's certainly not what you want in this spot.
True. All right, so first 7 we're going to look for. Then we get to look at 7 more and then 7 more. So, you don't get to look at 21 at once. It is each one is triggering to let us look at 7. So we have found at least. Oh,
That's
okay.
3/1/1. Not bad.
Not bad. Now, I
3/1/1
don't know if we
fire.
kept our Esper Sentinels in, though, because we could turn those 1/1s into Esper Sentinels if we really wanted to, and just sort of like set up for the 2-drop that could come after that.
Can you explain that?
Because the drone is a 0-drop, we could turn that into a 1-drop with Esper Sentinel off
Ah,
this birthing ritual, which
got
then
it.
could become a 2-drop. Yeah, to sort of like the snowball element of, because we have so many of the birthing rituals that we can kind of
I
go
got it.
those
So
lines.
whether the 0-drop flyers can turn into stuff is unclear because we don't know
Yes,
how Nicolo sideboarded. Okay, great point
correct.
here. Yeah, we are getting in all the details here today. I hope you guys are enjoying it at home. We are having a ton of fun here on the mics covering this high-level tournament. And yeah, this card I have only seen a handful of times in Legacy, mainly in a Simic version where you're
Mm.
trying to turn your Shardless Agents and Ice Fang Quaddles into, Oculuses and stuff like that.
Right, which is very similar to the modern version that exists there. But no, we did actually get rid of our Scarab Swarm to be able to get a Solitude off it. So, and then, yep,
This
like you mentioned, the kind of debating whether we're going for the Nethergoyf or we're going for one of our Moon Shadows, kind of prioritizing maybe the Menace over the kind of Unearth ability.
I think after clearing the opponent's graveyard, I'm heavily in the camp of getting rid of the big creature. Where the Nethergrowth coming back is almost unthinkable after
At
the
this
Scarab
point.
Swarm got rid of
Mhm.
their yard. So Solitude in play and double Solitude in hand. This, it could be where Death and Taxes turns the corner after the hopeful mono black aggro player has been turning creatures sideways for a couple of turns.
All right, and now at least having a decent number of blockers available. Like the 3/2 with lifelink is still pretty relevant there. We've got all these insects that we could be able to throw in the way if we needed to. So, we've
They do a
got
good
ways to
job,
kind of
yeah,
manage
against
this. Yeah.
Menace, that's for sure. We
Mhm.
got a lot of bodies there. I don't necessarily see how Michele can get out of this one. Here's Sheldred's Edict. We did consider
That's
whether that card was gonna come in or not. And here, Solitude was the only. Wait, what is the card under the glare here?
that's the pre-war form aware. So
Okay,
yeah,
so
only
Solitude
creature
was
that
the
could have been
only.
grabbed there.
Yep.
Yeah, you were right.
Okay.
All
So
right.
Sheldred's Edict coming in clutch here.
Yeah, turning them sideways now. So is this going to force off the other solitudes that we've been kind of hoarding for now? You can throw
It
those insects in
really
front of the Moon
depends.
Shadow.
It really depends how many white cards are in Nicolo's hand here. If there's only one extra, then we have a Solitude left over for Hardcast, which is cool. But if there's no extra, it can get a little bit tricky. It looks like there's
Ooh.
a spare white card, maybe even two.
All right, so we see the trades taking place here of saying my insects are going to block your Bowmaster, your Orc army, and I'm going to throw it in the Nethergoyf. Nothing for the Moon Shadow because that's kind of letting us know we've got a way to deal with this Moon Shadow here.
Yeah, declare the blocks, and then here comes the Solitude. And we end up surviving at what, 2?
That's what it's looking like. Yep, there's the Solitude. Pitching another Solitude. Ooh.
Okay, so those were the ones we knew about from recruiting
Mhm.
a couple of times earlier in the game, but only now Nicolo decides to pounce on it. Oh, okay, so we're also blocking the Bowmaster, which I'm blocking Nethergoyf and
Ye-
trading off some 1/1s essentially.
Yes. Which
So
also kind
no,
of lets us know that there's probably not the Esper Sentinels that we're going to be finding off of them. They've done their job to get
right.
rid of the Bowmaster, get rid of the Orc army, and then absorb the Nethergoyf damage there. So basically just sort of resetting the board state again.
Yeah, good point here. We talked a little bit about that in one of the previous matches where with the ways players are playing, we can tell how did they sideboard, what did they anticipate from the side of the opponent. And here just, connecting the dots. Magic on a high level is a lot about trying to collect a lot of clues and make conclusions out of it, and then hopefully be right the majority of the time. It's very rarely, conclusive evidence, but it can be a good indication.
A second pre-war formal wear coming out.
Pre-war formal wear getting back what? I know there's a recruiter. There's also Stoneforge Mystic, but it looks like recruiter is the best one. How many solitudes are left? 1 or 0?
I think 1, because we've got 2 in the graveyard. We've pitched 1, so I think there's still at least 1 live draw of 1 potentially in the.
It might already be in hand. I didn't quite catch the glimpse of that, but let's see as we scroll through the deck.
All right, grab a Stoneforge, play the Stoneforge. We're just shortcutting our search in this time around.
Yep, I like it a lot. Let's see if it's the Lion Sash.
Ooh, I like this. A way to sort of eat the graveyard, keep that Nethergoyf in check a little bit there.
Right. And then we get to spin the wheel here on the end step again. A couple of times.
And also getting the Lion Sash is nice too, because it's not like we can't get rid of our Stoneforge now because Lion Sash is so cheap and costing. We can just be able to cast it compared to
that
like
is
a Meteor
for
Sword
sure
and
part
things
of
like
Nico's
that.
thoughts here. So if you get a card like Meteor Sword, then the Stoneforge all of a sudden is not expendable.
Mhm.
Good point. Looking at a ton of cards. Thalia's not worth upgrading for here, I feel like.
No, I don't think so either. White Orchid here. Okay.
Without, doing anything with it. It is a May ability.
And 2/2 first strike and flying is still pretty relevant text. So looks like second look didn't find anything worthwhile. Third look of top 7 here off Birthing Ritual.
Right, and that was a Skyclave Apparition. That is a good one.
That is.
Because now you're reducing your opponent's non-land permanent count to 0, and that is, I'm not going to call it a check mark, but that is certainly a big advantage for the Taxes player.
Man, these Birthing Rituals have been putting in work. Flicker Wisp is cool.
Even better, says Nicolo. That's probably a pre-war form aware that is now going to come back on Michelle's end step, referencing what we talked about earlier, where the second main phase, Violin the Flicker Wisp, took place, but this is actually going on the end step.
Ooh, man, that's scary too, because we could be able to get our Stoneforge and then be able to get into a Meteor Sword situation and be able to have access to that right away and stuff. So, this is going to get scary. Dothy, though.
Voidwalker, 3/2 unblockable in most matchups, I guess, unless you're playing against another player with Voidwalker.
Right.
Or Dress Downs in the deck.
All right, Nethergoyf. Going to try to work our way across. There is the last Solitude.
Yes, we are keeping track about those. Pitching the Lion Sash. And I'm interested what we are going to target here.
All right, just doing a quick fix of our graveyard and exile here there. Because we had exiled one earlier, so that's why there's just a quick little fix for our players here.
Let's see what the Solitude is going to target. It's getting rid of the Voidwalker. The stacking here of the Evoke and the ETB, Nicolo is explaining that I'm going to kill your creature first and then I'm going to sacrifice afterwards because of how the Void counters work.
Which is very important.
Yeah, definitely could be in a longer game where the second Voidwalker shows up. So now the 2/3 is something we can block with Flicker Wisp if we want to. Okay, looks like...
Ooh, they're doing the double block here. So yeah, we see kind of anticipating the Wasteland to grow the Goyf, so we need
no
to
land
try
in the
to
bin until now, so that makes a lot of sense. And then it becomes a 1-for-1 trade, and the mono black player is passing with nothing in play against, here comes we were flickering another flicker wisp, I guess.
So we brought the pre-war formal bear, brought back the flicker wisp that we killed with the nether goyf. So now it starts to be able to do this cycle of like, now we can just bring back as many things as we want here.
Oh yeah, this is the beginning of the end for the mono black player. This looks so dominating from the Taxus side of the table.
All right. End steps. We've got birthing rituals. We've got a pre-war formalware trigger. And we got so many triggers to start to go through.
I wonder what's the optimal order you should do here, because I assume they all read at the beginning of the end step. Like you can decide the order here. So maybe you want to see what you find off of your rituals before you get to bring back your formalware, because then if you get to sacrifice your flicker wisp, you can actually bring it back with formalware.
That's
if you bring
true.
back formalware first, that's not an option. So I think Nicolo has done his homework here, and we're working on the fly trying to make sense of this, because this is an expert at work.
That's exactly it. Or an expert at work who has piloted this deck to the top 8 of this 2026 Italian Invitational, and looks like we'll be going and getting a 4-drop here, which is again just sort of like the line is to get Flicker Wisp into the graveyard there. So that's basically what that was.
So you're willing to trade it for almost anything.
Recruiter of the Guard.
Oh man, this is the dream. You're playing on camera. You know, when you get back, you're gonna go back and watch the VOD. I always do that when I play. So that's always the energy I try and bring when I do casting, is that these players are gonna watch it back. So I wanna, I wanna make it a cool moment for them. So
oh my gosh, yeah, especially when they're doing these sort of like integral lines like this. That's like, look at what I set up. Look at how good it is.
Yeah, triple birthing ritual in play here in the quarterfinals and deciding game. You know your opponent's on the ropes, and now it's just about executing. This is the treat.
I like the Thalia coming in here too, because you're like, okay, if my opponent was able to start getting into removal spells here, I want to make it even more difficult for them to be able to get out of this situation.
Yep.
So
that's a great point. That situationally, Thalia is strong here because the opponent, they just showed they play Shelter's Edict. That's actually locked out now. They're a Hymn to Turok deck. They can only single spell if they fatal push. They play Baubles, which now become 1-drops. Just a tons of implications, even though Thalia is not the best on paper. But I think it's actually totally fine in this spot.
All right, looks like the pre-war formalware is going to be continuing its shenanigans here. Recruiter of the Guard is going to be coming back here. So let's just keep getting more and more resources to help us out. We've got that Flicker Wisp in hand, Skyclave to just sort of clear up, and we can really start to kind of take over, because also the pre-war formalware does buff the creature too. It does get +2/+2 and vigilance. So now we can really, exactly. We can really start putting that pressure on our opponent here.
Also, just a little bit of a high-level play here from the mono black side of the table. When they decided to wasteland a couple of turns ago, they went for the Caracas, and now they have a Super Shredder in play. So while that may not be a huge difference maker in this game, it just shows high-level awareness.
Yes, exactly. Of like, okay, how can my opponent disrupt me or stop me from progressing my game plan? Well, this is one of the ways that they can do it. So I'll just kind of set up for that. And well, Shredder is not long for this world, because Skyclave is going to put a stop to that.
Is this a turn? I'm sorry, 2-turn clock. I'm pretty sure it is between Recruiter with an equipment and Thalia, and
we have 2 pre-war formalwares. One, so and then the Thalia. Oh my god. Yep.
That's the handshake.
That's the handshake. Oh,
yeah, dead Baragoyf in hand. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. When you wasteland and you have 3-drops in your deck, that's a tough one.
It's a tough one.
Wow, we got a lot of value for our money here compared to the other quarterfinals. So this was a huge pleasure. The Taxus deck marches on, and if that deck can hit some blue decks in the rest of the bracket, man, that player could be destined for greatness.
That's true. I mean, that was a really great one to be able to see, and definitely, like, if you have wanted to pick up a Death and Taxes list, that might be the one to pick up. With seeing how many cards you get to look through with Birthing Ritual, like that was the real like snowbally stuff in that third game there. But very impressive from both players, though. Everybody that has made the top 8 has been playing phenomenally today. So definitely really cool to be able to see. We're going to be sliding over, taking a look at what the rest of the bracket looks like for you guys there, to be who all of you that are following along at home can kind of see what has been going on so far in the event. So as you can see, we talked about diversity because that is what we're seeing in our top 8 here, but Birthing Taxes does get to move on. We saw our blue black reanimator get to move on, and still the control-y elements there. So what are you thinking about? Oh, there we go. So we see Ring Show was
Yeah,
able to
the
move
the
on.
Simic Omniscience deck was able to take down the Control deck. I'm excited for that deck. There's going to be some awesome interactions between trying to show and tell into play an Omniscience, but you're playing against a Death and Taxes style deck. I'm excited for that one. And that the other semifinals is going to be Blue Black Reanimator against Eldrazi, which I assume is a little bit more of an aggressive version of the deck. So lots of pressure, backed up by K Command, probably Leyline of the Void in the sideboard. I think we're in for a treat here.
Oh yeah, both sides of the bracket are setting themselves up to be really exciting matches. So for those that are sitting and watching at home, thanks for sticking with us. We will be going and seeing some more of the semifinals coming up soon. So we are going to be getting ready and do a 5-minute break. So go get some water, use the bathroom, get a snack, and come right back for the semifinals. We've got some more legacy action for you here at the 2026 Italian Invitational. Welcome back, everybody. We are still continuing our adventures in Legacy here with our 2026 Italian Invitational. It has been a full day of content and coverage for you guys to be able to enjoy because we've had 6 rounds of regular play. We've gotten into the quarterfinals here. We are getting ready to start our semifinals here. So we're going to be diving in and seeing what things are looking like, how the bracket's been going, and what we can expect for these matches. I'm, of course, Nan, joined by the wonderful Andres. How has things been going today, man?
I've been in my element. I basically, engage with Legacy 40 to 50 hours every week. So this is exactly what I want to do with my life and do all weekend. So if I wasn't sitting here talking into the microphone, I would be in the chat spectating. That's for sure. Wow, we see the bracket here. So yeah, paint the picture for us here. Which decks do we have in the final four?
Oh my gosh, we've got some really fun ones to be able to see in the final four here. So we've got our little bit of the show and tell Omni shenanigans going up here with this blue green at the top here for Luca. We've got our birthing taxes, which we just saw on camera. We've seen it now, I guess, 2 rounds of the event so far, both in the quarterfinals as well as round number 6 there for you. So very cool twist on that kind of death and taxes style of play. Then we've got to see our blue-black reanimator still doing well in Legacy in 2026. Who would have thought? We've seen, of course, Manuel on camera a couple times there. And then the last aggro deck to still be standing is the Eldrazi deck as well at the bottom here. So
Yeah.
kind of a nice little bit of grindiness at the top versus speed with the combo. And we've got a little bit of aggro versus, the power. And speaking of aggro, here we see on camera right now is the Eldrazi list that you can expect to see in the battle. Now, there are some tools that kind of can help out against the Reanimator, which is that like Chalice of Void and stuff like that.
Yep.
But you have really powerful creatures. So kind of talk to me a little bit about what we can expect from the Eldrazi deck.
Yeah, so this is a classic stompy strategy utilizing Soul Lance and Chalice of the Void and then trying to fill in the curve with powerful, aggressive creatures. Chalice of the Void on 1 is going to be the desired play here. That basically turns your opponent's deck into a flow state, animate dead, tainted indulgence deck instead of just the full brainstorm, reanimate, Thoughtseize type of shenanigans. You're trying to basically play creatures before schedule here of the Eldrazi type. You're going to have uncounterability thanks to Cavern of Souls. You're going to have disruption from Thought-Knot Seer, hasty damage from Linebreaker and Smasher. And then, of course, Kozilek's Command, the Swiss Army knife of colorless decks, which will be trying to interfere with the Reanimator player's graveyard, especially because we play open deck lists, and Luca knows that his opponent only can win by reanimating a big creature, and that is huge information. Note that this version plays Petrified Hamlet instead of Wastelands, so this player is basically saying, I would rather protect my mana base than I would tamper with yours. That's kind of a either-or inclusion in this Eldrazi deck these days.
Yeah, very cool way to kind of approach things and kind of maybe just sort of going with what they expect the field to be at. Also, it kind of helps you out a little bit too to kind of mess with your opponent stuff if there was going to be a lot more of those like Tron based lands and decks and stuff like that that existed that they were kind of anticipating. But the open deck list I think is going to be really important to note going forward here, and kind of maybe how we see the kind of hoarding Kozilek's Command for the right times going into this year. But let's kind of shift over and take a look a little bit about what the Reanimator list looks like here. We've seen it. You've talked about it a little bit more, but kind of one more time, break me down what we're expecting. What is kind of our ideal fatty that we want to kind of hit maybe in this matchup?
Yeah, so this deck is trying to put a big creature into the bin early and often and bring it back. I would guess the best one here is going to be Atraxa or Archon. Both are going to be very tough to beat. I will say sometimes the Archon is better because it gives you a little bit of life up front. Sometimes Atraxa is better because it can both attack and block. And then there's some games where the opponent's ability to have Menace or finish the game with Kozilek's Command plus Fleshraker kind of circumvents these big creatures. And Reanimate is costly, Thoughtseize is costly. The opponent's deck has a ton of hasters. So I hope that this Eldrazi player can give Manuel a little bit of a better run for his money than the Izzet player did in the Win-In match, because the Eldrazi deck and the Izzet deck kind of has the same game plan against the Reanimator deck. Simply don't give them too much time. So that's going to be key here.
That is going to be key here. We're also going to have to wait and see if we get some lucky surveils again, because that was
Oh,
kind
man.
of did Manuel's luck run out going into the semis? I don't know. We're going to have to wait and find out as we jump into the match here, but it's going to be really cool to see because both of them are sort of like playing almost different games, right? We've talked about how disruption matters in Legacy and stuff like that. So kind of talk to me about maybe what we can see. Oh, no freebies on this time around for Manuel, but talk to me a little bit about the disruptive stuff that Manuel might be able to do against the Eldrazi plan.
Yeah, so sometimes you get to Thought Seize your opponent's best creature, or you get to Force a Will, a Thought Not Seer, and you kind of slow down the game for your surveils and your cantrips to do some work. So in that regard, it's similar as Manuel's approach against the Forge deck that we saw, except the Eldrazi deck, they have, let's say, lesser bombs, but they do a better job of like putting pressure on Manuel's life total. So it's very, very hand-to-hand dependent who's defending and who's attacking. I will say this start from Luca isn't the most powerful. No Soul Land, no Cavern. So I'm a little bit curious what that means, if we're going to see like a turn 2 Line Breaker off of an Ancient Tomb, if it's an aggressive hand, or we're going to be passing the turn with 3 mana up for K Command. Yeah, this turn will tell us a lot about how this game is going. By the way, in the meantime, Manuel missed his land drop.
Yes, interesting here. Okay, so no, and you're right. It was the Eldrazi Temple pass here. So that could be that kind of indication of like, I'm going to be the reactionary, wait for you to try to do something and respond with the K command there. But we
I
see
just
the
realized something. I'm sorry for cutting you off here, Nan, that
no, you're
there
good.
exists a world where in open deck list, you know your Eldrazi opponent has 0 wastelands. If I miss my land drop on purpose here and I disguise that I have Careful Study, Bin a Fatty, Cast Reanimate, maybe they tap out instead of holding up K Command. That play exists, and I know Manuel is good enough to miss a land drop on purpose here. Let's see if that's actually the case, or I'm just imagining things here.
All right, there's the K command. But yeah, that's so interesting to kind of think about is these like, try to think 5 steps ahead and plan ahead, especially knowing that deck lists are available here and we are going to go and start stripping away some of the targets.
And binning 2 fatties is a pretty good way to play against Kozilek's command X1 because Archon is, perfectly fine. The fact that Luca cast this card now says a little bit about his hand. He either has a second copy of K Command or he's looking for land.
Okay, Cavern's nice.
That's huge because I spotted a Thought Not Seer earlier, and this is going to now take the best card out of Manuel's hand.
Oh my gosh. Look at that.
And
We've
that
got
card
2
is Reanimate.
Yeah, it's like we got that's so good. 2 Reanimate spells there. Of course, Reanimate itself is the one we want because we've only got 1 land. There was a Force of Will as well as an Atraxa in there, Thought Seize. So this is a really nice way to kind of help get yourself ahead and be able to keep yourself ahead.
You need to take the Reanimate, hope that Manuel breaks on land, and that the game develops nicely for you from there. Because if Manuel just has a land on top of the deck, that land, of course, cannot be a second copy of Undercity Sewers, but aside from that, then I think you're in big, big trouble as the Eldrazi player. Yeah, I think it was just a forced. You have to take that and then hope that Manuel used all the luck in the previous rounds that we streamed today.
Let's see.
I did say land, but Manuel reminds me that Lotus Petal will do.
Lotus Petal will do. Archon will come out. So we've got some ETBs. Please sacrifice a creature. I will draw a card, gain 3 life. You will discard a card. Oh my gosh. Archon of Cruelty does like all the things that you want to be able to do.
What a cool card. And I think this version of Eldrazi with an empty board struggles with that card just as much as the next big creature. Because if there was just a random spawn in play, you could discard a card you didn't really want. Or not discard at all, as Manuel is reminding Luca about here.
All right. Luckily, we've got, of course, the ability to roll it back and get it all fixed with the judges available.
Let's see how the judge handles this, because in theory, we got info about the card on top of the deck that could alter this decision. But since there's no deck manipulation or whatever, it should be somewhat simple to just draw a random card after this and give it a shuffle. Unless we surveil something to the bottom. I don't know. I shouldn't really be. I should just let the judge figure this out, because this could be a complicated resolution. Okay, it looks like they're going for a simple version.
Okay, cool. Oof.
Archon,
Sometimes that happens,
5,
especially
6,
in these
yeah.
high, intense moments of being in the semifinals. You've been playing all day. Mistakes happen. That's why we got the judges there. But what were you saying about the Archon?
The Archon is basically, on an empty board, it's very hard to beat. If you can fire off, let's say you just had a random spawn lying around, it would be no problem. Oh, look at this. This is cool. A trigger that bounces the Archon that gets around Force of Will. I completely forgot about the Battle Mage here. That's a very good counter to it.
That is cool.
So now, all of a sudden, the Eldrazi player is looking to be ahead, because I saw some juicy cards in that hand.
All right, so now we're kind of back into the rebuilding mode here, trying to be able to find some more tools to kind of help us out. Still,
Let's
okay, I was
count
going
the
to say we need
cards.
another land, but
Wait a minute. Manuel had 8 cards. Could have gone to clean up with the Atraxa. Oh, wait a minute. 4. Why are we discarding that card? 1, 2. I count 6 cards, unless there's 2 more cards hiding down there.
I was like, there might be some that are just slightly off camera that we might have missed here.
Yeah.
But yeah.
That is a pretty cool play, getting to the cleanup step naturally here. Broadside Bombardier. That is a cool addition to the deck that you can play because of that land exactly, the crossroads here that Manuel is looking at, because that's just a rainbow land for all creatures with no drawback. So you can even play a couple of Bombardiers in here. That card is something you can force rule if you want to.
Looks like we are going to
look at this
more
decision.
surveillance.
This decision is perfect, because this is with Bombardier on the stack. We decide to surveil in response. Imagine you have the card Reanimate on top of your deck. Now you know you need some life points to work with, and thus you'll be force willing the Bombardiers. Let's imagine you find Animate dead, then you don't necessarily need the life points, and you maybe don't have to force it. So surveilling in response here is huge. I really like that move.
Yeah, really, again, those kind of heads up plays for these players. So goes, yep, I'm fine with letting you be able to have this, and let's kind of bring the beats here.
Oh yeah, Abundant Countryside, not Crossroads. Yeah, that's the one. So you kind of just get a free roll rainbow land for any creature, and then if you're super flooded, you can start making 1/1 Eldrazi's, which is kind of cool.
Which is also cool, yeah. Especially in a case where you have Glaring Flesh Rakers and other things that care about how many Eldrazi's that you've got out there.
A brutal second. I love the sequencing here. You're playing Broadside Bombardier before making your land drop. The opponent doesn't know that there's a Soul Land and a Thought-Knot Seer coming. That's really sweet. And then Uncounterable Thought-Knot Seer gets to take care of Flow State, and Manuel is left with nothing after producing an Archon early, and I was ready to lock this in as a lead.
All right, but now we're going to be trying to help ourselves out here, getting some more draw effects here with that careful study, and we can start pitching some of those fatties back into the graveyard. Did we draw into? Okay, no, Thoughtseize.
It looks
Just
like, how much damage is this next turn? It's 8 and it's 6, so it's 14 damage here, if nothing else, because you can sacrifice the Thought-Knot Seer if you want to. You might not want to if it's not lethal. But that is a lot, so yeah, let's see. 8 combat damage and then 6. Yeah, it's 14. I wonder if can we activate I have Ugin?
Oh, that might be a line.
I have Ugin with 7 mana. Well, I guess just drawing a line breaker here is, or a Flesh Raker. I think that's also very, very good.
All right, send the team. Big damage coming across.
Now the question is, do we want to Bombardier the Battle Mage so that Manuel is at 4 instead of 8? Because in theory, Reanimate on Atraxa still works when you're at 8.
That's true. But nope, looks like weren't able to find any tools to kind of help us out there.
Battle Mage is a good way to beat Archon, because the Archon, quote unquote, only draws 1 card, only kills 1 creature. It's not like Atraxa where you draw enough to go the second barrel, basically.
Battle that's a great way to think about it.
So that's why I frequently tell people, like, Archon is beatable. Atraxa, less so in general.
Oh, you
And
get
that's
so many resources off of Traxa.
Mhm. So I did predict Leyline earlier, which is not the case. It looks like Luke is going for unlicensed hearse. In general, this is a testament to Oops All Spells getting nerfed recently, so
Hmm.
the need for Leyline has gone down. We've seen now a Forge deck with no Leyline. We've seen Mono Black Aggro, which did have Leyline. Now we see this deck that has switched out the Leylines. But yeah, unlicensed hearse is still going to be great. I want those in my deck any day of the week. Maybe we can take out some of the expensive Devourer of Destinies. This matchup, if it goes somewhat long, that usually means we're doing well for ourselves, so having a potential dead card is not the best. Also, look at the Baragoyf in the sideboard. That card is only castable, well, sure, Pedal, but it's only responsible to play because of that abundant countryside,
That's
being able to cast
crazy.
any creature. Um,
Good deck building
so,
there.
oh yeah, very, very cool upgrade. Previously, we played a land that we had to name Eldrazi, and then it was a rainbow land for Eldrazi's, but it was not a rainbow land for other creature types. So we have a bit more options now.
How do
With
you
open deck
feel
list, yeah,
about
go ahead.
Warping Whale, though?
Warping Whale, with open deck list, you know it's actually going to catch your opponent's show and tell. So that's not bad. It catches Reanimate, but it does not catch Animate Dead, being an
Mhm.
enchantment. But yeah, with known deck list and show and tell in the opponent's list, I like it. I could see it.
Oh, cool. Yeah, like lots of tools that we got available. Also, like we saw just how good the aggro plan was for the Eldrazi list. On the other side, we know that kind of the pivot away from the graveyard is a good way to go about it with the show and tell. I mean, when you're fighting against Eldrazi, you can hope that the consigns come in, but there's also 4 Cavern of Souls that's known information too. So it's
Yep.
like you get stuck in these weird kind of, okay, how can I actually fight against this deck? So what do you like seeing for Manuel here with the kind of game 2
I
elements that we're getting into?
Yeah, you touched on some good points here. I will add that Consign Memory will always counter Kozilek's command, no matter what, which is
Yes.
great, and it will counter the triggers from the bounce
Hmm.
Eldrazi interaction that just happened, and Thought Nut Seer, and then all the times where they don't draw Cavern, and then if they put Chalice on the stack, you can even counter that. So that has enough targets. And now you don't have to speculate with Echoing Truth because there's no leyline in the mix, but you can
Yes.
consider whether you want to still have it because they might sneak unlicensed hearse in there. All in all, this is an exercise in not diluting your deck too much, but I think
Hmm.
we have some room here between cutting some grindy elements like Flow State, getting rid of Daze, maybe trimming on Thoughtseize. That's generally a card that's unexciting to draw multiple copies of. So I think we can
Right.
do enough trimming around the edges to fit some nice sideboard cards here. But in general, legacy sideboard games slow down a lot because decks are so tuned to account for each other. And I think that's one of what we're going to see here, a little bit of who blinks first.
Ooh, nice. All right. So now we're getting into, looks like we did get a bit of a mulligan down, but Thoughtseize, oh my gosh. What do we got? Unlicensed Hearse in there as
Yeah,
well.
with Ancient Tomb. So that's a turn 1 play right there.
Wow. All right.
So
And that's
again, I talked a little bit about this earlier, where what Manuel picks here says a lot about his hand. So for
mm,
me, when you leave unlicensed hearse here, it's because you're playing a show and tell.
yep.
So
Great knowledge there for that, because like you said, you can kind of pivot away and go, yeah, that's fine. You can sit here and eat my graveyard all you want. I'm not playing with it this game.
and that must be what Luca is thinking here as well, that my opponent doesn't let me have this card if they, are losing to it. So then what would it take for them to not lose to it? Well, show and tell into Atraxa, probably.
All right, so now we're in this sort of follow up. Where do we go to continue to develop our board? We have the unlicensed hearse that helps us at least go for the graveyard side of things. We could start to develop and get our flesh raker out. Like it's
I
a
think,
tough spot to be in, though.
yeah, I think this unlicensed hearse is on tap, though. I think this, yeah, okay, well, there we go. That changes a lot because otherwise, shields would be down in another way. So, okay, so maybe we drew another Thought Nut Seer. No, we didn't. Okay, we're
Mm.
playing this one with 1 mana floating, basically daring our opponent to daze it. But we drew.
Oh,
Wait a minute here. The pedal. We have 1 floating. We play pedal. Yeah, okay. This is perfect. So in theory, we can get dazed here. So this would be Lucas saying, "Do you know what, buddy? I don't think you have daze in your deck post sideboard against my Cavern of Souls tons of mana deck. So I'm actually gonna try and step on the gas here, especially because when you Thoughtseize my Thought Seer and you didn't care about my anti-graveyard card, a show and tell is coming, so I don't have time to mess around. So
Right.
kind of a forced situation where you need to get busy.
Right. And that Eldrazi line breaker is definitely a way to get busy because of that idea to be able to push for damage, giving stuff haste, giving some more power to it. And then the
It's like,
shredding that Flesh Raker does give as well of when you're casting stuff.
oh yeah, and look at this. This is going to be a 6-powered creature?
That's scary already.
Because you have
All
3
right.
Eldrazi's and it's a 3/3 to begin with.
Yep.
So
Gets +3 until end of turn.
do we see the show and tell into... Ooh, that's not a land that helps show and tell.
Okay. That helps a little bit here. We're going to at least be able to get rid of the line breaker. So we'll be able to kind of drop down and utilize our bone shards to be able to do that.
I didn't sneak a peek here whether there's show and tell into big creature left in Manuel's hand. By the way he's been playing this game, that would be likely. But maybe he was also just playing for the hypotheticals of knowing he has 4 show and tells in the deck, but
Right.
not necessarily at the ready.
All right.
Okay, the clock is slowed down here. No follow-up. That's huge for
Mm.
Manuel's chances of winning this game. There is a show and tell, but no creature. That explains it.
Show and tell and animate dead, but again, no. Oh, but we can steal your creature here. Let's see if we can try to grab that, and it's going to at least get eaten from the unlicensed herds, which is like expected, right? We have this essentially dead card. We don't want to just sit here and do nothing this turn. Let's, try to at least use our mana efficiently and do stuff here.
I like it. It's a little bit of a unrealistic pipe dream, and there is a chance that animate dead is a card. Let's say you draw Brainstorm, you actually like quantity of cards. So now you can argue that you binned, a card that could have been put back on a Brainstorm. So I don't consider it a complete free roll, but I do appreciate a good try there.
Oh, we did not find any threats. And there's the hand, and the Eldrazi is able to move on there. Just the aggro strategies can just sort of get there sometimes, where it's like, well, you don't have a good enough answer. You weren't able to find a way. And even with the disruption that we got to see earlier on, it still just wasn't enough to be able to kind of take over and allow for that capitalization that the Manuel was trying to go for with his deck.
Yeah, the Thoughtseize decision was basically a testament to I need to get rid of the Thought Seer because I already have the show and tell, and this gives me the most time to complete it with my 6 or 7 fatties. And then when you don't get there between surveils and cantrips and draw steps, then the Eldrazi deck is just going to kill you with good old-fashioned creatures.
Turning creature sideways, sometimes it's enough, right? Eventually you got to get that 20 points to 0, and we got to see it there with the Eldrazi list. So really cool to see for that semifinals, kind of breaking through things. That means that the Eldrazi list will be moving on to the finals.
Marching on to the grand finals. Yeah.
Very cool. Now we still have another side of the bracket to be able to look through here, and that is going to be a little bit more of the will combo be able to get through? Will the kind of taxes style be enough here? That's going to be an exciting one to see. Do you have any kind of preferences or like leanings that you say this deck might be a little bit better positioned? Is it going to come down to a lot of the draws in here? Like, what are you feeling?
Yeah, I want to see the list first. Then I'll let you know about it. We have yet to see the Simic deck. We have seen the Birthing Taxes deck, so I know what that deck offers when it comes to disruption in the face of a show and tell strategy, but I'm not quite sure about the Simic deck, so let's try and see here. Oh, okay. So we're looking at an A+B combo deck that is looking to resolve either show and tell or Eureka, put into play Omniscience or a big creature like Atraxa or Emrakul, and then win the game from there. Omniscience usually lets you draw your deck, attack with an Emrakul. That's all she wrote. Now, we have the One Ring in our deck to time walk against aggressive decks to give ourselves more draw power. That card in Stock Up play a similar role where those are simply just vehicles to try and assemble A+B. Stock Up this awesome printing from a few sets ago. I'm sorry for not remembering the set. This card just gives the deck so much consistency. You get to see your show and tell more often. You get to find backup more often. But the white deck does offer some obstacles. It's not as simple
Mm.
as simply just find your show and tell, put Omniscience into play, and that's all she wrote. So if we can get the Taxes deck on the screen, I'll try and highlight some key interactions here, because this version has a few ways to beat the Omniscience side of the table. I'm trying to find the Witch Enchanter. It's up to a 4 of in this deck. Witch Enchanter, if you put that card into play off of the opponent's show and tell, you kill your opponent's Omniscience. They don't get the priority sorcerer speed to cast, Emrakul, Atraxa, Stock Up, you name it. So that's going to be
Right.
key. Stoneforge Mystic can even go and fetch some counterplay in Meteor Sword, which has a similar ETB effect. And while this is going on, this deck even has Caracas for, naked Emrakuls, naked Atraxas, as I like to call them. And there's even a Disruptor Flute here, simply saying a lot of people are playing nasty cards like the One Ring and Show and Tell and Doomsday in the format, and my deck is bad against those. So how do I tweak my deck and meet them halfway there? So the white deck has a dangerous amount of counterplay, and this player will be trying to take advantage of the open deck list situation.
That makes total sense there. So it's like we have the ability to go fast, but we don't want to go too fast where there's going to be all these like hate pieces that are just main board already existing within the Birthing Taxes list.
It
So
looks like game 1 we have no choice from the Simic side of the table. And game 2, hopefully we have some consigned memories in the sideboard, but let's cross that bridge when we get there. I actually think waiting just gives the white deck more draw steps to find, what they need in order to counter your evil plans.
all right, and we saw just how effective it can be as the game goes on for the sort of death and taxes style, or ritual taxes as it is known here. But all right, let's already kind of off to the races, start to stock it up and get some cool resources here. We're going to be
Yeah.
going through and trying to grab 2 cards that we could be able to utilize to help us progress our game plan a little bit more. And Ancient Tomb, of course, that soul land going to help us cast through things as well. So great way to kind of set ourselves up here for game number 1 on the kind of ring show side of things here.
Yeah, and it's also a little bit interesting here, because if the Death and Taxes deck keeps a 7-card hand with known deck lists, we kind of know that there's some interaction there. Ooh, look at this. We're real-time lining up
Ooh.
a new feature here for you guys at home. Nan, talk to me a little bit about this one. What is this monstrosity?
Oh my gosh, this is amazing to be able to see though. So we now get the hand trackers here. So we get to get 100% information about what's going on. So we can kind of try to plan things out as if we had perfect information for this
Yeah,
match for you guys to be able to see. And which is
and you
great,
see
especially with
exactly.
the One Ring happening here.
Yeah, that's going to be a lot of cards. And we see the Witch Enchanter already being in Nicolo's hand. I really like that we have turn 2 Thalia, because in theory that disguises our keep as, hey, I'll keep just about anything with turn 2 Thalia. That's pretty solid against a blue deck, right? So Nicolo is quietly rooting for the opponent to go for Show and Tell Omniscience in this spot.
Oh my gosh, that would be very, very important here. So now also with the One Ring already in play, this kind of gives us a little bit more kind of avenues to try to go forward. But it's tough, right? There's taxes stuff out. There's kind of a trap already waiting to be sprung
Yes.
in Nicolo's hand. So like this is okay, I like this sort of force here. Right.
Yeah.
We're just going to make sure that our pathway gets to be as clear as possible. And we've got a show and tell to be able to bring in and bring out an Atraxa to kind of, that's what we're setting up for here, it looks like.
And when you look at Nicolo's hand, he is a little bit soft to Show and Tell Atraxa. He would love Show and Tell Omniscience, but Show and Tell Atraxa, that could be troublesome. I realize you can put into play. The thing is, you have to put Witch Enchanter into play and kind of try and call the bluff. You cannot just put Recruiter of the Guard into play and then just lose to Omniscience. That's simply not
Oh
allowed.
gosh, right.
So we still need to draw the 3rd mana source for Recruiter to even be able to get that Solitude. So let's see what comes into play here. I mean, I guess Atraxa is the only option here. So this is the perfect situation for Luca. There's no Caracas, there's no Solitude, there's no Plow, and just like you see here, you have to put in the Witch Enchanter, which is now not a mana source, a crucial mana source.
That exactly, right? And we need that 3rd land for that Recruiter of the Guard to be able to be cast, to be able to find the Solitude. So like very tough position to be in. But now we're starting to see gathering up our tools off this Atraxa and kind of setting ourselves up to kind of really take advantage
Oh
of
yeah.
this sort of like power that Atraxa gives us of just going, yeah, I've spent all of my resources up to this point to get this one card, and now I get a refill and get a whole bunch of new tools to be able to kind of keep this game going. If for whatever reason you're able to answer my Atraxa, now I've got ways to kind of go for my backup plans here.
And I'm interested to see if there's. I don't think there's a Force Will in the mix, and we pitched Force to a previous Force.
We did.
So, in theory, there's a hole in the armor here. One of the best draws from Nicolo now includes simply just a land, so you can go Recruit or Solitude and kind of start over. But Caracas is a good one. Yeah, this is just a complicated situation, all in all, because now you're actually naked to the opponent's second try. Let's say they go Show and Tell Omniscience. You don't have a second answer to Omniscience now.
No, we don't. So now, what then can we try to hope for? We're hoping for our land drop to be able to go here. And
Yeah,
oh,
first of
no.
all, we need to deal with the Atraxa. So whether that's through Plow, drawing a land so we can Recruit or Solitude. But the thing is, we're probably losing to the second barrel, because look at this life gain swing with a One Ring in play. This is just domination.
Oh my, it's going to be crazy. Okay.
That is
I
a
like
path
the
to assault.
idea of exactly Birthing Ritual with that 4-drop. Like you mentioned, it is a path to a Solitude here.
Yeah, Luca giving it a good read. Pretty cool. We're in the semifinals of a highly competitive tournament, and you just got to read your opponent's card. I mean, that's amazing, right? That's the check mark that you have been doing something very, very cool, and you're getting things done your own way.
All right. Did we find a Solitude off of it? Did we find any other tools that we could be able to use to help us here?
It looks like it's not the best, but we will see a swap here. To be fair, 2/2 is not much, but that 2/2 is an avenue to Solitude next turn in theory, right? So we need a solid reason for in order to swap here. We can do some super unexciting stuff like flicker our own surveil land.
True.
Maybe a Scarab Swarm was hit here. No. Okay, Recruiter for
Recruiter.
Solitude. That works. Probably something we should fire right now.
Yeah, right. Don't want to give our opponent, especially because we got to see a bunch of the stuff that got added to their hands, and we
I
know
missed
that
the
there's no
detail here,
force.
Nan. The fact that the Omniscience is a known card in Luca's hand. So if you're
Yes.
just cold to, I realize we cannot cast Eureka right now, but all it takes is like one Lotus Petal. Then we're able to cast it. So you don't want to be cold to that. So you have to take the lesser evil here, take your medicine, and take a hit from the Atraxa, which is a terrible position to be in. You're in between a rock and a hard place here.
Oh, but like you said, you have to, because otherwise you just get completely blown out by it, and so you need a way to kind of sort of plan for the next couple steps. Go, yep, I'll take a hit here. I'll take what I can, but I need to make sure that I'm protected for your plan B, your plan C, and be ready to kind of eventually get to getting to my plan, which is a lot of what the Death and Taxes style is like. I'm slowing you down to grind the game to that halt and sort of Anaconda style, slowly constrict you down and win through this sort of like overwhelming power that is through these flicker effects, through these constant searching effects. But we see a brainstorm getting utilized here for Luca, going to be continuing to kind of fill up on resources and set up for kind of the next step on their game plan here.
Stuff that would be, so a pedal would enable Eureka to get cast. If you find Show and Tell Emrakul, you would fire that in a heartbeat. So just giving yourself a good chance here, seeing as many cards as possible. But you also don't mind passing the turn here with at least one Force of Will up, and because you like your position, right? It's the Taxes deck that has to move.
Oof. All right. Move to discard. Let's get rid of some of these lands we don't need here. All right.
Tons of extra cards, that's for sure.
Tons of extra cards here. So Vial was drawn. No extra land yet.
Yeah, this is getting very tough now because we don't have time for Vial to do anything this game. Our 2 drops in hand don't do a whole lot.
No.
We know the opponent. Maybe we did. Maybe the Force of Will was actually not revealed off of the Atraxa, but we know there.
I don't think it was. I think that was drawn off the brainstorm there.
Right. I think there's a huge chance there's a Force Will in my opponent's hand, but at the same time, I got to give it my best try here, and I wonder what that actually is. What is Nicolo's path to victory here? You can take one more hit off of the Atraxa. The opponent's going to draw 4 more cards off the One Ring. This is such a powerful position.
I mean, do you go for...
Oh, right. We
Ooh.
actually had a land there, so we can abandon and say, hey, you know, beat me with the Omniscience play.
Yeah, right.
So this looks like Vial first and then Thalia. Just solid sequencing. You don't want to get caught with that uncastable Vial. And then remember, we got rid of our 4-drop last turn, so we don't have a path to an Atraxa answer here.
We don't.
With Birthing Ritual.
We could get a Flicker Wisp and be able to have essentially a blocker, but
next turn. So you flicker.
Oh my gosh. Nope. We're going to force and say no Thalia.
Right.
All right. Now we're digging. Now we're looking. Utilizing that Birthing Ritual, we're going to look at that top 7 here. See if we can find anything that can help us out of this situation. At this point, it's very challenging, but by knowing the deck and understanding all these different lines, I'm sure that, oh, okay, we're doing the Flicker. We did find a Flicker Wisp here.
Flicker Wisp targeting the One Ring, basically resetting it, saying, well, I don't want you to have a draw 4 next turn, and then on your end step, Ring returns. Because this is happening on Nicolo's end step. So this Ring is out for half a turn cycle.
I like that. And then, like, worst case, we still can sort of block and absorb the attack from Atraxa here. But we did, like, having that immediate, like, protection, I guess, or responses doesn't really help us so much for the next couple steps. Like, we're at this point, we're almost playing not to die, not so much we're playing to win. Like, it's a very hard pathway to get to that next steps to try to win here. But is there anything that we can kind of try to work our way through? And, like, I mean, Solitude helps us at least answer the Atraxa, but we have no way to really get that until next turn with our Recruiter. I mean, if, I don't know, it's like, go to 3. So we're actually even going to be fine just sort of not even blocking here.
The key to this game is that your opponent misevaluates the danger of casting this card, and they didn't. So with your Recon play, double Omniscience, and then you try and stock up into, basically Spiral, so you can draw your deck and finish off with Emrakul. But yeah, with double Omniscience, Eureka is pretty good counterplay to what the white deck has going on. Because you get to put a lot of stuff in, and there's not anything to do in between these. It's like you alternate and put something in, but the triggers don't go on the stack until everybody's finished.
It's going to keep repeating this process until nobody puts something into play. And, the Death and Taxes list or Birthing Taxes list has basically all the things that they can put into play here. So
Thalia here's cool. Another copy just got forced. So that must be good, right? Because that now makes stock up into a 1-drop. The creatures are free, which is a little bit scary.
Creatures are free, but the stock up it will slow things down slightly here. Stoneforge, and okay, so they did go do that explanation because we were.
I love that the judge's hand was ready there.
No, don't do that. Don't search yet.
Big no. Yeah, we both spotted that one. That was a fun one. So I wonder if Luca puts in the One Ring here because you don't get the protection, but you get to save a mana because of Thalia being in the mix.
Yeah, and we're not really worried about the protection at the moment based off of what things are looking like with the board state. So it's like, sure, that's fine. And Luca says, I got nothing else to put into play. And I like the deciding not to, because you need something to pitch, right? You got to be able to get the Solitude here or something like that, and then still be able to have the resources to be able to pitch for it. So
this is also why you saw Luca attack first this turn, because then at least you get in the damage before the opponent gets a path to Solitude with the help of your own Eureka. So just good detailed sequence of the turn. Sometimes you need to attack first, sometimes you need to attack second, depending on your deck. And then that stock up, that is going to be key. The 1 mana stock up coming up just about now.
Oh my gosh, yeah.
After some triggers, that's going to be a huge one.
All right, so now it looks like we're going through and finding our tools here. I mean, Meteor Sword and Solitude here just sort of just get ways to try to answer the best that we can with what the board state is. But
Yeah, that sounds like our only path to victory here. We
Mhm.
are really hoping that last card in the opponent's hand is not, something like Emrakul that just finishes the game on the spot.
Oh gosh, yeah.
But yeah, stock up, that's a lot of cards. And then you get into a spot where you're going to find the second Atraxa, and that's going to be free. You look at 10 more cards, like digging
Right.
really hard for the Emrakul. So creatures don't care about the Thalia here, but let's imagine we see a ton of Ponder Brainstorm stock ups, then maybe
Mhm.
we can be bottlenecked here.
Okay, pre-war formal wear. We're not going for the Meteor Sword here. We're saying, you know what? I'm going to try. I feel like with how things are set up, maybe I have enough tools to kind of drag it out even longer. We'll stretch this game and sort of utilize kind of the tools that my deck has access to, and utilizing a lot of these,
Yeah.
powerful creatures. Especially we got to see these sort of sequencing, utilizing Birthing Ritual with the pre-war formal wear and the way that you can sequence it, of course, with Flicker Wisp. Like there's a lot of cool lines that exist that are still available, but we're going to dig a little bit more with the One Ring here, and we still have access to that stock up. Oh
Oh
no,
my
nope, we
god.
just
That was the one of Emrakul there.
oh my
So
gosh.
you get a turn. The opponent can kill it with Solitude, but then the Atraxa becomes a must block. Oh man, that Emrakul was huge. I'm not sure why we're not casting this stock up.
Right.
For the 1 mana we have left over. With Omniscience in play, there's a Thalia.
Maybe just because of the One Ring got us it right away. We were fine with just sort of
Yeah. Yeah, there's just a chance that we can get bottlenecked a little bit on mana due to the Thalia, even though we have Omniscience in play, I get that, but yeah, okay. So that Emrakul is gone.
okay.
I wonder how, with Emrakul gone, if Nicolo finds Caracas for that Atraxa, I
Oh,
wonder how, if that is a lock on the game to the advantage of the Death and Taxes deck.
right.
Because there's only one Emrakul. There's
we've got
one, what's that card called? The bounce, the sulfurous, the land, sink into stupor in the deck.
Mhm.
But that doesn't help against Caracas.
No, it does not.
Huh.
So we're just on
That would be insane.
oh my gosh, that would be crazy if we just are able to get into there and just be like, "Yep, now we're set." But we're digging here, stock up. But again, it's like you said, there's no additional Emrakuls. The Atraxa is the biggest, scariest thing that exists still in Luca's list.
Yeah.
So trying to, okay, we're just gonna keep casting what we can and just going through things.
So for me, let's try and recap that turn.
Cycle.
The Emrakul getting played there, when you know there's a Solitude in the mix, maybe the play is to use the stock up, try and find Force of Will, and then try and Emrakul the opponent the following turn. Maybe we jumped the gun there on the Emrakul, knowing it would die. But it's close
Maybe.
because we're forcing the Flicker Wisp to chump block, and then the opponent needs a new flyer to keep chump blocking. But let's imagine
Right.
the opponent finds like Scarab Swarm, Caracas. Like there's just so much stuff that stalls the game here to the advantage of Taxes.
Yeah, you're right. Especially like with these Atraxa flips here, it's not necessarily like we're getting anywhere, right? It's all just sort of like cantrippy spells
With the
and the
Emrakul
One
gone,
Ring and stuff.
we're just
Exactly.
churning. Also, pre-war formalware. I realize it's a 4-drop, but we do have Stoneforge. That can bring back Flicker Wisp.
Yes.
Like we can, yeah. This is what do you guys say in English? This is over my pay grade, beyond my pay grade.
Yes, yeah. Oh my god! But I mean, again, this speaks to the skills of the players that have piloting their decks and knowing, right? There's so many situations where someone would have been like, "Oh my gosh, you have all the pieces that you need. You've
Yeah.
got an
How can
attract."
you
So,
lose? You
but
have
it's
4
like,
omniscience. You have your hand in your deck in your hand practically.
right.
How can I possibly lose this game?
Exactly. I'm sitting at 42 life. This is perfectly fine. I'm great. This is nothing I got to worry about. Why have you not scooped yet? Like, but no, the Flicker Wisp is gonna sit here and just sort of block all day. Pre-war formal wear can bring it back. We've got Stoneforge on the battlefield. Esper Sentinel doesn't really help us here.
So let me get this straight. Pre-war formal wear targeting Flicker Wisp.
Mhm.
Flicker Wisp enters, targets formal wear.
Yep.
So if you have 2 Flicker Wisps in rotation, you can kind of keep doing it.
Yeah. Yeah. It's almost like having the Euron Flicker Wisp, both of them kind of synergize together. You've kind of found your little self fulfilling machine that you've created here of just sort of like, yep,
Oh yeah.
this is one kind of loop that I've now created here. And we still have the birthing ritual too to be able to dig and find some more tools.
Oh boy. So we are doing a great job stabilizing. Now, how do we go in the other direction? That is how do we turn the corner is what I'm trying to say.
Mm,
We do that by finding Caracas, Plow, like basically get Atraxa off the table,
yes.
but then a new one's probably coming. I think Caracas is like the best one because you can keep getting rid of it.
Yeah, exactly. Right.
And you
You
don't
just
really care about as you alluded to, there's not any card that the Omniscience deck is drawing now that are relevant. Like it doesn't matter if you draw 2 cards or 20 cards. It seems, unless we're missing something, of course.
no, yeah, I was trying to look through the list of things too, and it's like it really just feels cantropy now. Right. I mean, Sink into Stupor can help us get, bounce maybe the blocker or something like that. But if Caracas is there, then it's
Sink
not
into
available.
Stupor on the Flicker Wisp. Would that win
Hmm.
the game right now? It would, because it's the only
Hmm.
blocker.
It is.
For some reason, I thought I saw the Sink into Stupor in rotation earlier. Did it get pitched by force?
Oh no, did it?
I think I saw it on the
It's
awesome hand visual.
right. It's very possible.
But it could also have gotten Brainstorm back and whatnot.
Yeah,
So
that's the thing with Legacy, right? There's so many different ways that this could have
cards
disappeared.
can disappear from our vantage point. Yeah.
Oh, this is such a really exciting game one. Even though you kind of are looking at it and the game's sort of like in this weird state, it's just like so cool to be seeing the lines that these players are trying to navigate through to get to safety or to finish off your
Yep.
opponent. Like 42 life to 3, it looks like it's overwhelming in Luca's favor, but that doesn't really tell the story of what we're seeing actually play out right now.
No Sink into Stupor. So the game keeps on going. And I'm sure there's a formalware coming. And no, there's not. No, there isn't. So if we have Sink into Stupor in our deck, we need to cast the stock up before. So this tells me that it's not in there. It's exiled.
Gosh.
Oh man. Oh man, this game is crazy. Hats off to Nicolo, aka Uncle Sam. What a masterful display.
Yeah, for
Wow.
sure. This is very exciting to be able to see for
I consider
our other
this
semifinals.
awesome advertisement for Legacy. Some people would disagree, but if your deck can compete with somebody who has an Omniscience and the ability to draw their whole deck, and you're just sitting there with your green-white engine-based deck, man, that's amazing.
That's amazing. I mean, really, especially our top 8 altogether of how skilled these 64 players were to narrow it down to these top 8 plays and just how well that they know their decks to be able to navigate in these sort of situations, high stressful situations here to really kind of, be the one to be like, yep, this is my deck. I am showing why it's such a good deck and why you should be playing this deck. But
Oh yeah, what a display. And yet, Galactique says no to 4-drops.
nice.
You can't even put them on the stack, but it seems like players have been very relaxed about this all day. If you're playing on a professional level, this is like a warning, what do you call it, game rule violation or whatever you want to call it. These players are just fixing things themselves and focusing on the good vibes here. It's all about the intentions when you make a play like that.
Yes.
Okay, so to recap, if you're just joining us now, we have one player at 49 life with quad omniscience in play. You can play everything for free, I guess, except Thalia's as it costs 1. But the hole in the armor is that the singleton copy of Emrakul is exiled to a solitude, and the Atraxa keeps seeing chump blockers on the other side of the table. So the Death and Taxes player is trying to find a spot to turn the corner, because right now stabilizing seems decent, but maybe they're running out of flyers now.
It's like we luckily were able to find one with the white orchid.
Oh yeah, and we have the birthing ritual, so we
and
keep
we have
turning.
the birthing ritual, so we get to keep turning through it and finding. And there are, finding another flicker wisp. There's only 2 in the list, but finding another flicker wisp would be great.
Right.
Or finding another flyer just in case, that safety first. Finding a recruiter of the guard. Like, there's a lot of live draws that are still kind of impactful in this current state here.
The Kineptic Scarab Swarm is also a card that provides quite a bit of
Yes.
number of flyers, and that is a card that's hanging out in this deck.
All right, looks like we've found something.
Also, it's a matter of time before Caracas is the draw step.
True.
And that card will change everything. So this is about not being dead when that card arrives. You don't want to be shuffling for game 2 and then check your top card, and that's Caracas. A brick on the birthing ritual, though. So, wow. Is this a track
Yeah,
set
that's interesting.
through after all of those looks, all of those blinks, all of those recursions?
All right, we're still on digging mode. Still ticking up the vial, because that also, Euron still is available later on, so we could get all the way to that state.
I think this is, you need to hit a flyer off birthing ritual, or you're swimming with the fishes.
Oh gosh, look at the stress. I can feel it from here.
Oh, yeah.
Like, this is a very, very tough spot to be in, because again, it's like you look through 1 white orchid's in exile, 1 white orchid's in the graveyard that we know of for sure, 1 flicker wisp is in the graveyard. So really, there's like 3 more flyers that we could find here, or we could be able to get the scarab and then make a bunch of flyers. But
Solitude does not work because we don't have a 4-drop.
Right.
We need a flyer. Is that it? Yeah, we need a flyer. Wow, there's no flyer.
we
That's
didn't
crazy.
find it. Oh,
Oh, we
wow.
even saw the Reed Duke good games after just 1 game. He's holding the flag high when it comes to that. It's a little bit rare these days, but I actually think that game was worthy of a handshake. We're quickly
Definitely.
going to sideboard here. I don't think I have brain power enough to summarize how awesome that game just was.
No.
And we were about to see a historic comeback, but yeah, it didn't happen. Let me have a look at the sideboard here real quick from the omniscience side of things. Consign to memory is key. Consign counters the Witch Enchanter ETB, the
So many
Solitude
triggers.
ETB. It counters a lot of stuff. So that card is going to be crucial. Consign to memory countering triggers, not necessarily countering all that many colorless spells, although maybe there's more than the 1 Disruptor Flute in the main deck. So that's what we're going to see, and we're going to see an easy upgrade from the Veil of Summers that are not very good against green-white creature strategy.
Yeah, makes total sense. I mean, again, we got to see just sort of like how efficient the ring show deck was, of just like, I'm getting to my state, let's go. And now it's going to have access to ways to kind of interact a little bit more, and not just sort of like draw a bunch of stuff there. So I think the post sideboard stuff definitely helps it out a little bit here, but we've got a couple of tools that can kind of help us out. There are some silencing effects that might be beneficial here. But why don't you talk me through a little bit of what we could see be able to utilize to help us after that match there?
Yeah, we need the Deafening Silence, because if they go Show and Tell Omniscience, at least they cannot, brainstorm, ponder, stock up, keep going that turn. So that is shutting down some ring draws as well. If we can turn them into a Show and Tell Atraxa deck, then, well, not as we just saw, but as we can imagine, a cards like Caracas can take over, so that's good. Disruptor Flute naming Show and Tell is awesome. Consigned Memory can catch it on the stack. Force of Will can catch it on the stack. Eureka can get around it, but that is a very good tool. If you turn Show and Tell into a 6-drop and you're playing a Wasteland deck, that is generally pretty good. From there, the job is to reduce the opponent's life total. Sideboard-wise, we want to get rid of the plows, that's for sure. And I'm sure there's some of the more, like the Lion Sash is not going to be very
That's
consequential.
useful.
We have something like the second Formal Wear. The game probably doesn't go to that extent of a grind. We can do some trimming there, and then fit some anti combo cards, and hopefully put up one hell of a show like in game one.
Oh, it was quite the show. If you missed game one, make sure you guys are going to check out the VODs and everything like that, because it was quite a treat. But we're going to be jumping into game two, and Caracas, into an Esper Sentinel is actually a pretty solid start. Not only can you draw some cards when your opponent is trying to cantrip early, but you also have that protection that Caracas gives against all those legendaries that the, of course, Ring Show deck is trying to cheat into play.
Right. So by playing out Caracas here as your first land, it tells me you don't have any other white source, because in a perfect world, you want to slow roll the Caracas to make it a nasty surprise for the opponent. You actively want your opponent to go, hey, Show and Tell Emrakul, what you going to do about it? And then just drop Caracas casually, right? So it tells us a little bit about Nicolo's hand. But yeah, you're right about the Sentinel. It's annoying when let's say Lucas turn one is just a Ponder. Like, that's a huge drawback. You're just giving your opponent an extra card. So this card will slow things down, and then it's all about what can Nicolo do with that time available.
All right, so there's I was going to say, looks like we're going to be able to at least delay that for now with the Grafdigger's Cage coming out, with shredding ourselves off that Soul Land. But, I like that sort of...
Grafdigger's Cage. So this is a card that is basically shuts down the Birthing Ritual, which is funny. That's like, just obsoletes that card entirely, and it makes pre-wall Fulmaware,
Exactly.
dead, which is less relevant. It's basically just a 1-mana, hey, your Birthing Rituals don't work this game.
Hey, your pesky, annoying cards that gave you so much advantage and made that game go as long as it did, we're not going to deal with that this time. Let's try to put some hate out here and try to lock things up with this here. So now we can start to do a little bit of pondering, draw some cards.
Yeah,
but
this is what you want when you have Esper Sentinel. You follow up with Wasteland, then the opponent has to play Ponder into you, and you start drawing cards. So already now, the card is has been it's worth weight worth in gold here.
Exactly. And now, of course, a big shout out to the production there, Impact Gaming, that was able to get us the hand tracker so we can kind of keep track of everything that's going on there. Of course, on site doing all the production for us and the deck lists and stuff like that.
Those guys are so hard workers. I've had the pleasure of working with them for a few years, and it's always so accommodating, like make things possible. Every request, they're going to work on it and make it happen. Yeah, those two guys are workhorses. The Spanish guys in the machine room. Awesome stuff.
Yes, exactly. And we'll be seeing them, of course, helping us out again tomorrow, because it is the 4 Seasons spring event. So you'll see more Legacy taking place tomorrow. But Force of Will going to try to deal with the Thalia, which will, but we still get to draw some cards
good
off
old
of it there.
3-for-1 here. Pretty cool. The Death and Taxes player is slowly grinding into the game, and they even have a copy of Witch Enchanter in hand in case bad stuff happens. There's a couple of Wastelands if more non-basics are fetched, and this is just a solid spot despite the somewhat slow clock.
Oh, but this is exactly what you're hoping to see. Like you said, is you're just sort of the slow little incremental stuff to kind of keep the opponent at bay as we sort of take over, even if it's just 1 damage here, 2 damage here. But that's the idea of the deck is I'm going to make your decisions even more difficult because of all the stuff that I'm setting up on the board here.
Oh yeah, and look at this. You miss your land drop against a couple of taxing creatures. There's even a Wasteland waiting if you draw a Tropical Island or a Soul Land. Luca is even slow rolling Ancient Tomb because of the onboard Wasteland. This is slowly but surely looking like the Death and Taxes player can level the score here.
I like this. I like this a lot. We still got the flicker wisp elements too. In worst case scenario, we can start to deploy them, and especially in this case, if we wanted to do like a double surveil and increase our kind of pressure that we're putting on our opponents, or keep that wasteland available for when we might need it, and kind of keep our opponent in check as much as possible here.
Yeah, let's see. I expect Flicker Wisp to be flickering either the Caracas or the Wasteland here to
Hmm.
basically make Flicker Wisp into a 2-drop. It looks like the Caracas flexibility here is huge, according to Nicolo.
Yeah, like the protection that it gives us, knowing of what sort of could be deployed, all those scary threats with the Atraxa or Emrakul or something, having that sort of just like, well, nope, I still have this kind of stopper in place in case you were able to find something, but
Oh
nothing
yeah.
is set up here. So, is there anything that Luca can do
I
in
don't
these
think so,
moments?
actually, because now you're at 4. If you double
Yeah.
fetch, you're at 2, and the Ancient Tomb is taken off the table. So,
Phew.
and Luca agrees here, shuffling it up, and it's going to be game 3 for the marbles here in our
Oh,
second semifinals. Because in the
wow.
finals, we have the Eldrazi player waiting after a dominating performance against Blue Black Reanimator.
Exactly. And here we
The
go,
first
getting
semis.
into game number 3 here. All tied up for all the marbles. Who's making it to the finals? Will the combo of the ring show be able to do it, or will birthing taxes have what it takes to kind of slow things down here? So, kind of island pass here. Nothing too explosive or accelerating coming out at the moment.
Let's see if this turn one other vial is getting consigned to memory. That would be
That would be.
a pretty good exchange for the Omni Show player. And then again,
Mhm.
you're not really playing the game to 1-for-1 your opponent, right? You're trying to slip through your combo. So
Yes.
yeah, it is a good exchange, but it's also a little bit inconsequential to what the game is really about. Kind of like the Grafdigger's Cage last game, which was just hanging out in play.
Oh, that makes total sense. Now, if you were playing between these two decks, is there one that you would prefer to be piloting?
When I know the deck lists here, I highly prefer the white list because
Okay.
a lot of your monsters under the bed are eliminated when you have open deck lists. You know the opponent
Mhm.
only has one Emrakul. You know they only have one Sink into Stupor. You know how many consigned memories they have out of sideboard, and then from there you can make good decisions. Um, but then if you have to guess those numbers, then there's a fail rate to a lot of your decisions. So the open deck list heavily favors the white deck in this particular matchup.
Ooh, Esper. So you saw that debate there between the Vial and the Esper Sentinel
Yeah,
here.
I think that's because he has an earpiece, and I started to talk about consigned memory, and then he went for the card that kind of get consigned.
He goes, nope, not doing that. We can't just get blown out here.
No,
Ooh,
but to be fair, the play of Esper Sentinel here is a good counter to the Omni deck having Ancient Tomb stock up as their turn, which is somewhat predictable with Island Pass. So you dodge the consign and you play around the most powerful Soul Land refill spell, um, to an extent that you get an extra card. So actually, I don't hate the play here. But if this is only to respect consign, I think it's giving it too much respect.
ooh, I always love seeing when players are sitting here and mathing out and trying to kind of track through things on the table there with that little tap out modes that they do.
Oh yeah.
As a infect player, I'm very used to the kind of tap out. Okay, can
Oh
I get you
wow.
dead this turn?
Oh yeah. No, absolutely. And you have to do a little bit of theatrics, even though you're not in that great of a spot. You need to own the moment and be, uh, sticking your chest out.
All right, and so Brainstorm going to get utilized here. Of course, Esper Sentinel will get to draw a card off
Oh
that as
yeah,
well. But
so that
it's
means no land, I think, because otherwise you would play out that land proactively and prevent that draw on the side of the opponent. So I think that was just out of necessity rather than a luxury situation.
mm,
Uh,
is it okay? Witch Enchanter. All right. Looks like I would assume we're going for the at least, yeah, okay. Thalia that we've kind
Thalia.
of been storing in our hand here.
Okay, so let's see. Witch Enchanter is a card that guards you against Show and Tell and Omniscience, but it may be that you need the mana source, and then you're banking on the Thalia to resolve here, which also delays the Show and Tell Omniscience just a little bit differently. So let's imagine this Thalia gets countered, the opponent untaps, goes Show and Tell Omniscience. The game could be over.
It could be.
unless there's a second Witch Enchanter or Meteor Sword hanging out in Nicolo's hand. So this is a pretty important spell on the stack here. It looks like we will be dealing with it and paying the tax here for the Sentinel.
Oof. I mean, I think, the kind of delay tactics that we're starting to see get deployed, at some point you do have to answer it. You can't just sort of let your opponent assemble all of their, frustrating pieces of like, you're
Yes.
getting card advantage, you're like taxing all my stuff. Like, yes, you want to sort of get yourself to the point of, all right, here's my explosive, I'm comboing, I'm going, but
Yes.
you can't just let them do this setup forever.
No, absolutely. Sometimes things only get worse from a certain point, and it's all about taking a bite out of the sour apple and getting it over with. So let's see. This fetch of a tropical. I also got a sneak peek of another tropical in Luca's hand. Does that mean he's building for Eureka?
Ooh, it's very possible. We do
Because
see
green mana, that would be the only card you want green mana for, because this is not a Carpet of Flowers matchup. This is not a Veil of Summer matchup.
Right, exactly.
So, and this deck has one copy of Eureka, so that'd be pretty cool if that's the one.
That would be nice. And also, like you've talked about before, is like understanding your lines and where you can sort of like progress yourself towards, and how you're going to set yourself up to be successful, right? The goal is you're playing to win, not playing to not lose, right? So we're playing for our outs, we're playing for the lines that we know. And I'm sure that we saw the meta breakdown, and the like Death and Taxes was the most played. I think there was at least 8 copies in the 64 players that kind of came. So you've probably, I would assume, have played it at least once today, or if not, at least you've played it at the locals to get to this invitational. So you know the lines,
Yeah,
you know kind of how to navigate this matchup here.
right. Small correction. I think it was 5 as
Was
its
it
most
5?
played deck, and then
Okay.
you had 5 plus 4 of show and tell variants, which took that up to 9 total. But it was still the most played deck. Um, and yeah, you're right. When you're playing Omniscience, and the white deck has so much counterplay to your plans, you need to study that for sure. And it looks like Luca says it's time to go, especially with that Witch Enchanter getting played as a land, which could be seen as a weakness. But as we know, there's a second copy hanging out, and now it's a mind game. Is my opponent preparing to put in Atraxa, or is my opponent preparing to put in Omniscience? What? Because if you put in Witch Enchanter and they have Atraxa, we'll see how that goes.
Oh, there it is. It's
Nice
also, I
call.
think it's great call, especially seeing that they pitch one earlier. It's kind of like, oh, why would you pitch this unless you already had another one that you were trying to play? Maybe like
Yeah,
it's, you
I
can
love
kind of
that you
like,
highlight that. So there was that dynamic going on with the force pitch, and there was also that dynamic going on with the Witch Enchanter getting played as a land, right?
oh,
So
that's the fun thing about Legacy. It's all these little traps that these players are kind of setting up and trying to see, can you kind of fall into this one? Nope. All right,
yeah,
cool. Let me see if I can set up this next one for you. And it's like, oh, so good.
because imagine Atraxa is your payoff here, and we see the Witch Enchanter versus Atraxa again. Like that's going to end horrendously for the Death and Taxes
Mhm.
player unless he practices his skills at drawing Caracas.
All right, now
And
we can kind of
here the
deploy
vial
things.
we could have cast on turn 1 is getting cast on turn 4 or 5. That's pretty cool to see.
That is really cool to
Another
see. And now,
unconventional play, I guess you can call it.
yeah, that
Unconventional.
right. That's like not kind of what you might expect to see. And double Esper Sentinel also out here, so we can really just kind of double up on the amount of
I
kind of card
believe
advantage we
the
can
Esper
get.
Sentinel has drawn 2 or 3 cards in this game. So that
Mhm.
investment on turn 1, we were chuckling a little bit about, oh, he's playing around consigned to memory here, and but in the reality is that card has drawn a couple of cards and is looking super good.
Oh my gosh, this now we're seeing even more kind of land shredding here. We've had wastelands get used. Now we're going to be utilizing our white
Yeah,
orchid
this
phantom.
one this one is not really the end of the world, right? It's filtering a duel into a basic. So it's not, you know, it's not the most punishing in the world here, but it's more that this is now a 2-turn clock that I'm worried about on the side of Luca.
Mhm. 2-turn clock. Also, though, like you mentioned before about the Eureka line, shutting off the double
That is off.
green
Oh yeah,
could
you're right.
be
That is off
impactful
the table.
here.
I will say, if Eureka was in hand, I would expect basic forest to be the target here.
Mhm.
So probably not the case.
All right, right, what do we got?
All right,
Oh,
we
another
can
show and
go.
tell.
Oh, we can go again, but there's a draw 2 first.
Draw
This is
2.
huge. So I see Atraxa there, and oh
Looks
man,
like
this is going to
1
be a
ring.
cool one.
Yeah, so
So
Atraxa gonna try to get deployed. What do we've got for our birthing taxes? A Solitude. Okay.
so now, with the opponent having a couple of cards in hand, are we willing to put in the Solitude right away, or are we respecting the fact that there could be an Omniscience, and it's better to have the Solitude for later this turn?
Mhm.
Big
There's a Flicker
decisions.
Wisp in hand as well, so
Oh man, Flicker Wisp is awesome because let's say there is a third Omniscience. You can flicker that and it will only get back on their end step, and then you're presenting. Is it lethal? 5 + 4? No, close to it.
close to it though. Like this is that tough decision making point, and like the scary part too, because there are those 2 different avenues that it could be going for, that you're like, I don't know how I can answer it. I could answer wrong, so I got to make sure I set myself up for the most success. You see the sort of counting up. All right,
Yep.
how much pressure can I do? Flicker
Atraxa
Wisp.
Flicker Wisp. And flickering the land so
Oh,
that it turns into a 2/2, and now you do the calculation here, Nan. 2/2,
boy.
3/1, that's 5. Another 2/2, that's 7. An 8, 9. I have 11 damage on board. So if we have a way to get rid of the Atraxa without
Oh my
giving the opponent
gosh.
life, that's 11 damage. If there's a Caracas in that hand, this is a masterclass.
That is crazy of a setup here. All right, we do get to at least grab some tools. You see sort of a lot of counters that we've got that we can't really get, like 2 consigns. We're utilizing that force instead here. Goes get a land, Lotus Petal for our artifact, but
Funnily
not
enough,
really any other
if
tools.
there was a like an Omniscience there, we could have picked Petal as an artifact. Ancient Tomb as a land. Show and Tell as a sorcery. Omniscience as an enchantment, and kind of went for it. That would have been
Mhm.
insane. But no such luck here.
No such luck.
This is actually a very underwhelming Traxa trigger. Lots
Uh,
of
f-
do
Lots
nothings
of
here.
exactly, lots of do nothing, lots of duplicate stuff. I mean, there it looks like there's that like Grafdigger's Cage that was also, but it's like that doesn't really again help us in this sort of situation at this point in time.
No, it really doesn't. So you have to think about, why is my opponent flickering their land and turning it into a 2/2? You count their board. There's 11 power. What are they up to over there? There must be um, a high sense of urgency here. Let's see what Luca makes of it.
Yeah, we'll see how they can be able to navigate through this. Yeah, I like this. Just again, sort of still just sort of looking through, trying to piece together all the lines that they've got. There's the flicker back into play.
It was
There's
indeed
the
the Caracas.
Caracas.
Oh man,
Send the team. That's a cool force of
wow.
will. We don't need to even cast it because I'm not casting anything. Oh my
Nicolo
god.
did the math, had the Caracas, couldn't believe his luck when he saw those 10 cards from Atraxa, and then gets to execute the plan on camera. Man, that is the dream, punching the ticket to the grand finals.
Wow.
Holy
Wow,
smokes.
what a series. That was crazy to be able to see that navigation and not giving up, just sort of going, I know the way my deck works. I can kind of navigate through it and find the tools that I need to be able to kind of get me out of there. And now we get
Oh
to
yeah.
see the official breakdown of the finals here at the 2026 Italian Legacy Invitational. Is going to be Birthing Taxes versus Eldrazi. A lot of creatures going to be hitting the battlefield here. How do you feel about this, Andreas?
Oh man, I feel like this is going to be a banger. I'm looking at who gets to play first, and it looks like the Taxes player will play first due to being
Taxes.
5th seed versus 6th
Mm.
seed. So simply because of that and how the dynamic with, if I have Vial on the play versus if they have Chalice on the play,
Oh,
I'm going to give
true.
the slight advantage to Birthing Taxes here, but Empress is on slight.
Slight. You're right. Exactly. So now we're going to be pulling up and seeing what the Eldrazi list looks like. We talked about the Chalice of the Void is going to be a pretty impactful card if it can come down early. What other stuff are we kind of worried about or expecting to see in this matchup here?
Yeah, so I really like how Petrified Hamlet now protects your mana base in an actual Wasteland matchup.
Hmm.
You're playing that card over Wasteland yourself, so in theory that should give you less non-games when your mana is getting cooked. So now, if your mana is more safe, you're going to get to the later stages where you could deploy Reality Smasher, you can deploy Devourer of Destiny, you can have huge K commands, and in general, that's just a card that makes you better against Wasteland decks, and then makes you worse against big mana decks where you would want Wasteland yourself. But since you're up against a fair Wasteland deck, that's good news for a deck building. So that is a little bit of an advantage to the Eldrazi deck when it comes to deck building.
Very true. Also, some of these creatures that it can deploy are a little bit bigger and scarier, right? Reality Smasher,
Right?
Thought Not Seer, Devourer of Destiny, like
We have
these
hasty
bigger, heavier
creatures, we have
hitting.
menace
Hmm.
creatures, we have ways to win the game around the combat step with K command and Glaring Fleshraker. So yeah, it's looking decent from the side of the Eldrazi player.
Right. And we've seen this list quite a few times here, this kind of birthing taxes, card advantage through creatures here. What sort of tools can we use to kind of help us in this matchup? I mean, you do have things like, the Stoneforge Mystic shenanigans when you can get like meteor swords and stuff like that. Skyclave Apparition's really nice, but how
Yep.
you feeling about this list in particular?
Yeah, actually, the more I think about it, I think the fact that you have again Esper Sentinel and Thalia, and those cards don't excel in this matchup. If you don't draw Birthing Ritual, I feel like those cards can be huge liability.
Hmm.
So if we draw a Birthing Ritual, we can turn our Thalias into, Flicker Wisps or turn it into Recruiter of the Guard, then I'm not worried. So I think Birthing Ritual is going to be a key card in this matchup because we have decided to put Esper Sentinel and Thalias in our deck. Now there's a cool one here, White Orchid Phantom, that can take out
Yeah.
awesome lands. The opponent only has a single mountain they can go and tutor, and after that, this is going to be just straight up Stone Rain. So yeah, lots of polarized situations that can happen here depending on the timing. But yeah, I actually changed my mind a little bit. I think this is going to be very, very even. I don't think the Death and Taxes deck is that much ahead.
Right. I feel like it's going to be very dependent on how the sequencing is going for these players, what sort of draws that they've got to kind of help them kind of progress. But both of them
Yeah.
have a very specific way that they can kind of deploy their threats in this matchup here. And we're going to see, because will it be a turn one Vial? We get a mulligan down. So to 6 and no Vial on turn one.
Okay, so land pass here out of the Taxes deck. It's not necessarily the end of the world. Oh yeah, there we see the Hamlet card, and you have to remember to respond to this trigger because you can just name the fetch
Yes.
land on board.
Yeah, very good, very good. It's like when people will find Pithing Needle off their Urza sagas,
Oh
and then
yeah,
they go, "Oh no, I can't respond now." No, you
right.
cannot. You
At
you
that
let me
point, it's too
search.
late. Yeah. You have to be yeah, that's just I think that's a very, very well designed land that makes deck building interesting. You're gonna have to choose between playing Wasteland yourself or guarding better against opposing Wasteland decks. I think that's just a cool choice to have for your Stompy
Yeah.
deck.
Oh yeah, yeah. I like where you get more of those deck building choices that you can make instead of it's like, oh, we figured out this is the best 75 to play,
Right.
and it's like, no, that you actually there are reasons that you might want to do one way or the other, and we're seeing this right now here with these two lists in the finals, right? This very specific Eldrazi list, this very specific version of like Death and Taxes. So, oh look at this, there we go.
Flicker Wisp hitting the bin here, so that tells us that either we're a little bit landlight or, we feel like we should be able to do better. Okay, the Birthing Ritual hits the board, which I highlighted as a key factor for this version of Taxes. Because now this can turn any creature into better creatures. As we see over there on the right, the remaining cards are, okay, second Flagstones, that makes sense. It being a legend is a little bit annoying. Thalia, Recruiter, Solitude, and Plow, so lots of defense. And then the Eldrazi player is working with a pretty nice hand as well. I wonder if we're going to see the Chalice here or Luca want to get straight to business.
Ooh, not deploying the Chalice here.
Passing. So let's understand that 3 mana Kozilek's Command only gets rid of 1-drops, and now we have to
Right.
respond because otherwise the K command just kind of gets out of reach a little bit.
Mhm. So
I
let's
would have
at
loved to
least
see a Chalice played on that turn to kind of turn off Source of Plowshares and then start deploying my creatures, but I also get the move here that if the opponent has a Esper Sentinel, we can get rid of it with
Mhm.
K command and maybe make the Birthing Ritual a bad card.
Right. And it also goes into that idea of, open deck lists. We know sort of what they could deploy here. They haven't really deployed any 2-drops yet. Okay, maybe we can get by with that. And even this sort of setup of utilizing the K command to draw a card, make a spawn, helps us kind of ramp out for later. But
Yeah,
there's a nice
this is
find.
this is very nice because turning that into a mountain is actually lane destruction compared to last game where we just turned a tropical into a basic island.
Hmm.
This is actually taking mana off of the opponent. Does it enter untapped?
Ooh, good question.
Wide
Let's
Orchid
see.
Phantom?
Wait,
Oh,
put
Ghost
it on the
Quarter
battlefield
does.
tapped. It's
Okay.
tapped.
It's actually the second player who finds it untapped in a row, but I forgot to mention it last time.
Yeah, right. There's all these nuances of what Ghost Quarter does it this way, White Orchid Phantom does this
Oh
way.
yeah, Assassin's Trophy and
There's
Boseiju can get duels and yeah, all that stuff.
so many intricacies with all the different land searches there. Okay, Cavern, like the uncountable elements are not impactful or mattering in this, but the mana fixing can be impactful if we needed to be able
I
to,
like this play a lot
say, kick
actually.
something.
You're getting in there with Broadside Bombardier, and then you cash in your spawn to kill your opponent's 2-drop that is annoying, mainly thanks to the Birthing Ritual. So that's just a cool one. But, the white deck these days have free spells in it, so let's see before you go to combat here, buddy. I might have a Solitude for that Bombardier.
Oh, yeah. Let's see.
I think that's just a good play, right? You get rid of that card, you keep your 2-drop in play, which makes your Birthing Ritual better.
Mm-hmm.
That Broadside Bombardier can be a problem later, killing way bigger things, like, your life total.
Oh, Recruiter of the Guard going. I like that. Based off of our choices, keep the removal available to us, keeping the swords for later on, and just sort of like keeping that our opponent basically in check here as we are able to
Right.
kind of deploy some threats. Oh, our second Birthing Ritual.
Yeah, you love when there's multiple of that in play. It
I
always,
do.
like, we saw up to 3 earlier today for those who missed it. And yeah, you sounded terribly excited about seeing over a third of your deck on the end
I'm
step.
telling you, if you have not played with birthing like ritual before, please go and try it out. Whether you play this death and taxes list because it's super cool to be able to see, but just being able to look through so many cards, it's like, especially in the case where you have multiple like this, where you're just like, I just start
Yep.
chaining things together and really can snowball and kind of really set myself up the best that I can here.
And that is an underrated aspect because it's not that we're excited about the Skyclave, it's that it lets us potentially go into 4, which lets us go into 5. Like it's working yourself up the ladder. Gaddock here is a weird one. It stops, funnily enough, a couple of cards in Luca's hand, including Chalice and K Command, times 2, which is huge.
Yep.
So you can basically see that card as a meddling mage on K Command, but even jutting down the Chalice here is amazing.
Especially because we have that Swords to Plowshare, which would be a potential, Chalice would be wanting to try to target that. You could also try to build up and go like Chalice on 2 because there is so many 2-drops in the list. But it's when you're trying to think of like, do I want to get my threats out there and keep them out there? The ways to kind of deal with it are Swords to Plowshare and Solitude here in this matchup.
That's actually a good point. That might have been the reason for Luca to not play it out earlier. Like when I wanted him to play it on 1, maybe he was already a step ahead of me and wanted to play it for 2 later on.
Which makes sense too, especially because it's open deck lists in the finals like that we're at now, so they kind of know what to expect and where the lists are able to kind of navigate through. So
because if it's not, you would never think, oh, this Birthing Ritual card that could really be annoying in a game. Huge innovation for those who aren't playing Legacy. Every week we can tell you with huge amount of joy that Birthing Ritual is not a staple in this deck. This is an innovation, and Nicolo is now playing in the grand finals while 62 other players are hitting either the bar or the lasagna place at 4 Seasons.
Exactly, right? And getting themselves prepped and ready for tomorrow's Legacy event, which we do have that open event, which I know for March's winter was over 300 players that were participating in it. So it's going to be interesting to see how many players are coming up. And maybe there'll be
Very
some other
popular
Death and
tournament
Taxes
series.
players that are going to go, you know what? Maybe
Oh
this is
yeah,
maybe I'll sleeve up my birthing rituals for tomorrow.
the vendors have been adjusting the price of that card as this tournament has progressed. That's for sure. Maybe we see a buyout and somebody who's opening up a birthing ritual stand
There
outside.
you
And
go.
oh yeah, that card is going up in stock as we speak.
All right, Eldrazi Linebreaker going to be bringing some beats across. Of course, there are 2 Eldrazi, so that does get a little bit of a boost there, and 5 damage will be hitting over there. So, we're starting to deploy some threats, but again, like there's so many cards that are in hand that are just like non-cards at this point. It was as long as Gaddock Teague is around, but will we be able to keep that around, or are we going to be able to get something maybe more impactful? Witch Enchanter coming, going to lose some
Yeah,
life here.
it's what I wanted to highlight is it's interesting if Nicolo realizes how big of an impact that Gaddock Teague has on the game.
Right.
There is a chance that will be used as fodder for the birthing rituals, and then all of a sudden, a couple of K commands are unlocked.
And then those can really put a stop on what the birthing ritual deck is trying to do, because it has to have a creature out in order to do this whole element of looking through and finding something more impactful here. But I mean, really, our 3 drops come into like, oh, okay, that was like Stoneforge. I was like, a 3 drop that could be beneficial too is like a Recruiter of the Guard to help us get some more resources to then deploy more. But
Yep.
Stoneforge is pretty nice here, because then we get equipments that we can be able to cast later, like a pre-war formal wear, which costs
Probably
3.
that,
We
yes.
happen to have 3 mana available for next turn.
We talked about this in an earlier match that if you tutor for formal wear, the body of Stoneforge becomes, expendable, which is good with ritual. So it's just a good a good strategical decision to tutor for something that doesn't need the Stoneforge to survive.
Exactly. All right. And now we still have 2 more looks off of our top 7. And doing a little bit of shuffle also helps out, because those 7 cards that we look through always go on the bottom of your library. So having these shuffle effects helps kind of break up some of those clumps that you might not want to have in your deck there. All right.
Let's see what the next 7 offers. I wonder what the best hit is at this point.
I mean, another White Orchid is not bad, because we could start and hit like another one of the temples here.
Yeah, I like that.
Flicker
Okay,
Wisp
let's see. What is Flicker Wisp gonna do? You can either surveil, you can kill a spawn on the other side of the table. It's not too exciting, in other words.
Yeah, right, exactly. It's like, well, okay, I like the spawn, but yeah, it's like you're left with these situations of like, I would have rather have had that later on, not like where there might have been more things that I could have utilized, because
Right.
there's so many ETB effects that exist within this taxes list that are not currently active. All right, we got 1 mana floating right now that we can probably deploy into a Kozilix or something if we really wanted to.
Yeah,
But
if we need it, that's a good point. I don't expect us to go there. I expect those K commands to be free and to be, yeah, they have bigger things in store.
oh yeah, got to keep all these creatures in check. But it looks like we're getting rid of that Flicker Wisp, and we're going to be grabbing another creature here. It looks like Recruiter of the Guard, Stoneforge Mystic as potential choices there, continuing up with the kind of lines for next turn.
Did I spot the Scarab Swarm here?
Ooh,
the 4-drop? Maybe not.
It is possible.
I think there's a layer. I'm just sitting here reflecting about the depth of this deck. I think there's a layer of there's cards you would rather keep in your deck for when they're slightly better for later, like that card. Let's say it can make 3 tokens. Maybe you need it a couple of turns down the line when it can make 6 tokens. Like stuff like that, I think you should consider a lot when you play a deck like this.
No, that's a really good point to make. It's like understanding when to utilize those payout cards is now
Yorion
okay,
is the
can I
obvious one, right?
capitalize it?
Where
Yes.
should we find it and then lose it to a Thought-Knot Seer, or should we do it later when the coast is clear? Stuff like that. And I was wrong about the K command here, as we see a small one getting cast.
Okay, just doing a reset, essentially, remake the token and try to draw into something a little bit more impactful. Maybe another threat, maybe a Thought-Knot Seer, like you'd mentioned. So like there's, because we still have, another one still available to deploy later if we needed
Yeah.
to.
I actually like it the more I think about it, because this is kind of your window to find, let's say, the second line breaker. Is that lethal? Might be. I
Oh,
mean, you don't
gosh.
know the opponent has Swords to Plowshares as the last card.
Right.
You can try and understand, why did my opponent take 3 damage off of Witch Enchant, or maybe connect the dots there. But you should also realize that you're getting buried in value from those rituals. So I like the sense of urgency actually from Luca here.
All right. We've got very powerful land that just hit, making our Eldrazi spells cost 2 less here. Eye of Ugin.
Yeah, it that heralds the end here was not the play I was hoping for. I was hoping for a Glaring Fleshraker. Then I think this game would have been incredibly interesting. But this little Lord that makes 7 drops slightly cheaper is also solid. There's still a Battle Mage left in Luca's hand, but it's not too exciting to kill, one Birthing Ritual. It's certainly not exciting to bounce the Stoneforge.
Right. And let's be able to path that before we get into any combat stuff where you're going to start to do those beginning of combat triggers and, give something haste here. So,
Yeah, I'm actually curious about the timing. I think the timing is probably correct, what you're saying, but in theory, this gives us time on the first main phase to deploy the next hasty creature. But that's a little bit of an eye-staring contest, that once you tell your opponent, hey, I want to move to combat, the jig is probably up there. So I like your timing of the plow.
And we're going to send a message, send the Eldrazi spawn, which is actually a 1/1 because of it that heralds the end. So
it is, I guess, technically a 1/2.
Oh yeah, sorry, 1/2 because it's a 0/1 normally there.
So let's see, what is the situation? Why are we not blocking on the side of Nicolo? I'm trying to make sense of that. How can the Eldrazi deck deal 1 more damage to a creature?
Yeah, it's not. We're not running any like Walking Ballista type effects or anything like that we could do. So
yeah, I'm
I
not
don't
sure.
know. I don't know.
I wonder if the right play here was to kill the Stoneforge and look for stuff like Thought Knot Seer, Reality Smasher, stuff like that. How much mana do we have here to work with? I guess that's important as well. 1, 2, 3, 4. So this is X1, 2, 3. We could have had X4, I think.
So
No. Okay, we're killing a single here, and then holding onto the command to try and do bigger things. And also, we could have, because of Eye of Ugin, we could have played a K command and killed the Stoneforge here.
We could have, but I guess because we can just hard cast up the formal wear, like, I mean, it would.
What are we bringing back there? Is there a Stoneforge in the bin?
There is a Stoneforge in the bin. I think there might also be. We know there's a Flicker Wisp.
Okay, so the opponent is okay. So I see. So Luca's holding up 5 mana here to be able to kill the Flicker Wisp before these loops kind of take over the game. And that's the important fish to fry here compared to the Stoneforge. So I like that a lot. Or dealing with the graveyard here, so you can now kill Stoneforge and get rid of the card in the bin. This is why Luca is in the finals, by the way, and I'm sitting here talking.
No, I love that, because it's like, okay, what you're going to be trying to target this. Sweet. Okay, cool. Let me go through and find the things that you might want to be able to grab. What are the most impactful things from your graveyard? Get rid of those. Get rid of your Stoneforge. And now you're left with that pre-war formalware that you can't really do anything with, and you have no creatures to utilize your Birthing Ritual. So the shields are down now.
Oh yeah, left with a nothing burger and two Birthing Rituals. That's awesome. And now I think we need to wasteland the opponent's Eye of Ugin to not just lose to getting grinded out. Maybe we're too far from that. We have 5 mana. Well, maybe we can let it live here. But it's getting a little bit nasty.
Scary. Yeah,
okay,
there we go.
do see that. Oh, he decides not to. Okay. So that's the question
because of the wasteland.
Oh, Hamlet
is targeted. Yes.
Oh, the Hamlet has named Wasteland. Perfect. All right, we're catching up here. Legacy's a little bit new. No, I'm kidding. Obviously, it can be tough to keep track of everything. I hope you guys forgive us at
There's
home.
so many integral parts that are moving around in this matchup in particular, and the way that these players have kind of set themselves up. So yeah, so we eventually get caught up to you guys. I'm sure some of you viewers at home had been screaming at your screens, "Look, it said
Oh yeah,
Wasteland already."
there's always a lot of commentary prodigies in the chat.
Yes.
That's good. That keeps me sharp.
Yeah, exactly. We do appreciate everybody who has been tuning in with us all day long for the coverage, because I believe it's been about 10 hours or so of full day coverage here for the 2026 Italian Invitational. 64 players started the event, and we're down to our final two in the grand finals, Eldrazi versus Birthing Taxes. What an exciting way. No blue decks in the finals. 2 creature-based focus decks. Very exciting stuff to kind of wrap up our
Oh
first
yeah,
day of Legacy coverage.
lots of different ways to win the game today. Whether you're trying to show and tell an omniscience into play and draw your deck, or reanimate Atraxa off of course, the turn 1 Surveil, as yes you have to, or white creatures grinding with green enchantments, or spaghetti monsters here. Yeah, I mean, what a cool display of Legacy. The metagame breakdown almost, you know, I couldn't believe my eyes there, with the most played deck being a 5-copy Death and Taxes deck.
Right?
I would never have predicted that, and I would have predicted something like blue-red or blue-black, seeing play maybe something like 8 to 10 players each. But yeah, look at who's still standing here. The Devourer comes down, exiles a colored permanent. We're just counting the mana here, 5, and it's on a discount for 2. Oh, it's even one more discounted because of
Oh
the
my
Herald.
gosh, yeah.
That makes a 7-drop 1 cheaper. So maybe this just, yeah, you have 1 mana floating, or you tap 1 too many.
All right, our next pre-war form aware. There's the Flicker Wisp. Target this other pre-war form aware.
Which then will come back on Nicolo's end step and do, I guess you can stack it so that Birthing Ritual goes on the stack first, so you get 1 more creature to sacrifice, so the formal wear happens first.
Gosh, this is such a tricky spot to be in, staring down all these threats with only 5 life. But we've seen the power of this deck, this Birthing Taxes deck, with how many tools that it's got at its disposal here. So we'll see. Bringing back, what else do we have?
Yeah,
What is
good
left?
question. I'm actually not sure here, but what I found interesting was exactly the order here, where previously we found that Birthing Ritual first gave us more info about how to resolve our pre-war Fulmaware trigger, but now the body from pre-war Fulmaware reanimation is actually more important. Well, I guess if you're taking a Flicker Wisp anyway, you probably should have reversed that order, because you just had the other Flicker Wisp, I guess, to sacrifice. But here we go. Now you get to bring back that Fulmaware if you end up sacrificing the Flicker Wisp. Oh, the other way around. You get to bring back that Flicker Wisp with the Fulmaware
Oh my gosh.
if you end up sacrificing the Flicker Wisp. Oh boy.
What a cool deck. I don't know. Every time I'm seeing this in action, I'm like, man, I was really excited about that mono black aggro deck earlier, and now just seeing this like take on Death and Taxes is so cool. But let's see, we're flicking the Flicker Wisp to the graveyard and trying to find another tool to kind of help us out. But there is a lot of mana over on the other side that we have to kind of keep in the
Yep.
back of our mind, because that Eye of Ugin that exists, you can kind of dump mana into it to go tutor up a big scary threat as well. So
Yeah, that's where things get scary, because if you go find a Devourer, or find a Reality Smasher, or find, another Smasher or whatever, like that is tough to beat with small white creatures. So if you have a path to get rid of the Eye of Ugin, this is probably where you want to take it.
all right, doing that confirmation and checks right now through the mana and just making sure everything is adding up the way that it's supposed to here.
Let's see.
Luckily, there's judges there to kind of help navigate and go through things because like that's the other thing too, with so many ways to like reduce the cost or make
Yeah.
extra mana, and just like they're just sort of like confirming how this is going to work.
I love this. If this is Luca asking if he can use Eldrazi Temple to activate Eye of Ugin here, that's a pretty cool place to ask about that in the grand finals of a
Right.
highly competitive tournament. This is something that you should know from home for sure. But maybe it's Nicolo. Then he's allowed to ask this. It's not his deck.
Right, and I think it is Nicolo, because was at least starting that conversation there, and then that kind of got everybody involved at the table to kind of go through and work through everything together. Is like, oh yeah, this is how this is set up here, but still haven't resolved the birthing ritual though. That's the other big part of how this is navigating. Right. It looks like there's that white orchid phantom that kind of got pulled to the front there, and that's a big reason about how should I be attacking the lands here if I took this as my creature.
Yeah, this is I like this play a lot. I was about to say we need to get rid of that card before Luca presents an engine of his own, right? We want to play my engine versus your creatures. We don't want to play engine versus engine.
Right.
I wonder, is there still a K command left in hand? No, there's not, because that got used on the masterful disrupt your graveyard, kill your Stoneforge turn.
Yep. All right, turn them sideways.
Flicker Wisp being a 5/3 here. 2/2 first striker blocking the 2/2 Lord. I like that. Blocking there to trade is also looks like a sweet block. We're at 5 life here, so we cannot fool around too much. Sigh of relief that there was no Bombardier on the first main phase here. That's a trade. Okay. That card gets eaten. -2 on the life total.
Oh, that's scary.
It is, because like any follow-up here starts eating away at Nicolo's life total. So now down to 2. Fleshraker is a must kill, or any colorless creature from the top of the deck will now seal the deal.
All right.
Colorless creature is dealing 2 damage.
Right, exactly. Glaring Fleshraker is just sort of that presented, like, I'm going to do Death of 1,000 Cuts and finish you off this way, or just keep turning my creature sideways. But end of turn, pre-War Formerware, will be able to kind of grab a creature. But it's like, okay, how do I deal with that Fleshraker now?
That's exactly the job, because otherwise any colorless creature from the top of the deck ends the game. And no grindy stuff will prevent that. So it's all about killing that card or finding a way to gain life, which I'm not sure even exists aside from Swords to Plowsharing or solituding your own creatures.
All right, live draws. What are we trying to find here? You talked about like the single targeted stuff, Swords to Plowshare, Solitudes. Are there any other tools that we could grab that could help us get rid of Fleshraker?
Yeah, I'm trying to think about what that would be out of the green-white taxes deck. Something that isn't just spot removal.
Yeah, it's maybe like, Swords is no longer an option because of the Chalice.
Because of Chalice.
So, I mean, maybe we get a Skyclave. Do we have, how many do we have left?
Skyclave is a good call. Birthing Ritual does a decent job digging for stuff like that. Also, I wonder if Nicolo was supposed to... What did he bring back this turn? The Flicker Wisp.
Flicker Wisp, and then flickered the other Formalware. So that'll come back at the end of his turn.
Right. So this is a very, very crucial end step. We usually say like crucial draw step or crucial attack step, but this is a crucial end step.
And it looks like we're debating about the Formalware before the ritual here too. Nope. Looks like
the order of those keep coming back here to present us with very complicated stuff to analyze, because there's so many small pros and cons. Also, I love how Italian players wear their heart on their sleeve here compared to how. So I'm from Northern Europe. I would
Hmm.
never. None of my friends would be showing so much emotion as Nicolo here. It's really awesome showmanship on top of just being true to his emotions, which is pretty
Oh
cool.
yeah, 100%. Like definitely, you know, mad respect to all of the Italian players here because it's been all day that you've been able to see them on camera and just sort of showing kind of how they feel in these moments,
Hmm.
showing that stress on their face when these like tough situations come up because it is, you know, we've talked about it time and time again about, you know, yes, it looks 21-2. It is very much advantage towards Luca, but the way that this birthing taxes list is designed is it can
Yes.
still sit here and just find the tools and pieces to just sort of keep dragging this game further and further along to get to this sort of position of like, nope, I now have this overwhelming amount of stuff that I can kind of really keep you in check with. And Recruiter of the Guard is a decent a grab
Oh
here,
yeah.
especially because we have the
5
5
mana
mana
up.
we can cast
Oh yeah.
Solitude with.
Oh yeah. This is where Nicolo is looking to turn around the tide here. This card should probably get played very soon.
And we could bring back we still let's see. I was like, we still have another pre-war formal rare that we can grab here because it's gonna flicker back in at the end step here. But
Yes.
before we even get to that, let's hardcast this Solitude, say no more of the Fleshbreaker, which was the must-kill card. We had to answer that this turn here.
So now
And
the card
now,
that kills Nicolo's Broadside Bombardier.
oof,
I'm thinking about if Glaring Fleshraker does the same. No, I'm sorry. Linebreaker. That card would
line
trample
breaker.
over for
Ooh,
6, but maybe that's not enough when there's a Solitude in the mix.
oh yeah, the extra life gain. Math gets complicated now. We're getting into the nitty-gritty here.
Oh yeah, this is. I mean, we can't ask for more when it comes to these matches. We've had so many down to the wire. Somebody's trying to stabilize. Somebody's trying to deal the final blow. And yeah, this is just yet another one of those. And just a reminder, this is game one, game one of the grand finals. And
Game
I
one.
I feel like I had a clean shave when I sat down, and now I have a full beard. Like it's really been a.
It's been quite a match to be able to experience and see for sure. Especially just like, you know, the knowledge that these players have to sort of navigate through, and they're really taking their time to kind of go through and make sure that they're positioning themselves to kind of take the victory here. And we just see all right, I'm going to turn it sideways and,
So
you know, put it on
yeah,
you to be the one to have to now navigate through this next step.
this looks like the Linebreaker is a 7/3 trampler. Let's count deal draws. It's 1, 2, 3, 4.
Yeah.
Yeah. So everything needs to get blocked here.
Hmm.
If this gets blocked, how much trample will power through? That'd be 5 trample, and then you counter with 3 life gain. So that's already enough for lethal, right? So
It's still lethal.
you need to do a bit more heavy lifting here, including blocking further onto that line breaker.
Further onto the line breaker, you still have 6 damage of the Devourer of Destiny that we got to deal with. We still got the Wastegate Battle Mage, which is a 2/2. That's not so much of, you know, there's the math is going to be tough, but this does help because we could try to kill off and absorb a big hit here. So what is that? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 that we're able to absorb off the trample.
5 toughness,
Gain
yep.
3. Yep.
So that's a +1 exchange, just that double block, because we gain 3, and how much trambles through? 5 toughness, gain 3, 2 trembles through. Yeah, that's good. Yeah, this looks pretty solid to me. So this is what, +1 life, and we're left with just the Devourer in play.
That's yep. Which is much more manageable.
Yeah, because the birthing ritual. One way to beat the birthing ritual, aside from just killing it with a battle mage, is to keep the opponent's board clean. Just
Mhm.
like Luca has been trying to do with K Command earlier with Bombardier. He attempted, but Nicolo had a well-timed Solitude.
All right,
My
I think
math
they're just going.
says we end up at 3, and the lone creature left in play is Devourer of Destiny.
Yep, and that is the case. End step pre-war former whale though will help kind of
Man.
restart the engine.
This is so cool. When there's a turn here, I forget about that, and then it happens all over again. Let's see how
Right,
many
and then
times
we're
I can
back
get
at it.
surprised.
All right, end step. Again, we'll do the quick check through. Do we want to go in which order do we want to go? Ritual or pre-war formal wear first? I mean, there's a lot of tools now that because we had to throw all those creatures to do some blocking. Now there's a lot more tools that we can be able to grab to help us kind of tutor up more impactful things like Recruiter of the Guard, stuff like that. You could do another White Orchid if we really wanted to. I don't feel like the White Orchid is as impactful here as maybe getting back, one of the other. We could have got back another Flicker Wisp and keep doing the Flicker Wisp stuff. So lots of
How do you
stuff
feel
to
about
choose
this
from.
play? If we get the White Orchid back, we kill the Hamlet card,
Ooh, and free
and then our double Wasteland is on.
Ooh, I do like that line.
This looks better, but it's just a cool line that I never considered before because usually Wasteland is my only way to kill lands when I play
Right.
Legacy. So when you actually have another one, you can unlock some Wastelands that way.
All right. Birthing Taxes, grab back Recruiter of the Guard, tutored up some more protection there with the Solitude, and we still have a Birthing Ritual that we get to utilize now.
Man, this
Just keep it going.
Oh boy. It's very good that we love what we're doing here because this is the Braveheart version of a Magic game.
Oh my gosh, 100%. This is all right. What did we find? Hey, let's find a second Recruiter of the Guard so we can continue up with our adventures. And this also lets us shuffle again. We've talked about that kind of slight benefit of going Birthing Ritual just puts it on the bottom. So now we get to be able to shuffle things up and maybe kind of break up some clumps that we might have had or give a little bit more flexibility that we could get. Sword Plowshare, don't like seeing that at all right now with that kind of Chalice of the Void on one, but there's still lots of other things we can find.
Yeah.
Oh,
There's also the fact that Yorion hasn't played a role in this game, right?
Not yet.
Which seems almost unthinkable. Like we're on turn 10, but there hasn't been a room or the need maybe to include that card in your plans.
I think you were right though about there hasn't been the room. There's been so much pressure that Luca has put on Nicolo there that it's been just like on the back foot trying to just inch to the next turn, try to like keep putting fuel in his machine to keep going and turning his way to the next stages here, that now we're at that point where maybe this is hey, here's a Solitude, answer this, and now I can be able to get Euron next turn, and now I have 100% just flicker loops from here on out and run away with the game. But thought not. He says, I'll just get rid of that, and here's a vial. We know which one you're taking.
So, funnily enough, I really like how Nicolo played here. Nicolo could have Solitude at any moment, but because he knows his opponent has one Broadside Bombardier left in the deck, he kind of let the opponent play out the first main phase first. So just, again, perfect timing. Now I wonder if there's a window to draw the Bombardier next turn and finish off with Thought-Knot Seer.
Oh, it's possible.
Blinging a 4-drop, that's 6 damage. So there's a consideration here if Luca is empty-handed to equip the Solitude to have more life, more life in the bank here. Oh yeah, look at this.
Yes.
His earpiece is starting to work again here.
Costs 3 to equip. We'll give this creature +2/+2 and vigilance, which is also relevant with that lifelink that we got here. So we can kind of try to push in for a little bit more.
I love this play because Broadside Bombardier deals 6 damage with a 4-drop in play. So this ensures that you get over the hump because you go to 8 here.
All right, now Luca's in the tank. And doing that kind
Yeah,
of
so
confirmation
if
here. I mean,
we
you talked
block,
about the Bombardier. Yeah, so walk us through this. Like, what is he thinking exactly?
yeah, I think he's thinking if I block here, I'm playing to prolong the game and get a little bit more camera time, but I'm not really playing to win the game.
Mm,
So he has to take the damage here and then hope for, I would guess, a miracle K command. But even then, I have a tough time understanding what that would lead to. Now, this is going to be an interesting one. Do we take care of the Hamlet to enable the Wastelands next turn? Or do we take a land that gives the opponent 2 mana right here, right now?
right, and help to kind of cut off maybe some potential scarier draws like a Devourer of Destiny or something like that they could get.
Right. Let's do the mana here. And that is exactly because with one Eldrazi spawn in play, it now becomes almost unthinkable to mount a comeback here. And remember, this is the game where Nicolo was skirting around with, I don't know, was it 2 life points at some point? It was very
2.
low.
He dropped down all the way to 2 life. Eye of Ugin's not going to help us in this situation because it costs, of course, 7 mana to be able to dump into it to tutor up a creature.
Yeah. Yeah. It
Helps us
looks
set
like,
up. I mean, we're at 19 life though, right? We're things are slipping away, but there are still live draws that Luca could be able to get into that could.
yeah, I'm trying to think what those actually are. Let's do the math here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 6, 7 when it comes to Eldrazi mana. So yeah, Devourer of
Mhm.
Destiny is a card. Nicolo's considering here if it's time to,
You're
yeah,
on
probably
flicker
just
stuff.
make an attack here, and then the Yorion from hand will
Mm.
do
Cause
some bestial things here on the second main.
complete havoc on the board in a second.
And the Eldrazi deck doesn't play very well from behind like this. It doesn't have
Mhm.
anything that can. It needs to be ahead. It needs to be able to trample over. It needs to have Fleshraker in play so it can cheese the game. I think just drawing one card from the top of the deck here, it's almost unthinkable that something is going to
It
happen. And
is.
look at this play. This is awesome. You're going to see the White Orchid Phantom come back, kill the Hamlet, and then turn on the Wasteland that is left there untapped. I think we're going to
Oof.
see a masterclass here from Mr. Fioletti. But okay,
Oh,
we don't get there. Okay,
no.
fair enough. So you
But
guys will have to
that's
imagine
you
the
have
end
to
step.
imagine the scary
Yep.
loops that were about to commence and had no way to be able to deal with because your Euron could come in and flicker all that other stuff. Flicker Wisp can come back, flicker Euron, and then you just keep
Oh
that
man.
loop going again and again and again. But
Yeah,
now
that's
we got to go
brutality.
into sideboard here. What do we got to kind of deal with it? Because we got so close. We dropped down like our birthing taxes player all the way to 2 life, but it still
Oh
was
yeah.
not enough. So what tools can we bring in to help finish off and get that last little bit of damage pushed across here?
Yeah, it looks like we should be trying to do more of the same and keep our plan intact here. We're going to play first with a Chalice deck that's way better. We're going
Mm-hmm.
to upgrade with a couple of Dismembers to try and break up some of the nasty stuff that the Death and Taxes deck is going to present you. Dismember is the best option you have for a colorless deck to have your, I don't know, Source of Plowshares at home. This card, when you're frequently the aggressor, that card is a good card out of the sideboard. Unclear what we want to do here. There's a chance you want to trim the chalices because they're very turn 1 centric or very
Mm-hmm.
early centric. The opponent even has Flicker Wisp to try and just reset them, so maybe they're not the best. Or we can be looking at the Devourer of Destiny and say, the game, if I have 7 mana at some point in the game, I think I'll, either just be very happy and cast a big K command or activate my Eye of Ugin. I don't think I need a potential dead card against a Wasteland deck.
No, that's a great way to describe it. I just need to get there a little bit faster, and this sort of bigger stuff might not be really where I want to be going for it. So I like that idea here because we got to see how powerful it can be going when you're on like foot on the gas. Let's go all in and just try to kind of beat down here. But birthing taxes, what can we do to help us out? I mean, the easy one that we can say is not really designed for this matchup, of course, would be our Esper Sentinel here. But
Right.
what can we do to kind of help us out in this? Is there tools we've got available?
Yeah, the thing is, not all that much. You can try
Mm,
and get a little bit clever with Disruptor Flute.
right.
I consider that playable, especially because the Esper Sentinel is, really not that impressive. But other than that, again, I want to reiterate this deck is not built to play against other creature decks. I'm sorry, the sideboard. The sideboard is built to address combo decks that are bad pairings generally. So
Mm,
these creature decks, whether it's Eldrazi or Affinity or Tempo decks, you're actually doing pretty well with your main deck setup. So we're going to see very small adjustments, if any. I wouldn't be surprised here if Nicola will just keep it as is and run it back here.
yeah, that makes sense, right? It's like it proved to be very powerful. It worked really well there, and just sort of like I need to survive long enough seems to be Nikolai's like game plan for this matchup here. So we're gonna go into game number 2 here in our grand finals. Should be really exciting to see. Will the birthing taxes have the power to kind of continue on? Will our Eldrazi list be enough to kind of push through and tie the series up? So, of course, we are in our 2026 Italian Invitational Legacy event. And this is almost like the precursor in a way for tomorrow's 4 Seasons spring event, but it's also the big crowning championship and bragging rights for Italy and their legacy scene
Oh
here.
yeah,
So,
yeah, absolutely. And those guys did a great job lining those two things up together
mhm.
in the same location. I've been there a couple of times. It's the vibes are immaculate. The food is immaculate. The location is just, yeah, the best Magic location that I've been to personally. And the passion just shows from the organizers to the judges. Last time I went, there was a celebration of a legendary player who
Oh, right.
contributes so much to the community. They were, they had a little bit of a speech, and it was a surprise for that player. I sat close to him during the player meeting. He was so happy about that, and yeah, this is the soul of European legacy.
Great way to talk about the soul of European legacy here. But let's get into this match as we're kind of getting things going and progressing into it. Looks like we're going to starting out with a little bit of our kind of Lord play here with the it that heralds the end. So setting ourselves up.
Oh yeah, and Wasteland getting taken out of the equation as well early here by Hamlet.
It's really nice. I like seeing that sort of like we've seen the power of it, right? I still have access to mana. I'm keeping you kind of in play. Ooh, saying Disruptor Flute is not going to help us in this moment of time. Let's pitch that and sort of get ourselves set up for kind of what is the next stage. Also, we have a Disruptor Flute in hand. So you were right on bringing those
Yeah,
in from the
it's
sideboard there.
more beggars can't be choosers rather than wow, look at this big sideboard hammer that I have here. Um, you have to play it at a time where it seems somewhat obvious what the opponent is setting up for. Because if you play it now and you're naming like, I don't know, Eldrazi Linebreaker, that's just a crapshoot at that point.
Yeah. All right. A little bit
So
of
maybe
beat
here's
down.
actually a good spot because if the opponent goes to combat first, they've shown in game one they're good enough to slow roll a soul land and have a powerful
Mm,
play on the second main phase. Maybe this is where you can get frisky and play it on a Thought Seer, based on the opponent didn't play Bombardier, the
that's
opponent didn't
true.
play Linebreaker. Like the stars are aligning a little bit here. That would be a cool play if you have nothing else going on.
That would be a cool play, and also speak to kind of the idea of how this matchup is going and where you're going to be kind of playing against the Eldrazi list. If you're right, like you said, if they didn't play Linebreaker before combat, there is that high possibility they could have a big impactful thing like a Thought Not Seer to kind of disrupt us here. But let's see,
It
what is the
looks
payout?
like
Ooh,
okay.
Fleshraker setup.
Yeah, we're playing Fleshraker. Usually, when you have Ayavugan, you can double spell with Fleshraker, but that was not
Mm,
the case this time. Um, and this is just a heads up play by Luca. Luca is saying, "What do you know, what, buddy? I think you have the first source of plowshares. That's why you passed the turn with mana up. So I'm actually going to play my next best spell to clear the way for hopefully my best spell, which is Thought Not Seer next turn." So he's trying to make the most of a suboptimal situation.
exactly. I like also being able to utilize some of those sorts of plowshare before like a chalice or something like that could put a stop to that is pretty nice. We see the recruiter of the guard going to help us try to find some tools to get us out of this situation or at least start to stabilize. Again, it's like, we're trying to delay the game long enough. That's kind of the Birthing Taxes strategy here, while the Eldrazi is trying to just sort of go. Let's put the pressure on and really make this game uncomfortable for you so you can maybe make a mistake. Maybe I can just kind of capitalize on the pressure that I'm doing. And also, these players have been playing all day long. Right, they've had 6 rounds of regular play before getting to the top 8, and now we're in the finals. So this has been a full day of them battling it out in this situation, especially when it comes to like how much time a deck takes to win. The Birthing Taxes deck takes a lot more time to be able to get a win compared to the Eldrazi list. So that could be kind of a factor in this specific matchup here, of that sort of mental fatigue that could be a factor.
You're absolutely right here. When you're playing a deck like Death and Taxes, you're signing up for a lot of Magic playing time and very little when it comes to lunch breaks and chilling out in the sun. So, huge hats off to Nicolo for keeping his composure all day long. Stoneforge Mystic, the tutor target for Recruiter, so that means Nicolo's plan is a little bit. It's way into the future. It's not here and now. And to your point, the inevitability that a deck like Birthing Taxes has over Eldrazi aggro is basically what's motivating Nicolo's play patterns like that. So let's see if Luca can overcome this. No hasters. That's very good news for Nicolo. We know there's a Thought-Knot Seer coming and a Dismember in the tank. But other than that, I think Luca needs some help this game off the top of the deck.
Yeah, right. It's sort of the little bits of, okay, let me do this, see how you respond. Let me do this, see how you respond. It's playing very different than game one was just like, here's all my creatures that I'm bringing across. But I think the follow up of a Thought-Knot right after your opponent tutors feels so good, because you can be like, oh, what were you trying to get access to? No, we're not going to let you play with that.
Oh yeah, that is a great follow up. Until that's been like that forever, right? In any format, whether it's Duress or Thoughtseize or Thought-Knot Seer, where we like that exchange.
All right, there's the Thought-Knot Seer. We'll do a peek at the hand here, and there is
if we have Solitude, that would explain the tank here.
Yeah, we could pitch the Stoneforge to be able to Solitude here, because there is basically that like Solitude scary, Meteor Sword is scary with Stoneforge Mystic.
Right. Yeah, so if we do that, we get to draw the card, but the opponent gets to pick it if it's a good one, with how Thought-Knot Seer works. So here, Nicolo is just saying, I don't want to 2-for-1 myself yet. I would rather force my opponent to make a tough choice here and then take it from there and trust the top of my deck.
So what do you think Luca's because we have all this information now, we know that there's Dismember and basically lands. Where do you think he's going to be prioritizing going and stripping from Nicolo's hand at this point?
I would imagine that the Solitude hits the exile here, because the Stoneforge Mystic is a card we can kill. I realize the opponent can get it back, but maybe in the meantime we can hope to deal enough damage, but maybe that's not even true. Let's do a little bit of math here. If we take the Solitude, they play Stoneforge Mystic, we kill it, we attack for 6. The next turn, they're going to Fumbleware it back. It's a 3/4, so the small creature is done attacking. Thought-Knot Seer can keep attacking. So I guess I would have to count my mana here and see if I have an Ayabukin activation lined up within a couple of turns. Then maybe, or a couple of attack steps with Thought-Knot Seer and the 2/2 in the meantime, combined with those 7 mana, can get me into a board state where something like a Line Breaker instantly wins the game, trampling over. But I don't envy Lucas' math situation here.
Oh, I love this.
I love this as well. This just has good vibes, right? I'm certainly not going to pick that one. I'm deciding between these 3. I love that.
Yeah, and we've kind of talked to and explained why these are such scary things, right? The Solitude being able to exile, remove something, the Stoneforge kind of value that it gets to get another equipment, but also the potential to bring out the Meteor Sword. But like you said, the Solitude's going to be the one that's going to be grabbed here, put into exile, and now we have that full information about what to expect. And so we've got the Dismember to kind of deal with the potential Stoneforge Mystic.
Yeah,
but pre-war Form Aware is likely to be tutored up right afterwards. So
Yeah, it absolutely is. So now it's all about what I alluded to when it comes to the inevitability on Eye of
Hmm.
Ugin and the activation here. But it looks like Nicolo, and this is something I totally missed. You can just name Eye of Ugin with the flute here and be done with it.
Yeah, activated abilities of the sources
Yeah,
of
it's
the
a
chosen
needle.
name
It's not just
can't
a
be
tax card.
activated. Hmm.
In the other
We
matchups we saw with it earlier today, it was always a tax card, like name 6 mana show and tells and whatnot.
yes,
But here it's actually just a good old 2 mana needle. Let's see what the name actually is, because we're just
we're doing
or
our speculation, our
I'm
caster
just speculating.
speculation
Yeah.
here. All right, there's the Stoneforge. There's the pre-war formal that we knew was coming. So where it was a again setup turn, planning ahead. Great job for our table judges helping us with what cards are in hand, so we can kind of get that 100% confirmation here. What's going on?
Oh yeah, that's huge. That is huge. The Legacy Pro Tour here.
Right. Love
It's
to
that
see it.
heralds the end, so a little bit unexciting, but still something that helps
I
push
mean, I
through
guess
damage.
we're just going into that kind of Lord mode, right? We're just going to keep making going wide, making our creatures bigger. Like,
Colorless merfolks.
exactly. That's what we've learned now. So
That makes the other Lord into a 3/3 and the Thought Knight into a 5/5. So
it
it
does.
does make combat more complicated for Nicolo, especially if he was planning something like a double block on the Lord.
Mhm.
So the discount here from the Hamlet, I'm sorry, from the Eye of Ugin, so you can just tab one colorless to play it out. Okay. Under the bus with the Recruiter, which is not the end of the world because you have pre-wall Fulmaware ready.
And here comes the removal spell for the Stoneforge. Signed copy of Dismember.
I'm trying to figure out, so if you kill the Stoneforge here, then you're taking 1 mana off of Formerware. So now you have to hardcast it rather than Stoneforge it. I guess I'm just a little bit skeptic. Oh, I'm sorry, the Meteor Sword is still in the hand.
That's right. That's
All
the
right.
scary one, right?
All right. It's getting a little late for me here, so I figured it out. Yeah, so we need to kill it because otherwise the opponent has a Vindicate at a discount, and we don't like that. So now at least to make the opponent spend one more turn to go and get it. Also worth noting that the courtside land is soon producing 3/3s.
Ooh, that's true. That's crazy to think about. The fact that is
Okay.
that changeling element, so it does get buffed off of it that heralds the end, but we do get to
Right.
see the white orchid come in. We'll start blowing up a little bit. I like that. Say no, you're not going to get any more discounts. Well, discounts from that at least.
Before I get to bed today, I need to send a message in the judge chat they should be a little bit aware about the Japanese white orchid phantoms that's tutoring up untap lands.
Ah, true. be mindful of that tomorrow, all you players that are playing in the open as well.
I'm just trusting your word, by the way, because you looked it up at some point and it was
I
tapped.
did look it up. I have the deck list here available in
Yeah.
front of me. So it's when it enters, destroy up to 1 target non-basic land. A controller may search the library for a basic land card and put it onto the battlefield tapped, then shuffle.
Perfect. I mean, it could easily come up, right? That was exactly the mana that somebody needed to activate an Ursa Saga or untap a Grim Monolith or make a 3/3 in this case.
Mm-hmm.
So let's count the mana situation here. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So we need one more, and we have the Cavern, but we also found a play. We're getting close to pushing through lethal here. What if we kill this? Let's see. Also, do you know what the flute is naming?
I cannot make that out.
Okay, that's fair.
But I know
so let's
it's not
see.
the Eye of the Ugin.
Yeah,
because
exactly.
why would we blow it up if we already had it kind of in check? So
let's see what the battle mates can do here. The battle mates can disenchant something and bounce something, and that is exactly what's going to happen. And now you have 11 attacking power, so you're forcing the Stoneforge to chum block.
Oof.
No, you don't have 11, you have 12. So in this case, same point.
Same point making across. You have to block or you die. So easily blocking that 6/6. I mean, easily,
Yeah.
but we're still taking 6 damage anyway.
Yeah, it looks like there's no comeback from this spot. I don't believe Wrath of the Skies is in the deck at this point, especially after seeing the Disruptor Flutes.
Right.
So we just might have a game 3 in our hands here.
We did get the confirmation it was broadside bombardiers on the flute.
Okay, that makes sense. That's a card that
Mhm.
would more or less win the game if it was drawn from the moment the flute entered and until way into the future. So I like that name
Mhm.
actually.
Yeah. All right,
Niccolo, of
doing the
course,
check.
going through his options here as he should before realizing that this is a little bit too much to ask. 5 life points, 4 well, in combinations of 2, there's a bunch of lethal creatures here.
Right. It's different than game 1 where we had advantage engines already in place, birthing
Yes.
rituals, things like that, but we don't have any of those tools right now to try to kind of claw our way out of this. We're just sort of looking at we've got a pre-war formalware, we've got the White Orchid, but like it's not the same amount of advantage engines that we had last time to kind of claw our way back.
So maybe we are a white card short of doing any stabilized stuff here. So if we go formalware on Recruiter, we can go get Solitude.
Yep.
But then we cannot play out the Phantom. We need that for a pitch, and we're 1 mana short from getting the help from Yorion.
Oh.
Yeah, this is a tough one. And there's a face down card, I guess, in hand. So
And the
we
face down
trust
card is Wrath
the
of
master.
Skies.
Oh, wow. That's true. So Wrath of the Skies is in the list. And you could have cast it for 3 here. Maybe that's what you need to do. Then there's only a Thought-Knot Seer left in play.
All right, pre-war formalware, Recruiter. We'll have a couple of creatures that can start to get onto the battlefield here. Because we'll still have the
Yeah.
white mana for this. Blow up our own land, generate 2 mana off of it.
Okay, so the last card, since it's a white card, this game keeps on going. That was the one I was missing.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So now we have block. Let's see. We actually have, if we Solitude the Thought-Knot Seer, we can go block the Lord, take 4, and then trade off both of the Lords. So we survive at 1 when we get the turn.
Not bad.
No, it's certainly better than shuffling up for game 3.
Right.
So now any card from Linebreaker to Bombardier, even though it's just an attacker, to Smasher. There's a lot of lethal cards here. K-Command would have done it. Dismember would have done
Ooh,
it.
Yep.
But
All right.
land was the draw.
Not effective for here, but we could at least send
Block
the
Lord makes sense. Also here, First Strike is not going to work. Unfortunately, they're just going to trade. Because you have to
Yes, true.
kill the Thought-Knot here, which gives you a card. It's not bad.
Not bad.
And then you take 4 from the unblocked Battle Mage. Survive at 1.
It's 5 at 1 and hope that we can piece something together with our next draw. I mean, we're also at 6 mana, so if we draw land, that Meteor Sword then becomes a way to answer a creature.
The problem is the opponent has a land in hand and can just make a 1/1 end of turn, which finishes the draw.
True. Oh
So
my gosh.
land number 7, yeah, if we had slightly more life to play around with, land number 7 would actually stabilize us here for the time being, at least. And yeah,
Right,
those
those-
trade. Battle Mage stays in play. Land pass, and then Nicolo needs something super powerful.
I like that. Let me just put this land up here for now. Don't worry about it.
Yeah, I thought about that as well, but I'm sure Nicolo is aware of that.
Hmm.
And then he's doing the count, and he's like, "Oh, okay, I need something that answers two things. So Solitude or
Right.
Bust here."
Solitude. I mean,
White Orchid Phantom doesn't work. Yeah.
no.
Oh wow, what a game! We're going the
What
distance here, Nan.
what a game! Wow. Hey, this is what you want to see from the grand finals, though, is going the distance. But looks like a big mulligan happening for Luca here, and turn one Vile. I mean, that's what you want to see if
We
you're on a
almost
Vile
forgot what
deck.
that looks like.
True. It's been so
But that's actually
long.
something I wanted to mention about the Birthing Ritual inclusion. Now you have turn one Vial and you have turn two Birthing Ritual that are something that sets your draws up nicely. Where if you only have four Vials in your 80 card deck, you have a lot of games where you don't have this advantage from the get go. So I actually really like that.
Wow. You know what? I really am very happy to see both of these decks in the finals. I keep bringing it up because they're just such interesting ways to be able to go and combat legacy right now, and what
Hmm.
we've seen, how many different like blue decks there are, and sort of the combo decks, and so many different ways that you can play. Our top 8 had 8 different decks, so we've got to see such a diversity in meta, such high level play from all the players that have played, all 64 of the players that came out and played in the event. And now we're getting into the grand finals, double Vile to kind of start to really snowball and get that kind of cheat around the kind of creature mana
Yep.
restrictions that normally exist here. But Luca's got a kind of grip full of stuff to kind of help him
Yeah.
out here.
And look at his choice to slow roll Fleshraker. I really like that when you're basically saying, well, this is going to be a slugfest. My opponent has Plow and Solitude in their deck. I should not play the Fleshraker until I have a turn where there's some payoff involved.
Oh man. All right. So I was like, we just got into a Recruiter of the Guard. That's going to help us out to kind of get into some stuff that we can start to play
Yeah,
here. Like,
this is cool because Recruiter into, I would guess, Stoneforge Mystic is.
the only other option I would think too would be like the White Orchid if you want to fight
Oh,
over
yeah.
the Eldrazi. But yeah, like it's either get more advantage for ourselves or try to disrupt our opponent here.
This is a good point. If you kill your opponent's soul land, they tutor a mountain, and then since they just had 3 mana and did nothing, they'll probably also have 3 mana next turn. So
Mhm.
you also kind of have to think about what on earth is in my opponent's hand that they didn't
Right.
do anything with 3 mana. And I think the conclusion there is, well, probably plenty of more mana. So I'm not going to worry too much about their mana situation. But yeah, this is going to be explosive.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, this is a dastardly combination here with I have Ugin. You just have to tap one soul land. You can play 6 mana worth of Eldrazi's here and keep going.
And
K
the
command
Kozilek's
is
command
this.
too.
I mean, this is going to hurt a lot.
All right.
So that's already down to. I must say, with 2 Fleshrakers, the math gets a little bit complicated for me here.
It does.
But man, this is a lot of damage. Now, are you just slamming the Lord? I guess you are. Slam the Lord, get 2 more tokens.
Oh, and shred for 2 more. Well, it's even more because every time
Yeah,
these spawns
exactly.
enter, it's going to shred
Exactly.
as
It's
well. So
more than I can muster here. I've had, when I played Eldrazi at some point, I had a turn 2 kill just by out of nowhere here and going K command into K command, and then the game was just over.
right? It's so powerful. It's so good.
So right now, if we were to cast K command for the full amount, we could do it for X equals 3, which we
X
probably
equals-
should do.
Yeah.
If we find another K command, this game's over.
because-
If we find Reality Smasher, we can attack for a bunch.
Okay, Stoneforge Mystic.
Let's see what the logic is here. I feel like I would have loved to see Luca go on the main phase here because there's some stuff that you could have hit on the main phase that you now too late on the end step to hit. But it looks like he's a little bit scared of that Stoneforge.
I see that. So my guess is we're going to get rid of that, make more spawns here, or do you just go? You have a bunch of mana, but it's like I don't know, like making more spawns, just basically shredding 6 more life off, and then you just have a bunch of creatures you turn sideways here. But there's so many cards in Nicolo's hand that it's also really hard to do that and not think about maybe I need to scry and draw instead.
Yeah. So also, how much damage is K command itself puts 2 tokens into play that
Oh,
pings
you're right.
for
So that would be
2
2 extra.
each.
Oh my
Like, this
gosh,
is a million damage. This is why I wanted
so
to
much
see the sorcery
damage.
speed K command here. But I like the response here because 5. Didn't he only have 3 spawns in play? Yep. Okay. Well,
Oh yeah,
they
so
will
just
figure this out.
confirming.
I
Yep,
think we were able to cast it with X equals 3 here.
I believe
Because if we
so.
could cast it for 5, I think the game is over. I think that's 12 damage.
So casting color spell, you're gonna make 2 spawns off of it,
Ah,
and
so
then
3
you
of them
take
are from the command, and 2 of them are from
correct.
Flesh Rakers. Perfect.
Yes, because of the Kozilek is a colorless spell,
Mhm.
so Flesh Rakers both see it, both will make it.
Perfect.
That's 4 extra damage. Oh my gosh.
Yeah, down to 2, and this is exactly where I just wanted to, find a random Eldrazi and just cast it here. Let's
Yeah,
see.
true. Right, exactly. At that point, just like let me just draw into anything, and then we're finished there. But that's
Let's
all
see if
right.
there's a punishment for this. This is pretty cool, and look at the support in the background here. I just now
Yes,
noticed the team jerseys.
I love it. The crowd has started to grow. More and more pink has started to show up.
Oh yeah.
We're getting it like you see the look through. What do I have to get me out of this situation here?
So the Solitude in hand, is the Stoneforge still in hand basically, or was that the
No,
one that was vialed in?
that was the one that got vialed in.
Okay, so that's why there was a window to go for the K command before the Stoneforge potentially tutored the necessary white card. So to
Mhm.
Luca's credit here, he found a great window where Nicolo was naked when it comes to white card for Solitude.
Oh gosh,
2
this is
life
the.
points.
I mean, that's what we got. Luca got Nicolo 2 in game 1, and Nicolo was able to kind of snowball
True.
into something. But I don't think this
That is
is that
true.
situation here, unless I like even a Wrath of Skies is not going to help us here, right? Because the Flesh Raker's
Yep,
3 mana, so it's
they
like,
stay in play. Also, thanks to the Lord in play, even chip damage from those tokens is a thing.
oh my gosh, you're right.
So even if Luca draws land from now until the end of time, there's still, stuff to do. They also help activate Eye of Ugin. So there's a lot of
So many paths to go.
paths to potential victory here.
Hmm. All right,
So
uptick in the vials, not forgetting that trigger, which is good.
was that Luca already starting to call his mom that he won the nationals,
I
or
think that might have been it there.
that's a little bit too fast. We need to actually get over the finish line here. No, but
No, I think
he's probably
it's.
checking out some text on
I
a
wonder if that's
sideboard
the
card.
list. Yeah, if this
Oh,
is the
I don't.
confirmation on the list of
Usually,
like.
the tournaments I've been playing, you can only consult the opponent's deck list between games and
Hmm.
not during games. But I don't know the procedure of this tournament, of course.
All right, let's get you're on to hand.
Going onto hand is a desperation move because
That's
you
I
need a
need
white card.
something to pitch. Yeah, that's
Yeah, any castable colorless card ends this game,
yep.
and Eye of Ugin is a path to that.
It is 100%. So lots of ways to just sort of cast one spell and shred the death of 1,000 cuts from Glaring Flesh Raker might be the case here, but we're still just getting confirmation. I guess whatever was on the phone, maybe it was a specific card or something. I'm not sure what
Yeah.
the looking for what could be the potential outs or something like that.
I'm really
Let's see.
curious to see how Luca decides to go for the final blow here. Because if you sacrifice all these spawns to tutor up
Hmm.
a potential lethal colorless spell, you have to be sure. Because we know about the Ancient Tomb from earlier, so you can go Ancient Tomb and just find another Fleshraker and cast it. And
Yep.
that, in theory, should be all she wrote. Ton of cards, but you just got your main phase, and you did not get plowed. I would imagine
True.
if Nicolo had Source of Plowshares, he would have never let Luca have his main phase. But he knows about the... Well, he doesn't know about the Solitude, but he has a decent idea about the Solitude. And here we actually see the full-on
Let's
attack here.
turn them sideways.
If we kill the Lord, all the small guys are not relevant in the combat. Let's see. All right, so we have a 2/2 and a 1/1, and we can kill the opponent's Lord.
There's the Solitude. Yep. No more Lord.
Linebreaker, the card in hand, is currently uncastable.
Hmm.
So this is a play that lets you survive.
Mm-hmm.
But you can sack the Eldrazi's to tutor a colorless creature and finish the deal here. If you tutor a Fleshraker or Battle Mage, that's 2 damage.
Oh,
Let's see.
let's
I just
see.
feel like if there was another Solitude in the mix, that card would have gotten cast.
Yes.
I don't see any world when Nicolo's sitting on interactive stuff here. But Luca doesn't. Wow, he doesn't go for it.
So is that more of a discipline side of thing, or the kind of
This is
stress, the
this
worry?
where
Where do we think
psychology
that
meets
is?
the pressure, meets the moment, meets the
Mm.
stage, the stakes as well. You talked about this being a long day. I think Nicolo got unnecessary rope here to try and, because those Eldrazi tokens are not doing anything, right? So you might
Right.
as well.
There it
Yeah,
is.
and there we
Let's
see it. The Ayamugan
Oh,
activation, and the champ can celebrate with his friends there. Man, that's the dream.
oh
That
my
is the dream.
gosh.
Eldrazi
That's
aggro takes it down. Well fought battle by Nicolo on his Taxes deck. I was certainly rooting for that deck, and not to mention that player during the day. What high level Magic! Ah, man, I was so happy to be a witness to that. Did you like what we had in front of us today?
Oh my gosh. We've had an amazing day all day long. Appreciate everybody sticking with us and watching for such a long day. I know it's 11-hour stream that we want to be able to showcase so many different decks in Legacy. 64 of the best Legacy players pretty much in the world were here in Italy competing for the championship. And we had Eldrazi take it all in the end. So many cool decks to be able to show off today. I mean, really high level play across the board. I can't wait for tomorrow to see what more action we can get in the open. I'm sure there's going to be some of these players that are going to be competing as well tomorrow. But it's, yes, 10 out of 10. Can't wait for more Legacy action. I mean, make sure you guys are checking out the VODs for all of the stuff that we got to see. If you missed any of the action today, big shout out, of course, to everybody that was helping out with the event. The Impact Gaming crew were doing all of the on-scene content that you guys got to be able to see, doing, especially in the last couple games where we got to see the hand trackers to help us know what was going on with all the hand stuff. We, of course, had myself here on coverage with Andreas. We also had our early coverage that was going on earlier today with our casters. And now,
Julian and Callum set up us nicely. All we had to do was bring it home, right? So
take over at the end.
Luxurious situation to be in. And why don't you remind people when they can check out the stream tomorrow? I believe we already have a starting time for that one.
We do indeed. So it's going to be at 12 a.m. CST time for the stream itself. So there'll be a little bit of that nice little buffer for players to be able to kind of get in and play, and we'll get the content going live as well. And tomorrow is going to be, full breakdown of coverage again with all four of us back on the casting booth here to be able to bring you guys the legacy coverage and more action. So make sure you guys are following along, subscribing to all the stuff, whether it's on Twitch or YouTube at the 4Seasons, because that's where you can be able to find out more of this legacy action there for us. Andreas, got anything else you want to wrap us up with for today to kind of wrap up the legacy adventures we got to see?
Yeah, I just wanted to highlight the diversity we saw today. So
Yes.
people care a lot about that there are different ways to get the job done in Legacy. And when you have a tournament like this, I'm just like a proud dad. Like that's just a proud dad moment. And then when you get to see high level play and high level play, emotions building, and then crowning a worthy champion, I couldn't ask for more. And yeah, I also had a fun time working with you for the first time. So thank you so much for an awesome partnership. Let's do it again tomorrow. And yeah, it's always a treat. I love Legacy. Not much more to say.
Excellent. Yeah. So thank you everybody again for tuning in and watching today. We really appreciate you. Make sure you guys come back tomorrow for more legacy action here. But that's going to do it for us. We'll see you guys next game.